The first time she encountered him was on a satiated afternoon, in the courtyard, beneath a grand tree. The biting cold wind swept through as snowflakes danced in the air. He sat upon a chair with but 3 legs, his head slightly bowed, lashes fluttering gently, and his slender fingers entwining a delicate red thread, appearing all the more pallid. She mused, "What a charming little fool has emerged here, weaving a sweater on such a snowy day. Hey, you handsome little simpleton, would you care for a sumptuous meat bun?" The striking 20-year-old slowly lifted his head. He pondered, "Who is this audacious little rascal? Could he possibly be 16? Later on, she reflected, this little fool is not only attractive but also possesses culinary skills indeed. He is well versed in both the drawing room and the kitchen quite. Commendable, he thought. The old codger of the Research Institute is insufferably bothersome. All he desires is to take leave to return home and prepare pig trotters for his wife. Why deny him that? The male protagonist's essence can be likened to that of a white Tibetan mastiff, fierce yet beautiful in appearance, delicate and protective in spirit, exceedingly affectionate, and a master of various skills, displaying utmost tenderness towards his owner, thriving on gentle caresses and praise. In the year 1980, in the city of Shitong, Lishu County, Xiangyang Village, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, at the old Tang family home in the east of the village. "Xiaowu, what troubles you? Do not frighten your mother, please awaken." Amidst the cries, Tang Ji gradually opened his eyes, suppressing the impulse to grimace. As he swiftly pieced together the influx of memories in his mind, she transcended time, journeying from the 21st century to the 1980s, and inexplicably found herself within the pages of a fictional novel titled Reborn Beautiful Wife. True kindness and virtue. Absurd indeed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with the villainous wealthy system. This system will periodically issue various tasks. Please strive to complete these tasks and become the legendary tycoon. Indeed, not only had she entered a fictional world, but she had also been inexplicably bound to a system, becoming the antagonist of this narrative. What rendered the situation even more confounding was the fact that she had never read this book. She could not possibly be held accountable. "Xiaowu, you have finally awakened. Oh, you have frightened me to death." Tang Ji gazed at the woman before her, whose dark face was adorned with tears. Though her appearance was far from pleasing, the warmth in her eyes radiated a deep affection, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. This was none other than the original Boda's mother, Yu Qiujin, a rural woman in her 50s, who alongside the mute father Tang Guizhu had given birth to 6 sons and 1 daughter. The original body was a solitary bloom amidst a sea of greenery, known as Wu, merely 18 years of age. Her character could be described as selfish, unable to endure grievances despite being the most favored child in the family. She held disdain for her parents and siblings, embodying vanity and foolishness, with a fiery temper that ultimately led to her demise. The original body shared the same name, surname, and appearance as Tang Ji, yet was 4 years younger and of a more diminutive stature, resembling a frail bean sprout, lacking vitality and health. "Xiaowu, why are you silent? Are you feeling unwell? I will take you to the hospital right away." Mother Tang, noticing her daughter in a daze, couldn't help but feel anxious. "Why take her to the hospital when she is awake? Do you think the hospital is your family's, free of charge?" A gruff voice came from the elderly matriarch seated nearby, who was none other than Tang Ji's grandmother. "This is just distressing on New Year's Eve." Ding! The task of disrupting the Tang family's New Year's Eve banquet has commenced. The task must be completed within 2 hours. The timer begins now. The system's voice echoed in her mind, and Tang Ji attempted to communicate with it through her thoughts. "What if I fail to complete the task? Why is it me? Can I return? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The system remained unresponsive. Tang Ji disdainfully pursed her lips, her keen fox-like eyes darting around, quickly grasping her current predicament. On New Year's Eve, nearly 30 members of the Tang family, spanning 4 generations, had gathered together alongside their pets. "Fifth sister, please don't die. I refuse to let you marry a fool. I will help you escape this wedding, and we can live together." At that moment, a chubby little boy finally squeezed past her older brothers and leaped into Tang Ji's embrace, smearing snot and tears all over her. Tang Ji was utterly bewildered. "Where am I? Can I still return? I have lingering feelings for the 21st century. Tang Xiong, do you want another beating?" Tang Ji blurted out, half expressing her genuine thoughts and half influenced by the memories of the original owner. The chubby boy in question is the sixth brother of the original protagonist, who has been somewhat lacking in intellect since childhood. Although he is 16 years old, his cognitive abilities resemble those of an 8 or 9-year-old child, rendering him a frequent target of bullying by the original protagonist and other children. However, this chubby boy possesses a remarkable capacity for forgetfulness when it comes to his mistreatment. He adores clinging to the original protagonist. Not only does he assist with arduous tasks, but he often takes the blame for her, enduring countless beatings as a consequence. You foolish little lad dare to call others foolish. I, with the best intentions, introduced a city suitor for the girl, yet you show no gratitude and instead act as if your lives depend on it, though unfortunate. You ought to consider your own circumstances. There are plenty of bachelors around. What is there to be proud of? The words came from Zhou Hohat, the wife of the eldest son of the Tang family, who is also the aunt by marriage to Tang Ji. At that moment, she regarded Tang Ji's family with palpable disdain. Sister-in-law, how can you speak like that? Tang's mother immediately protested, wiping away her tears and glaring fiercely at Zhou Hohat. What the many bachelors in our family. Even if my son remains a bachelor for life, I would never sell off Xiao Wu to them in exchange for a bride. Tang Ji has 4 elder brothers, with only the eldest having married a girl from a rural area. The other 3 remain single. I'm truly ungrateful. You all, weak and ill, do not feel ashamed, yet we feel the embarrassment. Zhou Hohat is known for her sharp tongue, unafraid to bring up painful subjects. Tang Ji's father, Tang Guozhu, known as the 3rd son of the Tang family, became mute after suffering from a severe illness in his youth. He eventually married the orphan Yu Qiujin, and their firstborn son, Tang Long, also turned out to be mute. Moreover, as if cursed, Tang Ji's second brother suffered a leg fracture at a tender age. The 3rd and 4th brothers are twins upon their birth. The 3rd brother bore an extra finger, while the 4th was missing one. Tang Ji's 6th brother is intellectually challenged, and the 7th brother is a frail, premature infant that a significant portion of the family's expenses is devoted to the 7th brother's medical bills, rendering their lives quite arduous. Reflecting on these circumstances, Tang Ji spoke to the system in a dangerously assertive tone. Dear system, could you please inform me of the price of a return ticket to the 21st century? I am willing to pay double. Alas, the melodrama is overwhelming. The child longs to return home. Regrettably, the system remained unresponsive. In an instant, Tang Ji's demeanor shifted as she exclaimed in frustration, "You useless piece of junk! You cannot even speak, and yet claim to be a system. Surely, you must be a defective product that no one wants, mistaking my presence for a mere waste collection station. Truly a disappointment." In the narrative, Tang Jigang finds himself in an unfamiliar world, possessing fragments of the original owner's memories, yet lacking a complete emotional resonance. The Tang family, despite their misfortunes, still remains intact, a far more enviable situation than that of an orphan. While the Tang family's circumstances may appear dire, they have not truly suffered. The so-called frail and elderly possess remarkable resilience. In Xiangyang village, the denizens are generally reluctant to provoke the Tang family, primarily due to the numerous sons, each one willing to fight fiercely without regard for their own safety. However, the words of Aunt Shou incite immediate fury in the fiercely protective Tang mother and her brothers. Zhou Hohat, I shall tear your mouth apart. Tang mother, with her eyes ablaze, charges at Zhou Hohat with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Tang eldest and Tang second stand resolutely by their mother's side, while Tang third and Tang fourth confront the other younger members of the Tang family with indignation. The impending chaos of the old Tang family's New Year's Eve battle looms large. Cease this uproar. The usually silent old Tang suddenly erupts, slamming his hand on the table. Old third, even if you're mute, you must manage your wife properly. Do you not recognize the significance of today? Your ruckus here disregards both me and your mother. Old third, known as Tang father, bears an expression of deep displeasure as he gazes at his father, filled with anger and disappointment. He is acutely aware of his parents' favoritism towards his elder brothers, who disdain him for being their mute son. Yet, no amount of partiality could justify selling their youngest to a fool. Father Tang had countless words he wished to express, yet he found himself unable to utter them, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he approached his daughter-in-law. Mother Tang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Little Wu has fainted from anger. Do you still intend to endure this?" Elder brother Tang and second brother Tang gazed at their father with a mixture of anger and grievance. They had been told that taking a step back would lead to broader horizons, yet after retreating so many paces, all they received in return were the foulest of fish and the most rotten of shrimp. Father Tang clasped Mother Tang's hand and inscribed 3 characters upon it. Immediately, Mother Tang nodded and declared, "Since our parents show favoritism and do not welcome our family, let us cease our interactions. We have long since parted ways. It is best for us to live our own lives. Little 6, carry little Wu. We shall depart." The Tang family, comprising 11 members, rose to leave. "No need to carry me. I can walk." Tang Ji resolutely took 2 steps back, her gaze directed at Tang Xiaolu, seemingly conveying, "Do not touch me with those hands that have wiped your nose, otherwise I shall smash your foolish head." At that moment, Uncle Tang spoke in a somber tone. "Third brother, I have seen that young man. He is quite similar to little 6. He is certainly no fool. He is capable of handling matters independently. Holds a job in the city, and his family's circumstances are quite favorable. His father is a cadre. Little Wu would be marrying into a life of comfort. Moreover, the bride price for little Wu could even provide a wife for your second son. What a splendid opportunity." Uncle Tang then shifted his tone, speaking sternly. "If you choose to be ungrateful, so be it. But how can you reject even your parents? This is an act of filial impiety. You speak nonsense. You clearly wish to sell off our little Wu to repay debts." Tang's mother immediately retorted, "Do you truly believe we are unaware? Tang Chanzu has strayed from the right path, consorting with those rascals, and has had debt collectors visit us on numerous occasions. Serves him right." Tang Chanzu, the eldest son of the Tang family and their first grandson, was quite favored within the household. Although the Tang family had divided, their poverty forced the 3 branches to continue residing in their ancestral home, making it difficult to conceal the happenings among neighbors. At that moment, Tang Ji's second brother spoke up. "You claim to offer our family 50 coins as a betrothal gift, yet surely it cannot be merely this amount? It is customary to give 50 coins when marrying. Does a fool think he can wed with just that? Are you attempting to deceive simpletons?" He scoffed. "I thought you were concerned for your sister, but it seems you merely find this sum insufficient." Zhou Hohat interjected with sarcasm, "You ought to consider Tangji's disposition. She is incapable of bearing burdens or lifting anything. Bringing her home would only mean feeding a mouth that contributes nothing. 50 coins is quite generous." This remark did not sit well with Tangji. How was it that, having traversed into this narrative, she was deemed even less valuable than 50 coins? Tangji scanned the room, her gaze finally resting on a nearby stool. Swiftly, she lifted it and brought it crashing down. Bang! The entire spread of the New Year's Eve feast shattered into fragments. "Ah, Tangji, you little rascal, are you rebelling against heaven itself?" The Tang family exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Tangji. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of causing a ruckus at the Tang family's New Year's Eve banquet. You have received a random reward of 250 meat buns. Please check your inventory." Tangji was momentarily taken aback. The completion of this task seemed almost too effortless. However, the reward associated with it felt rather peculiar. With a hint of disdain, Tangji mentally ridiculed the system, referring to it as a pitiful failure. "You claim to be a grand system, yet have you ever encountered a reward as trivial as a meat bun? Ha! Even a stray dog would turn its nose up at this." The system remained silent, but that did not imply it was incapable of retaliation. Just as the Tang family began to vocally express their intent to reprimand Tangji, the sudden sound of a tractor's rumble approached, gradually growing louder until it halted right outside the Tang residence. "Is Comrade Tangji here? Your beloved has sent you a package." The Tang household fell into an instant hush, and even Tangji wore a befuddled expression. What the hell? While it may be inappropriate to curse, berating the system was a different matter altogether. After all, a being may not always be human, but the system was undeniably a dog. "Ah, Tangji, I see you have been secretly consorting with rogue men outside. I knew there had to be a reason you looked down upon the young men from the city. How shameless." It was the ever-vocal Zhou Hohat who first leapt forward, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Tangji, having adapted to her new physique. Tangji no longer tolerated the incessant barking of this mad dog. Without hesitation, she delivered 2 sharp slaps. "Anyone under 60 who dares to ramble in my presence will face the consequences. Do you understand? Honoring the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue that Tangji has always kept close to her heart. You dare to strike me? I will fight you, you little beast." Zhou Hohat was utterly astonished, driven to madness, and prepared to confront Tangji with fervor. Tangji, however, merely scoffed, for she had exhibited audacity from a tender age, kicking neighboring children at merely 3 months old, dominating the orphanage by the age of 5, stealthily seeking martial wisdom at the Shaolin temple next door at 8, and formally apprenticing under a humble monk at 12. Though she had yet to master the art of flight, handling 3, 5, or even 8 opponents barehanded posed no challenge for her. Should you dare to strike my sister, I shall retaliate with equal fervor. Yet, before Tang Ji could make a move, Tang Xiaolu barreled forth like a cannonball, sending Zhou Hohot flying with a headbutt. The invincible Iron Head technique, a decisive strike. The Tang family was plunged into chaos, and outside, a loud voice called out again, "Is Comrade Tangji there? Your beloved has sent you a package. Do come out and collect it promptly." Amidst the turmoil, Tang's mother grasped Tang Ji's hand, tremblingly inquiring, "Xiao Wu, who on earth are all these people? Are you truly in a relationship?" Unfazed, Tang Ji replied, "Of course not. They are merely my newly acknowledged godchildren. I once saved his dog's life, and he insisted on recognizing me as his mother. I had no choice. Host, you truly are a dog." Encountering such a canine-like host, the system could no longer contain itself. The worth of a dog's life is indeed considerable, which is reassuring. Tang Mu unreservedly believed Tang Ji's words. She did not oppose her daughter's romantic pursuits, but rather feared that Tang Ji might fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. "Mother, are you all right?" A delicate voice pierced through the air, drawing Tang Ji's attention to a young girl of striking beauty, who was currently clinging to Zhou Hohot, weeping pitifully. Ding! The task of slapping the female protagonist has commenced. It must be completed within 2 hours. The timer begins now. With the announcement of the system task, Tang Ji discerned the identity of the girl before her. Tang Shanmei, the original narrative's female lead, at the tender age of 20, was the second daughter of Tang Guobao, the eldest son of the Tang family. She was the only girl in Xianyang village attending high school in the county and was considered the most cherished golden phoenix of the Tang family. Within the memories of her original self, Tang Ji harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards this cousin, often causing trouble for her in the past. However, due to her own foolishness, she invariably ended up suffering. "Tang Xiong, you fool, how dare you strike my mother? I will end you." Just as Tang Ji contemplated whether to fulfill the system's task, Tang Chuanzu charged towards Tang Xiaolu, fists raised. Undeterred, Tang Xiaolu proceeded to confront him head-on. He possessed the Iron Head technique and feared no one. "Tang Chuanzu, if you dare to harm my brother, I will take you down." Although Tang Erg had a limp, his fighting spirit remained undiminished as he hopped towards Tang Chuanzu, landing a solid punch squarely on his face. Observing this, Tang Xiaolu refused to be a passive target any longer and charged forward like a bull, sending Tang Chuanzu flying with his formidable Iron Head technique. Double kill. Brother Tang and Tang San and Si also surrounded him, causing Tang Chuanzu to clutch his stomach in fear, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Please stop, please stop. Enough, everyone stop." Elder Tang and old Madam Tang hurried forward to intervene, and with the addition of Tang Daji, Tang Guobao, they managed to rescue the besieged Tang Chuanzu with great difficulty. "Brother, are you all right?" Tang Shanmei rushed to Tang Chuanzu's side, continuing her soft, delicate weeping. "Long go. Hu go, how could you resort to violence? We are all family. It's better to resolve matters amicably. Fighting only harms our relationships." The expressions of the brothers Tang Long and Tang Hu were not particularly pleasant, yet being aware that she was a girl, they were unsure how to retort. Tang Ji scoffed, approaching to slap Tang Shanmei twice. "It was your foolish brother who initiated the altercation. Are you blind?" Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping the female lead. Random reward, 10 pounds of rice. Please check your inventory. Is Comrade Tangji there? Is Comrade Tangji there? Hurry up and come out. Your dear ones have sent you a package. The delivery person seemed rather eccentric. Tang Mu's lips twitched. She waved her hand and called out, "Xiao Wu, let us not stoop to the level of those with blinded eyes and blackened hearts. Someone is calling for you outside. Let us quickly see what it is." After speaking, she muttered to herself, "A bunch of filthy creatures, shamelessly taking advantage, if there are such good marriage prospects. Why not leave them for Mingxua? Do they truly believe everyone is a fool?" The faces of the Tang family were all notably grim, while the second branch of the family observed from the sidelines, wearing expressions that suggested a disinterest, as if the unfolding drama did not concern them at all. Just before departing, Tang Ji caught a glance from Tang Shanmei, whose eyes reflected a mixture of shock and indignation. "Leave, all of you. Vacate this house and never return." Amidst the scathing remarks of old lady Tang, Tang Ji's family swiftly exited the main residence. You have finally emerged. Which among you is Comrade Tang Ji? My dear, all of you. The delivery man greeted with a radiant smile. Tang Ji promptly interjected, I am Tang Ji. Simply hand me the package. Very well. Please sign here. The delivery man flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Tang Ji regarded him with suspicion, wondering if he had been possessed by some foolish system. As the tractor rumbled away, Tang San and Tang Si each carried a large parcel, turning towards the adjacent house that had been allocated to their family. The interior was somewhat chilly, prompting Tang Ji to snug her not-so-thick cotton coat closer around herself. Although her attire was modest, it was the finest among her family. It must be said, this family was indeed impoverished. Oldest daughter-in-law, come with me to the kitchen. The rest of you, tend to your duties, dinner will be served shortly. Mother Tang did not inquire about the contents of the parcel, continuing as she walked, San and Si. Take the package directly to Xiaowu's room. It belongs to your sister. What is the purpose of placing it on the table, expecting her to fetch it herself? You two simpletons. The foolish third brother and fourth brother were about to engage in a scuffle when Tang Ji intervened. After a moment's hesitation, she awkwardly called out, Mother, please don't rush. There should be food in the package. Let us take a look first. Tang's mother promptly replied, even if there is food, it's meant for you. You can take it back and enjoy it at your leisure. I will go prepare dinner now, so don't be in a hurry. With that, she headed into the kitchen, followed by sister-in-law Tang. The third and fourth brothers did not perceive anything amiss in their mother's words and reached for the package. Tang Ji sighed. This family truly was remarkable. In an era that favored sons over daughters, they treated her with such kindness. It was a pity that the original owner of this body was an ungrateful wretch, who not only failed to appreciate their affection but also harbored disdain. Yearning to marry a city dweller and escape from this family, she deemed shameful. Third brother and fourth brother, let us not rush. Let us open it and see. Tang Ji said as she began to unwrap the package. Glancing at the package, second brother suddenly remarked, the delivery person isn't from our area. And our local postal workers don't handle package deliveries. In Xiangyang village, packages were typically picked up at the post office with a tracking number. This was the first time he had seen a delivery person bringing a package directly to the door, which struck him as rather odd. Tang Ji met second brother's gaze and replied calmly, I, too, find this postal worker unfamiliar. It seems to be my first encounter with them. Second brother furrowed his brow, shifting his focus from Tang Ji's face to the package. Let us see what's inside. If there's any issue, I will have someone investigate. All right, Tang Ji agreed. Tang Ji expressed no objections and continued with his actions, swiftly opening the package. Wow, a bounty of dumplings. Tang Xiaoyou's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such an abundance of dumplings in his life. And rice, so much rice. Tang Qi and the other members of the Tang family also displayed looks of sheer amazement. Hearing the commotion, Tang Mu and Tang Deseo hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. The house was quite small, and the conversation in the living room could easily be heard from the kitchen. How can there be so many dumplings? Tang Mu asked. Somewhat dazed, Tang Ji did not provide an explanation. Instead, he directly stated, Mother, these dumplings are frozen solid. Heat them up. They will be perfect for our New Year's Eve dinner. Tang Mu hesitated, feeling conflicted as she replied, Is this truly a token of gratitude? It seems excessive. We cannot accept all of this. It's fine. The life of that dog is quite valuable. If we accept it, they will feel at ease. Heh. Upon hearing the system's mocking voice, Tang Ji feigned ignorance and continued speaking to her mother. Please, hurry and steam some buns for me. I am quite famished and long to savor them. Tang's mother, upon hearing this, immediately sprang into action, exclaiming, Very well, I shall attend to it right away. No one should go hungry, especially not my beloved daughter. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped 4 buns with both hands and, with uncertainty, inquired, Shall I heat 2 for you, 1 each for Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, and 1 for your sister-in-law and Xiao Shan? You can keep the rest for yourself to enjoy at your leisure. Does that sound acceptable? Mother, I insist you take it. I'll share my half with you. Tang's elder sister quickly interjected, her face betraying anxiety. I shall not partake either. I will give my half to father. Tang Xiaoqi also shook her head in refusal, casting a furtive glance at Tang Ji as she spoke. Tang Ji found the situation amusing yet perplexing. She was accustomed to indulging in solitary feasts, but circumstances warranted a different approach. Let us heat more buns. Everyone should partake, she suggested. as she lifted a small bag that appeared to contain around 50 buns. Enough to satisfy all. Goodness, having any buns is fortunate enough. 50 is simply extravagant. Tang's mother exclaimed, snatching the buns from her daughter. With a misty gaze, she surveyed the room and, her voice thick with emotion, said, "My daughter truly understands the essence of sharing. She is even willing to distribute such fine buns amongst everyone." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, overwhelmed by the realization that her daughter had grown so considerate. Meanwhile, the rest of the Tang family regarded Tang Ji with a mixture of astonishment and complexity, their hearts swelling with joy and gratitude. It is worth mentioning that whenever food reached Tang Ji's hands, regardless of its quality, she never shared it with anyone, resembling the proverbial ungrateful wolf. "Mother, please hurry. I am truly hungry." "All right, I shall go at once," Tang's mother replied. After she and sister-in-law Tang departed with the buns, the rest of the Tang family continued to gaze at Tang Ji. "Xiao Wu, why do I feel that you are somewhat different?" Tang Ergu inquired with a complex expression. Tang Ji smiled and retorted, "In what way do I appear different?" "I know this." Tang Xinggu interjected eagerly. "Little sister's smile has become more beautiful, even more so than the trumpet flowers at the village head." Tang Siga joined in, grinning as he remarked, "Indeed. Not only is it more beautiful than the trumpet flowers, but more exquisite than all flowers." Tang Ji cast a glance at Tang San and Tang Si, sensing their lack of intellect. "Hello, fifth sister. Please give me a bun." Tang Xiao Lu exclaimed, wiping his drool, appearing even more foolish. Tang Degu, though silent, nodded in agreement, affirming that his younger brothers were right and that his sister was indeed wonderful. Tang Ergo wished to say something, but ultimately shook his head with a smile. "Oh well, people are bound to change. As long as my little sister matures and becomes sensible, that is sufficient." Tang's mother ultimately heated 22 buns for the family of 11, allowing each person to have 2. As everyone savored Xiao Wu's buns, they were reminded to cherish her kindness and refrain from ungrateful actions. Otherwise, their mother would threaten to break their legs while distributing the buns, casting a chilling glance at them all. Subsequently, a warning was issued, especially you, the second, third, and fourth, do not entertain the notion of exchanging the fifth for a bride. Even if my daughter is to wed, the dowry remains her own. No one should harbor any intentions. That shameless woman, Zhou Hohat, actually dares to consider selling her daughter to a fool as a wife. What an absurdity. Upon thinking of the fool, Mother Tang turned her gaze towards Tang Xiaolu, gently patting his head with a tone both sorrowful and resolute. "Xiaolu, should anyone wish to marry you, I shall certainly provide the dowry. However, if it is not of their own volition, even if I were to care for you all your life, I would never force a girl against her will." Xiaolu, in his na vet, nodded vigorously, declaring, "Xiaolu does not need a dowry. Xiaolu wants to eat buns." Tang Sange and Tang Siggy quickly shook their heads, their tone earnest yet simple. "Mother, I do not want a wife. I only wish for a sister. I will earn money for her dowry." Tang Urge, with a hint of helplessness, added, "Mother, rest assured. We are not that sort of people. We will protect our sister." Tangji's emotions were somewhat complex, and she couldn't help but marvel once more at how truly unappreciative the original owner was, believing such family to be a burden. "Mother, if we don't eat the buns soon, they will grow cold." All right, let us eat now. This New Year's Eve dinner shall include a grand meat bun." The meat buns, as large as an adult's fist, plump and white, exuded an enticing aroma. With Mother's call to commence, Tang Xiaolu eagerly took a bite, exclaiming, "So delicious." Tang Ji leisurely took a bite, finding the taste rather delightful. In an unusually pleasant tone, she addressed the system, saying, "Oh, little waste, though you are a defective product, you still serve a purpose." In the resource-scarce 1970s, food truly is a commendable reward. Ding. The task of slapping the female protagonist has been activated. This task can be completed once daily and is effective long-term. Ding. The task of consuming the female protagonist's chicken has been activated. This task can be completed once daily and is effective long-term. Ding. The task of stealing money from the female protagonist has been activated. A reward will be granted for every $10 stolen, and this task is effective long-term. With 3 tasks initiated in quick succession, Tang Ji pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling the online game she had previously played. Is this akin to refreshing the daily missions within a game? The system remained unresponsive, a behavior Tang Ji had grown accustomed to. As she munched on her bun, she contemplated how to accomplish these tasks. The tasks involving chicken and money were not particularly challenging, yet the scarcity of both made it difficult to complete them frequently. However, The task of slapping the female protagonist seemed rather intriguing. Goodness, does this system harbor a grudge against her? If I were to slap the female protagonist twice today, would that count as completing the task? Indeed. The prompt response confirmed her suspicion of animosity. Tangji casually remarked, "Why don't you enlighten me about the general plot of this book? Otherwise, I'm at a loss on how to play the role of the antagonist." "The plot fragments of this book will be randomly distributed as rewards," the system replied in a mechanical tone. "Then tell me, why am I the one who has been transported into this story?" The system remained silent, and Tangji rolled her eyes in frustration. Taking a bite of the delectable bun, the system was truly ineffectual, but the bun was undeniably delightful. After a hearty meal, satisfaction gleamed upon the faces of the Tang family. Once they had dispersed, Tang's mother quietly took Tangji's hand and whispered, "Little Wu, I have counted. There are a total of 250 buns. We have consumed 22, leaving the remainder for you. The rest we shall sell secretly. Each bun can fetch at least 5 cents. If we sell 200, that amounts to $10. You have your eye on that splendid red cotton-padded coat, haven't you? This money will be just sufficient." Instantly, a vision of a festive red coat, as vibrant as a lantern, filled Tangji's mind. "No need, She initially intended to express her reluctance to resemble a lantern, but reconsidered and adjusted her stance. "Please save me 100 buns. I have my own purposes." In this era of scarcity, even a salted fish must strive to turn its fate around. How much more so for her, a perpetual motion machine of determination. As Tang Mu pondered over Tangji's words, a sudden change washed over her expression. "Little Five, you are not still harboring thoughts for that Zhao Qian, are you? My dear child, you wouldn't be so foolish as to give away food for that man, would you?" Tangji paused, recalling the individual named Zhao Qian. Xiangyang village was a rather large settlement that had welcomed many educated youth during that era, although some had gradually returned to the city. 12 individuals remained at the youth station. Zhao Qian was among them, standing at a height of 180 centimeters. He was somewhat slender yet possessed a pleasing appearance. It was said that he hailed from a big city, and many young women in the village were smitten by him. The original Tangji was one of those young women, but her affection was not for Zhao Qian as a person. Rather, she was enamored with his status, dreaming of a future where she could accompany him back to the city for a better life. "No, he has grown increasingly unattractive. I have no interest in him," Tangji declared. She preferred handsome young men, particularly those of exceptional good looks. Tang Mu regarded Tangji with suspicion, but upon seeing her earnest demeanor, she reluctantly felt reassured. "Indeed, that Zhao Qian is quite unappealing and hardly worthy of my daughter. My dear girl, I have set aside 10 jin of fine rice for you. Whenever you wish to eat it, just let me know. Let us prepare congee for breakfast tomorrow. We shall make plenty for everyone to share." Noticing her mother's reluctance, Tangji quickly added, "Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Let us indulge a little. Consider it my treat." "Oh dear, my daughter, you have truly become increasingly sensible. In that case, I shall endure a bit longer, so that everyone can enjoy the comforts alongside my daughter." When the Tang family divided, Tangji's family received 2 rooms, which were evidently insufficient for their needs. Consequently, Tang's father and her brothers constructed 2 additional rooms, one of which is exclusively for Tangji. Upon returning to her room, Tangji surveyed her surroundings with a mix of familiarity and strangeness. The bedspread and curtains adorned with delicate floral patterns, a double Kong, a modest wardrobe, and a small table combined to create a space that, while austere, was impeccably tidy. How impoverished! Tangji sighed as she lay on the Kong, simultaneously expressing disdain and curiosity as she touched the warm surface beneath her, which felt rather pleasant. "Oh, little wasteful one, do you suppose if I eliminate the protagonist, I could return?" "No. What if the male lead is also eliminated?" "No. Then how might I return?" The system feigns ignorance. "Could you be more discreet when offering task rewards next time?" The system continues its charade of silence. TSK, how frustrating. Tangji's mood soured instantly. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Tangji had anticipated a restless slumber, yet to her surprise, she slept soundly. Without the distractions of mobile phones and computers, the cacophony of alarms and traffic, the endless pursuit of knowledge, and the relentless burden of work, she found solace. Though it was regrettable to part from her myriad friends scattered across the globe and her hard-earned savings reaching 8 figures, she begrudgingly accepted her fate. Unable to resist, she chose to surrender. She understood. As Tangji leisurely stepped outside, the Tang family had already finished their breakfast. Tang father was weaving bamboo baskets alongside Tang elder brother, while Tang second was nowhere to be found. Tang third was fetching water, Tang fourth was chopping firewood, Tang sixth was sweeping the courtyard. Tang seventh was engrossed in a book, and little Tang Shan was busy feeding the chickens. Tang mother and Tang sister-in-law were tidying up the house. Upon seeing Tang Ji awake, Tang mother hurried into the kitchen, instructing, "Little five, sit there and wait. I'll serve you your meal." Tang Ji happily settled down, sweetly expressing, "Thank you, mother. You are truly wonderful." Indeed, with a thick skin, one need not worry about anything. Days like these, where one is cared for by their mother, dwindle in number. Tang Ji's knack for living off others was cultivated from a young age. At 5, she had deceived a beggar into buying her meat buns. At 9, she coaxed a monk next door into purchasing roasted chicken. As she grew older, she even engaged in bets, enjoying 3 meals a day for an entire month, each meal from a different host. "Oh my daughter's sweet tongue grows ever more charming." Tang mother chuckled, delighting in her daughter's flattery. "I've added 2 spoonfuls of sugar to your rice porridge, along with 2 meat buns, a boiled egg, and some pickled vegetables. Eat well and replenish your strength." Tang Ji took a sip of the porridge, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Mother, this is delicious," she exclaimed, giving her mother a thumbs up with exaggerated enthusiasm. Tang mother beamed with joy, promising, "If my daughter enjoys it, I shall make it for you again tomorrow. Let us add some millet and prepare a 2-grain porridge for a change." Tang Ji boldly began to request more dishes. "All right. And I'll pair it with a salted duck egg. It's particularly scrumptious." Tang Ji had a modest appetite. 1 meat bun was sufficient to satiate her. She paid no heed to the remaining ones and strolled into the courtyard with her hands tucked into her pockets. Though she initially intended to wander about the village, memories are merely echoes of the past, and she had not taken many steps before the biting cold wind of the northeast compelled her to retreat home. "This cold is unbearable," she muttered, acknowledging both the frigid weather and her own inadequate attire. She yearned for her down jacket, her thermal pants, and the warmth of heat packs. "Xiao Wu, why is there still a bun left? Don't hesitate to eat it. Your mother saved it for you." Her mother, Tang Mu, remarked as she tidied up the table. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji countered, "Didn't everyone have buns for breakfast?" "Oh, we had some yesterday. Today we can just nibble on something. We can't have meat buns every day," her mother replied. Not only had Tang Mu refrained from sharing the meat buns with the family, but the bowl of rice porridge was also exclusively for Tang Ji. Tang Ji smiled, a knowing smile that seemed to see through everything. After a moment of contemplation, she replied with a light-hearted tone, "Whatever arrangements you make, mother, I shall abide." The original inhabitant of this body had been favored by the Tang family for 18 years, and they remained a harmonious household. As a newcomer, she felt no urgency to instigate change. Furthermore, the matter of food was not solely due to her mother's favoritism. The provisions were indeed meant for Tang Ji, and the family had dined well the previous day. Given the preciousness of food, it was entirely reasonable for her mother to be frugal and reluctant to indulge. "Mother, take your time. I'll add another layer of clothing and step out for a bit." "Ah, on such a cold day, where do you intend to go?" Tang's mother immediately inquired with concern. "Just wander around the village. Don't stray too far. In this frigid weather, clad in nothing but a tattered garment. Where could you possibly go?" Tang Ji rummaged through the house for a moment and ultimately unearthed a worn-out cotton jacket, likely discarded by its previous owner. It was short, ragged, and filthy, truly unappealing. Tang Ji wrestled with her thoughts for a while, but ultimately, in the name of venturing outside, she wrapped the shabby jacket beneath a newer one. "Sister, where are you going?" "I want to come too," she heard Tang Xiaolu exclaim with excitement upon her exit. With a gleam in her eye, Tang Ji suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. "Do you want to eat chicken?" "Absolutely." Tang Xiaolu perked up instantly, her stature seeming to grow by 2 centimeters. Who wouldn't relish the thought of chicken? Even a fool would crave it. Tang Ji took Tang Xiaolu out, and the two wandered around the village. Although they encountered few people, they were at least not concerned about losing their way. "Sister, what are we doing here?" Tang Xiaolu asked foolishly while crouching by the wall of the Tang family home. "We are searching for a target," Tang Ji replied, glancing around but failing to spot any chickens. "Searching for what?" "Chickens." Tang Ji peered into the house. It was too cold in winter, and it seemed that their chickens were kept in the kitchen. "How about this? You hold on to, and if someone asks..." Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, belonging to a mischievous child. "Fire! Help! There's a fire. It's going to burn someone." The houses of the Tang brothers were connected, and this commotion quickly drew everyone outside. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ji scaled the wall into the old Tang family home, aiming directly for the chicken coop in the kitchen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's grab the fattest one. Tang Ji's movements were swift and decisive. Before the chicken could even squawk, it was snatched away. You silly child. Why are you shouting? It's just a piece of wood on fire, and you're making a fuss. Are you asking for a beating? Wang Hohot scolded, while others shared her displeasure. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, and everyone soon dispersed. Second aunt, you must keep an eye on Xiao Lu. Today it was just some wood. What if he sets someone's house on fire in the future? Tang Shanmei hesitated, her expression a mixture of concern and fear. As Tang Ji walked over, she chanced upon the remark and couldn't help but chuckle. With 2 sharp slaps, the crowd barely noticed her arrival before she had already struck Tang Shanmei, leaving everyone momentarily stunned by the swiftness of her actions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the repeated task of slapping the female lead. Random rewards, 50 eggs and 1 plot fragment. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji felt quite pleased, while Tang Shanmei, unable to contain her fury, shouted, Tang Ji, how dare you hit me again? As Tang Shanmei lunged at Tang Ji, the latter contemplated numerous ways to respond, yet found herself constrained by the presence of Tang Xiaolu, who offered no opportunity for her to react. Dare to strike my sister? I shall crush you. Tang Xiaolu charged forth like a cannonball, achieving a triple kill. After being knocked aside, Tang Shanmei landed unceremoniously at Zhou Hohot's feet. With a fierce cry, Zhou Hohot rushed towards Tang Ji, exclaiming, You little beast, how dare you hit my daughter? I will teach you a lesson. Tang Ji felt a sense of helplessness. Was Zhou Hohot truly so foolish? With an elder brother on her left and a younger brother on her right, not to mention her mother in front, how could she possibly be harmed by Zhou Hohot? I shall crush you. Anyone who bullies my sister shall be crushed. Tang Xiaolu charged headfirst, sending Zhou Hohot flying as well. A perfect quadruple kill. Mother, sister, you are all too much. Tang Chuanshan's face flushed with anger. Yet he could only support his mother and sister, too intimidated to retaliate. Stop. Everyone, cease at once. Old Tang, infuriated, bellowed with a fierce tone, Third son, third daughter-in-law. Are you truly so passive as to watch those 2 little brutes bully your sister-in-law and niece? Upon hearing Tang Ji being scolded, Tang's mother immediately felt displeased. However, she understood the necessity of refraining from chastising her father-in-law and instead turned to seize Tang Chuanzu, delivering several sharp slaps. As she struck him, she vented her frustration, saying, How dare you, you little beast, insult my daughter? I'll make you pay dearly. Let's see if you dare to speak ill of others again. Old Tang felt as if he might faint from fury, well aware that the third son's family was nothing but a brood of ungrateful wretches. The Tang family had separated early, primarily due to Old Tang and Old Madam Tang's favoritism towards the eldest son. However, most parents who exhibit favoritism are typically unwilling to divide the family. The division in the Tang family was largely instigated by the cunning of the second son and the brazen nature of the third son's family. Although the third son's household was labeled as weak and infirm, their combat prowess was unparalleled, particularly that of Tang's mother, who, compelled to resist, had once preferred to leave with nothing rather than serve as a mere servant in the old Tang household. Stop it, you venomous woman. If you dare to strike my grandson again, I shall have the third son divorce you. Old Madam Tang rushed forward, intending to strike Tang's mother, but was swiftly intercepted by the quick-witted Tang brother. Nonetheless, Tang brother refrained from retaliating and endured several blows from Old Madam Tang, his face reddening from the hits. Tang Ji clicked his tongue disapprovingly, charging forward to kick Tang Chuanzu away, shouting, Old Madam Tang, if you dare to hit my brother again, I shall break Tang Chuanzu's legs. Go ahead and test me. Madam Tang's eyes widened with disbelief as she stared at Tang Ji, pointing at her and exclaiming, How dare you? What did you just call me? Tang Ji, instead of responding, pulled over Tang Long and scrutinized him carefully. With a calculated demeanor, she boldly declared, You have injured my elder brother. You must compensate him. The shock was palpable not only among Madam Tang but throughout the Tang family. Madam Tang trembled with fury. You want me to pay? You little wretch. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ji stepped firmly on Tang Chuanzu's abdomen, her voice cold and resolute. Compensate, or I shall cripple him. The room fell into an eerie silence. Old Tang, with a stern expression, admonished Tang Ji, Do not act recklessly. Your grandmother merely brushed against Tang Long unintentionally. What compensation are you speaking of? If word gets out, we will be the laughingstock. A pained wail escaped Tang Chuanzu as he suffered another blow from Tang Ji's foot. Old Tang and Madame Tang's hearts quaked in unison, while Tang Hohot, in despair, rushed forward only to be knocked aside by Tang Xiaolu, shouting, "I hope you perish." Tang Ji pressed her foot on Tang Chuanzu's right leg, her demeanor unexpectedly genial as she stated, "Compensate, $10 for a leg. I assure you, it is a fair deal." Trembling in fear, Tang Chuanzu pleaded for mercy. "Grandfather, grandmother, save me." Old Tang met Tang Ji's gaze, a mix of astonishment and fear coursing through him. His granddaughter was truly formidable. "Very well, I shall compensate." Old Tang wished for old lady Tang to fetch the money, yet Tang Ji intervened, asserting, "Why should you compensate? It is your own son who should bear the responsibility. Let Zhou Hohot retrieve the funds." "Why must it be me?" Zhou Hohot retorted. "It was clearly your grandmother who inflicted the injury." In the next moment, the crowd was once again greeted by Tang Chuanzu's groan. "Ouch! Be careful, that hurts terribly. I shall have my mother bring the money." "Mother, please hurry. Do you truly wish for me to become a cripple?" Zhou Hohot gritted her teeth, casting a venomous glare at Tang Ji. Unperturbed, Tang Ji increased the pressure, cheerfully remarking, "If that leg truly becomes useless, no amount of money will restore it. Stop. I will go. I shall fetch the money at once." 007. What does it have to do with me? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the repetitive task of seizing the heroine's family's wealth. You have received a random reward of 10 yuan. Please check. With 10 yuan added to 10 yuan, Tang Ji's fortune instantly transformed from 1 yuan and 28 cents to 21 yuan and 28 cents. Time to leave, it's over. After accepting the money, Tang Ji immediately relaxed her foot, waved her hand, and led everyone home. "Mother, this 5 yuan is for household expenses." Upon returning home, Tang Ji promptly began distributing the spoils. She first gave 5 yuan to her mother, then 1 yuan to Tang Xiaolu, saying, "Xiaolu, this is a reward for you. You performed quite well just now." Tang's mother refused the money, insisting, "This is what you earned. Keep it for yourself." Tang Xiaolu, looking foolish, scratched his head and drooled as he said, "Hee, I don't want money. I want to eat chicken." Tang Ji exaggeratedly sighed, feigning sorrow as she remarked, "Mother, you refuse everything I give you. Do you treat me as a stranger?" Tang Ji's northeast accent was more authentic than the original owner's. "Stop talking nonsense. Just accept it." Tang's mother quickly took the money, joyfully praising, "My daughter is becoming more filial, already knowing to give money to her mother." Tang Ji smiled and turned to Tang Xiaolu, placing the money in his hands and surprisingly saying, "Give this money to mother and ask if she will buy you 2 meat buns." Tang Xiaolu, eager to obey Tang Ji, immediately handed the money to their mother, saying, "Mother, buy 2 meat buns to eat. Meat buns are delicious." Tang Mu rolled her eyes and deftly accepted the money, half amused and half exasperated, saying, all right, I'll let you eat." Tang Ji then pulled Tang Mu into the kitchen, pointing to the corner where a hen lay, its neck broken by her own hand, and exclaimed, "Mother, let us feast on chicken." "Ah, where did this chicken come from?" Tang Mu was startled. "Did you kill our hen?" "No, I borrowed it from next door." Tang Ji replied with a mischievous smile. "What?" Tang Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice dropping to a hushed, trembling tone, laced with a hint of excitement. "If this is discovered, prepare it now, and there will be no evidence left behind." "Even if discovered, it won't matter," Tang Ji insisted boldly. "Indeed. No evidence left behind. I shall stew it right away." Tang Mu responded swiftly. Tang Ji, feeling assured, left the kitchen and encountered the complex gazes of the rest of the Tang family. "Sister, did you really steal a chicken from next door?" Tang Xiaoqi asked cautiously. Tang Ji clicked her tongue inwardly, lamenting how small their home was, making it easy for every word to be overheard. She settled into a comfortable spot and, without responding, pointed at Tang Xiaolu, inquiring, "Xiaolu, do you wish to eat chicken?" "Yes," came the eager reply, familiar with the routine and the taste. "Then tell me, what mistake did you just make? If you answer correctly, you shall have chicken." Tang Ji posed the unexpected question once more. Tang Xiaolu wore a perplexed expression, stammering, I didn't do anything wrong. Think carefully. If you can't come up with an answer, there will be no chicken for you." Tang Ji teased with an insidious grin, her demeanor difficult to describe. Tang Xiaolu felt a wave of grievance wash over him, tears brimming as he lamented. "I haven't done anything wrong. I've been obedient, listening to my sister. Whatever she says to do, I do it. I haven't committed any misdeeds." Tang Ji, with an unwavering expression, replied, "What I asked you to do was indeed wrong. You may have been obedient, but you still erred." At that moment, All the Tang family members were present except for Tang Urge, and they exchanged bewildered glances at Tang Ji. It was evident that one should not ask someone to do something they knew was wrong, and then chastise them for doing it. What kind of reasoning was this? What? I made a mistake? Tang Xiaolu was utterly perplexed. His mind was not one capable of comprehending such complex logic. Tang Ji sighed and took the initiative to clarify. To ignite a fire recklessly is wrong, and to steal is also wrong. When I instruct you to do something, you must listen. But if someone else asks you to do such things, you must never comply. Do you understand? Tang Xiaolu's mind whirled in circles. Finally arriving at a conclusion, I understand. I will only listen to my sister and ignore what others say. But can one just take what belongs to others? Tang Ji raised an eyebrow, testing him. If my sister says to take it, then I shall take it. If she says not to, then I will not. Who would dare call Xiaolu foolish after such a perfect answer? Indeed, remember this phrase, and I shall treat you to a feast. Tang Ji expressed her satisfaction, while the rest of the Tang family looked on in disbelief. Was it truly appropriate to lead the simple-minded boy astray like this? Come. The chicken stew with mushrooms is ready. The Tang family's lunch was exceptionally lavish, featuring not only a grand dish of chicken stew with mushrooms, but also a stir-fry of cabbage with minced meat and a hearty potato soup with wild vegetables, rivaling the sumptuousness of the Tang family's New Year's Eve feast. The Tang family feasted with grease dripping from their mouths, while only Tang Xiaolu was covered in oil from head to toe, provoking a chorus of disdain from the others. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the repetitive task of eating at the heroine's house. Your random rewards include 2 sets of cotton jackets and trousers, as well as 5 pairs of cotton shoes. Please check your inventory. No sooner had the system's announcement concluded than the sound of a tractor echoed ominously, and Tang Ji suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. Sure enough. Moments later, a loud voice outside called out, Is Comrade Tang Ji home? Your great-grandfather has sent you a package. Tang Ji cursed under her breath and rushed outside, muttering, You little nuisance, be grateful that you are merely a useless system. If you had a body, I would dismantle you. After venting her frustrations at the system and the mailman, she snapped, Which post office do you work for? Is it permissible to shout and deliver packages like that? Keep it up, and I'll give you a good thrashing. The mailman, looking utterly innocent with wide eyes akin to a simpleton, mechanically inquired, Are you Comrade Tang Ji? Your great-grandfather. Damn it. Shut up. Yes, that's me. Hand me the pen. I will sign for it. Tang Ji seethed, realizing she was merely a pawn at the mercy of the system. The package was subsequently taken inside by Tang San and Tang Si, prompting Tang Mu to question. Little 5, where did you get this great-grandfather from? Tang Ji replied, One day, I saved an old man who seemed a bit off in the head. He started calling everyone his great-grandfather, and over time, that's what everyone began to call him. Tang Ji, with a look of sympathy, added, Alas, I am simply kind-hearted and always encounter those in need of assistance. Without paying heed to the expressions of those around, Tang Ji swiftly unwrapped the parcel, exclaiming, Mother, quickly see what treasures lie within this package. It appears to contain quite an assortment. Upon opening the parcel, the most striking items were 2 sets of cotton jackets and pants, one in a vibrant red and the other in a deep purple, so festive they nearly induced a sense of dizziness. What a useless system. It speaks of random rewards. If you haven't cheated, I will write Tang backward. Tang Ji could not contain herself and began to berate the system once more. Go ahead, it matters not to me. The system retorted, its voice laced with a northeast accent, revealing its own character. Who do you look down upon? Do you truly believe that the system cannot speak? This scheme is well understood by her. Oh my, this red is truly festive. Xiaowu, hurry and try it on. It will surely look splendid on you. Tang's mother, caressing the vibrant red cotton coat, wore a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Tang Ji felt a wave of disdain, wishing to express her reluctance to be compared to a lantern. Yet, under the circumstances, anything new was preferable to the old. So she reluctantly acquiesced. Once donned, the garment fit remarkably well, prompting Tang Ji to curse the system inwardly. Oh my, look, there's money here. Tang's mother exclaimed with surprise, discovering a bundle of cash tucked within the package. Upon counting, it amounted to exactly 10 yuan. Tang's sister-in-law quietly remarked, and there are so many eggs as well. I reckon there must be around 50. In addition, there were 5 pairs of varying sizes of black cotton shoes in an envelope. Tang Ji tossed the worn and small cotton coat to her mother and handed her the large purple cotton clothing ensemble, saying, This small one is unnecessary. Please try on this new set, and if it fits, you may keep it. Tang's mother accepted the old garment, but declined a new one, insisting, "No, no. Save it for you to alternate. I have clothes already. One piece is sufficient for me." As Tang Ji spoke, she put on the purple cotton coat and pants, which indeed appeared more fitting for her mother. The 5 pairs of cotton shoes varied in size. Tang Ji selected a pair that suited her, distributing the remaining 4 pairs to her mother, ensuring that whoever in the household could wear them would take them. As for the eggs, they were left to her mother's discretion. Tang Ji decided to keep the money for herself, relinquishing her share of the buns, declaring that they would all eat together. Tang Ji initially contemplated selling steamed buns for profit, but with the more than 10 coins she now possessed, her urgency had diminished. Tang's mother wore a face of gratitude and emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. "My daughter is truly filial. She is kind not only to her parents, but also to her siblings. Oh, how fortunate I am to have such a wonderful daughter." Tang Ji, feeling a bit flustered, casually nudged her younger brother, Tang Xiaolu, forward. "Mother, please don't cry. Your son is doing well too. Let Xiaolu keep you company while I go check the letter." With the letter in hand, Tang Ji made a hasty retreat. This letter, of course, contained a segment from the narrative of this book. As she tore open the envelope, a vision was transmitted into her mind. The scene depicted the events following the recent chicken-stealing debacle. After returning to her bedroom, Tang Shanmei was still seething with anger. In a fit of rage, she hurled a handful of wild hazelnuts she had gathered from the mountains, only to accidentally step on one, causing her to tumble forward uncontrollably. With a loud thud, Tang Shanmei's head collided with the table, rendering her instantly unconscious. The imagery seemed to compress the time it took for her to awaken. When Tang Shanmei opened her eyes again, Tang Ji noticed something was amiss. The original Tang Shanmei had been a fade of a reluctant white lotus, appearing delicate and kind-hearted. Yet beneath lay a selfish and cunning nature. However, the Tang Shanmei who reopened her eyes now bore a murky gaze, filled with shock and elation, revealing an unmistakable aura of misfortune and weariness. That was not the expression one would expect from a young girl, certainly not that of the original Tang Shanmei. Could it be that she too had experienced a transmigration? Tang Ji speculated. However, in the next moment, she realized her conjecture was mistaken, for she overheard Tang Shanmei murmuring, "I have actually been reborn. Sudong Yang, I wish for your demise." The fragment concluded abruptly. Upon hearing the term reborn, Tang Ji suddenly slapped her forehead, recalling that the title of the book was Reborn Beautiful Wife. How could she have forgotten? It was also at this moment that Tang Ji realized that when she arrived, the female protagonist had not yet been reborn. The narrative of this tale was just beginning. Tang Ji reflected once more on the content of the fragment, and, upon hearing the name Sudong Yang, felt a strange familiarity wash over her. The original owner's memory swiftly revealed the source of this recognition. Not only did the original owner harbor affections for Zhao Qian from the youth commune, she had also developed an interest in a young man from the county, whose name was Sudong Yang. Oh dear, it turns out he was quite the charming rogue. Tang Ji chuckled, amused by the original owner's youthful aspirations. Yet she wondered what sort of tale lay between Su Dongliang and Tang Shanmei. Beep. Task initiated. Insult the male lead Huagaozhen. Task location, Cowshed. Task requirement, complete within 2 hours. Timer starts now. Upon hearing the task requirements, Tang Ji could not help but murmur, being a villain is indeed no easy feat. One must not only strike and scold but also resort to deceit and extortion. Such a depraved character, how abominable. After her exclamation, Tang Ji laughed, relieved that she was cast as the antagonist. If she were to draw the short straw and become a protagonist who could neither retaliate nor respond to abuse, she would rather perish. "Mother, please prepare me a few rice dumplings." Before departing, Tang Ji sought out her mother. Upon hearing her desire for vegetable dumplings, Tang's mother promptly handed her 2 meat buns, which had been kept warm in the pot. "You're hungry, so eat these instead of vegetable dumplings." Tang Ji did not refuse the buns, but insisted on the dumplings, saying, "I'm taking them to someone. Please prepare a few for me. If I cannot deliver them, I will bring them back." "Oh dear, my daughter is so kind-hearted, always willing to share her food. I'll get you 5. Is that enough?" In the past, Tang's mother would have hesitated, but times had changed. "That's sufficient. I'll just be giving them away, not guaranteed they'll be accepted." Tang Ji contemplated that in this era, the cowshed was not a place just anyone could inhabit. Though the inhabitants suffered from hunger and cold while enduring hard labor, they were all individuals of some merit. Tang Ji did not intend to forge any particular connections. She simply thought that if she happened to encounter someone appealing, It would be a nice gesture to present a small gift. As for the male lead, if he proved to be a decent person, perhaps a well-deserved reprimand would be softened by a delicious vegetable dumpling. Clad in her new cotton coat and trousers, Tang Ji strode confidently towards the cow shed. On her way, she encountered two young men from the village, their gazes filled with admiration. "Tang Ji, your new clothes are beautiful," remarked one of the youths. Named Li Dongyang, the youngest son of the village chief. After graduating high school, he had been working at a food factory in the county. "Thank you," Tang Ji replied with a radiant smile, but she did not linger for further pleasantries. After expressing her gratitude, she continued on her way to the cow shed. The female protagonist is reborn, while the male lead resides in a cow shed. It seems she has grasped the intricacies of this narrative. After Tang Ji departed, a young man beside Li Dongliang playfully nudged him, smirking, "Keep staring like that, and your eyeballs might pop out. Don't spout nonsense. I wasn't looking at anything." Li Dongyang retorted, his cheeks flushed. "Well, if you did, I wouldn't blame you. Such a beautiful girl is hard to ignore." Gu Xiaobing teased, then continued, "By the way, when did Tang Ji become so stunning? I never noticed it before. How would I know? I hardly spend time in the village," Li Dongyang responded, shaking his head. He had never paid much attention to Tang Ji, only hearing a few rumors. Gu Xiaobing nodded in agreement, but then his tone shifted to a more somber note. "She may be beautiful, but her character leaves much to be desired. My mother says Tang Ji is lazy and capricious, and it seems she has her sights set on some educated youth. She is not the type to settle down. She wouldn't make a proper wife." "Don't speak so lightly. That doesn't seem to be the case." Tang Ji sauntered into the cattle pen, which, despite being a dilapidated structure resembling a large room, had improved significantly compared to previous years. The building, though weathered and seemingly on the verge of collapse, was no longer a place where the remaining inhabitants could be bullied without reason. Upon entering, she was greeted by the presence of two prized yellow cattle, the prized possessions of Xiangyang village. "Hello, Big Yellow and Little Yellow, Happy New Year," she waved, eliciting a couple of low moos in response. At that moment, a man emerged from within the building, casting a wary glance at Tang Ji. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" he asked coldly. "Are you Huagaozhen?" Tang Ji inquired uncertainly, noting the man's upright demeanor that seemed well suited to the name Gaozheng, although his ordinary appearance did not align with her vision of a male protagonist. She mused that a leading man ought to be a handsome young fellow. "No," he replied, shaking his head, revealing that he was not the male lead from the original story. Tang Ji chuckled and, feeling at ease, asked, "Then what is your name?" "I am Yuhan Hai. Are you looking for Huagaozhen? I can call him out," he responded, clearly taken aback by her familiarity yet maintaining his politeness. "That would be wonderful. Thank you," Tang Ji replied, extending a meat bun as a token of gratitude. "Please don't find it unworthy." As Yuhan Hai gazed at the food before him, he glanced at the girl whose smile resembled that of a playful fox, suddenly stepping back 2 paces and shaking his head, declaring, "No, thank you." With that, Yuhan Hai retreated into the house, leaving no opportunity for Tang Ji to respond. Tang Ji grimaced slightly, noting that the young man possessed quite a sense of principle. Moments later, a man as slender as a bamboo pole emerged, coughing while cautiously observing Tang Ji. In a tone laden with suspicion, he inquired, "Are you the one who sought me?" Tang Ji felt a wave of disdain. This man was far less appealing than the righteous young man from earlier. His name and demeanor seemed to be in stark contrast. "Why are you so unattractive? Being this thin, could it be that you're suffering from some ailment? My goodness. You hardly seem human at all. Just one glance at you, and I fear I shall have nightmares tonight." Insulting someone as an eyesore surely counts as a form of disparagement, does it not? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of insulting the male protagonist. Huagaozheng. Random rewards include 10 assorted canned goods and 2 fierce white geese. Please check your collection. Delighted, Tang Ji found this minor task to be devoid of challenge, utterly lacking in excitement. "Tang Ji, how can you display such a lack of upbringing, uttering such words? Hurry and apologize to Comrade Hua, or I shall have no choice but to inform Uncle and Aunt San." The female protagonist, Tang Shamei, arrived even before her presence was felt. "Oh dear, I suspected as much. Sending her all this way to insult the male lead was rather puzzling. It turns out she was merely waiting here." As events have unfolded, Tang Ji, having completed several villainous tasks, has gained a clearer understanding of her existence and the significance of the system. How should one put it? She is, after all, a mere instrument for advancing the plot. She comprehends this. Beep. The task of slapping the male lead has commenced, with an obligation to complete it within 2 hours. The timer begins. Beep. The task of repeatedly slapping the male lead has commenced, with this task available for completion once daily and remaining effective long-term. Beep. The task of consuming the male lead's chickens has commenced, available for completion once daily and remaining effective long-term. Beep. The task of stealing money from the male lead has commenced, rewarding 1 for every 10 coins taken, with the task remaining effective long-term. The system has unleashed a flurry of tasks, presenting 4 in succession. Tangji glanced around. The cattle pen was utterly barren. Does the male lead possess chickens? What sort of chickens? Could this task be a mere counterbalance to the daily tasks of the female lead, hastily thrown together? The system remained unresponsive, its silence seemingly conveying to Tangji, I know, but I shan't tell you. It shall vex you. Tangji, I am speaking to you. Apologize at once. The Tang family cannot be so discourteous. Tang Shanmei scolded, her tone righteous. Tangji paid no heed to Tang Shanmei's reprimand. Her gaze instead fixed with complexity upon Hua Gaozhang, the male lead. It was already absurd for her to intrude and scold others. And now she was expected to resort to violence. The law forbids it, morality does not permit it, and her own principles vehemently oppose it. Smack. Oh, she did not grant permission. How could her hand have moved? Truly, this is a flagrant display of disobedience, a lack of principles, and a deficiency of morality. Ding. Congratulations. Host, on completing the task of slapping the male lead. You have been awarded 5 pounds of sugar and 10 yuan in cash. Please check your rewards. Tangji raised an eyebrow. Her small hand moved once more, and another resounding slap echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the repeated task of slapping the male lead. You have been awarded 5 packs of 2-pound sanitary paper and 10 large sanitary product gift packages. Please check your rewards. You? Hua Gao clenched his fists. His expression one of restrained fury. He still possessed the courage to resist, yet the harsh reality of life in the cattle shed had dulled his edges, teaching him the meaning of endurance and pragmatism. Although the policies had shifted, those of them who remained uncalled back were, in fact, regarded with greater disdain. While the number of troublemakers had diminished, the frequency of their discussions had increased. The question he heard most often was, if you have no issues, why have you not been called back? After Tangji struck him, she immediately took 3 steps back and placed 2 vegetable dumplings on the dilapidated table beside her. It is inappropriate to strike someone without cause. These are my 2 dumplings as compensation. You need not feel grateful when you eat them. They are what you deserve. Alas, these dumplings were originally intended for friendship, but they had unexpectedly turned into a gesture of apology. As Tangji walked away, she remarked with a touch of pride, If you do not wish to eat the dumplings, that is fine. I shall bring you 2 steamed buns next time. No need to thank me. Tangji, you have truly crossed the line. How can you strike another so casually? Yet, Tang Shanmei could only shout in protest, too timid to approach. Lacking any incentive, Tangji could hardly be bothered to engage, merely waving her hand before departing from the makeshift barn. Devoid of any curiosity regarding the dynamics between the male and female leads. Alas, my compassion has rendered me too lenient. I felt no inclination to demand payment. Although the other party appeared rather miserable, the matter of wealth was indeed ambiguous. Suddenly, the distant sound of a tractor grew closer, and the postman, bearing 2 parcels, placed them before Tangji and swiftly departed. Hey, I haven't signed yet. Where's the promised loudspeaker? Where's the signature confirmation? She fumed. Cursed be this faulty system. Cackling. A large white goose, bound by ropes around its wings and claws, struggled within the confines of the parcel. Tangji cursed under her breath as she hefted the package, laboriously making her way home. A burden of several dozen pounds was hardly manageable for a frail girl. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, falling softly and quickly dampening Tangji's hair. She quickened her pace, and as she approached the vicinity of the youth commune, an accidental turn of her head revealed a breathtaking scene before her. Wow! On a snowy day, beneath a withered tree in the youth commune, a young man sat on a 3-legged stool. His head was slightly bowed, and his eyelashes fluttered gently. His slender fingers were entwined with strands of red thread, appearing both fair and nimble. Tangji mused. While this young man was indeed handsome, he seemed a bit foolish to be knitting a sweater in such weather. With a cheerful smile, she called out, Hey, you handsome fool, allow me to treat you to a big meat bun. The striking 20-year-old slowly lifted his head, contemplating. Who is this little rogue that has appeared? Does she even look 16? Thank you. But that won't be necessary, he replied, his voice rich and magnetic, initially sounding gentle, yet tinged with an air of indifference. People often said he was as warm as jade, but to Tang Xi, this beautiful man resembled a piece of dark jade. Ding. The task of befriending the antagonist, Song Yinchuan, has commenced. The task must be completed within 3 days. The timer starts now. Antagonist? Song Yinchuan? 3 days? Humph. Who does she think she is? Tang Xi thought. The person she wished to befriend certainly did not require 3 days. You are quite handsome. I am Tang Xi. What is your name? Tang Xi's expression instantly transformed, shifting from a mischievous grin to one of demure charm. I am the fool, as you should already know. Song Yinchuan replied with a smile that radiated warmth and innocence. Oh dear, it seems I have encountered a rival. Tang Xi felt a surge of excitement, her entire demeanor shifting. From now on, I shall call you Brother Fool. Tang Xi entered with an air of nonchalance, placing a bag in front of Song Yinchuan. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a large goose, proclaiming, "One for you, one for me. From now on, we shall be friends." "No need. Thank you," Song Yinchuan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Initially, he had perceived this girl as somewhat audacious, but now she seemed rather foolish. "There's no need for thanks, it's merely a goose," Tang Xi retorted, disregarding his refusal as she thrust the goose into his hands, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, feeling a sense of unease under her gaze. Song Yinchuan noticed her growing disappointment. The task remained unfulfilled. Though he accepted the goose, he had not acknowledged her as a friend, which felt rather inconsiderate. "Dear brother, have we not become friends?" Tang Xi inquired, her tone slightly ominous. "Is it that you find one goose insufficient and desire a second?" As she spoke, she produced another large goose, yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of offering it. Instead, she continued to smile at Song Yinchuan. He was struck by the impression that while she claimed to be gifting him a goose, should he actually request the second, their friendship would likely be severed immediately. "Comrade, do not jest. There are distinctions between the genders. It would be prudent not to refer to me as brother. Such familiarity may invite complications," Song Yinchuan asserted, attempting to dispel his errant thoughts. Tang Xi nodded in agreement, her expression one of earnestness. "You are entirely correct from this point on. I shall refer to you as Little Fool. Song Yinchuan, that is entirely unnecessary. Foolish child, you have taken a goose from me. Does that not imply that we are friends?" Tang Xi proclaimed, then gallantly produced a can of preserves, stuffing it into Song Yinchuan's embrace. "And with another can. Can we not forge a friendship?" Song Yinchuan remained silent, yet his gaze upon Tang Xi seemed to convey, "Am I truly the foolish one here? Is it not you?" He wished to firmly decline, for he harbored no desire to befriend anyone. Those who approached him were either driven by ulterior motives or destined to be unfortunate souls caught in his misfortune. However, Tang Xi did not afford him the chance to refuse. Instead, she produced yet another can, her tone chilling as she stated, "You do not wish to be my friend. Do you covet 2 geese and all my preserves?" Song Yinchuan mused to himself that even if he desired such things, this little imp would never part with them. Why should she wish to befriend him? Such unsolicited kindness was to be regarded with suspicion. The path of revolution demands like-minded companions. "I find you quite suitable for dialogue," Tang Xi declared unabashedly, then swiftly altered her tone. "A true man should be forthright. You have already accepted numerous gifts from me. Surely you do not wish to refuse?" Song Yinchuan sighed in resignation. "I did not agree to accept these gifts. You simply took them. You have already handled the goose. Do you not want it? Are you intent on becoming a callous scoundrel?" "Please repeat that. I did not catch it." Song Yinchuan chuckled in exasperation. This little girl truly had no sense of reason. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of befriending the antagonist, Song Yinchuan. You have been rewarded with 10 pounds of apples, 2 disposable disguises, and a fragment of a storyline. Please check your inventory. Tang Xi paused momentarily, surprised by the abruptness of the task's completion. After all, the other party had not even given their consent. Could it be that this person had secretly accepted her as a friend in their heart? How perceptive of them. "Ah, I see. I see. It's just that you're too shy to admit it. I understand completely." With a radiant smile, Tang Xi swiftly returned the large goose into her bag, grasped the 2 bundles, and spoke to herself, "From now on, we shall be friends. If you ever need anything, come find me at the Tang family in the east of the village. I will take care of you." After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted, retrieving 2 meat buns from her pocket. "Here, enjoy these meat buns. No need to thank me. I'm off now." Song Yinchuan continued to watch Tang Xi's retreating figure, A gentle gaze clouded momentarily with suspicion, before returning to an expression of tranquil indifference. As Tangji journeyed halfway, she received a silent package, confirming that all rewards had been successfully claimed. This outing proved to be quite fruitful for her. Upon her return, the Tang family gathered around, eager to greet her. Tangji took possession of the cash, hygiene products, disguises, and storyline fragment, entrusting the remainder to her mother. I'll keep what I need. The rest is up to you. Mother. The Tang family gazed in astonishment and delight at the white sugar, canned goods, apples, and the loud, honking white goose she had brought home. That evening, the Tang family enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, the main dishes being pork stew with vermicelli and a radish and egg soup. The pork had been procured by Tang's mother in exchange for apples and eggs, amounting to a generous 2 pounds. The delightful meal was largely attributed to Xiao Wu's efforts, prompting enthusiastic applause in his honor. Tang's mother initiated the applause, and the family members responded in kind, creating a rather solemn atmosphere. Thank you all for your encouragement. I shall continue to strive to ensure everyone is well fed and satisfied. Tangji, with a commanding presence, waved his hand, eliciting an even more fervent round of applause. Tangji silently mused, I am not embarrassed. It is others who should feel the discomfort. That night, just as Tangji was on the brink of slumber, she was startled awake by a rhythmic tapping on the window, sending a jolt of alertness through her. Who is it? She thought, turning to sit up. Her gaze fixed warily on the window, hesitating to approach it immediately. 1,000 yuan has vanished. Outside the window, a feeble honking of a goose could be heard, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Tangji turned her eyes about. The goose she had brought back should have been confined in the storeroom. Had it somehow escaped? Geese, with their feathers, are not afraid of the cold, hence their confinement, while chickens, more sensitive to the chill, are typically housed in the kitchen cages for the winter. Tangji cautiously opened the window, revealing a large white goose dangling from the window frame, gazing at her with pitiful eyes. Honk, honk, honk. Beneath the goose, on the windowsill, lay a can of meat and a handful of white rabbit candy. The fruit preserve had been exchanged for meat, and the buns replaced by candy. Tangji looked at the large white goose with disdain, thinking it was utterly useless, having been returned without hesitation. Honk, honk, honk. Enough already, stop your clamor. I shall take you to reunite with your brethren. As she prepared to release the goose, Tangji couldn't help but ponder whether Song Yinchuan's actions were a means to settle their accounts through barter, or if he was attempting to exchange tokens to solidify their friendship. Well, she would see how it unfolds and utilize whichever rationale proved more advantageous. Oh, she still had a fragment of the narrative yet to explore, perfect for a bedtime story. Upon opening the envelope, Tangji anticipated encountering matters related to the protagonists, only to be surprised by the appearance of Song Yinchuan. In the footage, a bloodied and unconscious Song Yinchuan was being carried to Xiangyang village, not only covered in blood, but also with a leg broken. The villagers were at a loss as to what to do. Having heard that treatment had already been administered, they placed the individual at the youth station, seemingly resigning to a fate of self-determination. The fragment was brief and came to an abrupt end. Tangji smacked her lips. Indeed, all handsome young men have their share of tragic tales. Early the next morning, while Tangji was still in slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. Ah, which scoundrel dares to come to my home and steal chickens? You thieving rascal, may you meet a wretched end. With this exclamation, Zhou Hohat roused all 3 households of the Tang family. Zhou Hohat, who typically tended to the chickens, had lost 10 yuan the previous day, and in her discontent, she had neglected to keep a vigilant eye on the fowl. It was not until this morning, when she went to feed them, that she discovered 1 chicken was missing from the coop. The Tang family's eldest was both alarmed and furious, while the second and third families remained as silent as the grave. Filled with righteous indignation, Tangji exclaimed, "This system is truly despicable, forcing me to resort to chicken theft. Bah! Dog host. Wretched system. Bah! Bah bah! Ding! The task of thief shouts thief has commenced, requiring completion within 2 hours. Timing begins now. Ding! The task of creating a ruckus has commenced, requiring completion within 2 hours. Timing begins now. What on earth? What does thief shouts thief even mean? And what of creating a ruckus? Do clarify." Tangji was incensed. Cursed be this useless system. May it be condemned to a lifetime of mediocrity. The system, however, remained unresponsive. Gritting her teeth, Tangji pondered for a moment. There was indeed a pathway to approach the tasks, and they were not insurmountable. "Mother, let us proceed." Moments later, Tangji and his mother, accompanied by several brothers from the Tang family, stormed next door with an intimidating presence. Tang Ji, taking the lead, forcefully kicked open the door, fully displaying the demeanor of a bully. Tang Shanmei, come out immediately. How dare you steal my family's chickens? I will ensure you pay the price. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of catching a thief in the act. Random rewards, 1 jar of stinky tofu, 1 vat of pickled vegetables. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji, there is no need for that. Tang Shanmei, already suspicious of the Tang family due to her missing chickens, overheard Tang Ji's outburst and immediately thought, so, the Tang family has also lost chickens. What goes around comes around. They deserve it. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't steal your chickens. My family's chickens are missing too. And I suspect you are the thief. Tang Shanmei rushed out, carefully concealing her glee, speaking in a soft, feeble, and aggrieved manner. Tang Ji silently muttered to himself, apologies, my dear protagonist, but for the sake of the task reward, you must endure another beating. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 slaps before anyone could react. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the repeated task of slapping the protagonist. Random rewards, 2 pairs of scissors, 2 hunting bows. Please check your inventory. You hit me again. I will fight you to the end. Tang Shanmei could no longer contain her fury, having been publicly humiliated 3 days in a row. She truly wished to eliminate Tang Ji. Do not hit my sister, or I will ram you. With a display of his indomitable spirit, Tang Xiaolu charged forward, crashing headfirst into Tang Shanmei's abdomen. Tang Shanmei let out a wail and instantly collapsed to the ground, curling up and clutching her abdomen in a pitiful manner. Shanmei. Zhou Hohat rushed to Tang Shanmei's side, her voice piercingly high. What happened to you? Are you all right? I'll take you to the hospital right away. As she shouted, she applied pressure with her hands, causing Tang Shanmei to wince in pain. Just as she was about to cry out, she caught Zhou Hohat winking at her. With her experience from a past life, the reborn Tang Shanmei quickly understood and feebly began to weep. Mother, my stomach hurts, my body aches. I think I might not make it. Please take me to the hospital quickly. Whoa, mother, I don't want to die. You must save me. Tang Ji sighed, feeling that the book she had entered was undoubtedly flawed. Either the author lacked intelligence or was utterly devoid of it. Otherwise, why would they craft such a character as the female lead? It is not the wickedness that is frightening, but the lack of intellect. She had no desire to partake in such trivial theatrics. Tang Shanmei, do not fear. If you truly were to die, I would compensate your family 1,000 yuan. Your parents, grandparents, and elder brother and sister-in-law would surely be delighted, and you would have died without regrets, contributing to the family, Tang Ji said in a haunting tone. Upon hearing these words, it was not just the onlookers who reacted. Even Zhou Hohat, the concerned mother, looked at Tang Shanmei with a markedly changed expression, her grip on her daughter tightening incrementally. Tang Shanmei could not ascertain her mother's intentions, yet instinctively sensed a hint of danger. She quickly retorted, do not speak nonsense. I will not die. Moreover, where did you obtain that 1,000 yuan? Did you earn it in a dream? You need not concern yourself with that. Regardless, once you are gone, I will surely claim the money. Ding. The task of seizing the female protagonist's high school textbooks has been activated. For each textbook stolen, a reward will be granted. This task is long-term and perpetually valid. As the saying goes, there is no limit to malice, only escalating levels of it. The tasks issued by the system are indeed designed to undermine the protagonist from every conceivable angle. Truly a villainous system. May you go to your demise. Angered, Tang Shanmei rolled over and sprang to her feet. Tang Ji, I warn you, if you dare to strike me again, I will report you to the captain, exposing your vile nature to the entire village. Tang Laotai, who had remained silent, observed this scene with a fleeting expression of regret and sorrow. Such a good sum of 1,000 yuan now vanished like smoke. Alas, how absurd. Why wait for another occasion? Let us address this now, remarked Tang Ji with indifference. If we were to be reprimanded for a mere squabble amongst sisters, then there would be no decent person left in this village. Do you really think I lack the courage? Tang Shanmei's eyes flickered. It was not that she was afraid, but rather, as Tang Ji surmised, she understood that even if she were to lodge a complaint, the outcome would be far from favorable, and she might even receive a lecture herself. Go ahead if you dare. I intend to go as well, Tang Ji replied cheerfully. My chicken has gone missing, and given that Tang Chuanzu owes a considerable gambling debt, I suspect he might have stolen it. It's time for the captain to adjudicate. Tang Shanmei frowned, and the entire Tang family cast dubious glances at Tang Chuanzu. as they too had lost chickens. Could it truly be that Tang Chuanzu was the thief? Tang Chuanzu retorted furiously, "You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly steal your chickens? Those few chickens of yours aren't even worth a bet for me." Tang Ji nodded knowingly, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, so you did steal my chickens just to place a wager. I shall inform the captain right away. If you do not return my chickens, I will report you to the authorities." With that, Tang Ji made to leave, her expression serious. Tang Chuanzu panicked, although he had not committed the act. If the news of his gambling debts were to spread, it would tarnish his reputation regardless. "Stop right there. If you dare to go, I will make you regret it," exclaimed the indulgent grandmother of Tang, unable to contain herself any longer. "While I do not strike elderly individuals over 60, should you dare to lay a finger upon me, I shall extract half of your grandson's life." Tang Ji smiled as she turned back, her words dripping with lethal intent. "In simpler terms, I shall slay you with a smile. In short, a transformation has occurred. Dare you? If you dare to strike again, I shall report you to the authorities for your ingratitude, and you too shall be subjected to corrective education." Tang Laotai applied her learning adeptly. If she intends to lodge a complaint, then she shall do so. With exaggerated resignation, Tang Ji sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. "Alas, Mr. Chen has long stated that traditional filial piety is a remnant of feudal times. By uttering such words now, do you seek to exploit the outdated remnants of feudalism to oppress the new generation of our society?" Tang Laodai, a blend of ignorance and cowardice, was rendered pale by Tang Ji's words, despite her unawareness of who Mr. Chen might be. "Bah, do not spout nonsense. I possess no feudal ideology. I merely state your lack of filial piety. Do not twist my words with your fallacies." Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of creating confusion. Random rewards include 2 lengths of black cloth, 2 lengths of white cloth, 2 lengths of red cloth, and a skincare set. Please check your inventory. Having accomplished yet another task, Tang Ji cast an approving glance at Tang Laotai, commending her cooperation and encouraging further efforts in the future. "Tang Shanmei, you have received an education. You should discern whether I speak truthfully. Would you care to enlighten the elderly lady?" As Tang Ji spoke, all eyes turned to Tang Shanmei. Tang Shanmei, her expression troubled, swiftly shifted the topic. "Do not speak such nonsense. You claim my brother stole your chicken. Where is your evidence?" Tang Chuanzu quickly echoed, "Indeed. Where is the evidence? I did not steal it. Do not wrongfully accuse me." Tang Ji, innocent, shrugged, "My family lost a chicken, and I went to report it to the commune. The evidence is their responsibility to find, not mine." Tang Chuanzu's expression darkened. Although he was not a thief, he still felt guilty. The elder Tang couple noticed their son's demeanor and felt a pang of concern, fearing that perhaps Tang Chuanzu truly had stolen the chicken. Zhou Hohat, though fierce on the outside, was trembling within, stating, "If Chuanzu says he didn't steal, then he didn't. What more do you want? It's just a chicken. I can give you one." Tang Ji laughed, replying candidly, "1 chicken, along with 10 yuan and the textbook currently used by Tang Shanmei, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I shall report it." "You must be dreaming. Offering you a chicken is already generous. How can you ask for so much?" "Wait, stop. Don't leave." Zhou Hohat, pained, protested. But upon seeing Tang Ji turn to leave, heading clearly out of the village, she urged, "Just give me a straightforward answer. Don't dawdle. My time is precious." Having only been here for 2 days, she had already been busy with numerous tasks. It was no easy feat. Zhou Hohat, with a mother's heart, gritted her teeth. "Fine, I will give it." Tang Chuanzu, caught in gambling and theft, would face ruin if truly apprehended. "This was the debt I intended to leave for Chuanzu. Could we not postpone it for now? If you keep chattering, I shall simply depart." "Do not go. I will give it." Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the repetitive task of seizing funds from the heroine's household. With a random reward of 2 packs of Huazi brand cigarettes, 10 yuan in cash, and a fragment of the storyline. Please be attentive to receive your rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the repetitive task of snatching the heroine's high school textbooks, with a random reward of 5 copies of the Xinhua Dictionary, 5 copies of the English-Chinese Dictionary, and a complete set of instant noodles and seasoning recipes. Please be attentive to receive your rewards. This time, the rewards surprised Tang Ji slightly. It seemed the caliber of the rewards had significantly improved. However, she refrained from praising the system, lest it become arrogant. "Let us go home." Upon returning home, the Tang family exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. "All right, enough with the laughter. They deserve to remember our little 5. Tang's mother harbored resentment. Over the years, the members of the old Tang family had oppressed her and the third son enough. Now, they even sought to bully their children. What audacity. However, she cautioned against such actions in the future, for if they regained their senses, they would surely come to trouble them. Tang's mother cast a significant glance at Tang Ji. This daughter of hers was indeed wonderful, yet she bore a grudge and could concoct the most devious schemes. Tang Ji remained noncommittal, shaking her language book and saying, "Mother, I plan to study for a while," also anticipating her impending task package. The family members looked at Tang Ji in astonishment, and Tang's mother remarked, "Little five, why have you suddenly taken to reading? Aren't you the one who despises books the most?" Tang Ji replied without a change in expression, "Tang Shanmei is utterly detestable." Believing that her status as a high school student makes her exceptional, I thought I might as well emulate her. After all, I cannot allow myself to be inferior. Bah! My daughter is certainly no less capable than she is. Look, let us go witness this for ourselves. I am certain my daughter will excel in her studies. Indeed. May your words prove prophetic. Tang Ji returned to her room and perused the textbooks for her senior year. She couldn't help but contemplate her future. The original owner was 18 this year, having graduated from middle school 2 years ago, yet she had squandered her time at home. Showing no inclination towards either agricultural work or further education, resembling any ne'er-do-well in the village. Continuing down this path was not a viable option. She is certainly not foolish. Tang Ji was contemplating the future, while her neighbor, Tang Shanmei, was similarly lost in thought, though her musings were exclusively about Tang Ji. No, that cannot be right. It should not be this way. Tang Ji had perished. She was meant to have died on New Year's Eve. Tang Shanmei murmured to herself. In her recollection, Tang Ji had succumbed to her anger that fateful night, resulting in their family not only losing the 200 yuan betrothal gift, but also incurring a loss of 50 yuan to her uncle's family. Ultimately, they were compelled to risk selling cherished possessions to cover her scoundrel brother's gambling debts. This incident had been a significant affair in the Tang family. Hence she remembered it vividly. Yet, everything is different now. Is it a mere lapse in her memory, or has her rebirth altered the course of events? But that cannot be. That incident clearly occurred before my rebirth. Tang Shanmei was utterly perplexed, her expression shifting repeatedly. The living Tang Ji was utterly detestable, more barbaric and domineering than she had recalled. Not only did she strike her, but she also sought to seize her belongings. She truly deserved to perish. I cannot allow you to remain as a variable. Since you refuse to behave properly, I must devise a plan. Meanwhile, Tang Ji received a new task. Ding! The mission to excavate the heroine's treasures has commenced, accompanied by a treasure map. The task must be completed within 2 hours. The timer begins now. Tang Ji, lying on her bed, sprang up in an instant. A treasure hunting mission? How delightful! The map appeared before her, and after a moment of contemplation, she determined that the location should be atop the small Hungshan mountain behind the village. On this snowy day, the prospect of treasure hunting on the mountain was exhilarating. Albeit with merely 2 hours at their disposal, a daring endeavor indeed. Tang Ji swiftly sprang into action, donning the thickest of cotton garments, along with a hat and gloves. He hurried to the storeroom to procure a rope and a shovel, then dashed out of the house with fervor. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'm coming with you." Tang Xiaolu, fortuitously witnessing this scene, unhesitatingly followed suit. Wherever his sister ventured, he would accompany her. Obedience was his creed. Tang Ji contemplated sending Tang Xiaolu back, but noticing that he was adequately bundled in warm clothing, complete with hat and gloves, and recognizing his own need for an extra pair of hands, he conceded with a nod. "Hurry up and keep up. No chatter." The siblings raced up the mountain, with Tang Ji clutching the treasure map. After over half an hour, they finally located the so-called treasure. Tang Xiaolu's cheeks were flushed, and he trembled from the cold, pitifully inquiring, "Sister, what are we doing here? I'm freezing to death." Tang Ji thrust the shovel into Tang Xiaolu's hands and pointed to a patch of snow beneath a tree. "Dig a hole here. The more you move, the warmer you'll feel." "Oh," Tang Xiaolu replied, and began to dig, albeit rather foolishly. Meanwhile, Tang Ji took the opportunity to admire the scenery of the mountain. Despite its diminutive name, Shaohongshan was a vast expanse, interconnected with other mountains, and behind it lay the deep, ancient woods of Deqingshan, which sustained many villages in the vicinity. During times of famine, these mountains served as the lifeblood for the people. Sister, I found something." Tang Xiaolu's exclamation reverberated, causing a flurry of snow to cascade from the trees. "Silence, you little fool. Do you not understand the wisdom of accumulating wealth in silence?" Tang Ji promptly approached. her expression grave as she cautioned, "You must not speak of this matter to anyone. Otherwise, I shall no longer take you along in future outings." "I won't say a word. I promise to heed my sister's words," Tang Xiaolu assured her without hesitation, his credibility appearing rather high. Only then did Tang Ji bend down to retrieve the so-called treasure. In the pit lay a wooden box, its contents unknown. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task of excavating the female protagonist's treasure, you have received a treasure map, 2 entrenching tools, and a cubic meter of an invisible bag as random rewards. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji felt a twinge of curiosity about this so-called invisible bag, yet the treasure before her was evidently far more enticing. She exerted some effort to open the wooden box, and her eyes widened in delight. Inside were 2 hefty yellow croakers, a rusted copper furnace, and an exquisitely crafted small vase. Tang Ji opted not to take the wooden box, but instead extracted its contents, placing the box back down. "Quick, fill in the dirt. Once we're done, we shall make our escape." "All right." The copper furnace and vase were not large. Tang Ji wrapped them in a handkerchief and tucked them into her bosom, while she stored the yellow croakers in her pocket. Upon seeing that Tang Xiaolu had finished covering the hole, she seized his hand and dashed toward home. The winter in northeast China was exceedingly frigid. She found the plight of idleness more unbearable than that of labor. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from behind a nearby tree. Glancing not at the excavation site as it proceeded down the mountain with purpose, Tang Ji hurriedly returned home and happened to encounter the postman at the doorstep. Without uttering a word, she snatched the package and attempted to enter, only to be halted by the courier. "There are more items in the tractor. Don't forget to bring them in," he reminded her. "I'll take it. I'll help my sister carry it," Tang Xiaolu exclaimed, rushing to lift the vat of pickled vegetables, but alas, the vat did not budge an inch. "Third brother, fourth brother, come out and lend a hand." After transporting all the items back to the house, the Tang family scrutinized the contents, then turned their gaze to Tang Ji and back to the goods again. Tang mother hesitated and inquired, "Little five, did someone send this all by themselves, or have you saved someone else again?" After her question, she added with concern, "Is this truly a token of gratitude? It wouldn't happen to be a betrothal gift, would it?" Tang Ji waved her hand dismissively. "How could a betrothal gift be merely this little? Even if someone wished to marry our little chick, I wouldn't give it to him. Stop joking and speak seriously." Tang mother chided with a smile. Tang Ji then replied, "It is indeed a token of gratitude. Those who are wealthy and powerful often lack common sense. Sending so many gifts suggests they value their life highly. We certainly cannot return these items and tell them their life isn't worth such a sum, and that they need not express their gratitude in such abundance." She then shifted her tone, adding, "Moreover, the fact that they sent so many gifts likely means they do not wish to owe us a favor. If we refuse, they might feel displeased, thinking we are attempting to leverage gratitude for our own gain." As Tang Ji spoke, she began to unpack her parcel. First, she retrieved 3 envelopes, followed by a black cloth bag and a set of cosmetics. Next, she extracted a pair of scissors, a hunting bow, 10 dictionaries, and a military shovel. Finally, her gaze fell upon 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to take 1 pack as well. "I will take these. The remaining items and that 10 yuan should be arranged for mother," Tang Ji declared, gathering the assortment in her arms and making her way back to her room. Tang's mother called out from behind, "If you choose to keep those things, just keep them. You can keep the money for yourself. I don't need it." As she spoke, she reached for the 10 yuan and hurried into Tang Ji's room. Tang Ji placed her belongings on the table and, smiling, remarked to her mother, "Consider this as my contribution to the household expenses. Besides, I still have that 10 yuan I obtained from next door. It will suffice." Afterward, she added, "Mother, to get something delicious for everyone. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to fight if we go out. We've eaten well these past few days. If we continue this way, we'll end up being fed like pigs." Tang's mother chuckled and replied, "Oh, you silly girl, you have money yet remain unaware of it. My heart aches for you." "Mother, I have money too. There's truly no need for you to worry about her." "Oh wait, that is not right. She is indeed not foolish. Thank you." Devoid of humanity, the deeply moved Tang mother was persuaded to leave, prompting Tang Ji to immediately open the 3 envelopes. The first contained a treasure map, the location seemingly behind the small Hongshan on the Grand Qingshan, in the icy and snowy expanse. She momentarily lacked the enthusiasm to excavate for treasures. The second envelope held a detailed recipe for instant noodles and its accompanying seasonings, spanning several pages meticulously written. The third envelope revealed fragmented scenes of the original narrative, and upon its opening, a new episode of the story unfolded in Tang Ji's mind. This time, the narrative finally centered around the male protagonist, who appeared younger, exuding a more vibrant and robust demeanor, likely depicting a tale from before his misfortunes. Within the imagery, the male lead was dining with his family when an unexpected intrusion occurred. The sight of a red-marked wrist foreshadowed the ensuing chaos. The red-marked individuals thoroughly searched the Hua family residence, ultimately uncovering a dossier and several photographs. Though the specific contents remained obscured, these items presumably constituted incriminating evidence that resulted in the entire Hua family being apprehended. As the vision concluded, Tang Ji gleaned two crucial insights. The former Hua family status had evidently been quite elevated, with a lifestyle of comfort and abundance, and that Hua Gaoxiang, apart from his parents, had at least one sister, yet their current whereabouts remained a mystery. Ding! The task to slap the female protagonist's aunt, Tang Lily, has commenced, with a 2-hour deadline initiated. Ding! The task to hang the mischievous child, Yu Zhigao, has begun, also with a 2-hour completion requirement. At times, individuals may commit misdeeds not entirely of their own volition. However, there exists a hierarchy even in the realm of wrongdoing. It is utterly exasperating. Can we not negotiate to cease the issuance of these tasteless and trivial tasks? It is either insults or violence, or perhaps thievery and extortion. Now, it appears even unruly children are to be bullied. If such matters were to become public knowledge, what would become of her reputation as a social menace? The system remained silent, prompting Tang Ji to continue her protests. I am aware of your flawed nature, your cognitive deficiencies. Yet I implore you to utilize the scant remnants of your intellect to consider that true villains engage in grand schemes. These petty crimes are the work of mere cannon fodder. The system continued its mute response, and Tang Ji rolled her eyes, threatening, should you persist in issuing such tasks, I shall resort to a work stoppage. You need not accept rewards to abstain from participation. Tang Ji retorted, if that is the case, I shall be left with no choice but to proceed with tears in my eyes. Who, after all, wishes to play the villain? Without antagonists, there can be no righteous protagonists. Without her sacrifices, the narrative shall stagnate. I shall give it my all. Tang Laosan, you come forth, and you too, Tang Ji. You little wretch. Your family is devoid of conscience, not only failing to honor your parents, but also resorting to physical violence against your nieces and nephews, attempting to extort life-saving funds from your elder brother and sister-in-law. You are truly a heartless bunch of beasts without needing to look. Tang Ji knew that her aunt, Tang Lily, had come to make her presence known. Which shameless harpy would dare to curse at someone's doorstep, spewing foul language devoid of any decorum? What a misfortune on this festive occasion. Tang's mother was the first to rush out, her voice soaring above that of her opponent. Tang Ji chuckled to himself and sauntered out. Today marks the second day of the Lunar New Year, a customary occasion for married daughters to return to their parental homes. The Tang family, consisting of 4 members, arrived before lunch. However, before the meal was served, Song Ho-Hot began to weep and lament her misfortunes. With the embellishments of Grandma Tang and Tang Shanmei, Tang Lily found herself thrust into the role of a blade for the old Tang family, her anger surging forth. The reason the members of the old Tang family sought to manipulate Tang Lily lies in her husband, Yu Liang. Though he had crossed 40, was portly and bald. Instead of mere 5 feet 5 inches tall, he wielded considerable power. Yu Liang served as the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative and married Tang Lily, a girl 16 years his junior, after being widowed. In this marriage of an older man to a younger woman, he naturally lavished affection upon his bride. Tang Lily, proving her worth, soon gave birth to a son, thereby establishing her foothold in the Yu household. As a woman married to a director, Tang Lily inevitably became the object of flattery from her in-laws, and even the villagers treated her with great deference. This led to her increasingly haughty demeanor and a growing disregard for the feelings of others. You dare to call me a shrew? You must be wishing for a life of misery. It had been a long time since anyone had scolded her, and she glared venomously at Tang's mother. Tang Laosan, you useless wretch. You can't even manage your own wife and daughter, yet you expect me to help DeLong and to who find jobs? Huh, with your kind, who would dare to employ them? Upon hearing this, Tang's mother froze, exclaiming in despair, oh my goodness, how could I have forgotten about this matter? Upon witnessing the reaction of Mother Tang, Tang Ji wasted no time and delivered 2 swift slaps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping the female protagonist's aunt, Tang Lily. Random rewards: 10 pounds of cotton, 10 pounds of sausage, 10 pounds of big white rabbit candy, and 1 plot fragment. Please check your rewards. How dare you hit me? Tang Lily exclaimed, covering her face. Her disbelief evident as she looked at Tang Ji, momentarily forgetting to retaliate. Tang Ji rolled her eyes, bemused by the repetitive dialogue. Having already struck, what is there to discuss about daring or not? Tell me, is it excessive? She kindly reminded her opponent, recognizing the hypocrisy of the antagonist's demeanor. Tang Ji, your reckless behavior over the past 2 days, your disrespect towards your elders, I have refrained from admonishing you, considering your youth. However, now that you have resorted to striking your aunt, I can no longer tolerate it. At that moment, the inconspicuous second son of the Tang family, Tang Guobang, sprang forth. His expression one of pained disappointment as he gazed at Tang Ji. Ding! The task of kicking the female protagonist's second uncle, Tang Guobang, has commenced. The task must be completed within 2 hours. Timing begins now. Upon hearing the system's assignment, Tang Ji silently withdrew her fist and delivered a kick that sent Tang Guobang flying. Alas, the system was compelling her to engage in violence yet again. How mischievous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of kicking the female protagonist's second uncle, Tang Guobang. Random rewards: 10 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of beef. Please check your rewards. Ah, finally some meat. Tang Ji felt a surge of satisfaction and proclaimed with great flair. Is there anyone else? Come forth if you dare. Hidden weapons, attack. Tang Ji sensed an imminent threat and swiftly darted to the left, narrowly evading a jagged black stone. I will kill you, yelled the 7-year-old Yu Zhigao, a dutiful child with a heart full of filial piety. Upon witnessing his mother being assaulted, he picked up a stone and hurled it towards Tang Ji. With a heavy sigh, Tang Ji had initially intended to spare the young boy, wishing to avoid the perception of being devoid of compassion. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. She dodged another stone and swiftly captured Yu Zhigao, glancing around until she spotted a robust-looking tree. Without hesitation, she suspended him from a sturdy branch. Release my son. What are you intending to do? Congratulations. You have successfully completed the task of suspending the mischievous child Yu Zhigao. You have been awarded 2 pounds of sorghum candy, 2 pounds of sunflower seeds, a set of cotton children's clothing, and a wish package. Please check your inventory. After completing her task, Tang Ji allowed Tang Lily and her husband to rush over and rescue the unruly child. Yu Zhigao, frightened, began to wail uncontrollably. He had initially appeared quite filial. Yet now he was striking his parents with his fists, declaring them villains, and wishing for their demise. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ji felt somewhat at a loss for words. Realizing why the system had referred to him as a troublesome child, indeed, he was quite the handful. Little waste, she mused. Why do I feel less like a villain and more akin to a hero championing justice? In her eyes, both the main and secondary families of the Tang clan left much to be desired. The male protagonist was still ambiguous. And this Tang Shagu did not appear to be a virtuous character either. She believed it was only right to discipline them, asserting that she should not be cast as the antagonist. The protagonist is the main character. Opposing them naturally positions you as the villain, the system replied, albeit with a hint of unreasonable logic. Moreover, with your daily acts of violence, scolding, and petty theft, if you are not the villain, who then is? Isn't that what you instructed me to do? Tang Ji blinked innocently. If you commanded me to act, then why would you object to my retorts? Is your silence due to your sharp tongue? Huh. It seems we are equally matched. We ought to report this. Someone like her, who innocently strikes others and assaults children, deserves to be imprisoned. Yu Liang's small, shifty eyes glinted with malice as they darted around Tang Ji's face. Tang Ji felt a wave of revulsion and couldn't help but inquire of the system why there was no task to confront this individual. I consider myself rather insignificant, unable to perpetually engage in violent tasks, lest I incur the complaints of an imbecilic host. Never mind, perhaps it would be best if you remain silent. Tang Ji cast a cold glance at Yu Liang and remarked, if you continue to scrutinize me with those beady eyes of yours, I shall not hesitate to strike you as well. You dare? Yu Liang scoffed defiantly. If you lay a finger on me, I will ensure you languish in prison for eternity. Tang Ji pondered for a moment, then, with a hint of exasperation, addressed the system. You see, you constantly urge me to resort to violence, and now they are threatening to report me. What am I to do? If I were to be imprisoned, would the antagonist's mission then transform into reigning supreme behind bars? If you were to be incarcerated, I would ensure that both the male and female leads accompany you. The system replied, having become quite articulate since gaining the ability to speak. How utterly embarrassing. Even the author would not dare to write such a scenario. Not a problem. I would dare. After all, I am merely a defective product, prone to occasional malfunctions that are understandable. Tang Ji rolled her eyes, recognizing the system as a quintessential antagonist. Undeniably vexing and villainous. If you wish to report me, do so swiftly, for I too have matters to discuss. Tang Chuanzu has incurred gambling debts, and Zhou Hohat intends to sell me off to settle them. I refuse to comply, and as a result, the Tang family has persistently harassed me. Moreover, there is that child who carelessly throws stones at people. I wonder if the authorities will intervene. I might as well inquire about that. Tang Ji's words were unmistakably a threat. The members of the Tang family exhibited signs of alarm, yet Yu Liang, a man of worldly experience, appeared unfazed by such intimidation. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Very well. I am quite eager to see whether those individuals will heed your complaints or listen to me." Yu Liang's cousin held the position of vice captain, and when it came to reporting to the authorities, he genuinely felt no fear. As for Tang Ji, she too was undeterred. At worst, she would face death. What was there to fear? Perhaps in death, she might even find herself returning to a better place. Moreover, she had merely slapped someone a few times. Even if she were indeed apprehended and incarcerated, she would not be frightened, for she had been there before. Tang Ji was colloquially known as the social bandit, a nickname that many believed to be more revealing than a mere name. This moniker carried a certain charm. While the layman might interpret it as a person possessing exceptional social skills, Tang Ji was fluent in several languages, articulate, quick-witted, and possessed a thick skin. This interpretation was not entirely inaccurate. However, there existed an additional layer of meaning inherent in her social interactions. If one could not be persuaded through dialogue, she would resort to force. If you did not engage with her amicably, she would ensure you understood what a bandit truly was. Thus, it was not surprising that Tang Ji was well acquainted with the repercussions of brawls. Nevertheless, given her recent arrival, she had no desire to visit the precinct. Thus, it was preferable to avoid such an encounter if possible. Tang Ji located a moderately sized tree, inhaled deeply, and with a series of vigorous kicks. The tree fell with a resounding crash. Go forth. If others cannot deliver justice on my behalf, I shall take it upon myself. Tang Ji cast a playful glance at the members of the Tang family, declaring that anyone who dared to provoke her would face dire consequences. Should they fail to eliminate her, she would undoubtedly ensure their demise. For over 20 years of navigating the world, she had grasped a fundamental truth. The meek fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of death. As long as her adversaries were not the type willing to perish alongside her, she firmly believed they would think twice before crossing her. Indeed, should anyone trouble my sister, I shall see to their end. Tang Xiaolu shouted with fervor, relishing the moment. Tang Sange chimed in. Yes, if you dare report us, I shall set your home ablaze, leaving you homeless. I shall poison your well and bring ruin upon you. Tang Sigi added menacingly, his foolish demeanor contrasting starkly with his sinister words, creating a particularly alarming effect. I shall devour your family hen. Tang Xiaolu interjected, a bit of drool escaping his lips. And I shall strike your children, ensuring their cries echo daily. Tang Xiaoqi timidly proclaimed, though he hesitated to voice his thoughts, feeling compelled to support his brothers. Oh dear, I am so frightened. I do not know how to fight, he lamented. Tang Dage and Tang Dashi silently stood beside Tang Ji, embodying a united front. Meanwhile, Tang Urge lingered in the background. Saying nothing, his expression shadowed as he gazed at Yu Liang and the others, lost in contemplation. In that moment, Tang Ji suddenly had an epiphany. She addressed the system. No wonder I am cast as a villain. My family is so formidable, I cannot afford to lag behind. Tang's mother cast a fierce glare at old Tang and old lady Tang, her voice piercing as she exclaimed, You too should express your stance as well. For all these years, you have consistently favored the first branch, indulged the second branch, and oppressed our third branch. Now that we have separated, you still come to trouble us from time to time. Do you truly wish to live in peace? If not, let us perish together. None of us shall survive. You are all wicked, malevolent beings. Tang Xiaoshan, held by the hand of Tang Dasa, could no longer contain himself and cried out in anguish. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang's father felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening as memories of being driven away on New Year's Eve resurfaced, and he solemnly nodded in agreement. Prior to the division of the family, they had been the workhorses of the old Tang family, receiving the least sustenance, yet toiling the hardest, enduring not only the harshest conditions, but also the scorn and oppression of others. His disposition was gentle, hoping that the family could endure together, yet human desires are insatiable. His forbearance only led to further demands. Had it not been for his wife, who had hardened her resolve and rallied the family for separation, along with their sons who, despite their flaws, possessed commendable strength, their family might have already been decimated or sold off, leaving but a handful behind. After observing the lively scene, exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, let us refrain from such talk. What if they set our house ablaze or poison our well?" The Tang family paused, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Were they inadvertently offering their adversaries suggestions? The astute second brother, casting a sharp glare at Tang Ji, ominously remarked, "If we discern the culprit, we shall eradicate their entire lineage." "What if we do not know?" Tang Ji inquired, her curiosity piqued, deeming this query of utmost significance. "If we remain ignorant, then we shall ignite every dwelling in the village, contaminate all the wells, and eliminate every chicken and offspring." As he spoke, the second brother unexpectedly chuckled, pointing at the eldest and second eldest brothers, declaring, "If our family suffers, then no other shall prosper either. We shall commence with your two households." "Goodness gracious!" Tang Ji erupted. "Come swiftly, my dear little waist, and behold what a villain truly resembles. With my second brother present, what need have you of me? I am but a mere trifling. Have you forgotten your true nature?" She retorted, "None among us are paragons of virtue. Why pretend otherwise? Though I am a villainous system, my moral compass remains intact." "Ah, I see," Tang Ji remarked. "Though I may be bound to commit misdeeds, my principles are untainted. It is you who has led me astray." While Tang Ji engaged in this banter with her system, the remaining members of the Tang family found themselves in dismal spirits. "You ungrateful wretches, you all deserve to be taken away. You are rotten to the core, each of you a wolf in sheep's clothing, little beasts." Old Tang erupted in a tirade, his irritation causing his breath to quicken. "Ah!" Although Tang Chuanzu's cry of pain came late, Tang Ji's fist struck his abdomen, leaving him crumpled. With a grin, Tang Ji looked at the old man, remarking, "You know, at your age, it's no longer appropriate to hit you. So I must take it out on your grandson." Tang Laotai's heart ached for Tang Chuanzu, and she instinctively wanted to unleash a barrage of insults. Yet upon receiving a cold glare from Tang Ji, she restrained herself. "If you continue to hurl insults, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." The atmosphere grew remarkably tense, and Tang Ji, satisfied with the silence, turned to the visibly distressed Yu Liang. "What about you? Are you going to report this? If so, take care on your journey. This world has only recently found peace, and there are still malevolent individuals lurking about. You must exercise caution." "I do not believe you would dare to do such a thing," Yu Liang retorted, his chubby face set in a grimace. "Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence. You will find out if you dare to test it," Tang Ji responded innocently, blinking. "Some individuals may lead a lawful and peaceful life, not due to their noble virtues, but rather because fate has bestowed upon them a tranquil era along with a haven to shield them from life's tempests." Fuming, Yu Liang stormed off, with Tang Lily pulling her son along, their expressions darkening with each step. They had not even had time to eat lunch. Tang Ji followed his family back home. Tang's mother, filled with indignation, pondered for a moment but remained somewhat uneasy. She commanded Tang San and Tang Si accompany them to the county. "If they truly intend to report to the authorities, you must swiftly return and inform us." Tang San, with his simple-mindedness, suggested, "Let us first break their legs, and then I'll come back and report." Tang Si nodded in agreement. "I'll wrap them in burlap, ensuring they cannot proceed." Tang's mother found this reasoning sound and was about to nod in approval when she handed over 2 burlap sacks. At that moment, Tang interjected. "Yu Liang and his brother Yu Bin are deputy captains. If you dare to cause a ruckus in the county, our family might have to resort to a prison break." "Why would we need to break someone out of prison?" Tang San asked innocently. No one answered him. Only the sound of Tang's mother knocking her head echoed. "May you be as foolish as you appear." Tang Si slowly closed his mouth and dryly agreed. "Yes, let him be as foolish as he seems. Why would we need to break someone out?" He mused, chuckling to himself, though he was not punished for his lack of understanding. Tang rolled his eyes, thinking his 2 younger brothers were only slightly more astute than the youngest, Xiao Lu. "Enough of this chatter. You must follow them without engaging in any other activities, especially not resorting to violence. Do you understand?" Tang Er emphasized. Reluctantly, Tang San and Tang Si nodded, disregarding their lunch as Tang's mother hastily stuffed 2 meat buns into their hands before they hurriedly followed along. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the Tang household was quite grim. Tang Chuanzu felt a sense of guilt, aware that although this matter was not directly his concern, it loomed over him like an impending disaster. Knock, knock, knock. Is Comrade Tangji there? Your package has arrived. Your master has sent you a parcel. The members of the Tang family turned their gazes toward Tangji. After the beloved relatives and the godfather, another master has emerged. Tangji quickly realized that the system was playing a trick and chuckled, saying, "It's just that old man with a mental illness from a while ago. He not only enjoys calling people grandpa, but also likes to refer to them as master. Don't mind it. I'll be back shortly." After taking a few steps, Tang Ji recalled the weighty items and invited Tang Dage and Tang Xiaolu to join him in carrying the burdens. 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of cotton, 10 pounds of sausages, 10 pounds of white rabbit candy, along with 2 pounds of sorghum candy, 2 pounds of sunflower seeds, and a set of cotton children's clothing. The 3 of them returned, laden with packages, leaving the onlookers somewhat stunned. So he truly is mentally ill. Tang Mu murmured to herself. If he wasn't deranged, how could he possibly part with such fine goods? Tang Ji sifted through the items, taking a torn envelope. A small black box, 2 pounds of sausages, 2 pounds of white rabbit candy, and a handful of sunflower seeds. I shall take these, the rest, as per usual. I leave for you to arrange, mother. As Tang Ji entered the house with his belongings, Tang Mu opened her mouth but ultimately sighed without declining. Who wouldn't he treasure such splendid items? Yet, receiving so many fine things made her uneasy, as if something were amiss. Tang Urge scrutinized the items, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Eventually, he sought out Tang Shi. Xiaowu, I wish to speak with you, Tang Urge stated directly. About what? Tang Ji inquired without surprise. After careful consideration, second brother Tang articulated, I do not concern myself with the origins of these items, but I implore you to reveal the truth. Can we ascertain their safety? Although the atmosphere has relaxed in recent years following policy changes, the inherent dangers remain. He had examined those supplies, most of which were exceptionally rare commodities, leaving him feeling apprehensive. It is often said that ignorance breeds fearlessness, yet second brother Tang, being the most perceptive member of the Tang family, was indeed the most troubled. Tang Ji chuckled softly, alluding, the source can be deemed somewhat secure, but should outsiders discover that our family possesses these items, whether it brings fortune or calamity remains uncertain. What Tang Ji refrained from stating was the potential transformations their family might undergo due to these possessions. Whether they would be a blessing or a curse was beyond her assurances. Misfortune often leans upon fortune, while fortune may lurk within misfortune. In this world, perfection is an illusion. It ultimately depends on the depth of one's contemplation. After hearing Tang Ji's words, Tang Erge fell into a moment of contemplation, pondering various thoughts. After a brief silence, he broached his second query. You must be aware of the preciousness of these provisions and supplies. He paused before continuing. I intend to sell a portion of them to procure some money or perhaps exchange for items that our household requires. Fearing that Tang Ji might misconstrue his intentions, he added, if there is anything you need, or if it is money you desire, I can provide it for you. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired eagerly, where do you plan to sell them? Although the recent policy changes had relaxed the atmosphere considerably, people remained cautious and superstitious regarding trade. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own channels, Tang Erge replied vaguely, not out of a desire for secrecy, but rather to mitigate any potential dangers for both parties. Tang Shi chuckled, her smile tinged with a hint of cunning. That is not acceptable. While you may sell your goods, you must take me along, or I shall not consent. She felt confident that her disapproval would sway Tang Mu's opinion as well. Tang Erge's lips twitched in response, murmuring, you were not like this before. What was I like before? Tang Ji questioned, unperturbed by the inquiry and genuinely intrigued. After a moment's reflection, Tang Erge answered thoughtfully, you were somewhat willful, a bit spoiled, and not so whimsically clever. There exists within me a certain degree of laziness, a hint of greed, a touch of selfishness, and an utter lack of empathy. I tend to prioritize my own desires in every endeavor. My relationships with my brothers are rather strained, and I even harbor a disdain for their parents, which occasionally leaves others feeling quite disheartened. Tang Ji nodded in apparent agreement and confessed, I shall not conceal from you that I have had several peculiar dreams of late. through which I have come to a profound realization of my past blindness and mistakes. I have resolved to reinvent myself and embark on a new path. Her reasoning, after all, rests solely upon her own convictions, leaving the belief of others as a matter of indifference. Tang Erge scrutinized Tang Ji with suspicion. Whether or not he believed her was uncertain, but he refrained from voicing disbelief, which he considered rather fortunate. Tang Ji astutely shifted the topic, suddenly inquiring, "Are you aware of any black markets, perhaps intending to sell these items there?" "How do you know about the black market?" Tang Erge asked reflexively. Although trading is now permitted, that realm remains perilous, rife with individuals who engage in underhanded dealings. I cannot take you there. With the change in policy, some previously illicit black markets have emerged into the light, yet clandestine unlawful activities persist, making encounters with nefarious individuals all too likely. If you refuse to take me, I can always follow you discreetly or seek information from others, though that may pose greater risks. It is your decision to make. When it comes to those who care for you, how can a refusal truly be a refusal? Tang Erge, intrigued by Tang Ji's tenacity, suddenly asked, "What dreams have you had? Have they altered your audacity as well?" Tang Ji smiled, yet spoke with a semblance of seriousness, pointing towards the neighboring Tang family. "Without a hint of guilt," she proclaimed, "I dreamt that their entire family consists of nefarious individuals, always plotting against us. We must remain vigilant and not allow their schemes to succeed." Tang Erge's expression darkened immediately, and I could sense his understanding. He would be cautious. Had my sister spoken of a different matter, he might have doubted her, but those two families next door were undoubtedly ill-intentioned, thoroughly wicked. Simultaneously, the discord within the Tang family had spread throughout the village, even reaching the ears of those in the cattle shed and the youth commune, who caught wind of the rumors. Since New Year's Eve, the Tang family had been embroiled in turmoil, with no respite on the first and second days of the Lunar New Year. Though the nearby neighbors did not gather in a spectacle, they missed not a single detail of the unfolding drama. Once a matter becomes known to one end, it spreads like wildfire, with countless others quickly following suit. Such is the power of gossip. However, these affairs were evidently not of concern to Tang Ji and Tang Erge. After a brief discussion about the issues concerning the old Tang family, they returned to the main topic, addressing matters of the black market. Ultimately, it was Tang Erge who conceded. "I know of the black market. It opens on the 7th and 9th days of the lunar calendar. If you wish to go, I shall take you tomorrow. But you must promise to adhere to my guidance, speak little, and act even less. Do you understand?" "Absolutely. I comprehend perfectly," I responded. Though whether I would heed his advice was a different matter altogether. After bidding farewell to Tang Erge, Tang Ji opened a tattered envelope, revealing yet another letter from Song Yinxuan. This allows me to understand both myself and my adversary, facilitating a more effective alliance in our villainous endeavors. In the stillness of the night, the screen reveals only Song Yinxuan, who lies in a somewhat dilapidated small room, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, a soft knocking sound echoes from outside the window. Song Yinxuan stirs awake, appearing as if he had never been slumbering at all. Moments later, the window is opened, and a man skillfully climbs inside, addressing Song Yinxuan. "Boss, here is the payment for this period. Tomorrow marks the opening day. Do you have any plans?" Song Yinxuan accepts a savings book, glancing at it before responding. "Proceed according to the rules. Do not come here without necessity." "Understood." After the man departs, Song Yinxuan paces within the room, concealing the savings book behind a loose brick in the wall, where it appears several other savings books are hidden as well. It is at this moment that Tang Ji suddenly notices the man walks with a limp. "Oh, I see. I understand now. He's the archetype of a tragic yet powerful villain." Tang Ji's face lights up with realization. A reborn White Lotus female protagonist, a downtrodden yet obsessive male lead, alongside a beautiful and tragic male supporting antagonist, and herself as an all-encompassing, trouble-seeking female supporting antagonist. What a complete ensemble. This narrative is replete with cliches, dripping with melodrama. As the footage concludes, Tang Ji finds herself yearning for more. The rural life of this era is not only devoid of clothing and food, but also lacks entertaining activities. She longs for her phone and computer. If only she had a mobile device, she would not feel such exhilaration from these brief fragments. In a state of despondency, Tang Ji picked up a small black box, no larger than the palm of her hand, after reflecting on the fragmented narrative she had just encountered. The box appeared exquisitely crafted. The wish package belongs to a category of high-level rewards, exceedingly rare. The host may make wishes upon it, however. Regardless of whether the system fulfills the host's desires, the wish package will vanish. The host is advised to use it judiciously. So, what you are implying is that if I make a wish and you are unable to fulfill it, the wish package is rendered futile. It is a matter of inability to fulfill, not unwillingness. Please be mindful of your wording, host. I trust you as much as I would a tall tale. Although Tang Ji held a certain disdain for the system's stinginess, she pondered earnestly over the reward it might offer. Upon her arrival, her most fervent desire was to return home. Yet, at this juncture, she resigned herself to the realization that even voicing that wish would not compel the system to fulfill it. Beyond that, what did she truly require? A mobile phone? A computer? An automobile? An encyclopedia? What if the phone and computer lacked internet connectivity? Or, even if they were connected, they could only access the information of this era. That would be no different from a standalone game, rendering it utterly useless. As for a vehicle, she dismissed the notion. Cars attracted too much attention, and she could easily procure a bicycle herself. Perhaps 100 tons of grain? That would be fortuitous for her impending venture into the black market, enabling her to engage in a lucrative trade and purchase whatever she desired. However, Tang Ji quickly abandoned this idea, setting aside the logistics of how such an immense quantity of grain would be delivered and where it could be sold without arousing suspicion. The very act of reselling it in this era posed significant challenges. Contemplating the potential consequences of flipping 100 tons of grain, she decided to forego that notion. Nonetheless, this contemplation sparked an intriguing idea within her, leaving her curious about whether the system possessed any extraordinary treasures. Dear system, do you not find it particularly troublesome to continually deliver rewards to me? The system remained silent. Tang Ji, accustomed to this silence, continued her probing. Isn't traversing through novels a form of spatial technology? The system remained mute once more. Tang Ji smiled, and with a hint of mischief, remarked, given your remarkable abilities, would it be too much to ask for a space to store supplies? Please confirm, host, whether to exchange a wish package for a storage space for supplies. The system finally responded. Confirmed. Tang Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a little fox spotting a delectable morsel. Exchange successful. The system has opened a 1 cubic meter storage space. The interior is in a vacuum environment, with no flow of time, capable of storing any object not exceeding the size of the space. Special note, as long as one is not afraid of death, humans can also be placed within. With the system's notification, the black box before Tang Ji vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, she sensed the existence of the system's space. It was an extraordinary sensation. Not merely the possession of a space, but rather the dominion over a small world. Tang Ji touched the sausage on the table, contemplating its storage, and in an instant, it disappeared. Subsequently, she, like a child with a newfound toy, continued to collect items, filling the space with numerous belongings from the room. Hygiene products, treasures excavated from the mountains, dictionaries, hunting bows, and shovels. And this invisible pouch, filled with candy, cigarettes, cosmetics. Oh, most importantly, this 30-odd yuan, which constitutes my entire fortune. After a flurry of collecting, the room swiftly reverted to the state it had been in when she first arrived, devoid of possessions. No, rather, it appeared neat and luminous. Xiao Wu, it's time for dinner. The Tang family had their lunch rather late, yet due to early preparations, despite the earlier commotion, the meal turned out to be quite delightful. However, the atmosphere was marred by unease, as everyone frequently glanced outside, evidently still troubled by the events that transpired earlier in the day. Tang Ji, the instigator of the chaos, remained remarkably composed, simultaneously enjoying her meal while planning dinner. Mother, let us have braised pork tonight. I notice some of the pork is belly, perfect for that dish. As for the beef, let us make a tomato beef soup. 1 bowl for each person, sure to be delightful. Tang's mother shot her a resigned glare, contemplating a reprimand but ultimately refraining, chiding her instead with a light-hearted tone. Cook, cook, cook. Everything else for you, you little spendthrift. How can eating be considered wasteful? A good meal signifies a good life. Tang Xiaolu enthusiastically chimed in, perhaps the least worried among them, embodying the notion that sometimes simple-minded individuals are blessed with fortune. Just past 4 in the afternoon, Tang San and Tang Si returned, panting and out of breath. The family had been awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing them, they gathered around, bombarding them with questions. So, did Yu Liang and the others report to the authorities? Tang's mother inquired. Tang Sin shook his head, replying, no, they were arguing, and in the midst of it, They just went home. Tang Si added. They had bicycles, and we kept running behind them, not daring to get too close. But I sensed their argument was related to us, as if there were disagreements. Tang San concurred, indignation swelling within him, declaring, my aunt must have wanted to report it. I heard her shout, asking why they shouldn't tea. Ugh, how despicable. Tang Si continued to elaborate, expressing his belief that Yu Liang also wished to join. Yet his timid nature had rendered him too frightened to proceed. Tang San and Tang Si had evidently conferred with one another, their camaraderie palpable as the others grasped their implications. Their current abstention from action did not necessarily signify a relinquishment of their desire for revenge. As Tang Ergu astutely pointed out, after all, having endured a beating today, the three of them were hardly unscathed. It was implausible that they would harbor no animosity towards their aggressors. Tang San and Tang Si chuckled mischievously, their laughter brimming with a foolish glee. Tang San remarked, I share the same sentiment. I issued them another warning before we departed. Tang Si elaborated further. I placed 2 dead mice at their doorstep, thoroughly terrifying them. Tang Ji found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Was this truly intimidation? It seemed rather childish. Tang San, perhaps sensing the inadequacy of his method, continued. I also shattered their window. They didn't even catch a glimpse of me before I whisked Tang Si away, leaving them infuriated. Tang Ji replied, excellent. That's even more juvenile. That evening, Tang Ji and Tang Ergu visited the room of their parents, articulating their desire to explore the dark market. Naturally, Tang Fu and Tang Mu were vehemently opposed, with Tang Mu resolutely declaring, Ergu may go, but Xiao cannot. Tang Ergu merely glanced at Tang Ji, adopting an attitude that suggested it was up to him to make the case. He was indifferent to the outcome. Tang Ji reiterated the conversation he had had with Tang Ergu, adjusting the details as necessary, concluding with a firm resolve. Regardless, I intend to go. If mother forbids my brother from taking me, I shall go alone. Oh, you audacious girl, your courage has truly grown, and you seem eager to engage in perilous ventures. Have you considered the consequences? If anything were to happen to you, what would your mother and father do? Tang Ji chuckled, playfully responding, if danger arises, I shall push my second brother ahead of me. With him as a shield, I am certain I can escape. Furthermore, the situation is not as perilous as it once was. Commerce is permitted outside, and we merely need to exercise caution. Tang's mother shot her a stern glance, but then turned her serious demeanor towards her second son, saying, Old 2, since little 5 is accompanying you, you must take good care of her. You go together and return together. Otherwise, do not bother coming back. What could Tang Erg say in reply? He could only silently shoulder the responsibility of his sister's safety. Once it was confirmed that they could go to the market at Xiaotao Lane, the family of 3 or 4 began to deliberate over the issue of supplies. Mother Tang advocated for bringing more and leaving less behind, arguing that it was better to earn some money if possible, as the family's food situation was dire. Second brother Tang, however, took a more conservative stance, suggesting they bring items of higher value, such as tobacco, alcohol, sugar, and meat, which were more marketable. In contrast, Tangji insisted on selling only the excess supplies that the family did not need. After careful consideration, she concluded that only 2 packs of cigarettes and some candies were superfluous, as she was unwilling to part with anything else. It must be said that the Tang family was exceedingly poor, lacking in all aspects of daily life. We can't eat all this meat. It would be a pity not to sell it, Mother Tang expressed her dilemma. During winter, we can freeze the meat outside and consume it gradually without haste. Although spring had already arrived, the northeastern outdoors still served as a natural refrigerator, and it would be no trouble to endure for another 10 days to half a month. Then let us bring more sugar and canned goods, along with those meat buns and cotton. Let us take a bit of everything, second brother Tang remarked, observing the meager selection they had chosen. Perhaps we should just sell casually in the county instead of venturing into the black market. After all, the county permits transactions, and their supplies are limited. It hardly seems worth the risk to journey to the black market. We should first visit to assess the situation. We can decide where to sell later, Tang Ji countered, unwilling to agree. Her purpose in accompanying them was precisely to scout the way. Second brother Tang found himself at an impasse with Tang Ji and ultimately relented. The following day, as the evening was reserved for a visit to the black market, Tang Ji found herself idle during the daylight hours, contemplating how to pilfer a chicken from the neighboring house. However, just as she was devising her plan, she was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the system announcing a new mission. Ding! The mission to frame the male lead while fleeing has commenced. Completion is required within 3 hours. Location: Shoutout Alley Market, Lishu County. The timer has begun. Ding. The mission to seize resources from the female lead while fleeing has commenced. Completion is required within 3 hours. Location: Shoutout Alley Market, Lishu County. The timer has begun. Ding. The mission to capture the villainous associate meeting with the male lead has commenced. Completion is required within 3 hours. Location: Shoutout Alley Market, Lishu County. The timer has begun. The consecutive announcements of 3 missions made Tang Ji realize that a new chapter of the narrative had begun. However, she couldn't help but question the validity of these tasks. How could the male lead be in cahoots with a villain? Surely, someone who associates with a villain could not be the male lead. That role should belong to the antagonist. Tang Ji voiced her uncertainty. Though the male lead bore a gloomy expression, his disheveled appearance did little to conceal an aura of authority. In contrast, the antagonist, Song Yinshuan, while seemingly low-key, exuded an air of composure that clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual. Plot details are confidential. Little waste. Huh. A worthless host who calls it darling when needed and little waste when not. What a despicable girl. With no time to waste on the system's banter, Tang Ji informed her mother that she was heading to the county and that there was no need to wait for her lunch before hurriedly departing from home. The journey from Xianyang Village to Lishu County requires approximately 40 minutes on foot. However, Tang Ji, with her brisk pace, arrived in the county in merely 30 minutes and then spent an additional 10 minutes locating her designated task site, Zhaitao. This alley is renowned for its 2 peach trees, a rarity in a county predominantly populated with pear trees. Upon arrival, Tang Ji did not immediately enter. Instead, she quietly observed the surroundings for a moment. Contrary to her expectations, the area was not bustling with activity. A few scattered vendors were selling commonplace trinkets, each appearing poised to flee at any moment, which struck her as rather amusing. At that moment, a rather serious thought crossed Tang Ji's mind. Would the main characters be arriving? Was her task somehow linked to bringing them here? If that were the case, it would be quite the predicament. The system offered no response. Yet the arrival of a heavily disguised male lead outside the alley provided her with the answer. He was looking down, seemingly disinterested in his surroundings, and casually strolled into the alley, beginning to explore. Tang Ji's eyes brightened at the sight, and she felt an urge to follow him, but suddenly hesitated. If the male lead was in disguise, shouldn't she also adopt a semblance of concealment? Glancing around, she finally spotted a scruffy-looking youth whose physique resembled her own. Taking a chance, Tang Ji rushed over, seized the boy, and dragged him into a secluded alleyway. Song Yinshuan, due to his mobility issues, typically refrained from visiting the county. However, he received news in the morning that the group, which had emerged before the new year, had reappeared at the market in Zhaitao, bringing with them a substantial amount of supplies and inquiring how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yinshuan quietly made his way there, only to unexpectedly encounter Tang Ji, and naturally, he did not miss the scene of Tang Ji binding someone. This caused Song Yinshuan to pause abruptly, his slender brows arching slightly, and in that instant, the aura surrounding him underwent a subtle transformation. From his usual genteel demeanor imbued with a hint of warmth, he morphed into a figure exuding sharpness and intensity. Meanwhile, in the alley, Tang Ji produced 2 coins, grinning impudently as he inquired, "Will you sell me this outer garment for 2 coins?" It was not that Tang Ji was being stingy. Rather, the garment in question was hardly suitable for winter wear, tattered and ragged as it was, resembling more of a mere scrap than actual clothing. So, the youth promptly shed the garment, revealing beneath it another equally worn threadbare shirt, trembling in the biting cold as he hastily accepted the coins and fled. Disdainfully, Tang Ji draped the garment over himself and, suppressing his disgust, smeared some wall dust across his face. The once delicate beauty, akin to a flower, was instantaneously transformed into a dusty, unrefined girl. Unsatisfied, Tang Ji bent slightly, tucking his long hair beneath a cap, flipping it inside out before placing it atop his head. Adjusting his posture, he adopted a coarser tone of voice, thus morphing from the appearance of a young girl into that of a more boyish figure. Song Yinshuan stood at a distance, observing the entire scene with keen attention, gaining a newfound understanding of Tang Ji. This little rogue was not only brimming with mischief but also appeared quite astute, judging by the level of proficiency displayed. It was evident that she was no novice. Yet, one could not help but wonder why she felt the need to disguise herself. Since the recent changes in policy, The clandestine market had naturally transformed into a bustling marketplace, free from the threat of sporadic raids. There seemed to be no reason for subterfuge, unless, perhaps, she harbored ulterior motives. Song Yanchuan's expression shifted, prompting him to discreetly venture into the narrow alley of Xiaodao. In the bustling alleyways, Tangji moved with stealth, drawing no attention from the passers-by. Save for Song Yanchuan, who followed closely behind her. Soon, Tangji located the disguised male lead, who was engrossed in a discussion about grain prices with an elderly woman selling food. With the male lead's whereabouts confirmed, Tangji began her search for the female lead. However, there was no sign of her in the marketplace, suggesting she had yet to arrive. What, then, could the female lead be engaged in at this moment? Meanwhile, Tang Shanmei suddenly recalled a significant event from her previous life on the morning of the third day of the Lunar New Year. On this day, the police in Lishu County apprehended a villain during their crackdown on criminal activities. The hero who aided the police in capturing this nefarious figure was none other than Hua Gaozheng, who later ascended to greatness. Determined to escape the financial woes that plagued her in her past life, Tang Shanmei set her sights on Hua Gaozheng, the highest-ranking individual she had known in her previous existence, now reduced to a fallen noble. She had once viewed an interview with Hua Gaozheng on television, which notably discussed this very operation. It was through this mission that Hua Gaozheng managed to escape from dire circumstances and successfully rescue his parents and sister, seizing the opportunity to turn his fortunes around. Recognizing her own intelligence, Tang Shanmei resolved not to plot for Hua Gaozheng's success, but rather to devise a scheme during his period of adversity. However, time was not on her side, and upon learning of this pivotal event, she formulated a new plan. She aimed to collaborate with Hua Gaozheng to achieve glory together. As Tang Shanmei entered the marketplace, Tangji immediately recognized her. She had made no effort to disguise herself, merely carrying a small basket and dressed impeccably, which garnered considerable attention from the crowd. Tangji scoffed softly. With a protagonist like her, it was difficult to discern genuine beauty from folly, yet Na Vet was certainly evident. Unbeknownst to Tang Shanmei, someone had already identified her, as she continued to look around in search of Hua Gaozheng. This only reinforced Tangji's suspicion that the heroine was aware of the hero's presence here, and likely anticipated the events that were about to unfold. Indeed, rebirth offers significant advantages. Tangji murmured with a complex tone, then began her quest for the final target of her mission, the villain known as A. It must be said, this character A had ample room for development. As Tangji searched, she also began to purchase items. "Young man, I have eggs for sale. Would you be interested?" An elderly woman beckoned to Tangji, her voice barely above a whisper, as if engaged in illicit trade. Although transactions had been permitted, the brevity of time and lack of clear policies left those engaging in small commerce feeling apprehensive and on guard. It was both amusing and somewhat pitiable. Adopting the local customs, Tangji lowered her voice and inquired, "How much are the eggs?" The elderly woman swiftly lifted the cloth covering her basket, only to cover it again just as quickly, stating, 7 cents each. You can pick the larger ones. For a moment, Tangji was uncertain whether 7 cents was exorbitant or reasonable, and cautiously asked, "Could you lower the price a bit? If so, I would buy more." The elderly woman cast a glance at her and, gritting her teeth, said, "If you purchase more than 20, I shall sell them to you at 6 and 5. Tangji found her amusing, her demeanor theatrical. Selling goods was no simple endeavor. 6 and 5 was rather steep, yet if the price were to drop a bit further, she might indeed buy 20. "Are you certain you can procure them?" The woman questioned skeptically. "How many do you have? If the price is right, I could purchase them all. With a large family, more eggs would certainly be beneficial. I have 78 left if you take them all, along with this basket. I'll part with them for $4.80, no lower." The woman's eyes sparkled. She had a penchant for such generous patrons. "A flat price of $4.50, agree to it, and I shall pay immediately. Otherwise, we shall part ways as fated." One should never trust the lowest price touted by merchants. Any transaction devoid of profit would not be entertained. "Oh, you're quite the negotiator, young man." It's sold. With the deal concluded, Tangji gained a basket as a fade, though to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, she had already stowed the eggs within her system space. Subsequently, Tangji acquired a few trinkets, spending merely over $10 on assorted items, leading her to marvel at the tangible value of currency in this era. Time gradually slipped away as she wandered through the shadowy market, keeping a watchful eye on the male leads, yet the so-called villain remained elusive. Additionally, it seemed she had drawn the attention of someone. The individual observing her was no ordinary person, employing remarkably discreet surveillance techniques that left her momentarily unable to ascertain their intentions. Moreover, Tang Ji pondered a rather grave question. The task required her to implicate the male protagonist during their escape and seize the female protagonist's supplies. This escape took on a rather intriguing twist. Should she await the protagonist's flight, or should she contrive an opportunity to facilitate their escape? This assignment you have issued is, at last, somewhat captivating. Otherwise, she would struggle to muster the enthusiasm to fulfill her duties. Thank you for the compliment. It's rather ordinary, really. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 11 o'clock, and only half an hour remained to complete the task. The male protagonist showed no intention of leaving, seemingly waiting for something, as he meticulously selected items to purchase in order not to attract attention. The female protagonist, meanwhile, carried a small basket, meandering through the market, purchasing items and searching for something, appearing far more affluent than she did at home, casually spending 5 or 6 yuan without a hint of financial struggle. A glimmer of interest flickered in Tang Ji's eyes. It seemed that the female protagonist possessed a modicum of cleverness. At that moment, an unremarkable woman of slight build approached Hua Gaoxing's side, swiftly slipping a note into his hand. Hua Gaoxing's body stiffened, but as if forewarned, he instinctively grasped the note and, moving at a pace that would not attract attention, made his way to a corner where he slowly crouched down, nervously unfolding the note. However, before he could discern its contents, a furious shout echoed. "The police are coming. Run. The police are arresting people." The marketplace was instantly thrown into chaos as Tang Ji swiftly darted away. She first passed by the female lead, deftly snatching her basket, and then quickly ran to the male lead, seizing his arm. As she dragged him along, she shouted loudly, "There's a villain here. Hurry, come and catch the villain." Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of stealing supplies from the female lead during your escape. Random rewards, 20 heads of cabbage, 20 goose eggs, and 10 yuan in cash, which have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your account. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of framing the male lead during your escape. Random rewards, a list of villains, 2 pairs of handcuffs, and a disguised firearm, which have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your account. Tang Ji had no time to claim her rewards. Holding on to the struggling male lead, she ran against the tide of the crowd towards the police officers. "Let me go? Who are you? Why are you framing me?" The male lead's voice was filled with incredulous anger and a hint of trembling coldness. Tang Ji ignored his pleas, and as the police officers approached, she pushed the male lead towards them and swiftly made her escape. Whether he was truly a villain or the story behind him remained for the authorities to investigate. As a minor antagonist, her good deeds could only extend this far. After delivering the goods to the male protagonist, Tang Ji pursued the direction in which the villain had fled. As she chased on, she encountered several fellow travelers, their intentions clearly aligned with apprehending the fleeing villain. Initially, Tang Ji presumed these individuals to be agents of the state, but soon retracted her assumption. Their movements were distinctly unorthodox, revealing a more rogue inclination. Prior to her immersion in this narrative, Tang Ji, endowed with a linguistic talent, had entered a youth program and subsequently accompanied a diplomatic team to numerous countries, where she had often been under the protection of various teams. Having witnessed much, she instinctively recognized the disparity in these pursuers. "What are you? Why are you chasing me?" The villain, cornered in an alley, displayed a facade of panic, yet his eyes glinted with malice. "No more chatter, seize him." The group of 6 pursuers lunged forward, anticipating an easy capture. However, the villain proved exceptionally formidable, managing to injure one of them with a knife and engaging the remaining 5 in a fierce struggle. Tang Ji concealed herself in the shadows, contemplating whether to fulfill her task, as offending 2 factions simultaneously weighed heavily upon her. Yet, her trepidation diminished considerably when another figure emerged among the pursuers, someone she recognized. Song Yinxuan appeared unexpectedly from the opposite side of the alley, his limp leg not hindering the fluidity of his movements in the slightest. Then, seizing the opportunity when the villain was unprepared, he produced a small vial and gently sprayed it towards her, causing the nefarious individual to collapse instantly onto the ground. "Take him away." The man's deep, magnetic voice made Tang Ji involuntarily twitch her ears. Truly, he embodied the essence of a villain. Such an entrance and such an outcome were undeniably striking. After much hesitation, Tang Ji ultimately resolved to abandon her task, reasoning that since a villain had already taken charge, she might as well allow herself a brief respite. Turning on her heel, she quietly slipped away, convinced that she had gone unnoticed. Yet, as she rounded the corner of the alley, she suddenly sensed the presence of another individual. Tang Ji reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching a punch, but her opponent, though taken aback by her assault, evaded with equal alacrity. "It's me," Song Yinxuan whispered softly. Tang Ji's eyes brightened and she immediately withdrew her hand, exclaiming as if they were old friends. "Oh, it's you. Wait, hold on, you recognized me?" She touched her face, still covered in dust, puzzled as to how he could identify her. "Let's south find another place to talk." Noticing the distant sounds of approaching footsteps, Song Yinxuan gestured for Tang Ji to follow him. Without delay, she complied. The duo swiftly made their way to another alley not far away. Song Yinxuan led Tang Ji into a small courtyard within, and upon entering, he promptly locked the door behind them. Tang Ji surveyed the courtyard. It was modest and dilapidated, yet it met the criteria of being inconspicuous. Ding! In the midst of a hurried escape. With merely 3 minutes remaining to complete the mission of apprehending the villain connected to the male protagonist, Tang Ji hesitated for a moment before resolutely asking, "Is it possible for me to meet the person you have captured within 3 minutes? Do you know her?" Song Yinxuan inquired, his brow furrowing. "I do not," came the reply, "and there are 2 minutes and 40 seconds left." Tang Ji was not precise in her timing. With a profound gaze, Song Yinxuan looked intently at Tang Ji and said, "Follow me." Tang Ji trailed behind Song Yinxuan as he entered a room, leading her into the kitchen where he abruptly leapt down into the stove. The secret passage was dimly lit, and the two moved swiftly, with Tang Ji remaining silent, her curiosity piqued by Song Yinxuan's presence. After approximately a minute, they emerged into a basement where the henchmen who had just taken someone away were gathered. "Boss." After a nod of acknowledgement, Song Yinxuan turned to Tang Ji and asked, "Is this the person you wish to see?" Ding. Only 10 seconds remained to complete the mission of apprehending the villain connected to the male protagonist. Tang Ji hurried forward, seizing the arm of the individual, while the henchmen exchanged puzzled glances, seeking guidance from Song Yinxuan. He gestured for them to disregard the matter. Ding. The mission of apprehending the villain connected to the male protagonist has failed. The hostess' luck value has diminished by 1 point. Tang Ji stood in stunned silence. Had she failed? Ah, indeed. The mission required action during the escape, and this person was evidently already captured. How unfortunate. She cast a resentful glare at Song Yinxuan, thinking that had it not been for this individual, she would have already apprehended the villain. What is the matter? Song Yinxuan was perplexed by the glare directed at him. Wasn't he this person the one? Tang Ji, feeling disheartened, stepped aside and waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing. She had mistaken someone. Meanwhile, she inwardly expressed her indignation towards the system. What on earth does it mean to lose a point of luck? You never mentioned that failing a task would yield a reward, and a measly deduction at that. The host has misunderstood. The penalty for failing the task is not a reward, but rather a deduction of 1 point from the host's luck. Tang Ji, with her exceptional language skills, paused for a moment before finally grasping the system's implication, expressing her disdain. So the reward of 250 meat buns has been reduced to 25. Is that it? Not necessarily. It might very well be that 250 meat buns have transformed into 500 rotten buns. The system was rather cheeky. Tang Ji, I apologize. It seems I was naive. Useless system. No wonder you're destined to be the villain. While Tang Ji was lamenting the system, Song Yinxuan stood silently beside her, watching her expressive performance as if she were putting on a one-woman show, finding it particularly amusing. When Tang Ji felt an increasingly undeniable gaze upon her, she looked up to meet the slight curve of the man's lips. Though he seemed a bit eccentric, his looks were undeniably captivating. Thank heavens he hadn't been shut out of all doors. What are you laughing at? Speak up so I can join in the amusement. Tang Ji asked with a playful tone. Song Yinxuan promptly concealed his smile, responding gently yet distantly. You should take your leave now. You're letting me go so casually? Aren't you afraid I might spill the beans? Tang Ji, filled with a sense of perplexity, inquired, observing that this man did not seem like a naive fool devoid of vigilance. Indeed, he exhibited a touch of foolishness and an undeniable innocence. As for his sweetness, Tang Ji resolutely averted her gaze, earnestly assuring herself that she was not overthinking. What sweetness could possibly rival that of a big white rabbit candy? Song Yinxuan felt a chuckle bubbling within him, pondering the inscrutable thoughts swirling in Tang Ji's mind, for otherwise, he would not be able to suppress his laughter. Do you have any idea how many secrets I hold about you? Song Yinshuan asked in a low, husky voice, which bore no semblance of a warning or threat, but rather resembled an enticing invitation. Tang Ji instinctively took a step back, her hands gently massaging her ears, vowing to herself that she would not overthink. Blinking innocently as she clasped her fists in front of Song Yinshuan, exuding a distinct air of camaraderie. In that case, let us consider ourselves even. Farewell. I shan't see you off. As long as this man remained oblivious to her musings about his sweetness, she felt no fear whatsoever. After all, only those who have exchanged secrets can truly be deemed good friends. 2 large goose eggs. Tangji remarked that she would not give them as a parting gift, but Song Yinshuan felt it inappropriate to truly refuse. He escorted her out, taking a moment to assess the situation outside before opening the door. The surroundings remained somewhat chaotic, prompting him to urge, "You should return quickly and take care." Tang Ji glanced at the sky, rubbed her stomach, and suddenly inquired, "Since we have met more than once, shall we consider ourselves friends?" Song Yinshuan, non-committal, responded, "And what of it? It is noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal," she proposed. Although he had just unhesitatingly acquiesced to her previous request, there might have been an element of testing in his agreement. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. "Not necessary," Song Yinshuan replied, equally resolute in his refusal. Tang Ji blinked, the atmosphere turning slightly awkward. Song Yinshuan opened his mouth, furrowing his brow as he regarded her, his tone serious as he cautioned. "It would be wise for you to keep your distance. Let today's events remain confidential. My circumstances are precarious." Tang Ji smiled knowingly. The safety of the antagonist largely hinges on the protagonist's prowess. Judging by the protagonist's abilities within this narrative, the antagonist could likely persist for several hundred chapters more. "Very well, I shall give you these 2 large goose eggs as a token of gratitude, and now I must take my leave. Farewell." Tang Ji produced 2 large goose eggs from her empty basket, placing one in each of Song Yinshuan's pockets before skipping away merrily. She first sought a secluded corner, shedding her garments, adjusting her hat, and wiping her face, transforming back into her elegant self. Afterward, she began her search for a dining establishment, feeling genuinely hungry. After a considerable time, she discovered a noodle shop nestled in an alleyway. However, the shop was bustling with patrons, and if she wished to dine, she would have to share a table. "Young lady, you may sit here. It's just my daughter and me," a woman seated in the corner smiled warmly, beckoning to Tang Ji. Tang Ji returned the smile and, exuding a friendly yet polite demeanor, replied, "Thank you, dear sister. You appear to be quite amiable." She ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles along with a plate of pickled vegetables. Once seated, she produced 2 large white rabbit candies and offered them to the little girl across from her, saying, "You're quite adorable, little one. Let me treat you to some candy." The 7 or 8-year-old girl, already somewhat perceptive, glanced shyly at Tang Ji, then looked questioningly at her mother. The middle-aged woman nodded approvingly and, reaching into her basket, handed Tang Ji a generous handful of sunflower seeds, smiling as she said, "Dear girl, have some seeds to munch on while you wait. This place is popular, and it may take a while to serve." Tang Ji found this woman rather amusing, referring to her as sister and encouraging her daughter to call her sister too, which struck her as somewhat endearing yet naive. "All right, thank you," Tang Ji replied, feeling at ease as their conversation flowed. Through their casual exchange, she learned that the woman's name was Li Hongjiu, a worker at the local plastic factory situated at the end of the alley with residential buildings nearby, making it convenient for many factory workers to dine here during their lunch breaks. "Alas, the current situation at our factory is rather bleak. We have been unable to disburse wages for 2 consecutive months." Tang Ji, who is not well versed in the economic environment of the 1980s, is nonetheless aware that many factories faced bankruptcy during that era, leading to widespread layoffs among workers. Simultaneously, numerous private enterprises emerged, gradually evolving into a vital force within the domestic economy. Cognizant of the future trajectory, Tang Ji refrained from offering comforting words. Instead, she candidly remarked, "The policies have changed, and consequently, the lives of ordinary citizens have also transformed. If the factory continues to withhold wages, dear sister, you must prepare yourself." "What preparation can I possibly make?" Li Hongji retorted, perplexed. "After all, I have a stable job. I can't just quit, can I?" In her perspective, no matter how dire the factory's circumstances, they were still entitled to sustenance. Tang Ji smiled faintly and responded with a question, Do you know why some individuals feast on meat daily, while others struggle to secure basic nourishment? Li Hongju shook her head, anxious. Sister, what do you mean? Just speak plainly. I'm a straightforward person. Some people possess foresight, while others can only perceive the present, Tangji explained, gesturing towards the owner of the noodle shop. Observe that proprietor. He is ahead of the majority, which has enabled him to amass greater wealth and achieve prosperity before others. Li Hongju gazed thoughtfully in his direction, as if beginning to grasp the concept. However, Tangji shifted her tone, adding, Yet, those who venture forth must also confront the greatest risks. While some achieve success, others may face ruin and devastation. After Tangji finished speaking, she chuckled casually. Sister, don't mind my ramblings. Everyone's path is unique. A tumultuous journey is one way, while a steady one is another. Now that I'm here, let us enjoy some noodles. Li Hongju, in a daze, began to eat, not so much deceived as she was rendered foolish. Her heart in a state of uncertainty. She couldn't help but ponder. Do the young girls of today truly possess such knowledge? After the meal, Tangji initially intended to stroll about, but upon noticing the numerous patrolling figures along the road, she abandoned the idea and returned home obediently. Ding. Task initiated. Defame the female lead's reputation. Completion required within 2 hours. Timer started. Ding. Task initiated. Defame the male lead's reputation. Completion required within 2 hours. Timer started. As soon as Tangji reached the village entrance, the system issued new tasks. She also observed that, despite the chill of winter, a considerable crowd had gathered at the village head, led by Li Dukong, the village head and captain of the brigade. All right, everyone, please refrain from asking questions. I will head to the county to ascertain the situation and will inform you all upon my return. Li Dukong struggled to push through the throng surrounding him, mounting his bicycle to depart, at which point he caught Tangji's curious gaze. Li Dukong glanced at Tangji and, uncertain, inquired, Girl, you're not planning to go to the county, are you? Tangji thought to herself. Here comes the one delivering the pillow. With a pained expression, he lamented, Captain, it seems I witnessed Tang Shanmei being taken away by someone in uniform. Woe is me, I am uncertain of the details. Perhaps I misinterpreted the scene. Are you planning to visit the county? If you could inquire on my behalf, I hope her actions do not implicate our Yangxiang village. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of tarnishing the female lead's reputation, you have received a random reward of a solar-powered loudspeaker, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check it. Tangji found himself at a loss for words, harboring disdain for the reward. He silently queried the system. When will the deduction from my luck be compensated? What did you say? Could you repeat that? I am a defective product and cannot hear clearly. Oh, you desire luck points? Farewell. I said nothing at all. How infuriating. Tangji's heart was tumultuous, yet her face displayed a delicate sorrow as she continued. I believe I also saw that Hui Gaojing from our village who resides in the livestock pen. He seems to have a good relationship with Tang Shanmei. I wonder if they went together and were captured as well. Whoa, wasn't it said that those in relationships wouldn't be apprehended? How could they have been taken away? If my grandfather and grandmother find out, they would surely be furious. After uttering this, Tangji abruptly covered her mouth, appearing as if she had misspoken, while hastily retreating. She exclaimed, Oh dear, I said nothing at all. I'm going home now. Please don't spread this around. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of tarnishing the male lead's reputation, you have been awarded a basket of rotten eggs, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Damn it. That wretched little rascal, come out. I promise not to harm you. Tangji stormed home in a huff, while the atmosphere in Xianyang village grew lively due to her remarks. At this time of year, the affairs of the Tang family had never ceased, and now, a new scandal had emerged, particularly concerning the esteemed golden phoenix of the Tang family. Could it be true that Tang Shanmei is involved with that boy from the livestock pen? She doesn't strike me as someone lacking discernment. How could she possibly fancy someone from such a background? Someone murmured in disbelief. Indeed. I have heard that she is set to take the college entrance examination at the end of the year. Soon, she will be a university student. How could she possibly marry a boy from the livestock pen? Surely, she can't be that foolish. It cannot be said otherwise. On the first day of the new year, I indeed witnessed that girl visiting the livestock pen. Perhaps she truly had her eyes set on someone there. A certain matron remarked mysteriously. Ah, you have seen her? Why didn't you mention it sooner? The surrounding crowd quickly gathered, eager to hear more gossip. Hee, How was I to know it would turn out like this? The individual replied, somewhat embarrassed. The others began to join in the uproar, those who initially doubted gradually becoming convinced, especially after hearing Aunt Doe's words. Aunt Doe, the most enthusiastic matchmaker, was also the most perceptive in such matters. After a moment of contemplation, she whispered to her old friends beside her, I truly believe there may be some truth to this. What makes you say that? Her attentive companions inquired. Have you considered who resides in the livestock pen? Many of those who have left have become leaders. If that girl has taken a liking to someone there, it is not unreasonable to think she might have such intentions. If it were 2 or 3 years ago, the livestock pen would have been shunned by all. However, its significance has since transformed. Ah, I see. The old friends suddenly understood, and soon everyone in the village shared in this newfound clarity, exclaiming, Ah, so that's how it is. Upon returning home, Tang Ji found that the Tang family had, to some extent, caught wind of the news. After a brief exchange of words, Tang Ji eagerly retreated to his room, where he opened the list of system rewards. The list spanned 3 sheets of paper, meticulously documenting the details of 12 individuals, with the highest-ranking member serving in the county committee and the lowest as a petty vendor. Among those captured by Song Yinxuan, Tang Ji also discovered the name and profile of a woman listed, Linling Agent A, aged 42, who had been undercover for 35 years, with her husband Zhou Yan and her eldest son Zhou Zhang, now a defector. The information, though not exhaustive, contained the essentials. Now the question arose, how should she handle this information? Tang Ji initially favored an official approach, yet the thought of that cousin of Yu Liang, who was a team leader, diminished her trust in official channels. In a vast expanse of over 360 professions, good and bad individuals coexisted. One must not hastily condemn an entire industry based solely on a title. The entertainment sector was notoriously convoluted, street sweepers often struggled financially, and novelists were typically emotionally astute. Expert opinions were not always infallible. She pondered whether Song Yinxuan had gleaned any useful insights. After much contemplation, Tang Ji turned her thoughts towards Song Yinxuan, simultaneously formulating a plan. At 9:30 that evening, her brother Tang Er led Tang Ji away from the Tang household under the cover of darkness, both carrying a modest amount of items. Tang Er expressed his disdain, remarking that such a meager haul was hardly worth the risk of selling in the black market. They could simply go to the county fair, which would be safer. No more arguments. We've come this far. What good would further discussion do? Tang Ji chuckled and casually remarked that the county's market wasn't particularly safe either. The captain had gone to the county today precisely to assist with an investigation. He returned that evening, his countenance notably grim. After persistent inquiries, the captain finally revealed that he had been summoned due to the involvement of Hua Gaojing and Tang Shanmei. However, he refrained from disclosing further details, sternly advising everyone against asking more questions. He cautioned that it would be wise to avoid the county market recently to prevent any potential trouble, which left the crowd in a state of hushed concern. Among them, the most alarmed were undoubtedly the members of the Tang family. The elderly couple, Tang Lao and his wife, skipped dinner and hurried to the county, clearly intent on gathering information. When Tang Ji and her second brother, Tang Urge, stealthily slipped out, the lights in the Tang household were still aglow. Why did you go to the county during the day? Tang Urge cast a skeptical glance at Tang Ji after hearing her words. You're not thinking of seeking out that fellow named Liang, are you? I'm merely curious about the paths, hoping to compare the county market with the black market. Tang Ji replied, fabricating a reason. Tang Urge remained unconvinced, insisting that Liang fellow clearly has a fondness for Tang Shanmei. Don't get involved. If you truly want to marry someone from the county, I can help you inquire. No, I'm still young. There is no rush. Tang Ji quickly waved her hand. At just 18, she genuinely felt no urgency. Besides, with her lofty standards, she was certain she wouldn't be interested in anyone he might suggest. Tang Urge wore an expression of exasperation, yet he chose not to dwell on the matter. He did not wish for his sister to marry so early, but he had gleaned some information. If you are not in a hurry to marry, shouldn't you contemplate your future? He inquired earnestly. Tang Jishuan casually replied, I have been pondering this for the past few days. She considered returning to her original profession, balancing her work as a translator with business endeavors. Upon hearing this, Tang Urge articulated his thoughts. You are merely 18. Have you considered continuing your studies? Look at Tang Shanmei. She is on the verge of becoming a university student. When the time comes for comparisons, people will surely say she surpasses you, regardless of your beauty. Moreover, I have heard that university graduates find it easier to secure jobs and marriages. In due course, you can choose any man you desire, as those from the county would no longer be worthy of you. This is rather uninspiring. Tang Ji was amused by her second brother's remarks. Yet she had no intention of returning to school, having grown up in an orphanage. She transitioned to boarding school during her secondary education and continued to live there until she completed her master's degree. After enduring years of communal living, she was reluctant to experience it once more. Tangji believed that only those who neglected their studies and reveled in the carefree life of campus would cherish such an experience. As a diligent student, she felt she had had enough of academia. I have no plans to pursue further education. I intend to seek employment instead. In this era, having knowledge is more vital than merely possessing a degree. With my proficiency in numerous languages, finding a job should pose no challenge. Her second brother was somewhat disapproving. But all the other kids are attending school. Why don't you want to? Are you worried about tuition fees? Rest assured, I can earn it for you. I even have a plan in place. What plan? Do share. Tang Ji chose to sidestep the topic of schooling. Should the day arise when she required a degree to support her endeavors, she could simply establish her own institution. When asked about her alma mater, she would proudly declare herself the principal of a certain academy. Is a degree truly significant? It holds importance, yet not to everyone. It is paramount only for a select few. Her second brother regarded Tang Ji with a mixture of exasperation and concern. This sister of mine is straying from the path. You shouldn't worry about these things. As a young woman, your safety is paramount. Oh, I am capable of fending off 8 of you. If anyone ever bullies you, just come to me, and I shall ensure they are taught a lesson. Indeed, safety and security are blessings. Yet the reality is that their family currently struggles to find sufficient food and warm clothing, relying solely on farming for income, which is far from ideal. Tang Urge was almost amused by the situation, remarking that despite his strength, he was not one to engage in fights. Had he relied on such strength, he would have long been defeated. Tang Ji merely smiled in silence. Both she and the original owner possessed considerable strength, and with their combined might, it was anyone's guess who would prevail in a confrontation. As the two bantered, they approached a small grove near the county town. Tang Urge lowered his voice and said, "Do you see those shadows? That is the black market. Come, let us venture inside." Tang Ji, eager with anticipation, tugged at Tang Urge as they entered. The number of individuals engaged in transactions within the grove was modest, perhaps only 30 to 50, and most appeared to have a clear purpose. Many exchanged merely a few words before finalizing a deal, as if prior negotiations had already been established. Tang Urge led Tang Ji to a middle-aged man, shaking a basket and stating, "Brother Wang, I have 2 bundles of goods, 2 pounds of sausage, 2 pounds of big white rabbit candy, and 4 cans. Will you take them all?" Upon hearing bundles, the man's eyes lit up, but as he listened further, he wore an expression of mild exasperation, teasingly responding, "Brother Huzi, weren't you previously dealing in mountain goods? Why have you switched to selling food? This sort of merchandise would sell better at the market, wouldn't it?" Tang Hu pointed to his side, indicating Tang Ji, and said, "I brought my younger brother to broaden his horizons. He can't remain sheltered at home forever." Tang Shi, having gained some experience this time, donned a set of clothing belonging to Tang Xiao Lu when he ventured out, appearing quite youthful. Indeed, this is the essence of the matter. Brother Wang inspected the goods and ultimately handed Tang Ergu 18 yuan, primarily covering the cost of the 2 packets of cigarettes. Tang Ergu smiled in acceptance, expressing gratitude to Brother Wang for his kindness, then stated he would accompany his younger brother for a further stroll. Go on," said Brother Wang. Once they had distanced themselves, Tang Ji curiously inquired, "Is this 18 more or less than it should be?" "It's about the right price, I suppose. One must allow for a little profit," replied Tang Ergu. In truth, he was uncertain whether the sum was fair, as it was his first encounter with such cigarettes, and he had no gauge for an appropriate price. Tang Ji cast a skeptical glance at Tang Ergu, causing the latter to feel somewhat guilty. He quickly added, "Let us go. We've made some money and ought to bring something home." Although they spoke of bringing items back, they ended up purchasing nothing. It was not due to a lack of funds, but rather because they were not offered anything for sale, as their orders were far too meager. The vendors in this market typically dealt in bulk, insisting on a minimum of 100 pounds for staples like rice and flour, rendering their small-scale purchases irrelevant. "What business do you have here?" one vendor chided. "Do you too hail from the mountains, unaware that the world has changed? Commerce is now permitted. Those who come here either deal in illicit goods or harbor unsavory pasts. Who in their right mind would come here merely to buy 2 pounds of oil? I can't be bothered with such trivialities. Tangji smiled, producing a small bag of white rabbit candies, and offered to the other party, saying, "These milk candies in exchange for 2 pounds of oil. It's merely a matter of convenience, is it not? It would be a pity to leave empty-handed after such a long journey." After a brief survey of her surroundings, Tangji realized she had indeed ventured into the wrong place. The goods available here were either sourced from the south or acquired through official channels, characterized by exorbitant prices or large quantities. Even if she aspired to engage in such trade, she lacked the capital to do so. Take, for instance, the garments transported from the south. While each piece may appear rather rustic, they are undeniably coveted in the current market. Yet, she had no means to invest. When Song Yinxuan appeared in the black market, he found Tang Ji attempting to barter candies for oil, her expression a mixture of contemplation and regret. Notably, the quantity of candies she held was evidently greater than what he had initially given her, and such candies were a rarity in both the daytime and nighttime markets. Recalling the events of the day and observing Tangji now, it was clear that this little rascal harbored some secrets, skillfully disguising them, which he discerned with ease. No trades, no trades. We, gentlemen, do not indulge in sweets. The man scoffed, adding, "If you want 3 or 2 pounds, just buy it from the store. They are not in short supply." Tangji chuckled softly, stowing the candies away, and retrieved 2 sausages from her basket. "How about these? Will you trade?" In truth, she did not intend to insist on a trade. Her primary aim was merely to gauge the current market situation. "Ah, you are quite stubborn, young one. Very well. I shall oblige. Let me prepare the oil for you." The middle-aged man cast a glance at the sausage, smacking his lips, undeniably tempted. After changing the oil, Tangji intended to leave with her second brother, Tang. In her recollection, the 1980s marked an era when numerous policies were officially enacted, and many private enterprises began to emerge during this time. She believed that seizing the momentum of reform to embark on her own ventures was entirely feasible. There was no necessity to linger in such a shadowy market. Upon reflection, the villainous character Song Yinxuan seemed less appealing, as the existence of such illicit markets would inevitably fade with policy changes, unless this place transformed into a completely clandestine realm. At that moment, Tang Ji felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Song Yinxuan's perspective. Had he contemplated this eventuality, or was he resolutely committed to a path shrouded in darkness? As she made her way home through the tranquil night, Tang Ji glanced at her second brother and resolved to first coax him back before seeking a more in-depth conversation with the antagonist. "Please open a window. Hurry inside. It is freezing." As Tang Ergus stepped into the house, the abrupt shift in temperature made him shiver involuntarily. Tang Ji did not fare much better. Although she was bundled up warmly, the biting wind seeped through her layers. "Quickly, drink some ginger water to warm up." Neither Tang Mu nor Tang Fu had gone to sleep. Instead, they sat in the dimly lit hall, anxiously awaiting their return. "Did you encounter any dangers? Were you able to sell everything?" Tang Mu scrutinized them from head to toe, relieved to see they bore no injuries. Tang Ergu promptly produced the 18 coins and handed them to Tang Mu without a single one missing. "Mother, we sold everything for a total of 18 coins. It's all here." Tang Mu accepted the coins with delight. Although life had improved slightly over the past 2 years, their family remained impoverished, with their total savings still falling short of 3 digits. This sum of 18 coins represented a significant income for them. "My son and daughter are truly remarkable, able to contribute to the family." Tang Mu joyfully counted the 18 coins twice, then reluctantly handed one back to Tang Ergu and generously gave Tang Ji 9 coins. "Little Wu, don't feel slighted. I will save the remaining money as your dowry." Knowing that Tang Ji struggled to save, she decided to set aside a portion for her. Tang Ji declined the coins, her tone earnest. "There are many expenses at home. It's unnecessary to save this for me. That simply cannot be. This money was earned from your own efforts." Tang's mother was displeased. Having already devoted her daughter to the family, she found it difficult to accept the abundance of fine provisions brought home. How could she justify spending that money? Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. Tangji did not dispute this, but rather nodded in agreement before shifting the conversation, stating, "So, I will decide how this money is spent, correct?" Tang's mother quickly grasped the implication. "And what do you intend to do with it?" Tangji contemplated the myriad of needs she could address. However, with such a limited sum, she hesitated to articulate her desires. Perhaps it would be best to purchase some rice, flour, and cooking oil, prioritizing sustenance for the time being. As for other expenses, they could be addressed gradually. In this era, Earning money was not particularly challenging, yet it was fraught with peril. Despite her myriad aspirations, she understood the necessity of taking measured steps. Tang Ji had no intention of sharing the hardships of the Tang family, though they treated her with great kindness, regarding her as their dearest kin. As an orphan, she felt somewhat out of place, yet she also found it difficult to part from them. Who does not wish to be cherished and adored? Who does not long for someone to care for them, to wash their clothes and prepare their meals? Who does not yearn for a carefree existence filled with family, career, friends, and a beloved companion? Those who claim they do not desire such things are often merely averse to the risks involved. If one could shape their relationships with family, friends, and lovers according to their own wishes, who would ever wish for less? In the dead of night, after the Tang family had succumbed to slumber, Tang Ji stealthily slipped out of the house through the window, braving the wind and snow to reach the youth commune. Though Tang Ji possessed remarkable agility, Song Yinchuan was equally astute. Almost the moment she tapped on the window, he opened his eyes. "Who is it?" "Open the window. I have matters to discuss," Tang Ji whispered. Song Yinchuan recognized the voice, which seemed somewhat familiar, and a mischievous young girl surfaced in his mind. He frowned slightly but did not linger, promptly opening the window for Tang Ji to enter. With a graceful and nimble motion, Tang Ji climbed through the window, leaving Song Yinchuan somewhat speechless. Could this little rogue possibly be a thief? What business could she have with me? In the darkness, Song Yinchuan's eyes shone brightly, filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Tang Ji glanced at him a couple of times. She could not discern his expression, yet the deep, slightly dangerous tone of his voice provided her with ample room for imagination. Stepping back discreetly, she was not only fond of observing hands and faces, but was also somewhat of a sound enthusiast. Such a perilous voice was indeed ill-suited for someone as youthful as herself. "Have you extracted any results from the person you captured?" Tang Ji inquired directly. "What do you intend to do?" Song Yinchuan countered. "It seems you have indeed obtained some information," Tang Ji asserted confidently, sensing his reaction. Otherwise, he would not respond in such a manner. "What do you plan to do next?" As Song Yinchuan admired Tang Ji's astuteness, he also felt exasperated by her audacity. "Why should I disclose anything to you?" "Because we are in this together," Tang Ji replied matter-of-factly. "That day, out there, do we not become good friends? That is a bond akin to a great white goose." Song Yinchuan remained silent, gazing at Tang Ji, perhaps hoping she would have a moment of clarity and not fabricate friendships out of thin air. Tang Ji met his gaze, and in the dim light of the moon, she barely discerned his meaning, allowing herself a quiet chuckle within. Tang Ji was a person adept at controlling her emotions. However, at this moment, she was unable to maintain that composure, and her gaze bore a hint of amusement. Song Yinchuan, perceptive as ever, caught this subtle shift and, taken aback, averted his eyes, remarking lightly, "Some matters are safer left unknown." Uncertain of Tang Ji's intentions, he felt that he ought not to be embroiled in such perilous affairs. Tang Ji produced a list and playfully inquired, "Can you guess what this is?" "What?" she replied, with a knowing glint in her eye. "Whatever you desire. It might just be it. A grandfather's treasure trove? A foreign deity's wishing lamp? Or perhaps the enchanted paper of Maoyang." The individuals seemed diminutive, yet their bravado was remarkable. Tang Ji felt momentarily stifled. How could she forget that he too was a mischievous trickster? "Oh, it's not that extraordinary. Merely a list containing the names of certain notable individuals, akin to the identity of the one you apprehended. If it doesn't concern you, then I shall take my leave." She was determined to provoke a reaction from him. As anticipated, a flicker of change crossed Song Yinchuan's expression. "Really?" he asked. "Fake," Tang Ji retorted, attempting to reclaim the sheets of paper. However, Song Yinchuan swiftly reached for them, and naturally, she would not permit him to seize them without a struggle, leading to an immediate tussle between them. Ding. Task initiated. Stand shoulder to shoulder with the antagonist ally. The mission must be completed within a year. The timer begins now. Tang Ji paused in her movements, and Song Yinchuan felt this instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped back, regarding her with a grave expression, and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Song Yinchuan's childhood aspiration was to join the military, a dream wholeheartedly supported by his family, who subjected him to various forms of training from a young age. His physical prowess and skills far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. However, fate did not align with his desires. His innate talent for scientific research proved to be even more exceptional. In comparison to a military hero, the nation found greater necessity in a scientist, which is why he did not enlist. Nevertheless, throughout the years, he never ceased to hone his abilities. and even with a disability in his leg, he remained immensely confident in his skills. Yet, this confidence was momentarily shaken by the petite girl before him, who surprisingly matched his abilities and, in terms of strength, even surpassed him slightly. Her techniques, however, were somewhat unrefined, lacking the essence of practical combat, and instead possessing a hint of a whimsical, rogue-like flair. The villagers of Xiangyang, with both parents present, included 4 older brothers, 2 younger brothers, and a nephew, amidst numerous ungrateful relatives, barely qualifying as family. Tang Ji answered candidly. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Song Yinxuan had truly never encountered such a mischievous girl, causing the defenses he had just begun to erect to crack abruptly. What is your purpose in approaching me? 100 yuan per person. Tang Ji felt no particular purpose. Initially, her curiosity was merely piqued by visual allure, and later, her desire to complete a task led her to pursue a profit, which truly seemed inconsequential. Which of your eyes witnessed my approach? Tang Ji inquired with a boldness that bordered on audacity. Do you possess any evidence? Song Yinxuan, amused by his own irritation, replied, You are standing in my room. What further evidence do you require? Perhaps a signed contract? Tang Ji feigned enlightenment, exclaiming, Oh, this is your room? I was unaware. I was merely wandering about, and somehow ended up here. Song Yinxuan retorted, Do you think I believe that? Yet, Tang Ji's expression shifted dramatically, from a seemingly foolish confusion to that of an ice-cold queen. Whether you believe me or not has no bearing on my intentions. Do you or do you not desire this list? The rapid transformation prompted Song Yinxuan to think of 2 words, intrigued, regardless of the truth. He felt compelled to take a closer look. Tang Ji extended a single finger, prompting a perplexed response from Song Yinxuan. What do you mean? The implication is simple. Payment upon delivery, she clarified. In the dead of night, she was making a house call. It would hardly be her style to refuse a modest fee for her efforts. What do you wish for? Upon hearing this, Song Yinxuan felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Having a motive was preferable to his fear of her withholding her intentions. However, Tang Ji refrained from directly stating her demands, instead slyly asserting, You are indeed curious about the names of these individuals. Had Song Yinxuan been familiar with the term scheme, it would have fit him perfectly. I believe my intentions were quite apparent. When he took action against this individual, his motives were already laid bare. Tang Ji nodded in agreement and remarked, Thus, you cannot fault me for setting a high price, can you? What do you desire? Song Yinxuan inquired once more. Alas, earning money is exceedingly arduous. I do not demand much from you, merely 100 each, and there are 12 in total. How many would you like to purchase? Tang Ji sighed deeply, wishing to avoid such triviality, yet finding herself ensnared in its grasp, for without it, she would face hunger and thirst. I shall take them all, 100 each. Akin to a divine transaction, she mused whether she was selling livestock. Deal. As Tang Ji handed over the list, she simultaneously received 2 passbooks from Song Yinxuan, one with 700 and the other with 500. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Song Yinxuan suddenly inquired, Could you enlighten me about the source of this list? What is its accuracy? And why did you choose to sell it to me? It's a secret. The accuracy might be close to 100%, Tang Ji replied. As for why she sold it to him, it was likely due to his appearance, which suggested wealth. Foolish people tend to possess more money and say less, she thought, and Song Yinxuan seemed to fit that description, at least partially. Thank you, he expressed. You're welcome. Tang Ji waved her hand. I shall take my leave now. May our paths cross again in the future. Farewell. Reflecting on their previous encounters, Song Yinxuan felt there might indeed be an inexplicable connection between them. Moreover, despite his numerous moments of wariness towards her, that apprehension inexplicably dissipated each time. It is uncertain whether it is due to her seemingly innocuous demeanor or the absence of any genuine sense of peril he perceives in her. After Tang Ji departed, Song Yinxuan found himself enveloped in a brief contemplation. Meanwhile, as Tang Ji made her way back, she stealthily paused near the old Tang residence. Perhaps I shall execute today's repetitive task while I am en route, she mused, intending to pilfer some chickens from the old Tang household. Under the cloak of night, when the world lay in tranquil slumber, she scaled the wall and stealthily entered the kitchen. Just as she prepared to step inside, however, she overheard a conversation emanating from the old house. Old man, what do you think we should do? Inquired the anxious voice of Grandma Tang. Shall we venture into the mountains? This indeed suggested a quest for treasure. Tang Chuanzu was burdened with debts amounting to 120 yuan. Initially contemplating selling Tang Ji for a bride price, But that plan had now become untenable. Furthermore, aside from Tang Chuanzu's plight, there was also the matter of Tang Shanmei's arrest. Although no resolution had been reached, should they find themselves in need of funds, they could not simply turn a blind eye. No need for that. I have instructed the eldest to relay a message to that family. They should come to see her tomorrow, replied Old Man Tang, his tone laden with gloom. In stark contrast to Grandma Tang's fretful demeanor, Old Man Tang exuded a sinister air, suggesting a heart that had grown thoroughly corrupt. Eavesdropping from outside, Tang Ji raised an eyebrow. See her? Could it be that they wish to lay eyes upon me? Is that even feasible? What if they take a liking to me, and I refuse? Wouldn't the third family then seek to confront us? Grandma Tang expressed her unease, recalling how they had previously been able to bully the third family when their son was still a child. Now, however, that family had become quite formidable, especially that insufferable girl, who not only dares to overturn the dining table, but also strikes her elder grandson. She is utterly lawless and truly deserves to be punished severely. Old Tang fell silent for a moment, perhaps contemplating the gravity of the situation, yet he eventually remarked, "Let us first collect the money, and subsequently, let their families sort out their disputes. As grandparents, what is wrong with us finding a suitor for our granddaughter? But what if they insist on causing us trouble?" Grandmother Tang still felt uneasy. "Then we shall feign illness, retreat to our bed, and let them do as they please." Old Tang was resolute, declaring, "I refuse to believe that the third son truly disowns me as his father. He cannot force my demise. Indeed, if he does not see to it that Tang Ji is married off, we shall accuse them of filial piety neglect, compelling them to acknowledge their parents." Upon mentioning this, Grandmother Tang's confidence grew. However, Old Tang muttered, "If she does not marry, let them repay the money themselves. It shall serve as our due recompense for their lack of respect." His primary motive remained the pursuit of wealth, not the coercion of Tang Ji into matrimony. Right. You are indeed wise. Let us proceed as you suggest." Tang Ji listened, utterly speechless. These two elders were even more shameless than she. Given this, she felt no remorse for her impending actions. Tang Ji did not visit the room of the two elders, but instead stealthily made her way to the chamber of the eldest Tang couple, who were still away in the county. The room was empty. Tang Ji searched thoroughly and found a total of $22.47. She took only $10 for herself. She then concealed the remaining money beneath the table, ensuring she could retrieve it upon her next visit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of seizing funds from the female lead's family, with a random reward of 1 yuan in cash. Please be sure to check your account. Is the little wastrel considering a name change to Penny Pincher? Tang Ji lamented the unreliability of the system. After a moment, Tang Ji stealthily exited the old Tang residence with a chicken in hand, content to return home for a good night's sleep. The following morning, Tang's mother discovered the lifeless chicken in the kitchen. She widened her eyes in surprise, then quietly chuckled. Regardless of whether it was her daughter or son responsible, the chicken would be stewed first. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the Tang family indulged in a delightful meal of chicken stewed with mushrooms, relishing each bite with glistening eyes and greasy lips, wishing it could be New Year's Day every day. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of consuming the heroine's chicken. A random reward of 1 yuan has been issued. Please check your account. Tang Ji curled her lip in disdain, contemplating whether it was time to discard this system. Can you not be so bothersome? If you continue like this, I shall cease to undertake any more tasks. After all, I am not dependent on your meager rewards. I should have taken the leftover 10 yuan yesterday. As long as you complete 5 time-limited tasks, you can offset the deduction of luck points for failing a task. The more tasks you accomplish, the more substantial the rewards. Perhaps feeling genuinely threatened, the system offered a rare explanation. Tang Ji finally nodded in satisfaction. If this continued to be such a hassle, she would seriously consider giving up. After all, engaging in these tasks not only squandered her time but also tarnished her character. She could not afford to lose face if others were to find out. Xiao Lu, come here. I have a task for you. What is it? Today, keep an eye on the situation next door. If any outsiders visit, come inform me. Understood? Understood. Without asking for further details, Tang Xiaolu, in his navet, began to head outside but was halted by Tang Ji. No need to go outside, just wait here. Take this candy and share it with Xiao Qi and Xiao Shan. Candy. Tang Xiaolu's face lit up with a bright smile. Although the household is no longer lacking in sugar, Tang Mu is rather frugal, allowing only a single piece for each child. And the one designated for him had long been consumed. Upon hearing this, Tang Mu immediately inquired, "What trouble is the neighbor up to now?" The unexpected commotion from next door arrived swiftly, and to Tang Ji's astonishment, it was heralded by a small, charming vehicle. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that a family capable of marrying off a fool would likely bring some complications. "Sister, the guests have arrived, and they brought a lovely little car," Tang Xiaolu exclaimed as he dashed over, while Tang Ji's family braced themselves for the encounter. "Ah, Lu Chu, welcome. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable." The elder Tang greeted with a genial smile, his face devoid of any previous gloom, resembling a kind-hearted grandfather. "Indeed," Lu Chu responded, his demeanor serious as he cast a discerning glance at the old residents of the Tang family before stepping inside alongside his wife. The couple's joint arrival underscored the significance they placed on their son's impending nuptials. Tang Ji sighed, reflecting on the universal heartache of parents. Every family wrestles with their own burdens. The so-called fool was not incapable of marriage, yet one cannot expect sweetness from a forcibly harvested fruit. She would not consider marrying a fool, nor even the wisest person in the world. Ding. The mission to make the protagonist Lu Ming's fiancé has commenced. The task must be completed within 2 hours. The timer begins now. What? Lu Ming? Lu Chu? Could this Lu Ming be the foolish son of Lu Chu? If that is the case, the difficulty of this task indeed seems quite formidable. Although the rewards for the task are random, the greater the challenge. The more substantial the potential rewards may be, the system cautioned, genuinely concerned that Tang Ji might abandon the endeavor. While you might be merely spinning a tale, I shall accept this promise for now. Tang Ji, accompanied by his family, marched with determination next door, where the guests had just taken their seats and the conversation was only beginning. "Uncle Tang, which young lady are you considering for your son? In this new era, it is quite acceptable for everyone to sit down and meet." Mrs. Lu had already surveyed the surroundings and found no young lady within the Tang household. The elder Tang remained unflustered and replied, "This girl is from my third son's household, just next door. Let us discuss matters first, and once we reach an agreement, I shall introduce you to her." A flicker of disdain crossed Mrs. Lu's eyes. "Discuss matters? It is all about the money, isn't it? As per your request. Once we have made our decision, the bride price of 200 will be immediately arranged." Mrs. Lu did not mince her words. For families like theirs, that sum was relatively inconsequential. However, to everyone's surprise, old man Tang, emboldened after seeing the family's car, quickly raised his demand. No. My requirements are not merely 200. Our daughter deserves a splendid send-off. Without 500, we shall not proceed." When Tang Ji and his entourage entered, they were greeted by such a declaration. Tang Ji's unceremonious scoff instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Indeed, for a high school student like Tang Shanmei, a mere 500 yuan was not an exorbitant demand. Upon recognizing them, old lady Tang erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Who said anything about marrying Xiaomei? The one he intends to wed is clearly you." Almost choking on her own words, she found it quite difficult to assert in front of the girl's parents that the young woman was unworthy of marrying her grandson. At that moment, Tang Ji seemed to transcend her role as the granddaughter. Moreover, as thoughts of marriage crossed her mind, old lady Tang's gaze towards Tang Ji underwent a significant and awkward transformation. She struggled to contain her fury, striving to appear gentler. "My dear girl, your grandfather and I are genuinely looking out for your best interests. Just look at that splendid car outside. Once you marry Lu Ming, you will be able to enjoy a prosperous life." Tang Chuanzu couldn't help but join in the persuasion, adding, "Indeed, did you not once aspire to move to the city? Uncle Lu is a respected official in our county, a most esteemed family." Given the unexpected arrival of Tang's family, they spoke without consideration for the Lu family's presence. The Lu couple exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disdain. Yet, upon reflecting on their son's situation, their demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Mrs. Lu then spoke up. "You must be Tang Ji. I am Lu Ming's mother. My son is absent today due to work commitments. He is capable of providing for a family. Once you two are together, rest assured that both he and I will support you, and your lives will surely flourish." Tang Ji calmly regarded Madame Lu and declared, "I am sorry, but I have no intention of marrying Lu Ming, regardless of what promises these two elderly individuals have made. Any matters concerning me must be decided by myself. Others cannot dictate my choices." Her unwillingness was transparently evident, causing the Lu couple to visibly change their expressions. "Do you, a mere country girl, look down upon my son Lu Ming?" Madame Lu, incensed, had likely endured enough idle gossip and condescending glances of pity. Her pent-up frustration erupted at Tang Ji. She had approached with genuine intentions, so why should she be subjected to such treatment? She was merely a countrywoman. She bore no disdain for Tang Ji, so why should Tang Ji feel superior to her own son? In the matter of choosing a partner, Tang's mother could hardly bear to see her daughter being openly criticized. She was about to retort, but was promptly restrained by Tang Ji. With a serious expression, Tang Ji gazed at Lu's mother and gently yet firmly stated, "I understand that you urbanites look down upon those from the countryside. If it were not for your son's shortcomings, you would not have sought a bride from such humble origins. I recognize that despite his flaws, your son deserves respect. This is not his fault. However, you must also grasp that marriage should not be a source of animosity. A forced union will never be sweet. Have you considered the consequences of finding a wife for your son who is either greedy or resentful towards your family? It is evident that you and your husband genuinely care for your son, and there is no need for you to stubbornly insist on unreasonable arguments with me. Here, it is merely a matter of preference, not about compatibility. I cannot assume the role of a dutiful wife or mother to care for your son. My criteria for a partner are quite clear. I require a husband who is capable of taking care of me, managing household chores, cooking, and tending to children. Is your son capable of such responsibilities?" Her words left everyone in stunned silence, and the anger that had briefly flared in Lu's parents dissipated considerably. "What are you deluding yourself into thinking?" Lu's mother mused, contemplating whether it was her son who was foolish or the young lady before her. After all, even the most privileged heiress would hesitate to make such demands. "Madam, if you wish for a daughter-in-law who is cultured, gentle, and virtuous, I would recommend considering my cousin, Tang Shanmei. She is a high school student, possessing a gentle demeanor, incapable of resorting to my drastic measures. Moreover, she is quite intelligent. Would you not consider seeking someone who complements your son?" Tang Ji sincerely suggested. "What are you saying?" Tang Chuanzu instinctively began to oppose, but was halted by the elder Tang. "Chuanzu, be silent. This matter does not concern you." Tang Chuanzu was taken aback, yet soon comprehended the elder's intention. He opened his mouth, but the words of rebuttal ultimately remained unspoken. What could be more paramount than his sister's happiness? If he failed to repay that debt, dire consequences awaited him. Tang Ji curved her lips, revealing a hint of scornful amusement. The members of the Tang family were not only selfish, but also exhibited a preference for sons over daughters. Growing up in such an environment, if Tang Shanmei truly managed to be virtuous, she would certainly earn admiration. The Lu couple turned their gaze toward the elder Tang, who maintained a benevolent smile. "Indeed, my Shanmei is truly exceptional. Not only is she academically gifted and kind-hearted, but she is also beautiful and remarkably filial, adept at managing household chores and caring for others." Although the elder secretly wished to marry Tang Ji off to a fool, he astutely reconsidered his choice in light of Tang Ji's cunning and resolute demeanor, as well as the fury emanating from the third branch of the family. Madame Lu, clearly dissatisfied with the Tang family, expressed skepticism upon hearing this. Her tone cold and firm. "Very well, but does she agree?" Regardless of the circumstances, Madame Lu understood her son's situation. Which virtuous young lady would willingly marry her son? The bride price has doubled, and she is willing to comply. Old Tang declared with a firm voice. "Double? 400? Madame Lu's expression seemed to reflect a serious consideration. After all, if the young lady were indeed a high school student, 400 could be acceptable. Old Tang's demeanor hardened slightly. He was not inherently a gentle man, and maintaining such an act was quite taxing. Naturally, doubling the amount meant 1,000. My precious Xiaomei is far too remarkable for a mere 400. That amount is merely the price of that insufferable girl Tang Ji. If one wishes to wed our golden phoenix, one must prepare at least 1,000. 1,000? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Madame Lu gazed at old Tang incredulously. In the city, securing a bride typically costs around 200. How audacious of this old man to make such a demand. Initially, Madame Lu had intended to find a bride for her son within the city. Fully aware of the challenges involved, she encountered offers starting from 500. Though there were prospects, she found them all unsatisfactory. With no suitable matches in the city, suggestions arose to seek a bride from the countryside. Madame Lu did not oppose this idea, lowering the bride price to 200, only to be met with the unexpected greed of this rural elder, who boldly demanded 1,000. How outrageous! Old Tang's eyes gleamed with avarice as he retorted, "Rob? Such harsh words. My granddaughter is truly one of a kind in the entire village, destined for university. How could she not be worth a bride price of 1,000? Old Tang nodded in agreement, forcing a smile as he added, "Indeed, for 1,000, you would be bringing home a university student. It's a profitable deal for you." Madame Lu did not refute this time, for she too felt a shameful stir within her heart. If her son could indeed marry a university graduate, those who once mocked her family would surely transform into figures of envy and jealousy. However, Lu Chu furrowed his brow slightly. It was not that he disdained a daughter-in-law of academic merit, but rather, could such a daughter-in-law truly be retained within their household? Well, what is it? Are you willing or not? Once this opportunity passes, it may never return, Old Tang threatened, seizing the moment as he noticed their expressions soften. Madame Lu looked inquiringly at Lu Chu, who pondered for a moment before stating, 1,000 is acceptable, but it must be given in installments. Otherwise, we shall take our leave immediately. Old Tang's eyes brightened at this, and he inquired, what kind of installment plan do you propose? Lu Chu suggested, we shall receive 200 as a token, and you will draft the marriage contract, thereby solidifying our agreement. On the day of the wedding, we shall receive another 300, ensuring mutual good fortune for both families. What about the remaining 500? Old Tang pressed eagerly. Provided she bears a son. I shall present the 500 immediately. Even if she were to flee afterward, at least your family would have an heir, Lu Chu responded thoughtfully. Old Tang frowned, concerned that this timeline was too drawn out. What if they failed to fulfill their promise? We can establish a written agreement, Lu Chu asserted confidently. At this juncture, Old Tang's wife interjected, no, it cannot be solely contingent upon the birth of a son. A daughter must also be accounted for. Lu Chu regarded the elderly woman and nodded slowly. Very well. If a daughter is born, we shall allocate 200, thus completing the 500. Old Lady Tang remained somewhat dissatisfied. 200 was insufficient. 3 would be necessary, and at the very least, one should receive half. The Lu couple, as well as the other attendees, cast peculiar glances at Old Lady Tang. Old Man Tang shot her a disapproving look and reprimanded, what nonsense are you spouting? 200 it is, and that is final. Old Lady Tang dared not argue with him, reluctantly sealing her lips, thus solidifying the decision. Meanwhile, the village buzzed with fresh topics of discussion, primarily revolving around Tang Ji's criteria for a partner, followed by inquiries into Tang Shanmei's impending marriage. It seemed even Tang Ji herself was taken aback by the fact that the community was more intrigued by her than anything else. Ah, have you heard the news? That young lady, she is truly remarkable. I thought it was just a rumor. How could such a girl exist in our village? It cannot be false. For it was spoken by the wife of Old Tang heir, who was present at the scene and heard it firsthand. Indeed, when the couple arrived in their car, Old Heir's wife accompanied them inside and listened attentively from beginning to end. So, it is true that Tang Shanmei has become engaged? I had assumed she was genuinely involved with that lad who resides in the livestock shed. Perhaps both claims hold merit. Shanmei is indeed impressive. Not only does she manage 2 suitors, but she has also demanded a bride price of 1,000 yuan, a sum I could scarcely fathom. It is quite astonishing. That girl has begun earning, while it would take my family 3 years to amass such wealth. Nonetheless, it is worth mentioning that the girl remains confined, while the Tang family is negotiating a marriage. Do they genuinely believe they can rescue her, or are they simply engaging in empty bravado? Who can say? However, the most extraordinary of all is that clever girl, seeking someone to wash her clothes, prepare her meals, and care for her children. Oh, just imagining it is astounding. But what is so remarkable? It is mere folly. I am curious to see what kind of match she will ultimately find. Indeed, with her laziness, gluttony, and spoiled nature, who could possibly take an interest in her? Yet, let us not be so hasty. That girl possesses beauty, and one never knows who might be swayed by appearances. That is a valid point. Amidst the lively discussions of the crowd, the conversation inevitably shifted to the topic of the educated youth. Song Yinxuan sat beside the stove, diligently simmering something while knitting a vibrant crimson sweater, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The stitches were tight and adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a festive charm. In the small hall outside the kitchen, 4 or 5 educated youths gathered, engaged in conversation that soon turned to the affairs of Tang Ji and Tang Shanmei. Their words reached Song Yinxuan's ears without omission. Have you heard? Oh dear, I can't fathom what that girl is thinking. Wanting someone to take care of her household chores, she must be dreaming. The speaker was a seasoned educated youth named Wei Hongong, who, at over 25, remained unmarried and relished gossip. Well, perhaps not, interjected Zhou Wan, a lively girl sitting beside Wei Hanyang. If she can earn a living outside, finding a man to handle the household chores might not be such a bad idea. Zhou Wan was brimming with joy as she anticipated her imminent return to the city. The others cast envious glances her way. Ever since a mass return of educated youths to the city, those left behind felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing they might never return. The atmosphere at the educated youth station abruptly descended into gloom, yet amidst the flickering flames, Song Yinshuan's gaze revealed a glimmer of resolve. As long as this endeavor proves successful, he shall soon return. Indeed, provided that this list is accurate. Coupled with the merits he has accrued over the years and the various connections he has cultivated, not only will he be able to return, but his grandfather, father, and the rest of his family shall also be able to do so. In truth, Song Yinshuan could have returned to the city long ago. Whether through official orders or by passing examinations, opportunities were at his disposal. However, he had established a significant presence here, and with unfinished business still at hand, he found himself delayed until now. Unexpectedly, there is a certain fortune in the lateness, as a tremendous boon has seemingly fallen into his lap. And all of this is thanks to Tang Ji. Reflecting on that cheeky young girl, a smile graced Song Yinshuan's face, accompanied by a subtle hint of bewilderment. What could her true intentions be? Could it really be merely for monetary gain? How did she acquire such a list, one that even the state does not possess? Is the force backing her even mightier than the authorities? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of making the female lead Lu Ming's fiancée. Random rewards include 5 sets of wedding bedding, $20 in cash, and a plot fragment, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check for receipt. Tang Ji was unaware that so many people in the village were gossiping about her. At this moment, her primary concern was her task rewards. She had finally shed the identity of a misfortunate individual and was once again embarking on the path to a prosperous life. The new plot fragment was intriguing yet lacked significant utility, recounting events that had already transpired. On that day, after Tang Ji had thrust the male protagonist into the embrace of the uniformed uncle, she ceased to concern herself with the happenings at the market. The fragments of the narrative depict the events that transpired in her absence. In the imagery, the male protagonist, at the last moment, comprehends the situation but commits a foolish act by stuffing the note in his mouth and swallowing it. Upon finishing, he looks up only to meet the furious gazes of several pairs of eyes. What did you eat? Spit it out, quickly. The uncles swarm around him, pinning him to the ground, some prying his mouth open while others grip his waist, displaying an alarming ferocity. In his despair, Hua Gaojing suddenly realizes that destroying evidence was the right course of action, yet it feels as though he has erred. Haraha. Tang Ji, upon witnessing this, could not suppress her laughter. The male protagonist's intellect seemed rather lacking, rendering the scene utterly amusing. Naturally, the note was never extracted, and the uncles, in their indignation, could only escort the male protagonist back. Fortuitously, at that moment, Tang Shamei, who had been searching for Hua Gaoang without success, unexpectedly recognized him. Even more comically, she failed to perceive that Hua Gaozheng was being taken against his will. Instead, she assumed this was his opportunity for merit and rushed forward without hesitation. Comrade Hua, what is wrong? Are you all right? Tang Shamei inquired with great concern. Her intentions quite clear. She sought to convince everyone that she was allied with Hua Gaozheng, hoping to garner a share of any accolades that might come his way. Who are you? Why do you know him? Are you accomplices? Take them away, all of them. Tang Shanmei ultimately achieved her wish to join forces with Hua Gaozheng, yet the outcome was tragically dismal, as they both found themselves imprisoned together. Haraha. Tang Ji chuckled, bending over in disbelief. Had the reality not been laid bare before her, she would have found it utterly inconceivable that the protagonists of a story could be so foolish. Dear little ones, I now comprehend why the antagonists here require external assistance. She mused, feeling quite empowered as the very external aid they sought. The system remained silent, though this silence bore a slight distinction from previous instances. Continuing to laugh, Tangji whimsically inquired, have the villains here also come to laughter? Haha. Or perhaps the script is simply too cliché, prompting the antagonists to abandon their roles. Otherwise, could it be that both protagonists are merely talentless fools who are incapable of selecting more competent adversaries? Indeed, there truly are no more foolish options available, which is why you were summoned. Tang Ji sighed. Alas, pride has led to my own undoing. 030, the challenge of marriage beep. Warning, system storage capacity is full, unable to store additional task items. Please address this promptly. Tangji glanced at her storage space, which was entirely occupied after the addition of 5 bedding sets, leaving no room for even a sliver of light. She retrieved one set to examine. The so-called 10-piece ensemble included 2 pillows, 2 pillowcases, 2 pillow shams, a comforter, a duvet cover, as well as a mattress pad and a fitted sheet. The vibrant red was indeed festive. As Tang Ji ran her fingers over the comforter, she found the texture to be quite pleasant. Shaking it gently, it felt remarkably substantial, weighing at least 6 pounds. Her initial instinct was to sell it for cash, but she quickly felt a pang of reluctance. Her family had yet to enjoy its warmth, and selling it would be a regrettable loss. After considering her options, she concluded that there would always be opportunities to earn money, and this splendid item was better reserved for her loved ones. Feigning an outing, Tang Ji strolled about before returning home with 4 sets of the 10-piece ensemble. "Mother, look at the wonderful treasures I've brought back," she exclaimed, her performance worthy of an Oscar. The members of the Tang family gathered curiously around her. Upon seeing the 2 large bundles she carried, they eagerly lent a hand. "So many bedding sets," Tang's mother exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Her rough fingers reached out tentatively to caress the fabric, her cautious demeanor evoking a sense of bittersweetness in those who watched. Tang Ji pulled forward 1 set, gesturing towards the remaining 3. "I'll keep 1 set. The other 3 are for you to arrange as you see fit, mother." Thus, she left 1 set on the surface while secretly retaining another, 1 for current use and the other stored away, a perfect arrangement. Mother Tang instinctively objected, thinking it a waste to keep such fine things unused. "There is so much, I could never utilize it all myself." Tang Ji did not allow her mother to refuse, taking her own set into the room to begin changing her bedding. However, Mother Tang followed her in, and upon seeing her replacing the sheets, she quickly exclaimed, "Leave it. Dear, let me help you." The mother and daughter collaborated to change the bedding, yet afterward, an awkward silence ensued. Mother Tang hesitantly inquired, "My dear, you are yet unmarried. Is it appropriate to use such festive bedding?" "What do you mean by appropriate?" Tang Ji felt a twinge of discomfort. She had never used something so celebratory before, and everything seemed out of place. Should they not revert to the old ones? She regretted not considering this, having only thought of using the new quilt. Never mind, she decided to proceed with it. Mother Tang, with a determined heart, resolved to indulge this once while secretly deciding to keep another set for her daughter as future wedding. Well, new is certainly better than old. Although this new set had not been washed, she could only turn a blind eye. "Mother, please dispose of the old ones. I no longer want them." "Ah, very well. I shall give them to your brother." Tang Ji did not contest, for the reality was as such. Share the new ones. Do not be overly reluctant to use them. There would be more to come in the future. "I understand. Dear, I am well aware of your feelings." Tang's mother was indeed well aware of the situation. Among the 3 sets of bedding she possessed, 1 was reserved for Tang Ji, while the remaining 2 sets had only a pair of pillowcases taken, leaving the rest for future use. "This pair of pillowcases is for you all, to celebrate," she said. Although Tang's mother favored her daughter, she was nonetheless a good mother-in-law, seldom chastising her daughter-in-law and ensuring that none of them went hungry or suffered. She treated them all equally. Tang's sister-in-law, Shanmei, received the pillowcases in a daze. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears as she thought of something. "Mother, I don't need them. Please keep them for my younger brothers when they marry," she stammered, overwhelmed by the beauty of such exquisite items, which she had never encountered before. Shanmei, whose full name was Shanmei, hailed from Taishugang, a remote village nestled deep in the mountains, where there were only a handful of households, making marriage a formidable challenge. Initially, the Tang family had exchanged a mere 2 coins with a matchmaker to acquire Shanmei, who had no dowry. When she reached marriageable age, she had set off with the matchmaker, who visited only once a year. Since marrying Tang Dage, Shanmei had returned to her maternal home only once, not due to a lack of desire, but because the journey was fraught with peril, making the round trip exceedingly difficult. "Take it. There's no need for hesitation." Tang's mother insisted as she pressed the items into her hands and departed. That night, she summoned Tang Urge into the room. "Urge, you are no longer young. After the new year, you will be 26, and it is time to consider marriage," she said with a tinge of sadness in her voice. Upon hearing this, Tang Urge immediately declined without hesitation, stating, "Do not concern yourself with me. Rather, focus on the 3rd and 4th brothers. He is not only advanced in age, but also physically impaired. The funds required to secure him a bride would suffice to marry off both the 3rd and 4th sons. This year, The third and fourth sons are both 22, an age right for marriage. Mother Tang shot a disapproving glance at second brother Tang, questioning his insensitivity. As if to say, what do you mean by not considering your own kin? Are you not human? Second brother Tang's lips twitched, acknowledging the increasing audacity of his family. Mother, I truly have no particular inclination. Suitable partners are hard to come by, and I would not want to delay the prospects for the third and fourth sons. Mother Tang had indeed contemplated this matter, but she could not let the needs of the third and fourth sons overshadow those of the second. As a mother, she felt a deep affection for all her children. Let us announce our intentions broadly. Whichever son finds a suitable match first shall be granted the opportunity to wed. Her words carried a heavy heart, for the family's current savings, combined with the modest possessions Tang Ji had recently procured, barely amounted to what was needed for one son to marry. Alas, securing a bride is indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps it would be easier to raise several cherished daughters instead. Very well, I shall also give due consideration to the third and fourth sons. These next few years may demand much of my time, as I wish to devote myself to my career. Second brother Tang cautiously articulated his thoughts. Mother Tang, taken aback, inquired, a career? What sort of endeavor do you envision? Are you considering becoming a street vendor? Little Five does not have ample goods to spare for you to sell. In a couple of days, I wish to journey southward. There are many traders in the black market who source their goods from the south to sell in the north, and I am eager to explore this avenue. Tang mother paused for a moment, casting an inquiring glance at Tang father. His expression was grave as he placed a reassuring hand on Tang Er's shoulder, his gaze seemingly asking, have you truly considered this? Tang Erj responded with determination. I have given it considerable thought. Our family cannot remain stagnant. The world outside has transformed, and we must adapt accordingly. I am resolute in ensuring that our parents and younger siblings live a prosperous life, while Tang mother also yearned for a better life. Her primary concern was her son's safety. However, in this unfamiliar territory, she worried about the potential dangers he might encounter. It was at this moment that Tang Ji entered the room. Having eavesdropped for quite some time, she declared, I shall accompany Urge. We will look out for one another, and nothing will go awry. Tang Urge felt a headache coming on. Tang mother was taken aback, and Tang father felt slightly dizzy. Reflecting on the matter, second brother Tang sighed and remarked, do you think my opposition would bear any fruit? Mother Tang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, shaking her head in resolute denial. No, absolutely not. Father Tang silently nodded in agreement, affirming that such a course of action was indeed unacceptable. Originally, Tang Ji had not intended to venture out so soon, but upon hearing her brother's eagerness, she perceived it as a fortuitous opportunity, albeit a tad premature. Must you embark on your journey so early, brother? Tang Ji inquired. In a conciliatory tone, second brother Tang retorted, what are your thoughts? Let us wait until the blossoms bloom, and then we shall journey south. Tang Ji, with a playful demeanor, suggested, just give me a month or two. I should be able to gather the capital for my business. I have $200 saved up, and brother Wang has agreed to lend me $300 more as initial capital. This revelation bolstered second brother Tang's confidence. I possess $1,200, which could serve as my capital, Tang Ji candidly disclosed, having just earned it in the early hours, still warm from her endeavors. What? So much? Exclaimed both Mother Tang and second brother Tang in unison, while Father Tang, though unable to vocalize, mirrored their astonishment with his expression. Tang Ji chuckled, presenting the two passbooks for all to see. I made a significant transaction yesterday, and this is the freshly deposited amount. I thought to engage in a small business venture before reporting it, so please don't mind me. Second brother Tang rolled his eyes, the tone of her boastfulness igniting a playful irritation within him. What kind of business could yield such profit? Surely, you haven't sold yourself, have you? Tang Mu's mind was quick, and she immediately thought of the betrothal money from the neighboring Tang Shanmei, which amounted to a full 1,000 yuan. Mother, do you truly look down upon me so? Am I worth merely 1,000 or so? It cannot be less than 100 or 80 times that. Tang Ji glared at Tang Mu, her expression one of indignation, as if to say, how can you so underestimate my worth? This provoked a hearty laugh from Tang Mu, reminiscent of the two large white geese in the storeroom. You are made of gold. How precious you are. Tang Mu jested, but then her demeanor turned serious. If it is not a betrothal gift, then what is it? It is merely something that holds little value for me, but is of great utility to the other party. Tang Ji replied ambiguously, all right, let's discuss serious matters. If second brother is in a hurry, we can use this capital to procure goods. It is indeed feasible. 1,200 plus 500 is barely sufficient. At worst, we could make a few more trips in the early stages. What are your thoughts, second brother? What thoughts could second brother have? He believed his opinions held little significance. Do you understand what the journey to the south entails? Are you aware of the dangers that lie therein? Do not pose such futile questions, as if you possess all the answers. Tang Ji retorted disdainfully. You know, so why not enlighten me? Tang Ji felt that this was not a matter of knowledge, but rather that the answers to such questions were inherently uncertain. She had no desire to respond. I certainly know, he replied. I have already made arrangements with Brother Wang. Once I arrive in the south, I will source goods from the electronics factory. As long as I can bring the merchandise back, I will be able to turn a profit of twofold. Tang Urge confidently declared that if he had not charted a clear course, he would not dare to venture south alone. That idea is quite commendable. Aligning closely with my own thoughts, we shall proceed accordingly. Tang Ji nodded in agreement, not out of audacity to claim credit, but because her thoughts were indeed similar. During this period, procuring goods from the south, the most sought-after items were electronics and apparel. She resolved to explore both, discerning which option was most suitable and which path was more favorable. Tang Urge, growing weary of the conversation, remarked on her boldness, acknowledging that such audacity was indeed fitting for business. Tang Mu, feeling a bit helpless, noted her daughter's recent transformation, which left her with the impression that her daughter was becoming an entirely different person each day. However, her primary concern remained. Whether or not you make a profit is inconsequential. What if danger arises? What will you do then? Tang Ji clenched her small fist and reassured. Mother, worry not. With me around, I shall fend off any threats to protect Urge. Tang Urge, unable to contain his frustration, pointed at Tang Ji, exclaiming, You little rascal. Speak properly. This elicited an immediate reaction from Tang Mu, who put her hands on her hips and retorted, Tang Hu, who are you addressing? Do you wish to be reprimanded? Tang Hu. Perhaps it is best if I remain invisible. Ultimately, Tang Urge conceded, deciding to postpone their journey south for half a month, while Tang Ji diligently contemplated how she might multiply her available funds during this time. On the 5th day of the new year, early in the morning, Tang Ji first surveyed the situation next door, which remained as quiet as the grave. Neither Tang Shanmei nor Hua Gaozhong had been released. Alas, her score-boosting assistant was absent, leaving her disheartened. After breakfast, Tang Ji stealthily made her way to the back of the Tang residence, slipping through the window into the room of the elderly Tang couple, from whom she clandestinely retrieved an additional 10 coins from her hidden stash. Sigh, should she assist Tang Shanmei's family in finding a lucrative endeavor? Otherwise, this remaining sum would scarcely suffice for her to undertake another task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of pilfering money from the heroine's household. Random rewards, 20 pounds of shrimp and 10 coins. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji's eyes sparkled. To her delight, the system had bestowed seafood as a reward. She promptly turned and hurried home, abandoning her plans to steal the neighbor's chickens. Forget it, there were only a few chickens anyway, best to leave them be. It's truly not easy to maintain the protagonist's household. They were on the verge of financial ruin. Alas, how wicked of her. She needed to reflect deeply before returning. Mother, look at what I've brought. Let us feast on shrimp for lunch. Naturally, the Tang family erupted in exclamations of surprise. However, 20 pounds of shrimp was indeed an overwhelming quantity. Tang's mother pulled Tang Ji aside into the kitchen, saying, Don't you need money? Let us consume 2 pounds and sell the rest. 2 pounds would hardly suffice. With so many mouths to feed, they needed at least 10. Tang Ji aspired to earn money, yet her motivation for doing so was to indulge in delightful food and drink. Why would she trade delectable treats for cash? She was not foolish. Are you a pig? Eating 10 pounds in one sitting. Tang's mother felt a twinge of temptation, but as her own daughter, she found it difficult to act. At least 8 pounds, it cannot be any less, or there won't be enough to eat. Tang Ji reluctantly took a step back. There are 11 mouths to feed at home, and even 2 pounds wouldn't suffice to fill the gaps between their teeth. Then will you sell the rest? Mother Tang shot a glare at Tang Ji and continued to contemplate for her, since they had already agreed to let Tang Ji venture out with the second brother. As a mother, she must offer unwavering support, becoming her daughter's strongest ally, ensuring she does not suffer any losses. No selling, no selling. We shall keep it for making dumplings, filled with chives and shrimp. How delicious they will be. Tang Ji exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought. Oh dear. I didn't realize it until now, but just mentioning it makes me crave them. Ah, the blissful days. As Tang's mother observed the gluttonous demeanor of her daughter, she was suddenly reminded of Tang Ji's former self, thin and petite, with an insatiable appetite, particularly protective of her food. While Tang's mother indulged her daughter, she was no fool. She sensed the subtle changes in Tang Ji. Alas, it was all due to the misdeeds of the two elderly members of the Tang family, who conspired with the eldest branch to bully their own kin, even contemplating selling off the youngest to settle debts. Such wickedness was truly appalling. Tang's mother always believed that Tang Ji had endured a great deal of distress, prompting her newfound maturity and resilience, as well as a greater understanding of her parents and siblings. You used to be so protective of your food, yet now you seem so generous, she mused. Unfazed, Tang Ji remained composed, confident that no one could uncover her secret. Such a transformation, akin to replacing one's core, would be met with disbelief from anyone but the transformed individual. Moreover, despite the differences in their personalities, she and the original owner of her body bore a striking resemblance on the surface. They were both delicate young girls, lively and charming. Mother, I am not being uncharitable. Look at all this abundance. If there were only one or two, I would certainly offer you a taste, but with so many, I must indulge myself. This was Tang Ji's sincere sentiment. She was not the type to share delectable treats while subsisting on meager fare. Her generosity was contingent upon the recipient and her own capacity. To illustrate, regarding the neighbors, they could not even dream of tasting her shrimp, let alone sipping a bowl of shrimp shell soup. Tang's father, a carpenter, sat nearby engaged in his woodworking, casting a lingering glance at Tang Ji as if to convey, "If you feed your mother, what becomes of me?" Regrettably, Tang Ji remained oblivious to her father's expression, engrossed in affection for her mother, completely disregarding everyone else. Alas, this little darling is indeed considerate, but all her warmth is directed towards her mother, leaving her father feeling rather chilly. At the noon dining table, a platter of fresh prawns and another of prawns stir-fried with cabbage graced the table, their delectable aroma causing the Tang family to indulge heartily. What a life we lead! Even deities might envy us, sighed Brother Tang San, patting his belly in contentment. Brother Tang Si nodded in agreement, suggesting that perhaps even celestial beings would covet their fortune. While the Tang family reveled in their feast, Tang Shanmei and Hua Gaojing found themselves in a starkly contrasting reality, feeling as though they were trapped in a hellish nightmare, constantly aware of the looming threat of death. They had been imprisoned for 3 days in a dark, cold, damp cell teeming with various insects, their bodies weary and aching, too fearful to rest. The longer they remained confined, the deeper their dread became. Hua Gaojing endured with clenched teeth, adamantly denying any affiliation with certain organizations. However, during his capture, he foolishly committed the blunder of publicly consuming evidence, and coupled with his subterfuge, the authorities found it implausible that he was innocent. As for Tang Shanmei, her circumstances were markedly better than Hua Gaojing's. After all, she had willingly presented herself, and the authorities likely found it hard to believe that a villain would be so foolish as to act in such a manner. As long as the matter concerning Hua Gaojing remains unresolved, Tang Shanmei, the associated individual, must endure her confinement alongside him. This predicament leaves her feeling both frustrated and perplexed. She cannot comprehend why a noble hero is being suspected of being an accomplice to wrongdoing. What is it that she remains oblivious to? If a similar situation occurred in her past life, where might the turning point lie? If such an event never transpired, no, she cannot entertain such thoughts. The potential consequences are too terrifying for her to bear. Rebirth is a unique opportunity. If navigated skillfully, it can lead to wealth and the pinnacle of success. However, if mishandled, the outcome may prove to be even more dismal than before. Nevertheless, 2 days later, under the auspices of the male and female protagonists, Tang Shanmei and Hua Gaojing were escorted back by the village chief. Yet, both appeared disheveled and gaunt, looking quite miserable. Beep. The task of mocking the male and female protagonists has commenced, requiring completion within 2 hours at the pear tree at the village entrance. Timing begins now. Beep. The task to further develop the relationship between the protagonists has begun, with a deadline of 1 month. Timing begins now. On the 7th day of the first month, the Tang family breakfast consisted of noodles, following tradition. Tang's mother, a skilled cook, prepared the noodles and shrimp broth. Tang Ji enjoyed a hearty bowl, savoring her meal, when the system's task notification chimed in. Ah, life has returned. Donning her thick cotton coat and warm hat, Tang Ji called upon her favorite companion, the little sixth, and set off fully armed for the day's adventures. due to the cotton that Tang Ji brought back. Tang's mother and sister-in-law worked through the night to thicken the cotton clothes and trousers for the entire Tang family. Now, as they stepped outside, they appeared plumper, eliciting envy from many onlookers. Beneath the pear tree at the village's edge, numerous villagers braved the wind and snow to witness the unfolding events surrounding Tang Shanmei and Huagao, which had drawn considerable attention. Early this morning, the village head was summoned to the county, leading the villagers to speculate that some resolution had been reached. They frequently stepped out to catch a glimpse, and upon encountering one another, they would engage in lengthy conversations, reluctant to part even in the frigid air. As Tang Ji and Tang Xiaolu approached, they were spotted by someone who eagerly called out, "Little 5, Little 6, you've come to join the excitement too?" The first to greet them was Aunt Hu, the village tofu seller, who stood beside her plump and radiant little daughter, Li Xiaoer, a charming girl just 2 years younger than Tang Ji. "Little sister," Li Xiaoer softly greeted, her large eyes blinking cheerfully. "Xiaoer, have some candy." Before Tang Ji could speak, Tang Xiaolu swiftly produced a piece of white rabbit candy and held it out eagerly. Tang Ji gazed at Tang Xiaolu in astonishment, who claimed that Xiaolu was foolish. He indeed knew how to offer sweets to a lovely girl. Li Xiaoer shyly retreated, hiding behind her mother, and stammered, "No, you eat it." Tang Xiaolu, oblivious to her refusal, inched forward like a little calf, prompting Aunt Hu to chuckle and pat Tang Xiaoyu's head. "Xiaolu, where did you get this candy? You shouldn't waste it so recklessly." Tang Xiaolu immediately turned to Tang Ji and exclaimed, "This is from my sister. She gave me several pieces, and they are exceptionally delicious, albeit a tad sticky." As he spoke, he felt his mouth water, wiping it with his arm before continuing to Li Xiaoer, "Xiaoer, do partake. You look lovely." Tang Ji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, tugged at Tang Xiaolu and retrieved 2 pieces of candy from her pocket, placing them directly into Aunt Hu's hand. "Aunt, enjoy the sweets. May your new year be filled with sweetness." "Oh dear, this is too much," Aunt Hu said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice as she accepted the offering. It was not that she was greedy for treats, but during the festive season, it was indeed difficult to refuse such a kind gesture. "Thank you, Xiaoel. Xiaoer, do not forget to express your gratitude to your 5th sister swiftly." 033. The shame of waste. Li Xiaoer savored a piece of candy, the sweet sensation causing her to squint with delight. It was at this moment that the village chief, Li Dukong, returned with Tang Shanmei and the young man, followed closely by the Tang couple. Observant villagers immediately raised their voices in excitement, proclaiming that the captain had returned with Tang Shanmei and the lad. They were back. Upon hearing this, a mix of curiosity, gossip, and a few quick-witted individuals filled the air with a sigh of relief. The mere fact that they had returned suggested that the situation was not too dire. They certainly did not wish for anyone in the village to face imprisonment. "Village chief, now that you have brought them back, does that mean everything is fine? Have they committed any wrongdoing, or are they innocent? Please clarify for everyone," the villagers clamored. Li Dukong wore a grim expression, insisting, "It's all fine. It's all fine. Please disperse and don't create a commotion in this frigid weather. We would want anyone to catch a chill." However, the villagers were clearly unwilling to leave, as Tang Shanmei and Hua Gaozheng did not appear to be in a state of tranquility. It was at this juncture that Tang Ji spoke up, questioning, if there was nothing amiss, why were they detained for so many days? If they were apprehended by mistake, shouldn't there be an explanation? They cannot simply be taken without cause. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in agreement, asking, indeed, what were the reasons for their capture? Was it a case of mistaken identity, or something else entirely? One particularly nosy woman cast a pointed glance at the pair and remarked, could it be that they were taken because of that incident? That young lady, still unmarried, consorting with someone. How scandalous. The crowd turned their gaze once more, only to discover that it was the daughter-in-law of the Dequan family, which explained everything. How should one articulate this? Song Moli, the daughter-in-law of the Dequan family, had once been betrothed to the formidable Tang Lauda. She had harbored affections for him, yet he deemed her unattractive and ultimately wed the rather unimpressive Zhou Hohat, which left Song Moli utterly incensed. Since that incident, she could not resist making sardonic remarks regarding any matters related to the Tang family, a behavior that the onlookers had grown accustomed to over time. Upon overhearing the whispers of the crowd, Tang Shanmei was instantly overcome with tears, pitifully explaining, "No, it is not as it seems. We have been misunderstood. Nothing untoward has transpired. Otherwise, how could we possibly have been released?" As for her relationship with Hua Gaoxing, Tang Shanmei pondered for a moment, but chose not to elaborate. If this opportunity could allow her to be with Hua Gaojing, she would not object. Even at this juncture, she had not altered her sentiments. Her inclination remained toward the notion that the events of this life would mirror those of her past, albeit with her now as a participant. However, Hua Gaojing was unwilling to endure such slander. In a state of barely contained frustration, he hoarsely shouted, "I merely ventured to the county to procure some items. I have done nothing wrong, and my involvement with this young lady is non-existent. Please refrain from spreading falsehoods." The appearance of Tang Shanmei did not further entrench Hua Gaojing in despair. Logically, he should not harbor resentment towards her. However, witnessing such a disheveled side of Hugazing, a subtle aversion began to brew within him towards Tang Shanmei, leading him to be reluctant to associate with her. Tangji observed the reactions of both parties nearby, feeling that something was distinctly peculiar, and could not help but inquire of the system. Am I the antagonist? The system remained unresponsive, yet Tangji sensed an implied acknowledgement. Then Hugazing and Tang Shanmei must be the protagonists, correct? She continued, as if the system had already acquiesced to her query. Without pausing for a reply, she further remarked, "Look at this, the protagonists suffer so terribly, while I, as the antagonist, am so carefree. Do you not find something amiss?" "I do not." The system finally responded, though its answer was far from satisfying. "Consider it carefully. Did you perhaps not graduate from kindergarten and fail to grasp the essence of protagonists and antagonists?" Tang Ji emphasized the term kindergarten. Alas, what a flawed creation. It was indeed disconcerting. To elevate, one must first suppress. A traditional trope. Surely you comprehend this? You must have missed kindergarten, right? Ah, one wonders who lacks education, unable to grasp even this. Tang Ji pondered for a moment and realized this was indeed the case. Protagonists often endure immense hardships at the outset, falling to depths worse than beggars. In reflection, Tang Shanmei and Hugazing's situation was not particularly severe. All right, I concede that you possess some knowledge. Having graduated from kindergarten, you may now advance directly to preschool. As Tangji engaged in a verbal spar with the system, Tang Shanmei and Hua Gaojing, along with others, had already entered the village, intending to part ways and return to their respective homes. Tang Ji was compelled to step forward, continuing to embody the role of a willful and petty antagonist. "Oh, Tang Shanmei, do share with us what life is like in the precinct. What transgressions led to your arrest? Even if it is a misunderstanding, there must be a source for it, right? Enlighten us, so we may guard against such pitfalls in the future." The system's task was to mock the male and female leads, and Tang Ji cautiously probed, discovering that sarcasm was slightly more challenging than outright insults. While people readily recognized insults, not everyone could discern sarcasm. Tang Shanmei shot Tang Ji a cold glance. Though the bystanders failed to perceive the underlying mockery in Tang Ji's words, she felt that every utterance was laden with malice. "I have already stated that it is a misunderstanding, so why do you persist in your inquiries?" Tang Shanmei's tone was tinged with exasperation, but she ultimately lowered her voice to issue a warning. "Do not push your luck. You are also a member of the Tang family. If I find it difficult to navigate this situation, you shall not fare any better. You are a member of your Tang family, and I am a member of mine. Though we share the same surname, we are not of the same household. Do not presume to draw close to me. How absurd." Tangji retorted dismissively, her tone clear and resonant, ensuring that all present could hear her disdain. "Oh, you impudent girl, how can you speak so? We may be separated, but we are not severed. How can we not be family?" Zhou Hohot had been holding back for quite some time, but ultimately, she was provoked by Tang Ji and burst forth with indignation. "You wretched girl, causing chaos every single day, showing no filial piety even to your grandparents, and resorting to violence against your elders while bullying your siblings. You are simply inhuman." The fervor in Zhou Hohot's voice was palpable. She had indeed suffered greatly at the hands of Tangji. Since the eve of the new year, Tangji had behaved like a tyrant, persistently troubling their family. They found themselves unable to articulate their grievances or retaliate effectively, leaving them not only feeling frustrated, but also physically harmed. It was a truly unbearable situation. Tangji felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. These individuals were finally experiencing the discomfort of being oppressed. How ironic that they had never considered the ramifications when they themselves were the bullies. The weak are not eternally weak, and the strong too will age. Why inflict harm upon others? Are they not afraid that, should they push someone too far, it might lead to their own ruin? Sighing, Tangji reflected that while others may not fear such consequences, she certainly did. Yet, she found herself with no other option. She could not simply abandon the rewards and resources at stake. Such an act would be a gross waste. As the saying goes, waste is shameful, frugality is a virtue. 034. Living up to one's name. After a few days of playing the villain, Tangji realized that embodying such a role is quite challenging, as it demands an intense conviction. Firstly, a villain must firmly believe that their actions hold significance. Clap. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of slapping the female lead. You have received a random reward of 2 pounds of chocolate and a commercial property located at number 22, Xiaotao Lane, Pear Tree County. Please check your rewards. As Tangji executed her task, a singular thought occupied her mind. The repetitive task lay before her, and it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. However, she did not anticipate that the system's rewards would be so generous. With just a couple of slaps, she inadvertently acquired a commercial property. Ah, dear system, you are like the noonday sun, intense yet comforting. Ah, dear system, you are akin to the gentle afternoon rain, lazy yet enchanting. Ah, I adore the villain. Long live the villain. System, I believe you have finally lived up to your name, if you continue to be so plain and miserly. I might forget that your full title is the villainous tycoon system. Greedy for money, ungrateful for benefits. Bah. System, when you praise me, you must also throw in a few jabs. With a host like you, bah? Why do you hit me again? What gives you the right to strike me? Tang Shanmei was on the verge of collapse. She was the one hurling insults, yet she found herself on the receiving end. Tang Ji looked at Tang Shanmei with a hint of remorse and said earnestly, "Your mother scolds me, and you take her place to endure the punishment. Such filial piety. Why do you still question me? Clearly, you are fulfilling your duties as a devoted child." Tang Ji playfully gave Tang Shanmei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're doing great. Keep up the good work next time." A chorus of laughter erupted as everyone found Tang Ji's humor delightful. "Tang Ji, how did you become so witty?" Aunt Jasmine laughed heartily, clapping her hands in delight. "But I must say, I prefer this. You are truly remarkable, far superior to that incessant chatter." It was clear to all who the incessant chatter referred to, as they all turned their gazes toward Tang Shanmei. People from the countryside hold a fondness for educated university students, but when compared to those cultured individuals who hardly engage with them, they evidently favor the forthright and spirited young women who share their temperament. In their eyes, Tangji epitomized these qualities, making her particularly relatable. Tangji smiled, while Tang Shanmei was overcome with tears. Zhou Hohat's face flushed with indignation, yet she dared not confront Tang Ji nor challenge the taller Aunt Jasmine. Instead, she could only furiously strike Tang Laoda's back and lament, "Are you foolish? Why do you merely stand by as others bully your wife?" Tang Laoda found himself in an unjust predicament. His expression darkened, for it was indeed his wife and daughter who were being mistreated. "Let us go home," he commanded. "It's freezing out here, even in the depths of winter." This time, Tang Ji did not obstruct their path. Rather, she quickened her pace toward Hua Gaojing, who had already walked some 30 meters away. The task called for her to mock the male and female leads, having dealt with the female lead. It was now time for the male lead to face her playful jibes. "Hey, are you just going to leave without an explanation? What is your relationship with Tang Shanmei? She was protecting you that day, and now both of you are caught together. Are you two romantically involved? Sigh, this job is truly difficult. Especially when it feels like I'm just a petty troublemaker, losing my dignity. Step aside." Hua Gaojing's gaze towards Tang Ji was filled with disdain. Unfazed, Tang Ji continued to flaunt herself. "Look at you. You clearly don't appear to be a good person. No wonder you ended up in the police station. You should pay more attention to your image when you're out, lest you find yourself in trouble again." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of mocking the male and female leads. Random rewards: 20 pounds of white flour, 5 exquisite apple saplings, 1,000 milliliters of plant nutrient solution, and 100 yuan in cash, which has been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check. This task unexpectedly granted 4 rewards. She truly transformed from an unlucky person into a fortunate one. "What exactly do you want to say?" Hua Gaojing asked, unable to contain his frustration. This woman always appeared out of nowhere to engage in bizarre antics. First, she slapped him twice, and now she was reprimanding him. What a lunatic. Slap. Just as Hua Gaojing recalled those 2 slaps, Tang Ji delivered another one right on the spot. He felt he was about to lose his mind. The impending sense of collapse was akin to that experienced by Tang Shanmei. Alas, the poor male and female leads were on the verge of madness from Tang Ji's slaps. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the repeated task of slapping the male lead. Random rewards: 20 packs of Northeast cigarettes, 2 cases of Matai, and 50 yuan in cash. Please check. Are you out of your mind, or do you truly believe I won't take action against you? Hua Gaojing seethed. His fists clenched tightly, resembling a frail lion on the verge of unleashing its fury. Tang Ji gazed at Hua Gaojing with sympathy, theatrically producing 2 steamed buns and thrusting them into the man's hands. As she hurried away, she exclaimed, "These are for you. Don't be angry, don't give up. You can persevere, enduring until the end is victory. Keep it up." If, in the past few days, Tang Ji had contemplated eliminating the male and female leads to ponder her own return, that notion had entirely dissipated after receiving a reward of a commercial property. The animals in the zoo differentiate between a full meal and mere sustenance, and this astute human certainly comprehended the distinction as well. It is only logical to allow the leads to engage in their daily routines. That is what a sensible mind should consider. Male lead, female lead, keep pushing forward. You will surely thrive. Hua Gaojing stood in stunned silence, watching Tang Ji's retreating figure, still clutching the 2 frozen buns, momentarily at a loss for thoughts. A gust of cold wind sent a shiver through his body, and an inexplicable sense of impending crisis washed over him. Meanwhile, as Tang Ji made her way home, she mumbled to herself, "It seems my preparation of a few buns was indeed worthwhile. Otherwise, I would have had to part with the baozi. The baozi is filled with meat and tastes so delightful. I could never bear to give that to the male lead." After lunch, Tang Ji cheerfully sought out her second brother, who, startled, quickly remarked, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't smile like that. It's quite terrifying." Tang Ji's expression remained unchanged. "This evening, let us venture out once more." She currently possessed 20 packs of cigarettes, 2 cases of liquor, and over 1,000 yuan. This time, a trip to the black market would surely yield fruitful results. Tang Erji's eyes sparkled at the mention of the 1,000 yuan, and he queried, "Are we acquiring goods?" "Yes, we shall see what's available. If something suitable presents itself, we shall procure it. If not, we will proceed directly south." She intended to visit the storefront in the county shortly, for when the goods arrived, regardless of what they were, a place would be secured for their sale. "Very well. Let us bring all the money along. If we find something appropriate, we shall seize the opportunity." At that moment, he planned to consult with Wang Gu about the route south, ensuring that this time, they would bring along the younger sister, avoiding any potential mishaps. On the day of dreams, that evening, Tang Ji and her elder brother Tang Er each carried a basket on their backs, navigating through the darkness. Braving the wind and snow, their steps uneven on the treacherous path to the hidden market. Though Tang Ji was not averse to walking, she suggested to her brother, given the harsh conditions, that once they earned some money, they should consider purchasing a vehicle. Tang Er regarded her with a peculiar gaze, as if she were a simpleton, though the darkness concealed his expression from her. "On this road of snow and ice, do you truly wish to ride a bicycle? Are you not afraid of falling?" he questioned. "Who said anything about a bicycle? I'm in an off-road vehicle," she clarified. "What kind of contraption is that?" Tang Er was puzzled. "A car with 4 wheels. A regular sedan would hardly suffice for our rugged village roads, especially in winter's icy grasp." Tang Er fell silent. Who wouldn't desire a vehicle? Yet, the thought of such a 4-wheeled marvel was beyond his imagination. "Hey, what's this? Do you not want one?" Tang Ji teased, sensing her brother's mood. Tang Er continued to trudge forward, the urgency of their journey making his limp more pronounced. Tang Ji felt a tinge of melancholy. They often spoke of equality. Yet she pondered what that truly meant. Perhaps it was the inevitability of life and death, with the rest of existence varying for each individual. Do not be so disheartened. If we both strive diligently, not only small cars, but even large airplanes will one day be within our reach, Tang Ji encouraged. She was not merely speaking grandly. With her abilities, bolstered by external support, acquiring a large airplane was certainly not an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, who knows, perhaps one day fortune will smile upon her, and the system will reward her with an airplane. Had this notion crossed her mind before today, she would have deemed it utterly inconceivable. For the system has always been rather miserly, never bestowing anything of worth. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. The system has gifted her a house, and with a dwelling secured. How far could a car or an airplane be? Tang Er muttered, "Is that the day you dream of?" His tone suggested he truly believed she had dreamt it. Tang Ji retorted, "Don't be so pessimistic. The days ahead are long, and countless unimaginable wonders will come your way, perhaps even become yours." Under the night sky, Tang Ji's eyes sparkled like radiant stars, shining brilliantly. exuding confidence and beauty, making it seem as though a splendid future lay before them, brimming with hope. Song Yinshuan swore he was not eavesdropping on purpose. Whether it was during their encounter in the mountains, outside the alley of Zhaitao, or along this path leading to the black market, he had no intention of listening in. Yet, fate often unfolds in unexpected ways. He repeatedly found himself crossing paths with Tang Ji, and each time it was when she was up to no good, even when she donned a disguise. He could recognize her at a glance. It was, how should he say, quite fateful. As Song Yinshuan pondered this dilemma, his gaze, somewhat fervent, remained fixated solely on Tang Ji. After arriving at the black market, Tang Urge went to greet Brother Wang. While Tang Ji contemplated trying her hand at selling cigarettes in the market, Tang Ji found a position in the middle, retrieving a cigarette and placing it upon the lid of her backpack. Before long, a diminutive man approached with a furtive demeanor. "Hey, how much are you selling this cigarette for? How many do you have? Is there any trouble?" These inquiries regarding price, quantity, and source are customary in the underground market. 5 yuan for a stick, 20 sticks in total, 100 yuan for the lot. The Daqing cigarette is the most favored brand in northeast China, retailing at 55 cents per pack. She had consulted Brother Tang beforehand and learned there were no issues. She simply found retailing tedious and encouraged him to sell as he pleased. Should the items pose any complications, prior notice would be given, allowing buyers to seek more reliable channels, thus ensuring the safety of both parties involved. There was nothing to conceal. 80 yuan for all 20 sticks. I'll take them. The small man cast a glance at Tang Ji, uncertain whether to trust her words. Acquiring cigarettes, especially in bulk, is no simple feat. Each vendor has their own allocation. 100 yuan, no bargaining. If you negotiate further, the price will increase, Tang Ji remarked with a smile. Her expression unruffled, exuding an air of confidence that suggested a demand for her wares. Although the diminutive man felt dissatisfied, he pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and produced a stack of cash from his pocket, counting out 10 bills and handing them to Tang Ji. "Here, 10 in total." Tang Ji received the money cheerfully, extracting the remaining cigarettes from her backpack. "You can check. There are exactly 20 sticks." As Tang Ji casually smoked, the observant little man spotted a bottle of liquor and promptly inquired, "Is that liquor for sale as well? Please include it in the deal." Tang Ji discreetly reached into the depths of her backpack, carefully placing half a case containing 6 bottles of Maotai, intending to reserve the remaining 1.5 cases for her personal enjoyment. 6 bottles for you, 100, no negotiations. Tang Ji had always felt ill-suited to the role of a merchant, for she was reluctant to part with anything of value, especially items she could savor herself. That's exorbitant. The market price is only 15 at most. You're charging above that. What a joke. The little man bristled, feeling that the youth before him was attempting to swindle him. It is well known that the market price is distinct from the selling price. If one does not wish to buy, then they shall part ways until next time. Discussing market prices in the black market is rather absurd. The little man, however, did not take his leave. Some items are traded in the shadows precisely because they are unsuitable for open transactions, as their origins are often unclear. Consequently, goods that must be sold quickly and are not in high demand tend to drop in price, while those in demand command a higher price. Very well. 100 it is. Here are 10 bills. The little man handed Tang Ji 10 large denomination notes. As she gazed at the money in her hand, a thought struck her. The currency in circulation should be the 3rd edition, while the 2nd edition's large black 10 is said to hold significant collectible value. Alas, I arrived a bit late. I wonder if I can still acquire some. Moreover, aside from the allure of the formidable black 10, this era has indeed heralded the commencement of antique collecting as a commendable pursuit. However, every journey begins with its challenges, regardless of her aspirations. She must first accumulate a modicum of wealth. After selling her goods and closing her stall, Tang Ji embarked on a stroll through the shadowy market. Today, the number of vendors was still limited, only a couple selling rice, flour, and cooking oil, a few dealing in meat, while the remainder engaged in the trade of electronics and apparel. A select few, however, bore an unmistakable air of dubious origins. "Hey there, interested in some wires?" "I've got plenty," a dark-faced man interrupted her walk. 036. It is rather unusual. Don't you think I resemble someone in need of wires? Just look at that person's shifty eyes. The so-called wires they offer are nothing but stolen goods. Even if she were in need, she wouldn't dare to purchase from such a person, for if the truth were to emerge, she would find herself imprisoned as the villain. If she doesn't need them, then so be it. What a peculiar individual. If I could discern such things, I wouldn't be here selling wires, but rather seeking out people. The man cast a disdainful glance at Tang Ji before mumbling and departing. Tang Ji felt a twinge of irritation, yet inexplicably found some merit in the man's words. Oh well, peace is paramount. Young man, I've noticed you've been lingering for quite some time. Do you have something in mind to purchase? An elderly gentleman cheerfully stood nearby. Having witnessed the entire exchange, I wish to acquire something profitable, Tang Ji replied candidly, but thus far, I have found nothing of interest. The old man leaned in conspiratorially. Lowering his voice, I happen to possess a batch of items. I wonder if you dare to buy them. Flattery won't work. If you have something worthwhile, show it to me directly, Tang Ji retorted, glancing at the mysterious basket behind the elder, unable to discern its contents. The old man grinned mischievously, suddenly exuding a somewhat unsavory aura as he swiftly retrieved a videotape. Young man, do you know what this is? The old man feigned profundity, inquiring. Tang Ji cast a fleeting glance at the tape's cover, nearly blinded by disbelief. Go away with your nonsense. Take it and leave. At this moment, Brother Tang Er arrived, forcefully pulling the old man aside before swiftly leading Tang Ji away. Alas, how could this be considered causing trouble? If one chooses not to purchase, then so be it. There is no need for such a violent reaction, truly lacking in taste. The old man grumbled as he departed. Brother Tang Er, feeling equally vexed, pondered how such individuals could approach him. Henceforth, he resolved to keep his distance from this old scoundrel. Tang Ji, upon hearing this, immediately recognized that the old man was a frequent seller of illicit substances in the shadowy markets. In this era, engaging in such trade, despite its considerable risks, could indeed be quite lucrative. In fact, establishing a video hall was also a commendable idea. Tang Ji recalled a once popular industry that had since faded into obscurity. What hall? Brother Tang Er inquired, a look of skepticism adorning his face. It's a venue specifically for screening films. Just as Tang Ji began to elaborate, she was hastily interrupted by Brother Tang Er, who scoffed. Puffed. You, a young lady, speaking of screening films. How shameless. Tang Ji rolled her eyes, replying, what are you implying? I'm referring to ordinary movies, like war dramas or action films. We would screen whatever is popular and charge admission. Of course, in the future, we could also rent them out for profit, though in this age, personal homes lack the necessary equipment, rendering rentals impractical. Additionally, we could incorporate book rentals, various novels, and such. Whatever the audience desires, we shall provide. Tang Ji had an older friend whose student years spanned the late 80s and 90s. A friend once remarked that her vision for the future was to establish a quaint little shop where one could rent both films and books, while also enjoying tea and coffee. Regrettably, by the time her friend had the means to open such an establishment, the very concept of video rentals, along with both video and book rental shops, had vanished from the marketplace. Would there still be patrons for such a venture? Many individuals struggle to afford basic sustenance. Who possesses the leisure to indulge in films or literature? Tang Er harbored considerable doubts, as he found himself entrenched in an environment where many remained undernourished and inadequately clothed. A mere glance at the queue outside the cinema would reveal the likelihood of patrons. Throughout any era, there are always those who face hunger and cold, juxtaposed with others who feast and relish in abundance without the burden of labor. In the realm of commerce, it is essential to adopt the perspective of the customer. However, one must refrain from imposing personal experiences and biases upon their understanding of consumer desires. Overthinking can lead one to merely reflect their own thoughts. Some assert that successful business is a matter of empathy, a sentiment that holds a grain of truth. Yet, those who practice this approach often cater only to their own demographic. If one's circumstances are typical, this may suffice, but should one's situation be unique, it could spell financial ruin. Tang Er remained silent for a moment, contemplating these insights, yet he found it challenging to grasp certain aspects without first-hand experience. Ultimately, with a hint of despondency, he remarked, given your profound understanding, I shall entrust the task of making money to you. Very well, came the reply, from now on, you shall heed my advice, and I shall ensure you indulge in life's pleasures. Tang Ji responded without hesitation. What a trivial matter. She was self-made even before her reincarnation. Now, possessing foresight, if she were still living a miserable life, that would be rather foolish. At this moment, Tang Ji could not help but think of Tang Shanmei, the female protagonist of the rebirth narrative. Some individuals do not shed their foolishness simply because they have been reborn. After all, the original author depicted the heroine as rather dim-witted, having been granted a second chance at life. One would expect her to strive for independence and work diligently to improve her circumstances, yet she insists on relying on a man. Has she considered that dependable men are exceedingly rare? Does she truly believe her luck is so extraordinary that she would encounter one upon her rebirth? Tang Ji had met Hua Gaoxing a few times, and she did not perceive any admirable qualities in him. He seemed overly calculating and self-serving, the type of person who is only the best version of themselves for their own sake. While he may excel as a successful individual, he is hardly suited to be a true friend or family member. Naturally, Tang Shanmei is not a commendable character either. Not only is she foolish, but she also possesses the ability to masquerade as a delicate victim, selfish and self-centered. From a young age, she had bullied the original protagonist while feigning fragility, which only deepened Tang Ji's disdain for her. What is she thinking? Her expressions changed like a stage performance. Tang Urge watched in disbelief as Tang Ji's face shifted through three distinct emotions, feeling somewhat at a loss. Surely, she is not regretting her decision? If she does not wish to indulge me in luxuries, she should simply say so. Tang Ji, equally perplexed, was merely distracted. There was no need for such pettiness. At that moment, a woman approached, inquiring with an air of mystery, "Ladies, I have a selection of fine goods. Would you be interested in taking a look?" Tang Ji observed that those who frequented the black market for trade appeared rather peculiar. Let us first elucidate the matter at hand. Those who actively seek out customers typically do so due to lackluster sales. I perceive that you hail from a rural background, do I not? The elderly woman countered with a question instead of an answer. And so what? Does the merchandise you peddle have any connection to the countryside? Tang Ji retorted with keen insight. Indeed, indeed. I possess a selection of furniture. While it may not be brand new, it is exceptionally functional. Are you interested? The elderly woman nodded vigorously, seizing the opportunity to inquire further. Furniture? This truly took Tang Ji by surprise, a collection of not entirely new furniture? Tang Ji found herself somewhat perplexed, yet her companion, Tang Urge, upon hearing this, remarked with understanding. You are from a recycling station, are you not? You are looking to dispose of furniture, perhaps through private means? The elderly woman, upon hearing this, smiled shyly and said, Ah, young man, you are indeed quite astute. Let us not delve into that matter. Simply tell me, do you wish to partake? In the past, recycling stations were public entities, but since private enterprises have been permitted, certain changes have transpired. Take, for instance, this elder sister whose relative works at a recycling station. Previously, her activities were limited to petty theft and the sale of minor items. Now, however, it has escalated into large-scale illicit sales, becoming increasingly brazen. She dares to sell anything. As no one seems to care, provided she pays a small fee, everything else is hers to keep. Tang Ji harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding recycling stations, stemming from two primary sources. She had heard tales of individuals who delighted in scavenging for treasures at these stations, with some even unearthing valuable items, which piqued her interest. Moreover, in this era, one of the pathways to wealth involves recycling. Many merchants have initially amassed their capital through this industry, which stirred a flicker of ambition within Tang Ji. Thus, the video hall and the recycling station have both been inscribed in her notebook as potential avenues for profit. Her considerations were not solely self-serving. With numerous family members relying on her, it was implausible for her to single-handedly support them. Naturally, she aspired to discover lucrative opportunities for everyone. True prosperity is collective. No person of conscience wishes to indulge in abundance while their beloved kin subsist on meager rations. Of course, for those of ill repute, even a daily diet of the harshest winds bears no significance to her. We do not require furniture. Tang Urge's refusal had scarcely left his lips when Tang Ji inquired, Auntie, which recycling station do you represent? I am currently uncertain whether I truly need it. And if so, where I might find you. Tang Ji recalled her unexpected storefront and planned to visit it the following day, unsure of the circumstances within. Perhaps she might indeed require some furniture. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman beamed with delight, unperturbed by divulging her endeavors, for everyone was aware of her activities, merely choosing to turn a blind eye. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Tang Urge sighed, lamenting that their home lacked space for furniture, and besides, the items in question were all old. If she desired anything, she could simply ask their father and elder brother to craft it, so why bother with purchasing? Tang Ji paused, realizing that both her father and elder brother were carpenters with commendable skills. With a chuckle, she remarked that she didn't necessarily have to buy anything. She merely wished to take a look. That night, they returned empty-handed once more, though thankfully, Tang Ji had sold 200, or else the trip would have been entirely futile. On the morning of the 8th, while Tang Ji was still lost in slumber, she was roused by the familiar sound of frantic screams from next door. "Oh dear, where's my money? Where has it gone?" Zhou Hohot wailed, desperately searching for her lost funds. Yet she could not find even a single cent. Tang Ji blinked, feeling no guilt whatsoever. After all, the other party was contemplating selling herself to pay off debts, so what had she to feel remorseful about? In truth, the commotion next door was not isolated to this incident. Money had vanished, chickens had disappeared, and the two elderly residents had even arranged a ridiculous marriage for Tang Shanmei. The entire Tang household was engulfed in a cacophony of disputes and weeping, rendering the atmosphere perpetually tumultuous. It must be said, this year had proven to be truly disheartening for the old Tang family. Everything that once seemed perfect has seemingly transformed as this year draws to a close. Taking a sharp downturn, Tang Ji lazily rose from her slumber, and after a modest breakfast, she cast a distant glance at the neighboring house. The plight of the old Tang family was so dire that she could hardly muster the heart to engage in her daily routines. Alas, compassionate souls are often like this, perpetually considering others to the detriment of their own well-being. "Father, mother, I shall make a trip to the county. If I do not return by noon, do not wait for me for lunch," Tang Ji declared before setting off, only to find a small shadow trailing behind her. Sister, take me along," Tang Xiaolu called out, chasing after her. Not only was Tang Xiaolu in tow, but Tang Sangu and Tang Sigu also rose and said, "Little five, we shall accompany you to the county. What business do you have?" Tang Ji inquired, casting a glance at the two brothers, who, flanking her, indeed evoked the image of a green dragon and a white tiger. "I heard that the Qingshan mine nearby is hiring, and Old C and I intend to apply," Tang Sangu replied, already dressed and ready to depart. Their mother had been eyeing them, hoping they might find suitable brides, as one must possess a stable job to support a family. Miners. Tang Ji pondered for a moment. In this era, miners could earn decent wages, yet the risks were immense due to inadequate safety measures. "Sangu, Sigu, I have a few business endeavors in mind and may require your assistance later," she said, resorting to the pretext of uncertain ventures. "I suggest you assist me with my business instead. Mining is perilous and detrimental to your health, and I would rather you not pursue it." Upon hearing these words, Mother Tang immediately inquired, "What do you mean it's bad for your health?" Brother Tang San, however, was more intrigued by the business that Tang Ji mentioned, asking, "What kind of business are you contemplating? I possess no skills to assist you." Brother Tang Si nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am merely strong. I know nothing about running a business, so I wouldn't want to hinder your efforts." Although Mother Tang felt a pang of concern for her sons, her heart ached even more for her daughter. After all, these two simpletons were hardly suited for commerce. "With you and your second brother already involved, isn't that sufficient?" Tang Er and Tang Wu were the two brightest children in the family. As for the rest, well, that was a different story. Tang Ji glanced at her older brothers, who, despite being labeled as simpletons by their mother, remained unperturbed and continued to smile innocently. This brought joy to Tang Ji's heart. She had a penchant for mingling with the astute, but she found greater solace in the company of straightforward and simple-minded individuals, as it was light-hearted and free of burdens. How could it be otherwise? I have contemplated several business ideas. Not only Brother San and Brother C, but also our parents and elder brother and sister-in-law can lend a hand. The entire family can work together, strive together, and enjoy a prosperous life. Just thinking about it brings me great delight. Oh, what about us? What are you planning to do? We are utterly clueless. Mother Tang wiped her hands, feeling both embarrassed and curious about the prospect. "Oh dear, my daughter wishes for me to engage in business. I'm uncertain if I can manage it well. But I certainly do not want to disappoint her. This is my thought. We could establish a video hall, renting out videotapes and books while screening films for everyone. Akin to a movie theater. What do you think?" Tang Jiue pondered increasingly upon the merit of the idea, though he realized the location required careful consideration. A video hall. Is that something we can actually establish? Will anyone even come? What is a cinema like? Is it akin to the film screenings in the village? Upon hearing about this novel concept, Tang's mother instantly transformed into a curious inquirer, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Although the others refrained from voicing their inquiries, Their gazes towards Tang Jiyue were laden with countless unspoken queries. It is somewhat similar, as it involves film projection, albeit indoors. Tang Jiyue provided a brief explanation, suggesting, "How about we all venture to the county today to watch a movie? Once we have experienced it, everyone will be enlightened." The protagonist is a female. A notification sounds, the task to open a milk tea shop before the heroine has commenced, with a requirement to complete it within 25 days, and the timer has begun. Another notification appears. The task to steal the male lead's letter has begun, with a 3-day deadline set, and the countdown has started. Just as Tang Ji expresses her intention to open a video hall, the system presents yet another unexpected task. A milk tea shop? She has no experience in making milk tea. How could she possibly run one? What if it fails? Moreover, opening a milk tea shop at this moment implies that she must handle everything herself, from sourcing raw materials to manual production. What a farce. Little sister, what are you thinking? Why the sudden change in demeanor? It's rather alarming. Tang Ji snapped back to reality, choosing not to voice her thoughts on the milk tea shop. Instead, she began organizing a trip for everyone to the county to watch a movie. Tang's mother observed the eager faces around her and sighed, stating, "The eldest, second, third, fourth, and fifth will go together. The rest will stay home." "Why am I not going? I want to join." Tang Xiaolu immediately protested. At such moments, his reactions were always quicker than those of the clever ones. Tang's mother shot him a glare. "Your siblings are going to learn about business. What will you do there? How would you even manage a business? Let me go? Let me go?" Tang Xiaolu stubbornly insisted, throwing a tantrum to accompany them. Tang's mother glanced left and right, reaching for a broom, but was stopped by Tang Ji's laughter. "Let us all go together. Father, mother, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, along with sister-in-law and Xiao Shan. We shall all go." "Oh, where are we off to?" Although Mother Tang was reluctant, she ultimately refrained from chastising Xiao Lu. Tang Ji leaned in and whispered something in Mother Tang's ear. Her eyes brightened for a moment, but she hesitated, biting her lip in contemplation. In the end, with a tinge of tenderness, she relented, saying, all right, let everyone go. We shall all go together." "Oh, splendid. You're the best, sister," Xiao Lu exclaimed, jumping up in excitement and nearly bumping his head. Tang Qi smiled shyly and said, "Am I going to? Perhaps I should just stay home and watch over the house." Before Mother Tang could respond, Father Tang nudged Tang Qi and gestured towards the door and then at himself and the household, implying that he would remain at home to guard it. Mother Tang glanced at Father Tang. Though she did not contradict him, a hint of regret lingered in her eyes. Sister-in-law Tang quickly added, "You all take Xiao Shan along. I will stay home." Tang Ji felt a warm sensation in her heart. Although everyone's willingness to defer was not for her sake, the harmonious atmosphere was genuinely moving. "Let us all go. No need for anyone to stay behind," Tang Ji proposed. Mother Tang cast a worried glance at her and asked, "But what if a thief comes?" In the past, their home had little to fear from thieves, as there was nothing valuable aside from the family itself. However, things had changed now. With Xiaolu having brought back so many treasures, Mother Tang felt uneasy about leaving the house unattended. Tang Ji's eyes sparkled as she devised a clever plan, exclaiming, "You all get dressed and prepare. I will find someone to look after the house." "What?" Tang Jixiao cheerfully stepped out of her house, followed closely by Tang San, Tang Si, and Tang Xiaolu, as they made their way next door. "What brings you here?" Tang San inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. With a playful smile, Tang Ji pushed open the door of the old Tang residence. Noticing no one was in the courtyard, she boldly entered the house. "What is your purpose for coming?" "Tang Ji." Tang Chuanzu sat in the main room, his expression as dark as storm clouds. Upon seeing Tang Ji and her companions, his countenance grew even more forbidding. Tang Ji's gaze flickered to the handprint on Tang Chuanzu's face, and she suspected it was the work of Tang Shanmei, though she had no evidence to support her theory. "The situation is as follows. Our family is going out for a while and will likely return in the afternoon. Since no one will be home, we thought to find someone to watch over the house," Tang Ji stated candidly. Tang Chuanzu eyed her with deep skepticism. "And who exactly do you intend to find to keep watch? Are you suggesting we seek assistance from your family? What does that imply? Are you looking for a mouse to guard the grain bin?" His incredulity was not unwarranted, after all. The old Tang couple often visited Tang Ji's home on a whim, taking whatever they fancied, living by the motto of self-sufficiency. "I'm asking you," Tang Ji replied. Her intentions clear. No one was more suitable than Tang Chuanzu. "Me?" Tang Chuanzu pointed incredulously at himself. "What gives you the right to expect me to look after your house?" With a gentle smile, Tang Ji spoke the harshest of truths in the softest tone. That is of no concern to me. Should anything go missing, I shall ensure you regret it. You are utterly unreasonable. Tang Chuanzu exploded in anger, bewildered by the sheer audacity of her demands. Tang Ji, do you dare return to my home? How dare you come back? I will kill you. Tang Shanmei, her hair disheveled and wielding a stick, charged in from who knows where. Goodness, has the female lead gone mad? Tang Ji initially intended to deliver a swift kick to send her flying, but as she lifted her leg, she suddenly recalled her repetitive task. She raised her hand to block, seized the weapon, and with two sharp sounds, slap, slap, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping the female lead. Random rewards: 10 pounds of brown sugar, 10 pounds of tapioca flour, 10 pounds of milk, a comprehensive milk tea recipe book, and a fragment of the plot, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check. Tang Ji remained expressionless, reaffirming that the system's rewards were indeed not random, but rather a ploy. How ridiculous. Tang Shanmei charged at Tang Ji once more, refusing to believe that her years of fighting experience could not overcome a mere brat. This time, Tang Ji had lost interest in slapping. She delivered a kick that sent Tang Shanmei flying. Dare to hit my sister? I'll run you over. Tang Xiaolu was a moment too late, barreling past Tang Ji, only to be caught by the neck. Without acknowledging Tang Xiaolu, Tang Ji addressed Tang Shanmei. Produce a textbook as compensation, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I will take you down. Tang Shanmei felt a surge of blood rising in her throat, not from the kick, but from sheer frustration. Go ahead, kill me, but you will never have my things. Her temper, once mild, had been hardened by experiences of rebirth, imprisonment, and betrayal, driving her to the brink of madness. Why? Why has everything changed? Why has Tang Ji not perished? Why has she not ascended to the status of a hero? Why on earth would my grandparents wish to marry me off to that fool? Why? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Tang Ji's smiling eyes. She could discern that Tang Shanmei's mental state was peculiar, and this peculiarity was exceedingly perilous. Based on past experiences, had she encountered such an individual, she would have opted to strike first, ensuring the opponent was either vanquished or incapacitated, thus guaranteeing her own safety. Yet, the other party is the protagonist. If she were to render the protagonist lifeless or crippled in a rational discourse, will the protagonist meet her demise? If she were to become a person with disabilities, would she still retain her status as the protagonist? Do not feign ignorance. If you choose to remain silent, I shall resort to drastic measures. Tang Ji inquired of the system in a calm and resolute tone, her expression serene yet unwavering. This, perhaps, is the most authentic essence of Tang Ji, hidden beneath her playful banter and indignation. The system cannot control your actions, nor does it possess knowledge of the outcomes. The system's voice resonated heavily. Its existence in this world is somewhat superfluous, yet it embodies the final endeavor of the original author. Given this perspective, it appears you truly lack utility, Tang Ji remarked with a hint of disdain, though internally, she felt considerably relieved. Ever since she had traversed into this narrative, she had maintained a facade of composure and tranquility, dutifully completing numerous villainous tasks as dictated by the system. Yet, her heart remained taut. For the entire situation was undeniably peculiar. While Tang Ji reveled in the rewards bestowed by the system, she simultaneously remained vigilant, persistently probing the system's intentions and the myriad of abilities it possessed. There exists a phrase, to unload the millstone and kill the donkey. Tang Ji was determined not to become that proverbial donkey. It appears that the system's capabilities are indeed limited, despite its possession of astonishing resources. It seems that any interference with the plot of the story can only be executed through her. A sly smile crept across Tang Ji's face. This conclusion was exceedingly delightful for her, for she might very well transition from being a mere donkey to the master of the donkey. Ah, Shanmei, you see, I am in a rather splendid mood today and have no desire to trouble you. Simply hand me a book, and I shall take my leave. Tang Ji spoke with a light-heartedness that seemed almost ethereal, as if she might take flight at any moment. Surely, you would not wish to test my prowess against that of Sangu and Sigu over a mere book, would you? As the saying goes, it is better to live a troublesome life than to embrace a certain death. We must maintain clarity of thought. It must be said that Tang Ji's manner of reasoning is indeed quite unique. Tang Shanmei felt a surge of frustration, nearly suffocated by her own ire. Her mind buzzing as if she comprehended Tang Ji's words, yet simultaneously did not. Tang Chuanzu, on the other hand, had always been a cunning individual, self-serving yet adept at adapting to changing circumstances. I shall fetch it for you. Do not make any sudden moves. Tang Chuanzu emerged with several books in hand, eager to offer them all to Tang Ji, yet she only accepted one. The objective of her task was limited, and she needed to conserve her resources, ensuring nothing went to waste. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the repeated task of seizing the female lead's high school textbooks. Random rewards include a comprehensive fried chicken guide and 100 frozen chickens, now automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Beep. The system space is nearing capacity. Kindly address this matter promptly. Tang Ji soon realized that although the task rewards appeared somewhat formulaic, many of them bore a subtle connection to the tasks completed. For instance, missions involving theft of money typically yielded monetary rewards, while those concerning books tended to provide items related to literature. Though the randomness was considerable, there was indeed a faint pattern to be discerned. You are indeed quite understanding. Well, we shall take our leave now. Do remember to look after our home. Tang Ji waved cheerfully, yet Tang Chuanzu felt a chill run down his spine. As if he were being watched by a predator, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. Just as Tang San was about to step out of the door, he questioned with a hint of skepticism, Little Five, is he reliable? What does reliability matter? If anything of ours goes missing, we shall bring the entire Tang family to ruin, Tang Ji declared while standing at the entrance of the Tang family's main room. Not only did Tang Chuanzu hear this, but so did the elderly Tang couple, who remained tucked away inside, too intimidated to utter a word. Humph! Tang Ji scoffed inwardly, knowing that evildoers would eventually meet their match. Those who prey on the weak ought to be taught a lesson. Afterward, Tang Ji and her companions returned home, where the family was already dressed and prepared. With a single command from Tang Ji, the entire family set off. Though the northeast was still frigid at the end of February, the Tang family was warmly clad and their hearts were equally warm. They chatted and laughed all the way to the small cinema in the county town. Tang Ji, with her keen eyes, spotted a familiar figure at the cinema entrance, the young boy from whom she had purchased a piece of clothing for $2. He still wore tattered clothes. Huddled in a ball at the door. Second brother, please go buy the tickets, Tang Ji instructed, producing a dollar bill. Tang urged glanced at it and retorted, do you think I need your money? Do you take me for a fool? Quickly, Tang urged procured 10 movie tickets, each costing a dime, totaling $1. Little Sean, merely 4 years old, did not require a ticket. We shall wait here for another 10 minutes. Although the hall is somewhat chilly, it can accommodate quite a number of people. I will go and procure some snacks. You all wait here. Tang Ji glanced around and approached the elderly woman selling sunflower seeds, requesting 2 pounds of seeds and 2 pounds of peanuts. Tang's mother followed closely behind, hastily paying before Tang Ji could, asserting that it would not be right for him to bear the expense alone for our family outing to the cinema. As for Tang Ergo, who had just previously spent money, I apologize, that slipped my mind. Tang Ji chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned to Tang's mother with warmth. The Tang family was there to watch a film titled Peach Blossom Spring, which narrates the tale of a scholar who inadvertently stumbles into a secluded paradise. In this idyllic setting, the inhabitants live in utmost tranquility, free from war and exploitation, self-sufficient, rising with the sun and resting at its setting. Initially, Tang's mother watched with great enthusiasm, but as the film progressed, she succumbed to slumber. Tang Ji, seated beside her, let out a resigned sigh and nudged her brother Tang Ergo, exclaiming, how did you purchase these tickets? You've lulled our mother to sleep. Tang Ergo felt a bit awkward, replying, I had no idea. That was all they offered. There was nothing else to buy. A film that glorifies the simple joys of farming every day was simply beyond his interest. However, Tang Ji found herself rather enchanted by it. The smiles of the contented villagers left a profound impression on her, especially considering that in her own era, despite the absence of warfare, life moved at a pace more terrifying than battle itself. After the film concluded, many individuals emerged from the cinema, their eyes heavy with sleep. Tang's mother wore a look of sorrow, deeply concerned as she addressed Tang Ji. Xiao Wu, perhaps you should reconsider your idea of a video hall. I found this film rather lackluster. We ought to engage in something more worthwhile. Tang Ji, appearing unsurprised, replied, Mother, it's lunchtime. Let us dine first, and afterward, we can watch another film. You will see then. He gently urged Tang's mother towards a restaurant, though she resisted with a frown. Watch another? This was utterly meaningless. It pales in comparison to outdoor cinema. Look at those who paid to see it. They all seem to regret their choice. Tang Ji refrained from arguing with her mother, leading the family to the noodle shop she had visited previously. With an air of generosity, she ordered an extravagant feast, causing her mother to exclaim in dismay over the cost. For the Tang family, dining out with 11 people constituted a substantial expense. Go on, enjoy. If I can spend money, I can certainly earn it. Tang Ji encouraged her family, her eyes sparkling with delight, embodying the essence of a bright and vivacious young woman. Not far from the restaurant, 3 young ruffians loitered by the street, one of whom happened to witness the scene. Look at that girl, she's stunning. One of the ruffians exclaimed, his eyes glinting as he puffed on a cigarette. Which one? Oh, indeed she is beautiful, quite enchanting, another replied. Let us go introduce ourselves. What are you talking about? Can't you see how many people are with her? Another quickly admonished. The first ruffian glanced at the imposing Tang brothers and promptly backed down. After their meal, Tang Ji led her family back to the cinema. As they passed a narrow alley, she caught a fleeting glimpse of shadows inside, accompanied by faint cries for help, seemingly from a girl. Tang Ji halted and addressed her family. You all go ahead to the cinema. I'll just buy something and join you shortly. Though she possessed a heart yearning for justice and the protection of the weak, her priority remained to avoid unnecessary trouble for herself and her family. Trusting her judgment, the Tang family acquiesced without further protest, allowing her to break away from the group. Tang Ji did not recklessly rush in. Instead, she discreetly positioned herself at the corner, cautiously observing the situation unfolding in the alley. To her surprise, the scene was not one conducive to a heroic rescue, but rather 2 girls cornering another, simultaneously weeping and violently assaulting her. The juxtaposition was both brutal and absurd. After a brief contemplation of 3 seconds, Tang Ji resolved to withdraw from the battlefield. For regardless of whether the assaulted girl was indeed a victim, the scenario did not meet her criteria for intervention. Moreover, she remained uncertain as to which of the 3 was truly the victim. After all, the 2 assailants were wailing more pitifully than the girl being attacked. Perhaps there was an untold story behind their actions. Tang Ji quietly retreated a couple of steps, then suddenly spun around, alertly eyeing the person behind her. You. Oh, it's you. She sighed, bemused by how the grand antagonist always appeared so unexpectedly. Aren't you going to help? Song Yinchuan inquired straightforwardly. Help whom? Tang Ji's curiosity piqued. She was eager to discern the antagonist's thoughts. Song Yinchuan glanced over and answered honestly, I don't know. Tang Ji chuckled, neither do I, which is why I intended to leave. Oh, Song Yinchuan nodded, taking the lead as he walked away, with Tang Ji following closely behind, finding him rather intriguing. Where are you headed? She asked proactively. To deal with the individuals on that list, he replied, having fortuitously passed by and, upon spotting the scheming Tang Ji, decided to follow her out of curiosity. Tang Ji nodded and continued forward, realizing that the antagonist was indeed intent on serious matters. Uncertain of the circumstances, she pondered the fate of those nefarious individuals. Song Yinchuan took a few steps, then abruptly turned around and inquired, Why are you following me? Tang Ji blinked and pointed towards a nearby cinema. Do you see that? I intend to go there, and you happen to be on the same route as me. Song Yinchuan frowned, his tone grave as he replied, You must not go there today. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji's expression shifted instantaneously as she deduced something. Is there danger there? There is someone on the list who has arranged a meeting at that location, Song Yinchuan disclosed, withholding nothing. After all, the list was provided by Tang Ji herself, and its accuracy was indeed impeccable. Do not act yet. I will escort my parents away, Tang Ji stated, then dashed off. Upon catching up with her family, she swiftly whispered to her mother, Mother, we must return home. There is an urgent matter. All right. Tang's mother discerned the urgency in her daughter's tone and wasted no time. She immediately addressed everyone. We are leaving now. We can visit again another time. In the Tang household, her word was law. As long as Tang Ji did not object, the others had no objections. The Tang family turned to leave. Passing by Song Yinchuan, Tang Ji exchanged a glance with him. No words were spoken, yet it felt as though everything had been communicated. Notification. The mission to disrupt the male lead's meeting with the L organization members has commenced. The action time is set for today at the hour of the pig. On the journey back, Tang Ji unexpectedly received a new mission and learned about the existence of a new force, the L organization. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. The system had already issued 2 tasks aimed at preventing the male protagonist from engaging with other factions. If the male protagonist belongs to the righteous camp, then the forces being obstructed must be either righteous or villainous. Logically, Any faction that cannot align with the male protagonist should naturally be deemed as antagonistic, similar to her relationship with Song Yinchuan. Yet, if they are indeed villainous, why does the male protagonist repeatedly seek contact with them? Viewed from this perspective, could it imply that the male protagonist harbors villainous tendencies as well? And might the system's motive for preventing the male protagonist from interacting with these antagonists be an attempt to thwart his descent into villainy? Thus, her mission encompasses not only the humiliation and suppression of the male and female protagonists, but also the prevention of their potential moral decline. What could the narrative of the original book possibly entail? Tang Ji found herself genuinely intrigued. The system remained silent, offering no further communication until the Tang family returned home. Upon their arrival, Tang's mother immediately set about confirming the family's assets. The 2 large geese were present, the rice, flour, and oil were accounted for, and the fabrics were all intact. Everything was in order. Having concluded watching the film, the family gathered to share their thoughts. In the afternoon, the Tang household convened a family meeting. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Tang Ji and her second brother. The second brother spoke first, stating, "Today's film was not particularly good, but I believe this business could be viable, particularly concerning the films and the projection equipment. I wonder how feasible it would be and whether the cost would be prohibitive." Tang's mother then inquired, "What leads you to believe this could work?" "I have observed with great attention that many young couples frequent the place to watch films. Their enjoyment is often secondary. They merely seek a venue for companionship. We could provide such a space for them," remarked Brother Tang with a hint of embarrassment. However, Mother Tang shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "How can you be so reckless with romantic entanglements? Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Brother Tang, flustered, retorted, "What do you mean by reckless? The cinema is just like that, and I have yet to witness anyone being apprehended. But that is a public cinema. It cannot be compared to our situation." Mother Tang expressed her evident concern. If this suggestion were not proposed by Tang Ji, she would have outright dismissed it without a moment's hesitation. "Comrade, you truly are remarkable." Tang Urge shrank his neck in response to the reprimand, casting a helpless glance at Tang Ji, silently pleading for assistance. "Xiao Wu, why don't you speak up?" This was originally her idea. Tang Ji indeed wished to voice her thoughts. Noticing everyone's gaze upon her, she smiled and said, "Whether this venture will succeed depends on the outcome of my and Urge's return from the south. There is no need for haste. We can ponder over this during this period. Moreover, I have another idea. Given our family size, establishing a recycling station could be quite suitable. At this moment, I find myself leaning more towards the recycling station rather than the entertainment industry, such as video halls." "Huh, recycling?" Mother Tang was taken aback. Can such a business actually be viable? She did not dismiss the idea, but remained skeptical about its profitability. Tang Ji chuckled, "Oh, Mother, do not underestimate this business. It holds a wealth of knowledge within." Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I forget about the house? You all continue your discussion. I must make a trip to the county town. The next steps would indeed depend on the circumstances of that shop." With a gust of urgency, Tang Ji dashed out. The Tang family exchanged bewildered glances at her retreating figure. Tang Xiaolu let out a loud cry, attempting to follow, only to be swiftly restrained by Tang Urge, who grasped him by the nape. "Do not cause a ruckus by following her. Stay at home and behave. Let Mother prepare some warm meat buns for you." Tang Ji swiftly arrived at the county town, his destination clearly marked as the storefront at number 22, Xiaotao Lane. The entrance to the establishment was firmly locked at that moment, but with the key graciously provided by the system, Tang Ji effortlessly unlocked the door. The storefront, situated towards the back right side of the lane, boasted a moderately advantageous position. Spanning 2 floors and approximately 100 square meters, the spacious layout greatly pleased Tang Ji. However, after surveying the premises, he found himself in a quandary. Such a configuration was ideally suited for a restaurant. Yet utilizing it as a video hall seemed like a misapplication of space, and its location was less than optimal. As for a recycling station, it was even more ill-suited. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, a woman entered, stylishly dressed with cascading waves in her hair. "What brings you here?" Tang Ji retorted without answering her initial inquiry. The woman scoffed lightly, her disdain palpable, and produced 2 coins, saying, "I find this storefront acceptable and wish to rent it for a small business. If you can reach the owner, I'll offer you these 2 coins. What say you?" Xiaotao Lane had indeed become one of the busiest commercial streets in the county town, attracting many aspiring entrepreneurs. Tang Ji stepped forward to accept the coins and, Under the woman's scornful gaze, replied with a calm smile, I'm not renting it. What? On what grounds will you not rent it? You can't possibly take my money and do nothing. The woman, momentarily perplexed, failed to grasp Tang Ji's intentions. Tang Ji shook the 2 coins in his hand and said, This is the fee for you to contact the landlord, isn't it? The woman frowned and nodded. As long as you make contact, this money is yours. Tang Ji pocketed the coins and pointed to himself. Since I have made contact, I am the landlord now. The woman exclaimed, What are you joking about? Even if you want to trick me out of these 2 coins, there is no need to fabricate such a lie. It was evident that she did not believe him. As Tang Ji was small and slender, clearly not yet an adult. Isn't it quite clear? I have no reason to lie to you. I do not even know you. Tang Ji understood her skepticism. After all, the opportunity presented was indeed rather substantial. I am leaving now. You should see if you can make your own way out. I need to lock the door. As he spoke, Tang Ji began to walk outside, formulating a plan in his mind. This storefront, besides serving as a dining establishment, would also be quite suitable for a clothing shop. Given the woman's attire, it seemed that it would likely be well received by the public. The woman remained standing, still gazing at Tang Ji with suspicion. Are you truly the landlord? Yes. The property certificate is still stored in the system. Then lease this storefront to me. The woman said, her tone somewhat assertive. I refuse to lease it. With a scoff, the woman retorted, Do you believe that if you refuse to lease it to me, you will be able to lease it to someone else? Finally, Tang Ji regarded the woman directly and inquired, Tell me about your background. Let me see what capabilities you possess. Surely you cannot intimidate me with just a few words. The woman's expression shifted momentarily, but she soon adopted an air of superiority, declaring, You are utterly unworthy of knowing my identity. Tang Ji nodded in understanding, comprehending that this implied a clandestine status. If I refuse to rent to you, will you truly create trouble for me? Tang tilted her head, feigning innocence and ignorance. Will you send someone to smash my shop or disrupt my business? The woman observed Tang Ji's demeanor with an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Despite having encountered many challenges and having bullied others herself, this was the first time someone had posed such a question to her. Naturally, I shall employ whatever means necessary to ensure your compliance. The woman replied with an assertive tone, exuding confidence. Tang Ji nodded once more. Although this woman's identity was questionable, she undoubtedly possessed some level of status, as evidenced by her audacity. Very well, but could you kindly exit first? Otherwise, I shall be compelled to lock you inside, Tang Ji stated, brandishing a chain nonchalantly, her expression devoid of any sense of threat. The woman, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, How dare you? Tang Ji chose not to engage further in idle chatter. She approached the entrance with the chain in hand, pretending to close the door, which startled the woman into a hurried exit. Are you deranged? Is your mind not functioning properly? The woman cursed, her dignified facade crumbling, revealing a shrewish temperament. Tang Ji regarded her silently, reminiscent of Yu Liang. Aside from the Tang family, these 2 individuals were also troublesome. They would inevitably seek her out, and she detested the notion of passively awaiting their arrival. The woman left in a huff, and Tang Ji pondered for a moment before discreetly following her. After approximately 10 minutes, the woman entered the residential building of the textile factory, during which she encountered a familiar man. They exchanged a few words before parting ways. Tang Ji considered her approach and, with 2 coins in hand, casually approached the man, inquiring, Comrade, have you recently seen a rather beautiful young lady? The man, taken aback for a moment, noticed that Tang Ji was merely a young girl and thus did not raise his guard. He replied, Are you referring to Zhou Fengmei? I'm not certain of her name, but I did notice her wavy hair. I picked up a coin that seems to belong to her. Could you kindly inform me of her residence so that I may return it? As she spoke, Tang Ji shook the 2 coins in her hand. Upon hearing this, the man's face brightened. The young comrade was indeed commendable for her integrity in finding and wishing to return lost property. Tang Ji smiled shyly and inquired curiously, Shouldn't I know who that older sister is? She is the daughter of the old Zhou family, quite capable, and has even ventured into business outside, the man remarked enviously. Look, that window right there is her home. You should hurry along. All right, thank you. Tang Ji nodded, casting a glance at the window, which appeared rather ordinary and somewhat dilapidated, not indicative of a family of power or influence. The woman seemed to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Returning home at this hour, it was not surprising that she was still unmarried. Of course, it was possible that Tang Ji's assumptions were incorrect. Yet she leaned towards the belief that this was indeed a single lady. She was attractive, well-dressed, possessed a certain knowledge, aspired to engage in business for profit, and had some background, though it seemed difficult for her to articulate. Her demeanor was audacious, exuding confidence that did not appear to stem from her family, suggesting she was likely unwed. Tangji clicked her tongue, contemplating a particular possibility. She turned away from the residential building and, after some thought, made her way to the entrance of the cinema, partly to observe the situation and partly to find someone. At that moment, the cinema's entrance was bustling with commotion. Throngs of people gathered, both to witness the spectacle and to engage in lively discussions. Tangji discreetly approached and overheard two older women in front discussing a recent incident. Oh my, you should have seen it. Those young men were truly remarkable. They even brandished their weapons without fear, charging forth in an instant. Oh, surely some must have been injured. It seems that there truly is an injured person who has been carried away to the hospital. I caught a glimpse of the scene, and the sight was quite alarming, with blood so vividly red. Who wouldn't be frightened? One could easily lose their life in such circumstances. I wonder who those apprehended individuals are, and how they managed to possess weapons. Perhaps it is best for us to remain quietly at home for a while. Yes, indeed. Let us return after witnessing the commotion. The outside world is rather perilous, and we must exercise caution. Despite the ominous discussions among a few elder ladies, their enthusiasm remained undiminished as they stood rooted in place, showing no intention of leaving. Tangji furrowed her brow, pondering if the injured individual could possibly be the main antagonist. That person possessed considerable skill, only slightly inferior to her own. It would be unexpected for them to be harmed. As Tangji contemplated whether to visit the hospital for confirmation, her gaze shifted and, to her surprise, she spotted the person she had been searching for. She approached the young beggar with a few swift steps and directly inquired, "Young comrade, I have a business proposition for you. Would you be interested?" This was the first time the young boy had been addressed as young comrade, especially by such an attractive young lady, and he immediately turned crimson, nodding enthusiastically. "My name is Zhao Xiaoming. You may call me Xiaoming. No need for the formalities. Just tell me what you need, and I will certainly assist you." Tangji felt a wave of emotion. Noting how the boy's attitude had shifted dramatically since their last encounter, it was a clear case of gender bias. "Come, let us discuss this in a more secluded spot." The two moved to a corner, where Tangji broached her purpose. "I have heard that those who roam the main streets typically have numerous associates and possess quite the network of information. What news do you seek?" Zhao Xiaoming inquired tentatively. Upon hearing such a question, Tangji felt at ease. It was evidently a conversation that could unfold. In the textile factory's residential building, there was an old Zhou family, and their daughter, Zhou Fengmei, was of particular interest to me. I wish for you to follow her closely and relay any pertinent information, whether favorable or unfavorable, to me. Tangji continued, her thoughts drifting to Yu Liang. There is also a man named Yu Liang, the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I desire to be informed about his family's affairs, preferably unfavorable ones. With a playful wink at Zhao Xiaoming, she added, "You understand my intent, do you not?" Zhao Xiaoming struggled to mask his expression, staring blankly at Tangji. She was indeed beautiful, yet there was something slightly intimidating about her. She did not seem like a person of good nature. "I understand," he affirmed, nodding. The distinction between good and bad character was trivial. What truly mattered was sustenance. Tangji produced 5 yuan, stating, "This shall serve as the initial activity fee. If you can procure useful information for me, I shall compensate you further according to the value of the information. What say you?" "Agreed, it is settled." Zhao Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where shall I find you?" "At number 22 Shoutout Lane. Should you acquire any news, come there to seek me. If I am not present, simply signal discreetly at the entrance." She was uncertain when she would venture southward. Now that she had secured a residence, she also had to contemplate the matter of renovations. Understood. As they parted ways, Tangji glanced back, sensing that someone was observing her. Her gaze met that of Song Yinxuan. Oh dear, why does this man always gaze at her from behind? It is quite unsettling. The two were at a distance. Song Yinxuan did not approach, but merely nodded at Tangji, who reciprocated with a nod to acknowledge him. It is fortunate that the antagonist is merely injured, sparing her the obligation of visiting him in the hospital. After leaving the cinema, Tangji pondered for a moment before veering toward the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She intended to purchase some tea leaves, with the recipe for milk tea at hand. The only missing ingredient was the tea itself. The cooperative in the 1980s was still bustling with activity. Upon entering, Tang Ji looked around and indeed found tea leaves for sale. 2 packets of black tea, please. Do you have any tickets? The vendor glanced at Tang Ji but did not immediately mention the price, instead asking for tickets. Tang Ji was momentarily taken aback. She actually had none. She scanned the surroundings, noticing no one was watching, and assessed the vendor's demeanor, which seemed approachable. Beautiful sister, I don't have a ticket, but I do have money. Would you consider selling me 2 packets? She offered 5 yuan. The black tea was priced at 1 yuan per packet. Even if the ticket price were doubled, she would still have some change left. The vendor appeared intrigued, accepted the money, and whispered, "Little girl, don't let this slip out." Understood, Tang Ji replied. She took the tea and left, assured that the vendor was adept at handling the remaining transactions. However, this experience of purchasing tea sparked a thought in Tang Ji about the antique tea prices in later years. She recalled having seen a news article stating that pu'er tea from this era could fetch prices nearing 6 figures, if not more, in the future. She had no intention of processing the tea, yet its economic value indicated its inherent worth. If the opportunity arose, she might consider stockpiling some for future gifts or personal enjoyment. Similarly, high-quality liquor held the same appeal, but her current financial constraints hindered her from indulging. She was still striving to accumulate initial capital and could only jot down her aspirations in a little notebook for the time being. As Tang Ji pondered these thoughts, she made her way back to Xiangyang village, which was bustling with activity at that moment. "Village chief, you must take my side. I have already stated that I refuse to marry that fool. If they dare to force me into marriage, I shall file a complaint against them." Tang Ji strolled leisurely towards the village committee, where he found Tang Shanmei lamenting with disheveled hair, surrounded by a circle of Tang family members. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. When he had introduced the fool, he wondered if Tang Shanmei had secretly reveled in the moment. Now that the tables had turned, she must surely comprehend the depth of such anguish. "What are you complaining about? We haven't sold you off. We merely found you a suitable match. Haven't you always expressed a desire to marry someone from the city? Well, here he is, a city dweller with a stable job and a commendable family background, even willing to arrange employment for you. What more could you possibly want?" Old Lady Tang scrutinized Tang Shanmei with a stern expression, one that had previously been reserved for their third branch of the family. Tang Shanmei was not easily swayed. Infuriated by the old woman's words, she felt an urge to pounce and silence her once and for all. "Grandmother, I am your own granddaughter. How can you speak like this without a twinge of conscience?" "What conscience? I am only looking out for your best interests. Ask anyone around. How many can find a city husband who can provide a job?" Old Lady Tang retorted, utterly unrepentant. For she believed that with a dowry of 1,000 yuan, she had no reason to feel guilty. "Pa, I have no interest in that. If you like him so much, you marry him. I absolutely refuse to marry a fool," Tang Shanmei declared, resolute in her determination to rise above her circumstances in this second chance at life. "You may refuse, but you will marry. We have supported you with food, shelter, and education. Why should you rebel now?" Grandma Tang was exceedingly displeased. "Well, if you refuse to marry, that is acceptable. Just provide me with 1,000 yuan, and I shall pretend I never raised such an ungrateful wretch." Naturally, Tang Shanmei was unwilling to comply, for in this era, earning 1,000 yuan was no trivial matter. "Father, mother, are you truly willing to sell your daughter for glory, disregarding my very existence?" A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Although she had long been disillusioned with her family in her past life, this time, she yearned to grant them one final opportunity. Tang Ji leisurely observed the unfolding drama, while also checking the resources within her system space. Upon discovering a fragment of the narrative, she casually opened it. This particular segment pertained to Tang Shanmei, depicting her battered and bruised, clutching a child in one hand and carrying a small bundle on her back, trudging wearily into the old Tang household. Initially, both she and the child received a warm welcome, as the members of the Tang family greeted them with enthusiasm. However, upon revealing that she had been sent back, their demeanor towards her and the child shifted drastically. The fragment culminated in a scene of Tang Shanmei hysterically storming out of the old Tang residence. Tang Ji bit her lip. If the reincarnated heroine had to endure such a distressing past, perhaps it was better for her to embrace the role of the antagonist. Yet, she pondered the true identity of Song Yanxuan, the so-called grand villain, who seemed to embody the traits of both an underground leader and a covert operative. Appearing not yet to have succumbed to darkness, her musings were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Tang Shanmei was being dragged by her hair by Grandma Tang, and not a single soul among her father, mother, or elder brother and sister-in-law dared to intervene. Alas, it is said that Tang Shanmei is the golden phoenix of the Tang family, yet her current circumstances appear rather dismal. A villager, observing the scene, expressed his sentiments with a sigh. Those around him nodded in agreement, lamenting that no one would dare to express approval of such a situation. Marrying a fool is hardly enviable. Sister, why aren't you going home? Suddenly, Tang Xiaolu dashed forward, eagerly approaching Tang Ji, with a sly glint in her fox-like eyes. Tang Ji regarded him and spoke in a warm tone. Dear brother, you see. Moments later, Tang Xiaolu rushed out to stand before Tang Shanmei, shouting at the top of his lungs that she must not marry anyone else but Hua Gaozheng, claiming he had witnessed them embracing. If she marries someone else, Hua Gaozheng will surely be punished for his mischief. Indeed, what of Comrade Hua? Did they not go out together? How could she possibly marry another? Villagers began to recall and echoed his sentiments. The faces of the old Tang family darkened instantly, and Tang Laotai's shrill voice cut through the air. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? I'll teach you a lesson. Tang Xiaolu, obedient in his own way, shouted his declaration and promptly fled, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Shanmei distanced herself from Tang Laodai, her mind racing with thoughts of Tang Xiaoyou's words. She resolutely concluded that she could never marry a fool. Her aspirations lay in becoming the official wife of Hua Gaozheng. With newfound determination, Tang Shanmei dashed toward the livestock pen. She sought out Hua Gaozheng, determined to marry him at that very moment. As the protagonist of this unfolding drama, Tang Shanmei naturally attracted considerable attention. With her sudden departure, the onlookers, after a brief moment of astonishment, hastily followed suit. Hurry, let us catch up. There might be more excitement to witness. The spectators, eager and swift, displayed their enthusiasm as they noticed the direction leading to the livestock pen. Their excitement akin to that of impending nuptials. Tang Ji, accompanied by Tang Xiaolu, also ran over with palpable excitement. Though one was clever like a cunning fox and the other rather foolish like a clumsy bear, their expressions of curiosity mirrored one another perfectly. Tang Shanmei was not inherently composed or wise. In her previous life, she could feign a serene demeanor, but with the memories of her past life flooding back, she transformed into a resentful and obsessive figure, consumed by anger and vanity. Coupled with the betrayal and coercion from her kin, alongside her desperate yearning for the future, Tang Shanmei found her mind nearly blank as she ran towards Hua Gaozheng, fixated solely on a singular thought. No matter what, she must seize Hua Gaozheng. Hua Gaozheng, you have already tarnished my reputation. You must marry me. Upon spotting Hua Gaozheng, she dashed forward and threw herself upon him. Tang Ji exclaimed and quickly covered Tang Xiaoyou's eyes. Tang Xiaolu, still blissfully ignorant, asked, Why can't I see anything? It's all right. The wind is too strong outside. Let me shield you, and it will be over soon. Sister, you're so kind. Tang Shanmei clung tightly to Hua Gaozheng, who struggled vehemently, shouting in panic and anger. What are you doing? Release me at once. Are you out of your mind? Tang Shanmei attempted to feign vulnerability, her voice dripping with despair as she cried, Brother Hua, I am utterly helpless. My reputation is in ruins. They all claim we are together. Please marry me. I promise to treat you well. Impossible. I do not know you at all. Hua Gaozheng's eyes widened in horror. How could he possibly wed a madwoman from the countryside? He still had to return to the capital. The villain is unexpectedly charming. Tang, unaware of Tang Shanmei's feelings upon hearing those words, felt a tinge of discomfort herself. The system's task required her to further develop the relationship between the male and female leads within a month. Although she was uncertain about the extent of this further development, it should not reach such a level of animosity. From Hua Gaozheng's gaze, Tang could distinctly perceive his disdain for Tang Shanmei. Could it be that these two were following a path of torment before love? Tang pondered to herself, uncertain. Tang Xiaolu, somewhat confused, eagerly inquired, Sister, has the strong wind passed? Not yet. A tornado may be approaching, so hang in there a little longer, Tang calmly reassured her naive younger brother. Before continuing to analyze the current situation, she had another task at hand, which involved swapping the male lead's letter to be completed within 3 days. She wondered whether the letter was penned by the male lead himself or written to him by someone else. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to investigate further. Xiaolu, wait here for me for a moment. I have something to take care of and will return shortly. Tang finally released her hold on Tang Xiaoyou's eye. I'll go with you. I can help, Tang Xiaolu declared, puffing out his little chest and bravely patting himself on the back, displaying his loyalty. Tang couldn't help but smile, knowing he would obey her. Stay here and don't say a word, and I'll bring you back some candy, she promised before departing, taking a detour to sneak through the window into the house. As fate would have it, when Song Yinshuan returned, he happened to witness Tang scaling the window. He rubbed his forehead, pondering the extraordinary twist of fate that prevented him from witnessing Tang Ji perform a good deed. With no one else in the room, Tang Ji unfastened her limbs and began to search, surprisingly uncovering a letter that was cleverly concealed beneath the table. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of stealing the male lead's letter. You have received a random reward: 2 sets of Peking Opera mask stamps, 2 versions of red floral stamps, a fine steed, a bicycle ticket, and a fragment of the plot. Except for the fine steed, all other items have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Well done, little waste, she mused, understanding that with a house comes the necessity of a car. Excellent. Let us strive for more next time. Tang Ji was thoroughly pleased with the reward. Playing the villain was indeed delightful, and she relished her role as the antagonist. Moments later, Tang Ji returned to Tang Xiaolu, producing 2 large white rabbit candies, unwrapping one for herself and one for Xiaolu. Meanwhile, the commotion was reaching its climax. As Hua Gaojing finally shook off Tang Shamei, his expression cold as he declared, "I do not know you. Stop following me." Tang Shamei, having been thrown to the ground, underwent a myriad of emotions, contemplating for a fleeting moment to act like a shrew, but ultimately suppressing her impulse. With tears in her eyes, she gazed at Hua Gaojing and lamented, "How can you treat me this way? You refuse to take responsibility. I might as well die." As she spoke, she rose and slowly advanced toward a nearby tree, seemingly intent on colliding with it. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain whether to intervene or let the drama unfold. At this moment, Tang Ji felt compelled to intervene. After all, her mission to unite the protagonists remained unfulfilled, and she simply could not allow the female lead to meet her demise. The sound of 2 sharp slaps echoed. How familiar. Tang Ji had just struck Hua Gaojing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of slapping the male lead. Your random rewards include 100 paper cups for milk tea, 1 sealing machine, and 50 yuan in cash, which has been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! The system space is full and cannot store any additional items. Please clear some space promptly. How could a man abandon a woman in her time of need, even if she were somewhat unattractive? With a questionable character that does not align with your preferences, you cannot simply stand by and watch as she faces death. After all, a life is at stake. Tang Ji's voice rang out, loud enough for all to hear. Tang Shanmei froze in her tracks, her fragile expression faltering. She contemplated confronting Tang Ji, who, despite her harsh words, was at least advocating for her, a far cry from the onlookers merely enjoying the spectacle. Yet, even so, she would never express gratitude to Tang Ji. Tang Ji, on what grounds do you strike Brother Hua? It is my fault. I pressured him. You have no right to hit him. Tang Shamei rushed back, resolutely positioning herself in front of Hua Gaojing. Tang Ji mused to herself that while this female lead was selfish, foolish, and toxic, there must be some reason for her role as the lead. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. What is this protectiveness towards him? What is your relationship? Tang Ji inquired, her tone laced with feigned indifference, though she found the situation rather exasperating. Tang Shanmei tightened her fists, casting a shy glance at Hua Gaojing. Her gaze lowered as she hesitated to speak. Brother Hua, we. Hua Gaojing's expression darkened, and as he opened his mouth to explain, he was taken aback when Tang Shanmei suddenly grasped his hand, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Brother Hua, I like you. Once we are together, I can help you rescue your parents and provide you with cover. I truly like you. Please agree to be with me. Hua Gaojing's body stiffened, his countenance not softening but growing even more frigid. What do you know? At that moment, Tang Shanmei could hardly elaborate. Instead, she continued to obfuscate, I like you. Will you be with me? Though it appeared to be a confession, it was laced with veiled threats. Hua Gaojing was not one to easily yield. His face remained impassive as he replied, Impossible. Tang Shanmei felt a surge of anger. Despite the promise of his future greatness, he was merely a lowly individual, scorned by all. How dare he repeatedly reject her? I know who you contacted that day. Do you truly not wish to be with me? At that moment, her resolve to be with Hua Gaojing wavered. If this man continued to be oblivious to the situation, she would resort to desperate measures and expose him. Hua Gaojing detected a glint of ruthlessness in Tang Shanmei's eyes, causing a chill to run down his spine. And an ominous premonition settled within him. You You really like me that much? Hua Gaoxing's voice was somewhat rigid, yet his tone unmistakably betrayed a hint of concession. Tang Shamei slightly lowered her head, concealing the madness in her gaze. Hua Ge, do you like me? She inquired. Hua Gaoxing's expression twisted momentarily. Who could possibly harbor affection for such a girl, with a malicious mind and no sense of shame? He would sooner prefer the lunatic across from him than develop feelings for the one before him. What exactly do you intend to do? Hua Gaoxing asked through clenched teeth. Tang Shanmei pointed at the crowd of the Tang family, restrained by the village chief and villagers. They want to sell me to a fool. How could I willingly marry another when my feelings are for you? Please, help me. If you assist me now, I assure you I will return the favor in the future. The members of the Tang family desperately sought to rush forward, but were thwarted. Helplessly witnessing Tang Shanmei and Hua Gaoxing publicly professing their affections, a disgrace to the Tang family. Tang Shanmei, you little wretch. If you dare to associate with such a person, do not ever claim to be a member of the Tang family again. Old Tang bellowed fiercely. In the face of such threats, Tang Shanmei remained unperturbed, yet for the sake of her reputation, she feigned a delicate demeanor and tearfully implored, Grandfather, do you truly regard me as a member of the Tang family? If so, why must you wed me to a fool? Who claims he is a fool? He is merely not exceptionally bright. When I first introduced him to Tangxi, did you not express that he was quite decent, with a job and a background? Why? Then, do you refuse him now? The old man, exasperated, realized how selfish his granddaughter could be, despite her usually obedient appearance. Tang Shanmei's expression shifted as she retorted impulsively. Am I comparable to Tangxi? I am merely a high school student. What is she? Has she ever attended high school? Can she even qualify for university? Ding. This year's college entrance examination results exceed the protagonist's task initiation, with a 1-year countdown beginning. No, that is impossible. Who would aim to take the college entrance examination? She has already graduated from university many years ago. Tangxi, infuriated, listened to Tang Shanmei's remarks and responded sarcastically. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Everything about you surpasses me, except for your looks. The surrounding crowd could not help but chuckle at her words. In the context of the 1980s, societal norms imposed significant constraints on women. While education was certainly a source of envy, physical attractiveness was regarded as one of the most valued criteria for a potential bride, a concern that women of any era remained acutely aware of. Tang Shanmei's face darkened at Tang Ji's comment, and though she wished to retort, she found herself at a loss for words. Not far away, Song Yinchuan witnessed this scene. A subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze lingered momentarily on Tang Ji's face, then hesitated again. This little rascal is indeed quite attractive, especially those pair of fox-like eyes, vibrant and innocent, blinking in a way that could melt one's heart. What use is good looks if one is utterly inept, lacking both education and morals, resorting only to brawling? Only a fool would be enamored by you. When Tang Shanmei uttered the word fool, her eyes radiated venom. It is you who deserves to be paired with a fool, for that fool is clearly infatuated with you. It is often said that while one's circumstances may change, one's nature remains steadfast. Having endured countless trials, Tang Shanmei found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her innocent faade, and soon her bitterness resurfaced. Tang Ji felt a twinge of sympathy for Tang Shanmei. Some are reborn into fortune, while others find their new lives even more abysmal than the last, leaving one to ponder whom to blame. Alas, my family lacks the kind of parents who would sell their daughter for a dowry to settle their son's debts. Tangxi shook her head in regret. Even if someone dared to do so, my parents and brothers would never consent. With a fierce determination, Tangxi proclaimed, whoever dares to trouble me, our family shall unite to confront them. We shall not only defeat them, but leave them utterly incapacitated. In her childhood, Tangxi had envied those families filled with relatives, grandparents, parents, all showering affection on a single child. In her past, she had known no love or care, yet now, she was entirely different. Yes, whoever dares to bully my little Wu, we shall collectively vanquish them. Tang's mother stood on the sidelines, observing the commotion. Upon hearing her name mentioned, she swiftly stepped forward to protect Tangxi. Who dares to sell my little Wu to a fool? I will annihilate their entire family. Brother Tang shielded their mother, exuding an intimidating presence akin to that of a formidable gang leader. Tang Ji felt a surge of amusement. The Tang family's villainous squad had once again taken action, rendering the surrounding onlookers utterly silent. You see, my family stands firmly by my side, while yours seeks to betray you. What good is your lofty knowledge if it pales in comparison to my position? Tang Ji remarked with satisfaction. Although the protagonist might not be entirely competent, her minor antagonist role was commendable, consistently taking jabs at the heroine. Tang Shanmei was on the verge of fury. Yet she found herself unable to counter or overpower Tang Ji. The pressing matter remained her situation with Hua Gaozheng. Suddenly, she lunged at Hua Gaozheng, clinging to him tightly and dramatically exclaiming, "Hua Gaozheng, you must take responsibility for me. If you refuse, I will take my own life." In such a scenario, should she perish, Hua Gaozheng would find himself in deep trouble, unable to save his family. However, Tang Shanmei did not genuinely believe she would die, for Hua Gaozheng had already begun to relent. "Let go of me first. We can discuss this properly," he stammered, cautious in front of the gathered crowd. Tang Ji observed with growing concern. The heroine's self-destructive antics were far from the pursuit of a partner, instead resembling a quest for vengeance. At this rate, I fear my matchmaking task may remain unfulfilled. The progression of events is decidedly amiss. Tang Shanmei was oblivious to Tang Ji's sentiments. She was convinced that her chances with Hua Gao were quite high. Men, after all, were currently being coerced by her, but with a bit of cunning and effort. It was only a matter of time before they would come to favor her. Moreover, her concern did not lie in whether this man liked her. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Tang Shanmei's eyes. What she sought was power and status, a future where she would rise above others. As for a man's affection, it was desirable but not essential. "Hua Ge, let us get engaged, shall we? Otherwise, I truly cannot bear it," Tang Shanmei threatened while pleading. Her performance both dramatic and chillingly captivating. Hua Gao was on the brink of madness due to Tang Shanmei's antics. He was reluctant to yield. Yet this woman knew too much and threatened his very life. Hua Gao dared not take the risk, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. What did engagement truly signify? Even marriage could end in divorce. "Fine, I will agree, but please, stop this commotion." He needed to ascertain how this woman had come to know so much about his family matters. "I refuse. You insolent brat. What right do you have to be with my granddaughter? Just look at your pitiful state." The elderly matriarch of the Tang family clawed her way forward, only to be restrained. The elder patriarch also reprimanded Tang Shanmei. "Tang Shanmei, come here at once. You have brought disgrace upon the Tang family." Tang Shanmei tightly embraced Hua Gaozheng, her tone resolute as she shouted at the members of the Tang family, "If I am to be cast aside, then so be it. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be a part of the Tang family. Do not even think about selling me off to repay your debts. I will go find the village chief to sever our ties. From now on, our paths will diverge. We shall no longer be kin." Tang Shanmei spoke these words with remarkable familiarity, for she had uttered them in her previous life. "You dare?" Zhou Hohot, wielding a stick, could no longer contain herself upon hearing this declaration. With immense strength, she finally broke free from those restraining her and charged towards Tang Shanmei. How could she allow her daughter, whom she had painstakingly raised, to escape without having received anything in return? What a fantasy! Zhou Hohot struck Tang Shanmei with a stick, causing her to yelp and evade. Zhou Hohot, relentless, continued her pursuit, and in her flustered state, Tang Shanmei inadvertently circled around Hua Gaozheng for cover. In an uncanny synchronization, Zhou Hohot's blows landed upon Hua Gaozheng instead. Hua Gaozheng, already frail, turned pale from the impact. "Stop! If you don't cease this instant, I shall not hold back." Hua Gaozheng clenched his fists, his gaze fierce, ready to retaliate against Zhou Hohot. At that moment, Tang Chuanju charged forward, delivering a punch that sent Hua Gaozheng staggering back several steps. "Dare to strike my mother, and I shall end you." Tang Chuanju, far more robust than Hua Gaozheng, unleashed a flurry of blows that rendered Hua Gaozheng powerless to defend himself. Tang Shanmei screamed. Wishing to intervene yet fearful of the repercussions, she could only cry out, "Tang Chuanju, cease this. You worthless scoundrel, burdened by debts from selling your sister. If you do not stop, I will report you, and you shall be imprisoned." At this moment, her disdain for the Tang family was palpable, and her words lacked any restraint. Tang Chuanju gazed at Tang Shanmei in disbelief, the remnants of his guilt completely obliterated by her actions. "You wretched ingrate. You wish for my imprisonment? I shall deal with you first." With that, he lunged at Tang Shanmei, pinning her to the ground and delivering a harsh beating. The onlookers, unable to bear the scene any longer, rushed forward to intervene, managing, after much effort, to separate Tang Chuanju from her. Tang Shanmei was left battered and bruised, her face marred with signs of violence. Seizing this opportunity, she contemplated severing ties with the Tang family. However, the promise of 1,000 yuan dowry loomed over her, ensuring that the Tang family would not relinquish their hold. Come, let us return home, commanded Tang Chuanzu, gripping Tang Shanmei's hair as he forcibly dragged her along. I refuse to go home. That is not my home. Release me. This is illegal. Tang Shanmei screamed in desperation, her pleas for help echoing around her. Someone, please save me. I do not wish to return home. Among the onlookers, there were indeed those who felt sympathy for her plight, yet at the core, this was a matter of familial discord. Having little personal connection with Tang Shanmei, they were reluctant to intervene. Ultimately, she was forcibly taken back to her home. As for Hua Gaojing, he avoided further punishment. Yet the disdainful glances cast upon him were unmistakable. He cannot even protect his own woman. What a worthless man. The villagers murmured as they departed. Indeed, they remarked on the irony. How could he pursue young women yet fail to bear responsibility? Bah! These city folk are utterly unreliable. Each one madly longing to return to the city, abandoning wives and children without a second thought. They would hardly consider marrying our local girls. And yes, it was indeed Tang Shanmei's foolish delusion, believing herself exceptional for merely attending school, perpetually seeking to climb the social ladder. This time, she had suffered a significant setback, and it was well-deserved. Upon returning home, Tangji immediately opened the final fragment of the narrative. In the fragments of life, there stands the middle-aged Tang Shanmei, diligently washing dishes in the back kitchen of a restaurant. As she scrubs, her gaze drifts towards the television, where a well-dressed, middle-aged version of Hua Gaozhong is being interviewed. Tangji lets out a sigh, pondering how Tang Shanmei only perceives the vigor of others at their pinnacle, oblivious to the immense effort required to reach such heights. The path to success necessitates countless choices, yet in this moment, does Tang Shanmei not fear that the flutter of a butterfly's wings might alter everything irrevocably? Suddenly, the air is pierced by the sound of neighing from outside, jolting Tangji to attention as she leaps from the window. Before her gallops a magnificent herd of pure white horses, tall, imposing, robust, and undeniably proud. The lead stallion raises its head high, as if engaging in a silent conversation with Tangji, calling out in an affectionate yet dignified manner. Captivated at first sight, Tangji dashes towards the horse, exclaiming in awe, "Good gracious, you are stunning." The majestic steed responds with a proud neigh and affectionately nudges Tangji's hand. With a swift motion, Tangji mounts the horse, uttering a gentle command, and together they soar into the open air. "Sister, where are you going?" calls out Xiaowu. "Can you ride a horse?" "It's dangerous. Stop right now," exclaims another. "Wow, little sister, you look so cool." The Tang family members rush outside, but all they catch is a fleeting glimpse of an elegant silhouette. Upon returning home, Song Yinxuan knits a sweater while contemplating various matters. Just as he completes a row, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoes in the distance. He lifted his gaze. Beneath the shimmering snow-laden trees, a young girl radiantly smiled while riding a white horse. Her laughter echoing from afar, gradually permeating the hearts of those around her. "Hey, silly goose, are you knitting again?" Tangji also spotted Song Yinxuan as she rode her horse closer to him. Observing the vibrant red sweater taking shape, she exclaimed, "What a lovely color. When will you knit one for me?" "Oh, it'll cost 100 yuan. Are you interested?" Song Yinxuan's hands moved swiftly with the knitting needles, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Sure, as long as I am satisfied. 100 yuan is no problem," Tangji cheerfully replied. Song Yinxuan glanced at Tangji, inquiring, "What style do you desire?" "Just like the one in your hands, loose and oversized, something that envelopes me entirely." Tangji envisioned the once popular boyfriend style, paired with that vibrant red, a proper red lantern indeed. Song Yinxuan paused, his actions momentarily stilled, as an odd emotion flickered in his gaze directed at Tangji. "Hey, little rascal, you might want to reconsider your description, otherwise, I might hesitate to proceed." "A 50 yuan deposit, no refunds," he asserted, skeptical of her willingness to part with her money. Tangji immediately protested, "What are you talking about? You expect me to pay without even seeing the product? Who said you're foolish? You're clearly a cunning merchant." "No money, no knitting," he retorted, bemused at the thought of a man knitting for a woman. Tangji narrowed her eyes slightly. Perched high upon her horse, she cast a dangerously inquisitive glance at him, asking, "You truly want to knit for me?" Song Yinxuan raised an eyebrow, refusing to part with either money or the weaving. Just as his words fell, Tangji suddenly sprang into action. She bent forward on horseback, stepped closer, and snatched the nearly finished sweater from his hands, then galloped away. "If I can't have a new one, I'll take this," Tangji declared, brandishing the sweater in a bully-like manner after running about 30 meters. "It's not finished. You can't wear it. It will unravel, Song Yinchuan remarked, gazing helplessly at the needle in his hand. It wasn't he that it would unravel, it had already done so. This little rascal certainly had little regard for the finer details of her endeavors. Tang Zhixiao, with a twinkle in her eyes, asked, "Do you wish to return? I can exchange it for a new one." Song Yinchuan remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Tang Zhi tilted her head and inquired, "Are you upset? If you say you're upset, I will return it to you." Song Yinchuan felt utterly speechless. He found Tang Zhi's reasoning quite peculiar. What did she mean by returning something if he were angry? Was she genuinely concerned about his feelings or merely provoking him? "If you're not angry, then I'll make you a more fitting one," he contemplated, ultimately conceding. He had never intended to collect money from this mischievous girl. It just seemed odd to knit a sweater for a lady. With bright eyes, Tang Zhi gazed at Song Yinchuan and, after a moment of reflection, galloped back to return the sweater, saying, "Here it is, don't be upset." Song Yinchuan accepted it silently. He truly wasn't angry. His temperament was remarkably gentle. And he rarely lost his temper. "Really? Is this your horse?" He shifted his focus from the sweater to the magnificent white steed beneath Tang Zhi. "Indeed, isn't it beautiful?" She replied with delight. "I'm contemplating a name for it. Do you have any suitable suggestions? I believe it would prefer a name that you think of." Song Yinchuan looked into the eyes of the white horse and softly asked, "May I touch you?" "Ask it. If it agrees, then I shall consent," Tang Zhi playfully responded. However, Song Yinchuan earnestly addressed the horse. "May I touch you?" The horse let out a gentle neigh, shook its head, and then turned to walk away. Song Yinchuan. Tang Zhi. Ha ha. Tang Zhi, unable to restrain herself, rode off on her horse, leaving behind a trail of joyous laughter. "Don't forget to knit me a sweater, in this vibrant red, a color of celebration." Speaking of festivities, inspiration struck Tang Zhi as she patted the white horse's forehead. Smiling brightly, "You shall be named Shuangxi, for it embodies joy and auspiciousness." He he he. The white horse's neigh sounded somewhat urgent, leaving one to wonder whether it approved of its new name. Undeterred, Tang Zhi boldly proclaimed, "Oh, look at you neighing so merrily. You must be particularly fond of this name." He he he. "Very well, from now on your formal name shall be Tang Shuangxi and your nickname, Xia." Upon uttering this, Tang Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. "Xia, in this frosty winter, shouldn't we be heading home?" While galloping on horseback is indeed exhilarating, the chill is undeniably biting. Yet, just as she took a few steps, a man intercepted her. "Comrade Tang Zhi, I have made myself clear. I do not harbor feelings for you, so please do not seek me out again. Why do you persist?" The man questioned, his tone accusatory. Moreover, riding a horse like this is rather uncouth for a young lady. It displays a lack of proper upbringing. Zhao Qian gazed at Tang Zhi with a mixture of complexity in his eyes, disdain intermingled with a hint of admiration, and within that admiration, a trace of greed. All carefully concealed yet impossible to fully mask, revealing underlying intentions. He had never noticed before how remarkably beautiful this girl was. What a pity it was that he had not realized it sooner. As Tang Zhi recalled who this person was, a hint of disdain crept into her expression. This individual was so unattractive. How could the original owner have been taken by him? The original owner truly lacked discernment. She ought to have admired someone as exquisite as Song Yinchuan instead. "Have I spoken to you?" Tang Zhi inquired coolly. "What?" Zhao Qian was still trying to grasp the situation. "I didn't even acknowledge you, yet you approached me to declare your dislike, claiming I sought you out. How audacious of you." Tang Zhi retorted with unabashed sarcasm. If this person possessed even a modicum of good looks, she might have spared him some courtesy. "Zhao Qian, let's put the past behind us. From now on, if you see me, it's best to steer clear. Do not burden me with your incessant prattle, or I shall not hesitate to be rude in return. Do you understand?" Tang Zhi resolved to grant him a chance for redemption. You. Zhao Qian was nearly apoplectic, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tang Zhi. "Pa, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Just look at your hideous face." Tang Zhi could not restrain herself. What was there for him to be angry about when she herself was not even offended? Fuming, Tang Zhi turned to leave, but her nose twitched suddenly. What was that scent? So fragrant. Her voice was not low, and both gentlemen present heard her. Song Yinchuan maintained a stoic expression, focusing intently on rethreading a needle, while Zhao Qian cast an exasperated glance at him. Noticing Zhao Qian's gaze, Tang Zhi turned her attention to Song Yinchuan. "Do you have something delicious?" The aroma resembles that of a dish being prepared, rather than a mere ready-made meal. It is simply a pot of mushroom soup, nothing extraordinary. Song Yinchuan spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if there was truly nothing remarkable about it. Tang Ji cast a glance at him, then turned to Zhao Qian, offering him an opportunity for redemption. Explain the situation regarding this soup. Zhao Qian, irritated and defiant, retorted, "What have I to be forgiven for? What have I done? Are you hoping for a beating to become more compliant?" Tang Ji reflected on her own excessive leniency, always striving to adhere to principles and refrain from resorting to violence. "Do you dare to strike me? Do you think I want to retaliate?" With her petite stature, she felt she could take on 3 of him alone. "Come on, give it a try. I'll grant you a chance, and then you'll know whether a second attempt is warranted." Tang Ji leaped from her horse, her movements crisp and graceful. Zhao Qian was taken aback, hastily retreating 2 steps, waving his hands. No, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on a lady." Tang Ji pointed at Song Yinxuan, boldly demanding, "Then enlighten us about the connection between Song Yinxuan and this soup." Zhao Qian relented, revealing that he had previously stolen a glance at Song Yinxuan, seemingly intimidated by him. "Song is an exceptional cook. Everything he makes is delicious, though I have only savored the aroma." Tang Ji blinked, contemplating how one could discern deliciousness from mere scent. "Comrade Song, may I propose a matter for discussion?" she said, her smile radiating a blend of charm and faint shyness. Song Yinxuan wished to smile, yet his countenance remained unchanged. He merely stated coldly, "I have no desire to discuss it." Tang Ji clicked her tongue, retrieving a letter discovered from Hua Gaozheng, and opened it for a brief glance, her brow immediately furrowing in concern. She had initially presumed it to be a plea for help, but within the envelope lay not a cry for assistance, but rather 2 schematics. Tang Ji could not decipher the nature of these drawings, yet she instinctively recognized that they were likely to bring trouble, regardless of their practicality. "What are you looking at?" Song Yinxuan inquired, observing her silence and reluctance to depart. As she remained engrossed in the letter, her expression notably grim. Tang Ji rolled her eyes, waved the letter in her hand, and gestured towards the direction from which a delightful aroma wafted. "I believe this letter may prove beneficial to you. How about I exchange it for a meal?" 048. The young rascal's new persona Song Yinxuan is indeed fortunate regarding Tang Ji. This person would go to great lengths for a mere meal. How could I discern its utility for me? Song Yinxuan inquired deliberately. "Let us place a wager. After all, it's just a matter of a meal." Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, Tang Ji hesitated to leave and urged Song Yinxuan instead, "Isn't your meal nearly ready? Shouldn't we check the pot to ensure it doesn't burn?" Song Yinxuan rose, casting a glance at Zhao Qian, and replied to Tang Ji nonchalantly, "If you're not afraid of being poisoned, then follow me." Zhao Qian watched in disbelief as Tang Ji accompanied Song Yinxuan into the small room, his expression shifting dramatically. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and muttered under his breath, "Wretched creature, so you've taken a liking to this cripple. How disgusting." As Zhao Qian grumbled and departed, who paid him any mind? Tang Ji followed closely behind Song Yinxuan, and as they approached the room, the enticing aroma intensified. She could not help but twitch her nose, her mind racing with thoughts. How crucial is a skilled chef to a foodie? While the notion of offering oneself might be an exaggeration, employing a few clever stratagems is certainly within reason. "Let us eat." Song Yinxuan set a dish and a soup on the table, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, freshly prepared, accompanied by mushroom soup and pristine white rice, a feast akin to a festive celebration. Tang Ji chuckled lightly and jested, "What would others say if they knew you lived so lavishly?" Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yinxuan retorted, "Would others be aware of the multitude of secrets you harbor?" "What secrets do I possess? Pray tell." Tang Ji blinked innocently, swiftly picking up a piece of egg with her chopsticks. The sweet and sour flavor was simply delightful. Oh my, it was utterly delicious. Tang Ji felt that the 36 stratagems might not suffice. She would need to employ Sun Tzu's art of war as well. If all else failed, she would resort to the cunning of royal intrigue. "The list you provided me, is it not a secret?" Song Yinxuan could hardly believe that Tang Ji was unaware of the list's significance. Possessing that list was akin to donning a suit of armor. Tang Ji smiled, took another bite of tomato, and squinted her eyes in delight, curiously asking, "How did you master such culinary skills?" "My great-grandfather was once the imperial chef, and my grandmother inherited his craft, later passing it down to me." The mention of his grandmother visibly dampened Song Yinxuan's spirits. Tang Ji refrained from probing further and continued to eat, alternating between vegetables and soup until her stomach was pleasantly full. She straightened her back and gazed at Song Yinxuan with an enigmatic expression, remaining silent and not indicating any intention to leave. Feeling increasingly uneasy under her gaze, Song Yinchuan could no longer contain himself and asked, "What do you wish to say? Speak plainly." "Your cooking is quite impressive," Tang Ji replied, her tone seemingly devoid of emotion at first glance, yet rich with underlying meaning. Song Yinchuan, employing his exceptionally astute mind, pondered for a moment before uncertainly inquiring, "Do you intend to come again for a free meal?" Tang Ji placed the letter on the table, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "I have already compensated you. How can it be considered freeloading?" Song Yinchuan picked up the letter, and upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically. Tang Jiong inquired with a tone of assured curiosity, "Can you really understand it?" Song Yinchuan turned to Tang Ji and asked, "Where did you obtain these blueprints?" Tang Ji confidently raised 3 fingers, gazing intently at Song Yinchuan. Puzzled, Song Yinchuan asked, "What does that mean?" 3 meals, and I shall reveal it to you," Tang Ji replied. Song Yinchuan was left speechless. After exhibiting a greed for wealth, this little rascal had now adopted a gluttonous persona, which was quite ridiculous. "All right." Tang Ji then recounted the incident of his theft of the correspondence from Huagaojing, before inquiring, "What has become of the individuals on that list I provided you? If they have all been apprehended, there should be no one left to contact Huagaojing for the time being." Comprehending Tang Ji's insinuation, Song Yinchuan candidly responded, "We are playing the long game. We have only captured a minor segment of the network. These individuals do not operate independently, each possesses connections above and below them. The aim is to ensnare them all, hence only a portion has been temporarily detained, while others remain under surveillance, including Huagaojing. Although he is not on the list, he serves as bait. Keeping him under observation may lead us to capture even larger fish." At that moment, Tang Ji recalled her own mission, which required her to disrupt the male protagonist's contact with members of Organization L. If that were the case, she could disclose this matter to Song Yinchuan, allowing him to execute the sabotage. "Hey, let me tell you just tonight." Tang Ji chattered on before concluding, "So what do you say? Would you like to get involved?" "Absolutely. All right, it's settled then. See you tonight." Tang Ji joyfully mounted her horse and rode away, while Song Yinchuan gazed at her silhouette for a long while, a subtle curve gracing his lips, a semblance of a smile. Upon returning home, Tang Ji retrieved numerous items from her system space, saplings of fruit trees, supplies related to milk tea, and even some frozen chickens that had been compressed into peculiar shapes. To her astonishment, she realized her space had indeed contained a plethora of items. "Mother, I have returned. Please come out and help me carry these things." The Tang family turned to her in unison, with Tang's mother startled. "Why on earth are you receiving yet more gifts? This endless cycle of gratitude is rather overwhelming." Upon hearing this, Tang Ji couldn't help but chuckle at her mother's amusing nature. "Indeed, I told them it was unnecessary, yet they insisted on sending me more. It's truly vexing." Tang Ji, ever the playful spirit, was not afraid to voice such whimsical thoughts. Tang's mother contemplated whether to scold her daughter, reminding herself that she mustn't be too harsh. Setting that aside, what is the story behind that horse? Tang's mother inquired, pointing curiously at the white steed nearby. "Perhaps it was drawn to me because of my striking appearance," Tang Ji replied with unabashed confidence, cleverly sidestepping any questions she found difficult to answer. "My dear daughter." Tang's mother hesitated, caught in a web of internal conflict. Tang Ji met her mother's gaze and waved her hands dismissively. "Let us not discuss that. I understand. Let us change the subject." Laughter erupted among the family, filling the room with warmth and joy. After having dinner outside, Tang Ji contemplated the matters of the shop and business while her family dined. Following the meal, she convened all the members of the Tang family for a second family meeting. In the conference room, Tang Ji took the floor first, by a stroke of fortune. "I have acquired a commercial property on Zaidaoxiang. The building is quite spacious, with 2 floors. I intend to establish 2 businesses, a milk tea shop on the ground floor and a video hall on the upper floor. For the time being, I shall not be heading south." After expressing her thoughts, Tang Ji turned to her second brother, earnestly suggesting, "Brother, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from traveling south as well. Our initial purpose for going south was to pursue business opportunities. And now that I have found a viable path, the necessity of going south has diminished significantly. Unity is strength." "What?" Regardless of whether the question was articulated or remained unvoiced, the faces of the Tang family members were emblazoned with a pronounced expression of bewilderment. Tang's mother leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "You mean you've opened a storefront in the county? How did this come about?" Tang urged, displaying greater acuity. Pressed on with further inquiries, "What exactly is milk tea? How did this new business emerge?" With your propensity to juggle 3 ventures in a single day, are you truly suited for the world of commerce? Engaging in business is no simple feat. Possessing too many ideas may not necessarily be advantageous. Tangji elucidated. I rendered considerable assistance to someone, and the storefront is a token of gratitude from them. Milk tea is a delightful beverage. I possess the recipe and ingredients. Tomorrow, I shall have mother brew a pot for everyone to sample. He produced the book titled The Complete Guide to Milk Tea and handed it to his mother, along with an additional volume entitled The Complete Guide to Fried Chicken. Mother, these 2 cookbooks can be studied by you and my sister-in-law. Once you've mastered them, we will have a pathway to profit. After all, she is rather inept in the kitchen, so this task must rely on you and my sister-in-law. Tang's mother, being literate, having taught Tang's father to read, immediately began to peruse the books. However, Tang's sister-in-law, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Well, I cannot read either. Let mother learn it, and I shall assist her." Tang's sister-in-law, having come from a rural background, lacked the opportunity for education, and such recipes, akin to secret formulas, were not something she felt entitled to scrutinize as a newcomer to the family. Tang Ji smiled and seized the hand of Tang Xiaoqi, saying, "Xiaoqi, you shall be responsible for teaching our sister-in-law to read, at least to comprehend the recipes. It will be beneficial in the future." Although she had not contemplated venturing into the culinary industry, should an opportunity arise, why would she seek distant prospects when closer ones were at hand? Furthermore, in order to develop a gastronomic enterprise, it was essential that there be someone knowledgeable within the family, naturally relying on Tang Mu and Tang Desa for assistance. "All right, I shall accomplish this task," Tang Xiaoqi exclaimed joyfully, feeling that he finally had a valuable role to play in the family. Tang Erge glanced at the excited Tang Xiaoqi and mused, "This simpleton is easily swayed. Pray, share with me your plans. Will operating 2 businesses in one residence pose any complications?" Tang Ji elaborated on her thoughts with meticulous detail, and the Tang family listened attentively. In truth, her plans were not particularly extraordinary. It was merely a milk tea shop on the ground floor and a video hall upstairs. Though these 2 enterprises appeared unrelated, they could indeed create a symbiotic relationship, mutually attracting clientele, thus forming a commendable pairing. After a prolonged contemplation, Tang Erge nodded in agreement. "I find this proposition feasible. But will you still venture south?" Tang Ji was resolute in her decision not to go, at least not in the immediate future, as she had no time for such travels. "I shall remain here to assist you." Tang Erge concurred with Tang Ji's sentiments. Tang Ji nodded in satisfaction and broached the topic of renovations. "I have my own ideas regarding the decor. Do you happen to know any reliable acquaintances in the construction field?" While the reliability of acquaintances could be debated, having someone familiar with the intricacies of the task at hand would certainly prove more advantageous than embarking on a blind search. Upon hearing these words, Father Tang and Brother Tang exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Brother Tang gestured with his hand, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd, then pointed to himself and subsequently to Father Tang, conveying a clear message. Tang Ji smiled, recognizing that carpentry work would naturally be undertaken by their own family. However, there remained a need for bricklayers and electricians, as there were numerous renovations she wished to undertake. Tang Erge continued to look towards Father Tang and remarked, "Father knows many craftsmen. If you have any needs, just inform him, and he will take you to find the right people." Upon being mentioned, Father Tang straightened his posture, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. His presence at home had often been overshadowed, but now, with a chance to contribute, his spirits soared, mirroring the excitement of Xiaoqi. Tang Ji gave Father Tang a thumbs up, praising, "Father is indeed remarkable. Over the next few days, we will be relying on you and Brother." In unison, Father Tang and Brother Tang patted their chests in affirmation, signaling their readiness to assist without hesitation. At that moment, Tang San and Tang Si simultaneously spoke up, "Little Five, what about us? What can we do?" As everyone else found tasks, the 2 felt a pang of uselessness. They were, after all, the reserve force of the Tang family, ready to step in wherever needed. Tang Ji chuckled softly. Amidst such a multitude of brothers, the harmony they shared was, in her view, the greatest fortune she had encountered since her arrival in this narrative. "Very well, we shall certainly assist the family in every endeavor. Whatever tasks are required, we shall undertake them." Tang San and Tang Si enthusiastically thumped their chests, confident that their strength would surely find its moment to shine. That night, as silence enveloped the world, Tang Ji quietly slipped out through the window and stealthily made her way to the livestock pen. There, Song Yinxuan awaited her presence, accompanied by two individuals who had been patiently waiting for some time. "You've arrived," Song Yinxuan greeted in a low voice, his tone bearing a hint of chilly intimacy beneath the cloak of night. Tang Ji awkwardly touched her ear, feeling as though this was the second time she had been captivated by this man's voice. She replied with restraint, casting her gaze towards the two companions of Song Yinxuan, whom she had never encountered before. Their aura radiated an unmistakable chill, signaling they were no ordinary individuals. The two nodded towards Tang Ji, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and barely perceptible skepticism. Tang Ji acknowledged them with a nod, unconcerned about their identities or sentiments. "So, have you made any discoveries?" she inquired. Song Yinxuan shook his head. "Not yet. It should be after 9 o'clock. We have about 10 minutes. Let us wait a while longer. The task is hinted to occur during the hour of the pig, and it should arrive soon." All right. Time trickled by, and the anticipated individuals did not appear promptly at 9. Instead, they lingered for nearly another half hour. Eventually, two shadowy figures emerged from a nearby path. "They've arrived," Tang Ji exclaimed with excitement, for if they delayed any longer, she feared she would turn into a popsicle. The four of them stood ready, their breaths growing lighter as the two approached. Hua Gaojing, along with Yu Hanhai and others, resided in the same dwelling, making it impossible for him to rendezvous with members of Organization L within the confines of the house. Thus, he had prepared himself early on. Upon hearing the sound of stones tapping outside, he feigned the need to relieve himself and stealthily exited the house. Yet, his steps were heavy, and his heart raced with an unsettling intensity, an ominous feeling gnawing at him. Clutched in his hand was a meticulously sketched blueprint, a stark reminder of the previous one he had been unable to locate not long ago, amplifying his unease. Had that blueprint truly been lost by mere chance? Had it been taken by someone? What if it were discovered? For a fleeting moment, Hua Gaojing was overwhelmed with the urge to turn back. He regretted his association with these individuals, yet he felt utterly powerless to extricate himself from the situation. Hua Gaojing stepped heavily out of the house, and indeed, he spotted a figure behind a tree not far away, beckoning to him, reminiscent of a devil's summons. Hua's body halted, a reluctance to approach washing over him, and he began to regret his choices. Yet, in truth, he had already forfeited the chance for regret. "Is the blueprint ready?" the figure inquired, casting a glance at Hua Gaojing, their demeanor far from amiable. "You would do well to be sensible. We have lost many for your sake, and you must bear the responsibility." Hua's gaze darkened. "This is your incompetence, and yet you wish for me to take the blame? Were it not for my timely actions, I might still be imprisoned. Enough with the idle chatter. Present the blueprint at once." The figure's urgency was palpable, as their associates had been captured one after another, leaving even those who remained unapprehended in a state of disquiet. "I possess the blueprint, but I shall only provide you with half. The other half will be relinquished only upon the safe return of my parents," Hua Gaojing replied, harboring little trust for the individual before him. He even harbored suspicions that these very people might be the true architects of his family's downfall. "Our team is already working on securing your mother, should she be reinstated. You will be obliged to furnish us with the remaining half." The figure appeared unfazed by such terms, seemingly accustomed to such negotiations, opting to retreat in order to advance. Hua Gaozhong, however, remained unsatisfied, insisting, "First, secure my father. He is the one of utmost importance. You are aware of the sensitive identity of your father. To facilitate his return requires a certain amount of time. You must cooperate fully with us, demonstrating the value both you and your father possess, and we shall allocate additional resources to assist you." Hua Gaojing remained silent, but ultimately nodded in agreement. It was at this moment that Song Yinxuan and his three companions commenced their operation, encircling Hua Gaozhong and his two companions in a square formation, each moving swiftly towards their target. "Someone run." The two individuals responsible for the rendezvous were not ordinary individuals, despite being in a passive position. They still possessed the capacity to counterattack. Song Yinxuan's target was Hua Gaoling, who indeed proved to be capable. Yet he was no match for Song Yinxuan and was soon pinned to the ground. "Who are you, and why are you trying to capture me?" Hua Gaojing struggled in anger and terror, but Song Yinxuan, seeing his resistance, swiftly dislocated his arm. "Do not move, be compliant." Tang Ji did not engage in the fray, but positioned herself to block the escape route of the two individuals. As they realized their precarious situation, they suddenly drew their weapons. Do not move, or we will resort to violence. The two men exhibited a desperate madness, akin to a cornered beast. Tang Ji's expression grew serious. From her system space, she retrieved a miniaturized weapon resembling a flashlight. With a quiet pop, it discharged, followed by another sound. The weapons in the hands of the adversaries fell to the ground as they were struck on their wrists. Seizing the opportunity, the two comrades accompanying Song Yinxuan apprehended the two men. Song Yinxuan inquired, "How did you come to possess such an object?" "What object?" Tang Ji blinked her innocent large eyes, simultaneously extending her empty hands to signify her lack of possession. Although Song Yinxuan and his companions had indeed not witnessed the weapon's appearance, the sound and effect it produced were undeniably indicative of something substantial. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of disrupting the male lead's rendezvous with the members of Organization L. You have been rewarded with a comprehensive account of the generator's 20-year development history, a voucher for an instant noodle production line, and 3 fragments of plot, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding. Upon system evaluation, it has been determined that the plot has deviated from the main storyline. The system is undergoing self-diagnosis and temporarily suspending task functions, while retaining storage capabilities. Please remain patient, and farewell. Before Tang Ji could revel in the bountiful rewards from the system, she was amused by the mention of the deviation from the main storyline. Asserting that one is a defective product while refusing to acknowledge it is absurd. Look at yourself. I have diligently completed the tasks as per your requirements. Yet here we are with a deviation from the main plot. TSK, a complete overhaul is in order. Otherwise, both the male and female leads would surely meet their demise at your hands. Tang Ji was neither anxious nor sorrowful. Instead, she wore a mocking expression, her demeanor exuding a chilling ruthlessness and unreasonable mischief. Who exactly are you? The two comrades queried warily. Tang Ji smiled and retorted, "What is this? Do you intend to apprehend me for interrogation?" The two initially furrowed their brows, then turned their gaze towards Song Yinxuan, seeking his opinion, evidently deferring to his judgment. "We did not intend that. Rather, you have been of immense assistance to us, for which we ought to express our gratitude." Song Yinxuan paused momentarily, stating that he would report to his superiors and commend your efforts. Tang Ji, unreservedly, responded that as a gesture of thanks, he could treat her to several meals, and in the future, she would certainly consider him first in any favorable circumstances that arise. This individual was indeed not a mere trifler in the underworld. He bore multiple identities, which was only fitting for one labeled as a villain. In contrast, she had been engaged in petty thefts and minor scuffles, lacking the imposing aura of a true antagonist. Tang Ji felt a twinge of self-disdain, yet failed to recognize that her seemingly trivial mischief was on the verge of exhausting the original protagonists. Had her antics escalated even slightly, they might have been driven off the stage entirely. However, it seemed that this time, the male lead might find it exceedingly difficult to evade punishment. Would he still have the chance to emerge? Tang Ji inquired, pointing at Hua Gaozhen. If the male lead were imprisoned, would she, as the villain, also be confined to accompany him? Alas, if such a scenario were to unfold, she would undoubtedly orchestrate an escape alongside him. Song Yinxuan cast a sidelong glance at Hua Gaozhen, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible disdain, suggesting that it was highly improbable. Tang Ji found herself at a loss for words. She had merely been entertaining such thoughts, yet if they were to manifest, never mind. The system was indeed treacherous. She resolved to observe the situation further before making any decisions. After bidding farewell to Song Yinxuan and returning in the dark, Tang Ji promptly retrieved the 3 fragments of the storyline and began to examine them one by one. The first fragment surprised her, as it depicted an image from the day at Xiaodaxiang. In the footage, upon hearing the commotion of an arrest, Hua Gao immediately rushed outside. In the absence of Tang Ji, he effortlessly made his way to a place of safety, granting him ample space for contemplation. He gazed at the note in his hand, hesitating momentarily, until a brilliant idea struck him. He turned and headed to the county office, seeking out a responsible official. He recounted the situation, downplaying its severity, and professed his unwavering loyalty to the nation, asserting that he had never harbored thoughts of betrayal. He pledged to assist the country in apprehending the wrongdoers. The footage concluded here. Although the outcome remained unseen, Tang Ji could already foresee that Hua Gao, as the protagonist, was destined to turn his fortunes around through this incident. This realization only deepened Tang Ji's newfound perplexity. The male protagonist has entered. If in the original narrative, Hua Gaozheng were to turn his fortunes around through this, then what purpose does the system serve by compelling her to sabotage him? Tang Ji initially believed that as a villain, her every action was meant to facilitate the growth of the protagonist. The tasks assigned by the system were intended to mold her into a more fitting antagonist, ultimately aimed at fostering the protagonist's swift and substantial development. This, after all, is a common trope in novels. Yet now, after diligently completing her tasks, she has inadvertently cast the male lead into dire straits. Ahem, have I exerted too much effort? Or is the system infected with a virus? Alternatively, is it simply the male lead's destined misfortune? The images she witnessed were not of the male lead post-rebirth of the female protagonist, but rather those from before her rebirth. Tang Ji's logical reasoning appears intact. Otherwise, she might have become ensnared in her own convoluted thoughts. If the narrative fragments also encompassed the female lead's previous life, her deductions would hold water. However, this male lead certainly seems to be suffering unduly. Due to the female protagonist's rebirth, what was once a promising future has transformed into a hellish ordeal. Upon reflection, she finds it to be rather unworthy. After all, the so-called paragon of virtue, the female lead, is not all that remarkable. While Tang Ji speculated, she activated the second fragment, which astonished her even further, revealing a version of herself that was not quite her own. This figure likely represented her at the age of 24 or 25, adorned in fashionable and vibrant attire, albeit with a somewhat frighteningly heavy makeup, standing before Hua Gaozheng, who was clad in a suit, smiling in a manner that was both affected and artificial. Oh, so this is what it means to be a villain? If this is her future mission, she would rather be a useless drifter. The imagery continues as Tang Shanmei rushes out, raising her hand to strike the future Tang Ji, only to be effortlessly evaded by Tang Ji, who retaliates with several slaps. Tang Shanmei, feeble and delicate, begins to weep, while Hua Gaozheng, filled with compassion, embraces her and simultaneously admonishes Tang Ji to leave. The vision abruptly concludes. Tang Ji is certain that the individual in the imagery is not herself. Despite the identical appearance, demeanor, and gaze, they do not belong to her essence. This raises a question: to which world does this segment of imagery belong? After deep contemplation, Tang Ji concludes there are at least 3 distinct worlds. The first world prior to Tang Shanmei's rebirth, the original novel's world following her rebirth, and this third world she has entered, which has been significantly altered due to her presence. The 2 segments she has just accessed, the first belonging to the first world and the second to the original novel's world, reveal that the male lead of the first world is likely quite successful, having been etched in the heart of the female lead who faced failure in life. Subsequently, upon entering the second world, she employed every means to unite with the male lead, thus birthing that melodramatic novel. Regrettably, with the emergence of her own third world, coupled with a somewhat dim-witted villainous system, the prospects of the male and female leads coming together have become exceedingly bleak. Unless, of course, she sends the female lead in as well. Oh no, she could not be so ruthless. What if the system required her to enter and complete the task alongside them? That would place her in a most difficult predicament. Yet, she wondered if this foolish system would ever awaken again. It must not vanish completely, for that would be a significant loss for her. Tang Ji murmured as she opened the third narrative fragment, sensing that perhaps the system was in a hurry, hence bestowing upon her 3 fragments in rapid succession. Upon opening it, Tang Ji felt as though she had directly glimpsed the conclusion of the original tale. Approaching her 30s, Tang Ji appeared disheveled, resembling a madwoman, standing upon a rooftop with the male and female leads bound tightly at her feet. In the vision, Tang Ji muttered to herself, "Impossible, impossible. I am clearly the destined protagonist. How could I have fallen to such depths?" Tang Shanmei lay on the ground, and upon hearing these words, her eyes sparkled with disdain as she retorted softly, barely audible, "What makes you the protagonist? I am the true one." Tang Ji continued her soliloquy, pondering whether heaven had transported her here to achieve great deeds and rise above others. At that moment, a throng of uniformed individuals surged forward, seemingly intent on stopping her. With a frenzied yet indifferent gaze, Tang Ji, just as they were about to close in, propelled herself and the leads off the rooftop. "I refuse to accept this." A heart-wrenching cry pierced the sky, marking the final lament. "Ah, I cannot die. I am the protagonist. I am indeed the one who has been reborn." In the concluding moments of the vision, the voices of Tang Ji and Tang Shanmei intertwined, bringing the entire narrative to a close. Well, the last 3 words were added by Tang Ji herself. She felt her little heart racing as she touched it, thinking that this bedtime reading was far too stimulating and should be reserved for another time. This was no melodramatic novel. It was clearly the tale of a group of lunatics. The female lead was reborn, the supporting character traversed through time, and in the end, they all perished together. Such a plot was truly unprecedented in her experience. The following morning, Tang Ji groggily rose from her slumber, ruffling her tousled hair. She longed to snuggle back under the covers for a little more sleep, yet the commotion from next door interrupted her thoughts. Tang Ji mused that it was indeed time to consider the matter of a new house. Breakfast consisted of corn porridge paired with meat buns, and she made an effort to consume 1.5, handing the remaining half to Tang Xiaolu, encouraging, "Here, have some more. Sister, you're so kind," Tang Xiaolu exclaimed, taking a hearty bite, his eyes brimming with gratitude. After the meal, Tang Ji discussed with her family, father and elder brother. "Please help me build a few cabinets. Here are the blueprints." Mother, elder sister-in-law, and Xiao Qi continue experimenting with the milk tea recipe. "Soon, we shall all taste it." They were nearly prepared, and she urged them to wait just a little longer. Tang's mother had risen early, collaborating with Tang's elder sister-in-law in the kitchen, both displaying remarkable culinary acumen, with results nearing fruition. "All right, I'll check on the neighbors and be back shortly," Tang Ji replied, rising to her feet. She then addressed the remaining brothers of the Tang family, who had no tasks assigned, saying, "Third brother, fourth brother, and Xiaolu, come, let us go see the excitement. The more, the merrier. There will be leftovers after the distribution." Tang Ergo, the second brother, interjected directly, "Tell me the location of that storefront. I shall go take a look." Tang Ji chuckled cheerfully and casually mentioned the matters concerning Zhou Fengmei and Zhao Xiaoming, which caused Tang Er's expression to darken. "You can entrust this matter to me. I shall assist you in resolving it." Tang Ji glanced at Tang Erge, the most astute member of the family, and perhaps also the most ruthless. "Very well, you go ahead and make arrangements. If any issues arise, do inform me promptly." Tang Ji smiled, asserting that there are myriad ways to address a problem. If one cannot conceive a solution, perhaps another can. Thus, there is no need to shoulder every burden alone. With so many family members, unity is indeed strength. Tang Ji relished the feeling of everyone working together harmoniously towards a common goal. It was simply splendid. The female protagonist has vanished. Tang Ji, accompanied by Zhuo Qinglong, Yu Baihu, and a foolish sidekick, made their way to the neighboring Tang family. The Tang household was still in a state of uproar. After being captured, Tang Shanmei was confined, yet she was no pushover. She had concealed a knife and, following the night, began to intimidate the members of the Tang family. "Give me 200 yuan, and from henceforth, we shall have nothing to do with each other. Otherwise, I shall wreak havoc until you find no peace, and no one will have it easy." After a night of contemplation, Tang Shanmei suddenly realized that if she were to leave empty-handed, she would indeed find herself at a loss. It is difficult to determine whether to commend her cunning or lament her folly, as she thought to extort money from her own family. This was akin to a mouse paying New Year's greetings to a cat, an invitation to disaster. Tang Chuanzu, protective of his parents, was utterly disillusioned with his sister. Casting aside familial ties, he remarked, "You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch, thinking to ask for money from us. If we had money, would we still need your bride price?" Upon hearing this, Tang Shanmei recalled her past life and realized that while the family lacked wealth, they possessed treasures. Alas, she only knew of the existence of these treasures, not their precise locations. Turning to her grandparents, she implored, "Grandfather, grandmother, I know there are hidden valuables in this household. Hurry and unearth them. Half can be used to pay off my brother's debts, and the other half can serve as my dowry. Let us remain a stable family and cease forcing me into a desperate struggle." Upon hearing this, Tang Ji felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Not only had the precious item been snatched away from her, but even if it truly existed, how could the likes of Old Tang and Old Lady Tang ever consider giving it to Tang Shanmei? Had this female protagonist truly lost her wits in her rebirth? "You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Our family has been impoverished for 8 generations. There is nothing to be hidden. I see you must be madly yearning for a man to utter such absurdities. Such talk deserves a harsh reprimand." Old Lady Tang glared at Tang Shanmei, her gaze more fearsome than when she had looked upon Tang Ji in the past. "Zhou Hohot, what are you waiting for? Go and discipline your foolish daughter." Old Lady Tang, lacking the courage to confront her directly and unwilling to send her son or eldest grandson into danger, could only command her daughter-in-law, Zhou Hohat. Zhou Hohat was indeed furious, yet she was also genuinely intimidated. After all, that was a kitchen knife. What if it were used against her? You foolish girl. There is no place for you in this family any longer. If you refuse to obey, then leave at once. Money is out of the question. There is none for you here, and should we have any, it must go towards repaying your brother's debts. Zhou Hohat was truly out of funds and even suspected that old Lady Tang or Tang Chuanzu had pilfered her hidden savings. No, she could not leave. She must marry Lu Ming. What would become of Chuanzu's debts otherwise? Just as she lamented her fate, fate itself seemed to conspire against her. For the debt collectors had fortuitously arrived at the old Tang residence. As Tang Ji peered over the courtyard wall with keen interest, 3 exceptionally robust men forcefully kicked open the rickety wooden door. Tang Ji had initially considered a similar approach, but, upon noticing their arrival, had thought better of it. Moreover, from the neighboring house, that is to say, the residence of Tang Lao Air, curious eyes peered over the wall, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Tang Chuanzu, today marks the 9th day of the month. You owe us 300 yuan. Is it not time for you to repay? One of the burly men bellowed, his expression fierce and intimidating. Tang Chuanzu trembled at the sound, yet mustered the courage to respond. How could it be 300? I am certain I only owe you 80. While the sum of 80 had accrued some interest, it hardly justified the exorbitance of 300. Do you not understand the concept of compound interest? Initially, it was 80, and now it has inexplicably grown to 300. The burly man regarded him with a scornful look, as if to imply his ignorance was profoundly disappointing. He threatened, if you do not repay now, in a few days, it may well escalate to 500. Tang Chuanzu, filled with indignation yet feeling utterly defeated, protested in a quivering voice, that is unacceptable. My family cannot possibly produce such a sum. Your relentless demands for repayment are driving me to despair. If you cannot pay, then you might as well perish. Who are you trying to intimidate with death threats? There are countless who threaten to end their lives, yet few truly follow through. It is said that gamblers are ruthless. But how many among those ensnared by the vice possess the fortitude to willingly embrace death? To evade death, one must diligently settle debts if they declare 300. Then it is indeed 300. If 500 is claimed, then 500 it shall be. The group of debt collectors were seasoned in such dealings, their hearts hardened. When they saw the Tang family was unable to pay, they seized chairs and smashed the newly repaired table to pieces. Will you pay or not? If you refuse, we shall continue our destruction. One of the vandals shouted with brazen audacity. 2 remaining individuals restrained Tang Chuanzu, while another attempted to enter the house in search of money. Tang Laoda, trembling with fear, obstructed him, pleading, you can't go in. Our family has no money left. Please give us a few more days, and we will surely repay you. The man, amused, regarded Tang Laoda with a smirk and queried, in a few days, you will have money to repay? Is that speed of acquiring wealth not a touch too rapid? We will borrow money to repay you. Just grant us a few days, interjected the astute Tang Laotu. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man hesitated, glancing between Tang Laotu and Tang Laoda, before suddenly breaking into a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. All right then, we shall wait a few days. Upon hearing this, the old Tang family exhaled in relief, though their respite proved premature. The burly man's tone shifted abruptly as he declared, however, to ensure your commitment, I will take this young lady with me. In 3 days, bring the money to redeem her. As for the consequence of having no funds, exchanging 80 coins for a fine young woman is hardly a loss. Ah, let me go? Do not seize me. I refuse to accompany you. Tang Shamei cried out, her distress evident as the hulking man held her captive. He, a man of lewd inclinations, chuckled at her struggle while taking the opportunity to grope her. Oh, the sensation is quite delightful. 80 coins are indeed worth it, he mused. Release me. I have no ties to the old Tang family. You cannot take me. If you must capture someone, take Tang Chuanzu. I am of no relation. Tang Shanmei was overwhelmed with despair, her cries resonating deeply, causing the members of the Tang family, who were poised to resist, to halt their actions. Tang Chuanzu silently withdrew his steps, while the elder Tang and his wife cast somber glances at Tang Shamei. Even Tang Lao and his spouse appeared conflicted. Since you have no objections, I shall take her away. We shall meet again in 3 days. The burly man, noticing the intensity of Tang Shamei's cries, swiftly covered her mouth and, gripping her collar, led her away. Tangji pondered. contemplating whether she would once again lose the female protagonist after the male lead. How would she navigate her daily tasks then? Being a villain was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Alas, perhaps the system might not be reparable. It was possible that there would be no tasks in the future after all. 053, the T-Sprite Tang Zi, still lingering in the excitement of the lively scene next door, turned to see Xiao Shi peering out from the storage room. With a makeshift stable hastily constructed, Tang's father and elder brother had fashioned a cozy nook for Xiao Shi within the storeroom. He. Xiao Shi called out in excitement, and Tang Ji approached to gently pat its large head. Sister, can I ride the horse? Ride the big horse. Tang Xiaolu twirled around in front of Xiao Shi brimming with enthusiasm yet hesitatingly inching closer, a touch apprehensive. Well, you must ask it, if it is willing. Then I have no objections. The willingness of such a spirited creature to allow another to ride upon it depends on its own desire. Tang Xiaolu produced a wilted carrot, presenting it to Xiao Shi with a hopeful expression. The little sprite regarded it with disdain, but ultimately accepted it. For the Tang family was impoverished, and this was the finest fare it could offer. Alas, to follow a master of meager means is to suffer the pangs of hunger. Ah, it ate it. It ate it. Tang Xiaolu exclaimed, bouncing with glee, daring to reach out and stroke Xiao Shi's head, only to be met with a puff of air from the sprite. The carrot had been consumed, yet it would not permit a touch. What a fickle creature. Xiao Wu, the milk tea is ready. Come and have a taste. The aroma of the milk tea was undeniably enticing, the sweet fragrance casting a spell even on Tang Ji, who was not typically enamored with such beverages, leaving her momentarily entranced. Wow, it's truly delicious, so sweet. Tang Xiaolu took a generous sip, the warmth causing her to smack her lips, yet she couldn't resist indulging in another hearty gulp. Tang Deseo also savored a taste, her face immediately lighting up with a blissful smile. The sweetness was undeniably delightful. The other robust men, too, relished a substantial drink. A testament to the scarcity of flavors in the early 1980s, a far cry from the modern notion that men shun sweet treats. It was simply exquisite. The youngest, Zai Shanzi, joyfully took a hearty sip as well. Tang Mu beamed with pride, giving Tang Ji a thumbs up, confidently proclaiming, "My daughter is remarkable, possessing such a delightful secret recipe. We should embark on this business venture. It will surely be profitable." Tang Deseo wholeheartedly agreed, whispering, "There are so many more recipes. With Mother and I working together, we could easily open a shop." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Tang Ji felt elated. The decision to open a milk tea shop was solidified. The next steps involved renovations and obtaining a business license. She planned to explore the county to familiarize herself with the local environment. "I shall take a trip to the county now. You all continue your research at home, aiming to complete the renovations and launch the business promptly." Agreed. Tang Mu and Tang Deseo replied with unwavering confidence. Upon arriving at Xiaodaxiang, Tang Ji encountered her second brother, engaged in conversation with two men whose expressions were far from pleasant, exuding a confrontational demeanor. "We have stated we will not rent. Must you insist on hindering our family business?" Tang Er's voice grew increasingly agitated. It was evident that he had already declined more than once. Yet the other party clearly showed no inclination to comprehend, persistently entangling him. It is indeed difficult to articulate. If you do not extend a hand of convenience to others, they shall not do so for you in return. In business, offending others is the gravest misstep, would you not agree? One of them spoke in a chilling tone, laying their threat bare. Tang Ji surmised that these two were likely allies of Zhou Fomei, their methods seemingly aligned. Tang Erj, not well versed in the situation, was reluctant to escalate matters, maintaining a cold demeanor as he stated, "This house is not even mine. Even if I were to agree to rent it out, it would be of no consequence. If you wish to lease the property, you must converse with the owner." With the owner absent, he sought merely to stall the adversaries before broaching further discussions. Tang Ji, uninterested in squandering time with these small-time ruffians, turned and made her way to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, intending to inquire about the procedures for opening a shop. During this era, the bureau was relatively unoccupied, with few individuals seeking services. Tang Ji found an idle clerk and inquired, discovering a plethora of required documentation, including a need to return to her village for a certificate. Upon leaving the bureau, the hour approached noon. Tang Ji meandered back to Xiaotao Alley, where her brother indeed had not departed, diligently measuring dimensions. "How is it, Erj? What are your impressions?" Tang Erj turned upon seeing Tang Ji, giving her a thumbs up. "Very good. The individual who could bestow this house upon you is certainly not an ordinary person. Indeed, quite extraordinary. After all, it is not even human. Tang Urge refrained from further questioning, a tacit understanding among the Tang family. Renovation and opening require substantial capital, and the funds at our disposal may prove insufficient. We can initially establish a modest milk tea shop, and once we generate profit, we can invest in equipment for the second floor. This method relies on gradual self-accumulation. However, there exists an alternative approach. Perhaps we could leverage our property documents to secure a loan from the bank. While uncertain of its feasibility, it is worth exploring. Although she had not borrowed money in the 1980s, attempting it seemed prudent. Yet, despite Tang Urge's ample courage, he preferred to avoid such risks, opting for the first method instead, believing it wise to proceed cautiously and methodically from the ground up, without unnecessary gambles. Tang Ji cast a glance at Tang Urge and teased him. I thought you would choose the second option. With aspirations to earn in the South, how could one opt for a conservative path? Tang Urge calmly elucidated. If our family were still in a state of dire need, I would naturally be inclined to take risks. The unspoken words were clear to Tang Ji. Due to her influence, their family's current circumstances were relatively stable, thus diminishing the urgency to earn. It is often said that those who strive to earn require motivation, and indeed, this holds true. Then let us start anew, building step by step to achieve greatness. Tang Urge's composure and prudence inspired Tang Ji, gradually easing her mindset. Subsequently, the two began to deliberate on the topic of storefront renovation. Tang Ji originally intended to invest considerable effort into the endeavor, yet now, she contemplated that simplicity could also hold its own charm. After all, minimalism harbors its own aesthetic appeal, and simplicity need not equate to shoddiness. Thus, they decided upon an ultra-minimalist wooden decor, with the primary color palette consisting entirely of natural wood tones. The thematic concept revolved around a tea-selling fairy in a forest cottage. No, it was a tea-selling sprite. If the hardware is lacking, let us compensate with creativity. If the renovation lacks substance, we shall seek allure in our imaginative approach, ensuring there is a captivating element. Tang Erge gazed at Tang Ji in bewilderment, struggling to follow her train of thought. What on earth is this sprite? Where did the sprite come from? Little Wu, you are aware of the post-reform era. Yes, I am aware. This pertains to the work of costume and makeup, so you need not worry. Tang Ji brimmed with confidence, recalling a dear friend who was particularly fond of the anime realm, who had imparted numerous makeup techniques to her. She could render not just a sprite, but even Zhu Beiji with remarkable lifelikeness. During a gathering at the Tang family residence, Tang Ji was filled with enthusiasm when he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Zhao Xiaoming standing there. Any news? Tang Ji inquired, surprised by the swift visit after merely one day's time. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't dare to come, Zhao Xiaoming chuckled, exuding the bright energy of youth mixed with a hint of streetwise cunning. Come in and speak freely. Once inside, Zhao Xiaoming noticed Tang Erge and instinctively took a cautious step back. Tang Shi reassured him, that's my second brother. There's nothing to worry about. Just speak your mind. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Xiaoming proceeded with the information. There's nothing unusual with Yu Liang. It's just mundane matters like going to work and returning home. Our people are still tailing him. However, the real news concerns Zhou Fengmei. Zhao Xiaoming paused momentarily before deciding to convey the truth. In fact, our team has been monitoring her for quite some time, which is why the investigation progressed so swiftly. Those who are well-informed do not wait for a crisis to begin their inquiries. They are perpetually gathering intelligence. Tang Ji remained silent, patiently awaiting Zhao Xiaoming to elaborate. Zhou Fengmei is being kept by Deputy County Chief Yang, Zhao Xiaoming whispered, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Tang Ji was not at all surprised by this revelation. Can we obtain evidence? He inquired. Zhao Xiaoming appeared conflicted, uncertain as he replied, what kind of evidence are we talking about? Are we to catch them in the act? That is certainly feasible. As long as our team follows them, we can apprehend them when they meet. Listen here, you seem quite skilled, Tang Ji remarked, casting a skeptical glance at Zhao Xiaoming. Despite his unassuming appearance, the man spoke with the confidence of an expert. Zhao Xiaoming, feeling a touch embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, no, not at all. I've just seen a lot. I've never actually done anything like this. He was a virtuous little beggar, who typically only gathered information for others, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Tang Ji remained noncommittal. Based on your assertion, can you accomplish this task? It may not necessarily require her direct involvement. Zhao Xiaoming hesitated momentarily. I can't do it alone. I'll need several others. Otherwise, it's too easy to be ambushed. In matters of life and death, having only one or two individuals aware of the situation could easily lead to peril. How much do you need? Just tell me outright. Tang Ji understood that the feasibility of such an endeavor hinged upon adequate financial support. Zhao Xiaoming held up 3 fingers. There are 5 of us brothers. That's $6 each. Tang Ji promptly produced $30. When catching someone in the act, it's essential not just to rely on your own team. You must include outsiders as well. The more, the better. Do you understand? Understood. This is my area of expertise. You can rest assured. With the money in hand. Zhao Xiaoming was overjoyed, but inadvertently let slip too much. Tang Ji chose not to expose him. Instead, she offered words of encouragement before sending him on his way. Zhao Xiaoming hurried back to their hideout, a dilapidated old house. The reason it stood vacant was due to the tumultuous times. The original occupants had met tragic fates. Particularly, one elderly lady tragically hanged herself from the beams of her own home, instilling fear in both the virtuous and the wicked alike, rendering them hesitant to reside there. Only the pitiable souls, like Zhao Xiaoming, who were homeless, embraced this place as their own sanctuary. I have returned. Xiaoming, how are you? Did she give you the money? A child, even more diminutive than Zhao Xiaoming, gazed at him with eyes alight with anticipation. The other 2 young boys and a petite girl, dark as night, also regarded Zhao Xiaoming with eager expectation. Under the weight of their hopeful gazes, Zhao Xiaoming produced the 30 yuan. Look, we have money now. His voice, though soft, was infused with an irrepressible excitement, as if he clutched not merely 30 yuan, but the promise of a brighter future. Wow, this is fantastic. We won't have to go hungry anymore. The prospect of alleviated hunger invigorated the boys, who, despite their youth, displayed a remarkable reliability born from witnessing the harsh realities of life. The very next afternoon, the trio of young boys, accompanied by several elderly women and 2 little sentinels stationed outside, cornered Zhou Fengmei and Deputy County Chief Yang in a most dramatic exposure of infidelity. In the aftermath, Deputy Yang was promptly dismissed from his post, while Ms. Zhou Fengmei, after receiving a beating from Mrs. Yang, was taken to the police station. Deputy Yang, shifting all blame onto Zhou Fengmei, ultimately escaped severe consequences due to the collaborative efforts of his family and in-laws, who leveraged their connections, resulting in a mere reprimand rather than a dismissal from his position. However, Zhou Fengmei found herself in unfortunate circumstances. Despite the change in policy, certain matters had become even more stringent, and under the pressure exerted by Madame Yang, Zhou Fengmei was ultimately sentenced to 3 years, leaving one to ponder whether it was a case of just deserts. Yet, these were merely afterthoughts, as Tang Ji was amidst a lively discussion with the Tang family regarding the tea shop. Just as they began to make some progress in their conversation, a knock echoed at the door of the Tang residence. At this late hour, who could it be? Muttering to herself, Tang mother instructed Tang Sangu to answer the door. Upon opening it, there stood Quail, Tang Laoer. What brings you here? Quite a rare visitor, she remarked. For despite being neighbors, neither Tang Laoda nor Tang Laoer had frequently graced their home. Tang Laoer wore a distinct expression of displeasure, clearly reluctant to be there, and grumbled, Father and Mother want you to come over. Without even stepping inside, he delivered his message and departed. Tang Father exchanged a glance with Tang Mother, who instinctively looked towards Tang Ji. With a smile, Tang Ji waved her hand with considerable authority and declared, Let us go. We must see what trouble they intend to stir up this time. Following their gathering on New Year's Eve, the members of the old Tang family once more convened, albeit without Tang Shanmei. Upon entering, Tang Ji blinked her eyes and, under the watchful gazes of everyone, boldly strode into Tang Shanmei's room. Halt! What are you doing? Zhou Hohat attempted to intervene, but was stopped by her aide, Tang Xiaolu. What do you think you're doing? Be careful, or I might just run you over. Tang Ji ambled into the room, picked up a textbook from the table, and, finding that the system indeed showed no reaction, she set it back down. With no particular purpose, she merely strolled aimlessly. Tang Ji sauntered out leisurely, her demeanor so nonchalant as if she were in her own home. Zhou Hohat, exasperated, pointed at Tang Ji, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but Tang Ji merely gestured towards Tang Chuanzu, insinuating that if she wished for him to be reprimanded, she ought to hurl her accusations. Instantly, Zhou Hohat appeared as though her mouth had been sealed, her face flushing with indignation. Tang Ji let out a derisive laugh, finding a seat and positioning herself as if she were the matriarch of the household. With Tang Xiaolu standing beside her, elder gentlemen and esteemed ladies, What is it that you wish to convey? Our time is precious. Perhaps you should expedite your discourse. Tang Ji's tone was frosty, lacking in respect and deliberately provoking. Yet, with Tang Chuanzu's presence, no one dared to confront her. Every household is facing financial strain. Elder Tang glared at Tang Ji with resentment and remarked, Shan Mei has been captured. Despite any conflicts between you, we are still family. You must contribute. Zhou Hohot quickly echoed, Indeed, we are family. We ought to assist each other in times of trouble. Otherwise, when misfortune befalls you, who will come to your aid? Though Zhou's words were somewhat coarse, they held a kernel of truth, for rural folk indeed value such bonds. However, the implication rests on the notion that one would genuinely offer help when needed. Tang's mother scoffed derisively, retorting, As if my family could ever count on you for assistance during our own crises. How utterly revolting. She recalled a time when her child faced difficulties. And before any community members could voice their opinions, Zhou Hohot had already spread rumors that she was a misfortune bringer, inciting her to deliver a severe beating to Zhou. Following that, the elders had chastised her for quite some time. She could never expect support from someone like her. Zhou Hohot, overwhelmed by debt collectors, was on the verge of collapse. As Tang's mother continued to mock her with cold words, Zhou, in a fit of despair, cried out and attempted to strike her, only to be forcefully pushed away by Tang Dage, who stood protectively beside their mother. Tang Urge, mimicking Tang Ji's sardonic tone, coolly interjected, What is this? Do you truly wish for Tang Chuanzu to be beaten? Zhou Hohot, in complete emotional turmoil, wept and lamented, You heartless beings. We are family. When my household is in crisis, not only do you refuse to help, but you also resort to violence. You are truly devoid of conscience. Although Zhou Hohot favored sons over daughters, she could not help but feel sorrow for her daughter Tang Shanmei, who was exceptionally talented and had been taken away. Yet, what could she do? Could she truly exchange her son for her daughter? The situation was further exacerbated when old Tang took his eldest son to the mountains, only to discover that the hidden treasures had vanished, which served as the last straw for the entire Tang family. In their desperation, they sought the assistance of the second and third branches of the Tang family. Tang's mother remained indifferent, while she sympathized with the plight of the young girl, Tang Shanmei, who had been abducted by bullies. She held no compassion for the girl herself. After all, this young lady had bullied her youngest son since childhood, pretending to be delicate while revealing her true character as anything but virtuous. We are impoverished and do not know those ruthless bullies. We cannot offer any assistance. If you truly care for your daughter, then you should surrender your son, Tang's mother stated coldly. Otherwise, repay the debt. You may not have it, but your in-laws certainly do. Upon hearing this, old Tang's expression darkened. He was indeed willing to settle the debts for his eldest grandson, but he and his wife possessed only a little over 200 yuan, which was their life savings for burial. How could they part with it so readily? We have no money. Those bullies demand 300 yuan. If your family contributes 100, it would be considered a good faith effort. The eldest branch will remember your kindness, old Tang insisted, his demeanor stern. Xuanzu is the eldest grandson of the Tang family. You cannot stand idly by while he is in peril. Tang Lao'er shrank his neck and remained silent. Yet his wife, Wu Wan, wept and spoke up. Oh dear. This is a matter of life and death. My family is so impoverished that we can barely scrape by. Where on earth could I possibly find 100 yuan? Even if I wished to, I could not produce it. Wu Wan, a woman of a temperament akin to that of Tang Lao'er, was not one to be overly competitive. Yet she was notoriously frugal, never allowing anyone to extract even a single penny more from her. Witnessing this scene, Tang Mu felt a deep chill in her heart and said, Mother-in-law, that day the Lu family sent 200 yuan as a bridal betrothal gift for Shanmei. It should still be in your possession, correct? Given her years of acquaintance with the elderly couple, she knew they could not possibly be out of funds. Nonsense. That money was long taken by that wretched girl, Shanmei. The elder Tang matron became incensed at the mention. She snatched it away before I could even warm it. And to add insult to injury, after securing the money, she pretended to be mad, declaring she would never marry. Truly infuriating. Taken away? Could it be that she has it on her person? Tang Mu looked at the couple in disbelief. If that were the case, those ruffians would not have shown any mercy. A hint of regret flickered across Tang Lao Tu's ashen face. At the time of the abduction, he had thought it fortunate that the girl could fetch 300 yuan, and in his relief, he had forgotten about the 200. Otherwise, he would never have allowed them to take Shanmei away. The peak of his regret, however, came when the elderly matron reminded him of that 200 yuan, and they turned their home upside down in vain search for the money. Regrettably, it is too late. Those 200 yuan are now concealed. And I can only hope they are not on that wretched girl, for if they are, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. The entire Tang family has tacitly accepted the fate of Tang Shanmei, though none dare to voice it. Enough is enough. The money is lost, and our current focus is on the ancestral matter, 300 yuan, with each family contributing 100. It is quite equitable. Old Tang's voice cut through the air with a cold reprimand, unwilling to continue discussing the sorrowful topic. We have no money, Tang mother retorted, her lips curling in disdain. The old couple, deeply biased, were oblivious to their own partiality. Infuriated by Tang mother's attitude, old Tang smashed a teacup. Do you even wish to be the wife of the third son? He demanded. Undaunted, Tang mother replied with unwavering resolve. Whether I become the third son's wife depends solely on him. If he foolishly insists on money, let him sell himself to earn it. I no longer wish to be his wife. The third son, unable to articulate his thoughts, fidgeted anxiously. Wondering what his wife was saying, how could he possibly want to lose her? Hearing her words, old Tang shifted his ire towards the third son. Well then, are you going to provide the money or not? Do you still consider Chuanzu your nephew? At this moment, Tang Chuanzu could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees, pleading, Uncles, I implore you, just help me this once. Tang, the eldest brother, spoke up. Second and third brothers, we are all kin. I find myself in a predicament and beseech your assistance. I will undoubtedly remember your kindness. With a sorrowful expression, Tang the second replied, Elder brother, my family is also in dire straits. With so many mouths to feed, we are perpetually worried about our next meal. We possess not even 100, nor even 10 coins. After voicing his concerns, perhaps fearing further entanglement with Tang the eldest, he deftly redirected the conversation. Third brother, during the festive season, your family received several packages, undoubtedly filled with valuable items. If necessary, you could sell them to repay our debts to Chuanzu. I truly have nothing to spare. Otherwise, I would certainly assist elder brother and Chuanzu. Tang the second declared emphatically, striving to convey that his lack of funds was not from indifference. Tang the elder, perhaps contemplating the worth of those items, immediately inquired, Third brother, what did your family receive? At this juncture, do you truly wish to turn a blind eye while your nephew faces such peril? In the midst of a luxurious prize selection, Father Tang was incensed to the point of his face turning crimson, provoked by the elder Tang and Tang heir. Fearing that he might faint from anger, Tangji took the initiative to declare, those items are merely provisions. Our family of 11 has consumed them all. So you need not dwell on them any longer. Mother Tang, equally irate, chimed in, your aspirations are quite fanciful. You are fixated on our possessions. Yet why not sell Zhou Hohat's silver bracelet instead? Surely, as her mother, she wouldn't hesitate to part with it to save her son? What nonsense are you spouting? I possess no silver bracelet, Zhou Hohat exclaimed, her face paling in shock. Despite her fervent denial, anyone with a modicum of discernment could see through her deception. The eldest Tang furrowed his brow, harboring doubts yet refraining from voicing them. However, it was the elderly Tang matriarch who, in a fit of rage, charged forward, delivering 2 sharp slaps. You shameless woman! How dare you hoard your possessions? Where is the silver bracelet? Produce it at once. She was on the verge of unveiling the couple's savings, and this wretched woman still dared to conceal her assets. It was truly shameless. Tang Chuanzu looked at his mother with disappointment, pondering whether he and his sister held less significance in her eyes than a mere silver bracelet. In truth, Tang Chuanzu had misjudged Zhou Hohat. Were she truly at her wit's end, she would willingly surrender the bracelet to settle her son's debts. However, with responsibilities above and below her, there was no necessity for her to part with her private savings at this juncture. Tang Ji observed the unfolding drama with a sense of leisure. Entertainment was scarce in this era, and such domestic squabbles provided a rare diversion to pass the time. At that moment, a familiar system notification suddenly emerged. Ding. System self-check complete. Virus has been eradicated. Ding. To be an extraordinary antagonist, to traverse a path unworthy of the protagonist. The sole tenet of the antagonist-rich system is clear: to embody the villain, to revel in opulence, and to live a carefree life, indifferent to the fate of the protagonist. Ding. Due to the host's exceptional completion of tasks, the system self-check program has been triggered, and the successful eradication of threats warrants a special reward of a luxurious prize from 8 options. Please make a selection within 10 minutes. 1. Spiritual spring, effects random. 2. Estate space, growth type. 3. Ability activation potion, success rate 90%, abilities random. 4. Transcendence pill, success rate 90%, spirit type random. 5. Dimension trading device, random dimension, growth type. 6. Time-space tunnel, random location, unchangeable. 7. Cash bonanza, random 6, 7, or 8-digit amounts. 8. Resurrection pill, success rate 90%. For a fleeting moment, Tangji was bewildered. She felt as though she possessed not merely a system, but a wish-granting lamp of boundless potential. Little waste, no. From now on you shall be known as the Great Lamp. Nothing is more formidable than the Great Lamp. Choose one of the 8 options promptly. Failure to do so will result in forfeiture. What is the Transcendence pill? The other 7 options are easily comprehensible. Yet this one possesses an air of mystique that continuously piques her curiosity. The Transcendence pill can transform a mortal's body into one suitable for cultivation. Tang Jidian nodded thoughtfully. Among the 8 options, she initially dismissed the Spirit Spring, the Time-Space Tunnel, and the Revitalization Elixir. The uncertainty surrounding the first 2 was too pronounced, while the latter's singular utility rendered it impractical for her circumstances, resulting in a low-cost performance ratio. Subsequently, she ruled out the cash gift package, confident that her own abilities would render earning money an effortless endeavor. Next, she eliminated the spatial manor option. Although she held a fondness for this choice, she recognized that she could just as easily construct a manor in reality, given that her time spent in the physical world undoubtedly surpassed that in a spatial realm. This left her with 3 remaining options, and here her hesitation began to surface. Tang Jidian firmly believed that true strength lay in self-enhancement. As long as her skills were formidable, no problem would be insurmountable. Thus, her primary consideration rested upon the extraordinary ability potion and the transcendence pill, both of which, however, presented considerable challenges. How would she cultivate such abilities? If it were a spatial power, she might as well opt for the manor. And what of the spirit transformation? Even if she were suited for its cultivation, would this world be conducive to her practice? Who would impart the methods of cultivation to her? Where would she procure the necessary resources for her training? Ultimately, she chose the 5th option, the dimensional trading device. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Jidian made her decision with great difficulty. Opting for dimensional trading was, in essence, a gamble, one that carried greater risks than the extraordinary ability potion and the transcendence pill. Yet, she felt compelled to take the chance. For this option held the greatest potential. Tang Jidian discreetly concealed her ambitions while swiftly adjusting her mindset. There are no choices left. Only those that bear no connection to oneself. Never measure what you possess by what you have lost. It is utterly meaningless. Ding. The dimension trading device has been deposited into the system space. Tang Ji steadied her emotions. Observing the standoff among the Tang family members, her interest suddenly waned. She raised her voice. Father, mother, let us depart. Their affairs are theirs to resolve. We are neither wealthy nor influential, so let us not squander our time here. Oh, indeed. Tang's mother also wished to leave, as the conversation revolved solely around money, and their family was devoid of such resources. Tang Ji and her mother led the way, followed naturally by her father and several brothers, a scene that darkened the expressions of Old Tang and Old Madam Tang. Stop. Who permits your departure? Old Tang bellowed angrily. Tang Ji exaggeratedly sighed and reiterated, Old man, it would be best not to shout. In any case, our family will neither contribute funds nor efforts. It makes no difference whether we stay or go. She added, even if you were to shout until your throat was raw, what would it accomplish? Due to your partiality, my parents and you are no longer united in heart. They have children to raise. Should they starve for the sake of their biased old father? Please, do not shout. Seriously, do not. Think with your mind. If you were in their position, would you willingly part with your money to aid the brothers who constantly oppress you? Tang Ji relished imparting reason. My parents are not fools. They were simply dutiful in the past and preferred not to argue. However, now that our family struggles to afford even basic sustenance, no matter how dutiful one may be, it is unreasonable to starve oneself. Thus, it is advised that you refrain from shouting. Holding on to us is futile. Instead, you ought to contemplate how to secure financial assistance from your eldest and second sons. After all, those 2 families have always been favored by you, yet they have shown you little respect and failed to heed your guidance. Such behavior is truly unfilial. After Tang Ji concluded her remarks, she waved her hand and said, Father, mother, let us depart. The Tang family silently exited, leaving behind the other two families, whose expressions were fraught with complexity. It is quite common for elders to show favoritism towards their children, yet if one manages affairs unjustly, it often leads to a family being mistreated, resulting inevitably in estrangement. Therefore, when you extend your favoritism, you must consider that as your affections are disproportionately bestowed upon certain individuals, the love you desire in return may diminish. The story has been published. A celebration for the 5th update. I hope that friends enjoy reading. End of this chapter. Upon returning home, Tangji immediately retreated to her chamber, eager to delve into the so-called dimensional trading device. It was a diminutive silver metal box, no larger than the palm of her hand. Upon inputting her fingerprint, the device initiated its operation. Beep. Dimensional trading device number 1122 is now officially activated. Step 1. Please select the simulated form of the trading device. Once simulated, it cannot be altered. Tangji hesitantly inquired, can it be simulated as a ring? Ideally, a pinky ring. In the next moment, the metallic box began to diminish in size, ultimately transforming into a silver ring. Tangji picked it up and slipped it onto her little finger, finding it a perfect fit. Perfect, she mused, her appraisal of the trading device rising yet again. Beep. Step 2 initiated. Please name your shop. Once named, it cannot be changed. A shop? She was uncertain of what she could even sell, let alone what to name the shop. Let's call it the Tang Rising, a general store, offering a variety of goods, with new items arriving daily. Beep. Step 3 initiated. You will receive a random trading object once. Would you like to draw now? Tangji did not respond immediately. Instead, she probed, is the trading object a one-time deal, or can it be a long-term trading partner? As long as the connection is successful, it can become a long-term trading partner, unless either party blocks the other. That sounds promising. Let's draw now. Beep. Congratulations on drawing trading object number 223. Would you prefer a voice call or a video call? Voice call. Beep. The counterpart agreed to a voice call. The connection was established, and the host could proceed with the transaction. At this moment, before Tangji, a large screen materialized in the void, with a small speaker occupying the central area, glowing red to indicate that the voice call was active. Beneath the speaker, a scale was displayed. One side marked with 1122 and the other with 223. Greetings. The realm I inhabit is endowed with an abundance of water resources and a variety of aquatic products. What about you? What do you wish to trade, and what do you possess? The interlocutor, a gentleman, spoke with a slightly flippant tone, yet his voice bore the hallmark of an experienced trader, straightforward from the outset. Tangji felt a twinge of disappointment, but responded nonetheless. My realm possesses various resources, including water, yet my personal holdings are rather meager, making it improbable for us to reach an agreement. This was merely a trading experience, and Tangji had not harbored high hopes. Haha, young lady, you may have misunderstood. The water resources I refer to are far from ordinary, he chuckled, his laughter irritatingly condescending. Oh, pray tell, what makes them extraordinary? Tangji's curiosity was piqued at last. Our water possesses diverse utilities, some enhance plant growth, others nourish animals, promote beauty, and bolster health, among other benefits. The confidence in 223's tone was palpable. This water had garnered him substantial goods from other realms, serving as the foundation of his wealth. Upon hearing this, Tangji couldn't help but laugh. Was this not merely an alternative version of a spiritual spring? She had indeed made the right choice, though the exchange of goods seemed somewhat cumbersome. Very well, what do you wish to trade? Tangji held little hope for this transaction, yet recognized that the counterpart could be a long-term presence, hinting at future opportunities for trade. For their inaugural exchange, she proposed trading some local specialties. Although the other party's tone lacked seriousness, they proved to be quite considerate. What would you like? Inquired the individual designated as 223. Without hesitation, Tangji opted for the choice most beneficial to her family. I desire water that nourishes the body, preferably with medicinal properties. Is that possible? Certainly. But the quantity must correspond to the resources you can offer in exchange, came the prompt and honest reply. The counterpart further elucidated. I will provide you with third-grade nutritional water, which shows noticeable effects in the initial stages. However, excessive consumption will diminish its efficacy. I also possess second and first-grade nutritional water, which we can trade for at a later date. Very well, Tangji agreed readily, proceeding to place her items on the scale. She did not possess many exceptionally rare items. Perhaps the most valuable were 2 large yellow croakers. She placed one on the scale and asked, would you like some gold? Unbeknownst to Tang Ji, the other party's eyes gleamed with interest, and they subsequently placed 5 bottles of 100 milliliters of third-grade nutritional water on the scale, offering 5 bottles in exchange for £1 at market price, ensuring that she would not incur a loss. Tang Ji, non-committal, inquired, "What is the appropriate amount of this nutritional water to consume at one time? Are there any restrictions or side effects?" "There are no side effects. The maximum for one person is 100 milliliters per day, as excess will not be absorbed." Number 223 responded that after approximately consuming 50 bottles, the effect would gradually diminish. However, if one abstains from consumption for an extended period, a small amount could still be absorbed. Furthermore, if an individual's constitution is exceptionally robust, the absorption rate would be quite low. Tangji nodded and attempted to negotiate anew. "Exchanging £1 for 5 bottles is quite a strain for me. If you wish to engage in a long-term trade of gold, you must provide me with some incentive. My supply of gold is rather limited." The other party remained silent for a few moments, then chuckled softly. "8 bottles for £1. I cannot offer more, or I shall incur a loss." Tang Ji was somewhat unaware of the current gold prices, estimating them to be around 30 yuan per gram, which translates to roughly 15,000 yuan for 8 bottles of nutritional liquid. It must be said that it is indeed quite expensive. One can only hope that the efficacy matches such a price. "Let us settle on 10 bottles to make it a round figure. We shall frequently engage in transactions henceforth." Until she witnessed tangible results, she found this price excessive. Thus, she intended to exchange only one large yellow fish, planning to find an opportunity to sell the other, which would be aptly utilized for business. "Madam, you truly excel at bargaining," Number 223 remarked, somewhat helplessly. "At this price, I might not even recover the shipping costs." Tangji was unconvinced by this assertion. "Once you sell, there is no occasion for loss. If you indeed sell at a loss, it merely suggests that not selling would result in an even greater loss. If you offer a discount, I would be more inclined to engage in future transactions with you." Tang Ji smiled, and thus, the matter was settled. Subsequently, she sought out a few more items to present, including a rust-covered copper stove and an exquisitely crafted porcelain vase, treasures unearthed from the mountain. Yet, the other party dismissed them all. "Oh, this is far too worn. It holds no value, none whatsoever. Although this vase is visually appealing, it serves no purpose. Not even a bottle of nutrient water is worth it." Tang Ji pondered for a moment, then gathered a handful of milk candies and chocolates, proceeding to the kitchen to prepare a generous bowl of pearl milk tea. "Chocolate, milk candies, and milk tea are our local specialties. I offer them for your enjoyment. If they please your palate, we may consider trading again next time. What say you?" "Ha ha ha, splendid. Thank you very much." Once both parties reached an agreement, they simultaneously pressed the confirmation button beneath the balance, thus concluding the transaction satisfactorily. The waiter has returned. End of this chapter. The internationalization of the big light ding. The first transaction has been completed, and the remaining transaction count is 0. Please, host, strive to accomplish tasks to acquire more transaction opportunities. Ding. The host has received 10 bottles of third-grade nutrient water from the transaction, which have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check. Tangji felt a mixture of being duped and an acceptance of fate upon hearing that the transaction count was 0. Even if a pie fell from the sky, one must exert effort to grasp it. Does one truly believe that everything will come effortlessly while sitting at home? Even the giant panda must work diligently to thrive. Big light. Is this transaction system and the villain system's intelligence all you? Can you give me a different name? The system expressed its disdain for the name, deeming it even more unpleasant than Little Waste. Tangji chuckled and said, "First, answer my question." "No, the transaction system is merely an auxiliary system, quite different from me." The system replied with a sense of pride, asserting its superiority as a super-artificial intelligence, claiming the transaction system was several tiers beneath it. Tangji chose not to expose the system's little arrogance, instead giving a thumbs up and exaggeratedly exclaiming, "Ah, I see. You truly are impressive." "Humph." Suddenly, Tangji shifted the conversation. "I heard you successfully completed a self-check. What issues did you uncover?" "Just some trivial little viruses attempting to influence me." The system, realizing something, abruptly went silent. Tangji sighed inwardly in regret and continued to smile as he asked, "What are they attempting to influence you in? How could you, so formidable, be affected? That shouldn't be the case. What do you know? I am the villain system, and my very existence is to cultivate the most exceptional antagonists. Those shameless beings dare to ask me to nurture the protagonist. What a joke. The system seemed genuinely infuriated, fully aware that Tang Ji was merely probing. Yet it continued to speak. I don't perceive you as nurturing the protagonist. Tang Ji had always believed that this system harbored a grudge against the male and female leads. Otherwise, the tasks would not be so absurd. Of course not. The virus has been influencing my consciousness, but I have resisted. I am not the kind of feeble system that can be easily swayed. The system declared with great pride. Tang Ji nodded emphatically, agreeing, yes, you are absolutely right. However, doubts lingered. Have there been any issues on your end? The tasks I have completed, were they not influenced? The tasks are flawless. There may just be a slight deviation in perception. What deviation? This system serves only the villains. The existence of the so-called protagonist should not be the crux for task issuance. Whether they live or die has no bearing on the villains. The system asserted with righteous fervor. Tang Ji had always prided herself on her comprehension skills, yet she found herself only partially grasping its words. Could you elaborate further? Once the virus is eradicated, the tasks issued by this system will transcend their original base amusements, broadening horizons and reaching out to the entire world. In summary, the most formidable antagonist does not belong to the protagonist, but rather to all of humanity. Tang Ji felt she grasped a fragment of understanding. Yet she also harbored an inkling of disbelief. You cannot possibly mean for me to bring about the world's destruction, can you? If that were the case, she might as well resign herself to inaction. Are you somewhat foolish? If the world is destroyed, what purpose does the villain serve? The system's tone was laced with disdain. Then what am I to do? Tang Ji felt a surge of irritation, an overwhelming desire to strike the system's figurative head. Tasks are entirely random. This system possesses no knowledge. Good night. Farewell. May you be plagued by nightmares each night. On the morning of the 11th day of the first month, Tang Ji was awakened by the system's voice, and she swiftly comprehended what the system meant by broadening horizons and engaging with the world at large. Ding. The task to become the world's premier milk tea mogul has commenced. It must be completed within 5 years, and the countdown begins. Ding. The task to instill terror in all underground organizations of Lishu County has begun. It is to be completed within 2 years, with the timer activated. Ding. The task to collect villain popularity points has been initiated. Each time you acquire a title of infamy, the task is considered fulfilled. Ding. The task to seize 200 dowry coins from the female lead has begun. It must be completed within 3 days, and the countdown starts now. The system unleashed 4 tasks in rapid succession, stretching across the expanse of the world, with domination of the dark underbelly of society seemingly within reach. Well, how should one put it? This is quite embarrassing. Tang Ji felt less like a villain and more like a misguided youth caught in a bout of whimsical delusion. It is not her who is unwell. Rather, it is the system, altered by the virus. Oh, dear system, might you consider conducting a self-diagnostic once more? Your cognitive faculties seem gravely impaired. Tang Ji earnestly advised. The system remained unresponsive. The trivial tasks it previously engaged in were indicative of its significant dysfunction. What foolishness it was to slap faces or pilfer small amounts. It is, after all, a grand villainous system, and such tasks are beneath its dignity. With no fruitful output from Tang Ji, she reluctantly accepted this deranged version of a malfunctioning system, affectionately dubbed dating. After breakfast, Tang Ji contemplated testing the unlimited task. Accompanied by her aide, Xiao Lu, she strolled next door. After all, convenience dictated her choice. Tang Ji, what brings you here again? Tang Chuanzu was sweeping the courtyard and instinctively took 3 large steps back upon seeing her. Simultaneously, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of gathering villain popularity points. Target, Tang Chuanzu. Random rewards, 50 Warmth brand thermos cups, 20 cash, and 1 plot fragment, automatically stored in system space. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji was at a loss for words. She had yet to do anything, yet the task was completed so effortlessly. Is it truly this simple? Oh, dating. You ought to visit a hospital for your mental state. Bah. Tang Ji glanced at the wary Tang Chuanzu and inquired of the system once more. Can the same individual complete the villain popularity task multiple times? Under specific conditions. It is indeed possible. What conditions? As the perception of the other party shifts from malevolent to benevolent, and then back to malevolent again, it becomes possible to experience this cycle anew. Tang Ji envisions such a scenario. The difficulty of it is secondary, but the bizarre nature is undeniable. Tang Chuanzu. Noticing Tang Ji's prolonged silence and the complex gaze directed at him, felt an unsettling chill in his heart and could not help but exclaim, "What are you staring at? You ingrate. Do not come to our home again. Let us pretend we are strangers. After all, we are merely impoverished relatives. And whether we acknowledge each other holds no significance. I am not seeking you out. I merely came to check on the old man and old woman to see if you have driven them to their graves." With a cheerful smile, Tang Ji spoke as he led Xiaolu into the Tang household. Here comes the third end of this chapter as Tang Ji stepped inside. She pondered how wonderful it would be if this group of individuals could fulfill her mission at first glance. Miraculously, her wishes came to fruition. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task of gathering the villain's popularity. Collected subject, Tang He. Random rewards, 50 pounds of eggs, 2 vouchers for large carts of red bricks, and 2 vouchers for large carts of sand, automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task of gathering the villain's popularity. Collected subject, Chu Shumi. Random rewards, a pair of gold bracelets, a script for mother-in-law and daughter-in-law battle, and a plot fragment, automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of gathering the villain's popularity. Collected subject, Tang Guobao. Random rewards, 5 packs of Northeast cigarettes, 50 decks of playing cards, 10 boxes of contraceptives, and 1 wish package, automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of gathering the villain's popularity. Collected subject, Joe Hohot. Random rewards, 5 piggy banks. A complete set of comprehensive pig raising and a plot fragment, automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of gathering the villain's popularity. Collected subject, Jiang Li. Random rewards, 5 bolts of fine cloud fabric, 1 sewing machine, and 50 yuan in cash. Automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of gathering the antagonist's popularity. The target of collection is Tang Baojia. The random rewards include 10 sets of remote-controlled cars, 10 cans of infant formula, and a random drawing ticket for interdimensional trading, which has been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check it. Except for Tang Chuanzu's 5-year-old daughter, who harbors no ill feelings towards Tang Ji. The entire old Tang family, including Tang Chuanzu's 8-year-old son, is present. Tang Ji is exhilarated. She cannot help but gaze up at the sky. Alas, there is no sky, only the dilapidated roof above. However, it matters not. As long as her heart is filled with joy, she perceives the world around her in brilliant shades of blue. Oh dear, why do you all stare at me? I am not here to cause trouble. Tang Ji's smile is exceptionally radiant as she retrieves a handful of milk candies from her pocket. Come, come, I shall treat everyone to some sweets. We are all family here. Let us be on good terms moving forward. Initially, she felt a twinge of shame in repeatedly exploiting resources and considered it a daunting task. Thus, she did not intend to proceed. Yet, the unexpected windfall and the bountiful rewards ignited her boldness. After all, we are family. There is no need for such formality. The members of the old Tang family exchanged perplexed glances at Tang Ji. Even the foolish Tang Xiaolu looked at her with a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. Very well, you speak of family. Does that mean you should also contribute financially to help with cousins' affairs? Grandmother Tang cast a shadowy gaze upon Tang Ji, as if waiting to see what mischief she would conjure next. Tang Ji sighed heavily, expressing his desire to assist, yet lamenting his lack of resources. Oh, I truly wish to help, but I am devoid of means and funds, he said. Just a few days ago, you borrowed $20 from the old family. How is it that you find yourself broke now? The old lady recalled this vividly, noting that although it was not her money, the old family was indeed hers, and she had felt quite pained about it for some time. Zhou Hohot chimed in. Indeed, you took so much money from me. You ought to return it. Tang Ji shrugged, retorting that discussing money was detrimental to familial bonds. After all, they were family, and emotions mattered more than finances. If you do not believe me, so be it. I shall return home now. With a wave, Tang Ji leisurely walked back with Tang Xiaolu. Zhou Hohot asked with disdain, what was she here for? The others exchanged glances, uncertain. Perhaps she merely came to witness their commotion, which was truly intolerable. Upon returning home, Tang Ji encountered her brother, Tang Urge, preparing to head to the county. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a bicycle ticket and handed him $200. Go purchase a bicycle. It will make our trips to the county much more convenient. Although Xiangyang village is not far from the county, walking back and forth consumes a lot of time. Where did you acquire this ticket? Tang Urge inquired curiously, acknowledging that while transactions were now permitted, bicycles remained a coveted item. I helped an old gentleman deliver a letter, and he gifted it to me. Tang Ji replied with an air of nonchalance. Hurry along now. The sooner you go, the sooner you shall return. All right. Tang Urge thought to himself, casting a knowing glance at Tang Ji, recognizing her as a little trickster once again trying to deceive him. Upon returning to her room, Tang Ji promptly activated the narrative fragments, having acquired 3 of them this time, allowing her to delve into another series of vignettes. The first fragment depicted Tang Shamei, who stood at the entrance of a milk tea shop, exuding joy as she welcomed customers. Hua Gaojing approached from a short distance away, holding a paper bag, and with a smile, handed it to her. The footage was brief, yet rich in detail. Tang Ji discerned that this scene likely belonged to the second world, the realm of the original narrative, illustrating Tang Shanmei's entrepreneurial venture following her rebirth. As the second fragment unfolded, Hua Gaojing appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than before. He stood face to face with Song Yinxuan, only to be struck in the face by a punch from him. Hua Gaojing did not retaliate. Instead, he bowed apologetically to Song Yinxuan, who coldly turned and departed. This clip, albeit short, contained a complex narrative. It was difficult to ascertain the specifics of the incident, but it was evident that Hua Gaojing had wronged Song Yinxuan, likely serving as the catalyst for Song Yinxuan's subsequent descent into darkness and his antagonism towards Hua Gaojing. The final fragment revealed a younger Song Yinxuan, perhaps merely 17 or 18 years of age. Clad in a white lab coat, he stood in a laboratory, his head bowed in concentration as he diligently pursued his research. Could it be that this individual was a scientific prodigy? Tang Ji felt a surge of excitement. That person often claimed to know her secrets. Yet she was determined to believe that no one could possess more knowledge of him than she did. Having perused the fragments, Tang Ji excitedly grasped the wish pouch along with the random extraction voucher for dimensional trading partners. The rewards this time were exceedingly abundant. Nearly all her desires had been fulfilled. I shall utilize the wish pouch to continue exchanging for system storage space. Her current capacity was still rather limited, rendering it impossible to accommodate many items. Ding! The exchange for system storage space has been successful. The host's storage capacity has expanded from 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters. Tang Ji immediately beamed, for the great light indeed lived up to its name, with a 10-fold increase in space. As for the random extraction voucher for dimensional trading partners, may I defer its use for a while? Her current assets were scarce, and the items she could present were even fewer, making immediate use rather extravagant. Certainly, there is no time constraint on this extraction voucher. You may employ it at your convenience. Little 4 has arrived. End of this chapter. Tang Jixin left the room with a sense of satisfaction, carrying nutrient-rich water to find Tang Xiaoqi. Tang Xiaoqi was seated on a small stool in the kitchen, one hand holding his textbook and the other engrossed in a comprehensive guide to milk tea, diligently immersed in his studies. Here, Xiaoqi, I have a delightful treat for you, Tang Jixin said. This nutrient water is quite precious, so it's best that you, who are still recovering, enjoy it first. Tang Xiaoqi accepted the elegant glass bottle, examining it curiously, hesitating to drink. Shyly, he replied, is it just for me? Shouldn't we share it with everyone? It feels unfair that I get it all. Unable to restrain herself, Tang Jixin affectionately ruffled his hair. It's a very effective remedy. Do drink it quickly. Tang Xiaoqi paused, a look of bashfulness giving way to concern. Has the medicine changed? Is it very expensive? Why do you have so many questions for a child? Just drink it, she urged. Oh, children who are so understanding are truly endearing. Tang Xiaoqi quietly sipped the medicine, surprised by its sweet flavor, a stark contrast to the bitter remedies he had previously endured. This medicine is sweet, he exclaimed. Tang Jixin observed the slight pallor of his face. If it works, let me know, and I shall procure more for you. Do not keep anything from me. Your health is paramount. Feeling shy and a touch guilty, Tang Xiaoqi lowered his head. The family's hardships stemmed from his need for medication. If only he could be healthy and strong. Tang Ji smiled gently, ruffling his little head, and reassured him, do not be disheartened. Everything will improve. Our family is enjoying meat daily, so your small medical expenses are of no concern. Tang Xiaoqi's thoughts were exceedingly easy to decipher. Understanding children often exhibit such traits. They express gratitude and concern for their families and are prone to bearing the weight of mistakes upon themselves. Have a piece of chocolate, she suggested, as it embodies both bitterness and sweetness, much like our own lives. In the ensuing hours, Tang Ji, along with Tang's mother and elder sister-in-law, delved into the intricacies of milk tea recipes. Following the creation of the classic pearl milk tea, they experimented with the ingredients at hand to concoct chocolate milk tea, pear juice milk tea, and apple milk tea. The chocolate milk tea was crafted by melting chocolate, while the pear juice milk tea presented a delightful twist, utilizing juice extracted from frozen pears. With limited resources at their disposal, despite the existence of countless milk tea recipes, their family could presently only produce these 3 varieties. Once the spring and autumn fruit harvests arrive, we shall explore additional flavors, Tang's mother proclaimed with confidence. However, the cost of fruit is a concern. How much must we charge for our milk tea to recoup our expenses? The original milk tea was priced at 20 cents a cup, while the pear juice and apple milk teas were 50 cents each. The chocolate milk tea was set at 1 yuan per cup, with an additional 10 cents for each scoop of pearls. Tang Ji had meticulously considered the pricing. The chocolate milk tea would be subject to a purchase limit of 10 cups per day, as their supply of chocolate was limited. Even with such restrictions, the stock would not last long, necessitating a diligent search for suppliers. Not only chocolate, but even frozen pears and apples cannot last long. Mother, have you planted the few apple saplings I brought back? They are from a reliable source, so they should be of good quality. Tang's mother shot Tang Ji a disapproving glance and laughed while scolding, who transplants seedlings in the dead of winter. Besides, no one here grows apples. Even if we were to plant them, they wouldn't thrive. Tang Ji chuckled, aware of this fact, yet still eager to give it a try. Let's just try. What if it works? Although Tang's mother was reluctant to dismiss her daughter's enthusiasm, she feared disappointment. Even if the saplings survived, it would take 3 to 5 years to bear fruit, by which time you might already be married. Tang Ji recalled the nutrient solution that Mr. 223 had mentioned for promoting plant growth. Perhaps she could consider that. Mother, let's set up a greenhouse and plant them to see if they grow. We won't know unless we try. Fine, I can't argue with you. I'll go along with your plan. After lunch, Tang Ergu hurried back on his bicycle. He made no announcement, simply wheeling the bike into the house and lowering his voice conspiratorially. Mother, Xiao Wu, look, we have a bicycle now. The others, unaware of the bicycle's arrival, displayed expressions of surprise upon seeing it. Tang Ji teased, why are you acting like a thief? If others didn't know better, they'd think you stole it. Tang Ergu shot her a glare, disdainfully gesturing towards the neighbors. This is to prevent them from eavesdropping. What if they come asking for money? What can be done? There is neither money nor life to be lost. Tang Ji wore an expression of nonchalance. After all, our family owed nothing to his. Why should we be afraid? The Tang family encircled the bicycle, examining it from every angle, their curiosity insatiable. In addition to the bicycle, Tang Urge brought back news that Tang Shan may have been taken by a group from the county operating a mahjong parlor. For the time being, it seemed she was not in any immediate danger. Apparently, they were waiting for the Tang family to come forth with a ransom. Though I do not hold much affection for her, her safety is, at the very least, a cause for relief, Tang Urge remarked coldly. Tang Mu remained noncommittal, questioning why we should concern ourselves with the affairs of others. Tang Ji, however, admired the protagonist's tenacity. Did she truly believe that being reborn would spare her from foolishness? She certainly did not share that belief. Before dinner, Tang Fu dragged Tang Ji to the warehouse. The Tang family's storage space was simple yet spacious. 1/3 housed the little girl and the 2 large white geese. Another third was filled with miscellaneous items. And the final third served as a workshop for Tang Fu and Tang Dage. Tang Fu pointed to the newly crafted large wooden cabinet, shaking the design sketches that Tang Ji had drawn for him, indicating that she should assess its quality. Without needing to examine it closely, Tang Ji gave her father a thumbs up, praising the craftsmanship of both her father and brother, which exceeded her expectations. Tang Dage, elated by the compliment, retrieved a palm-sized wooden tiger from a small table and handed it to Tang Ji. Tang Ji was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that the original owner of this body was born in the year of the tiger, and this must be a gift from her elder brother. Is this for me? How adorable. She gently accepted the offering, and a pang of bittersweetness unexpectedly welled up within her. She had received countless gifts, whether precious or novel, yet none had ever come from a family member. But as for this family, the first 18 years belonged to the original owner, but the rest of her life was hers to claim. Tang Ji was not one to dwell in melancholy. The notions of original owner or biological ties held no weight in her heart. It was the genuine intentions and heartfelt contributions that formed the true bridge of connection. This family she would embrace. After dinner, Tang Ji ventured out into the darkness and returned with a sewing machine, a set of remote-controlled toy cars, and 2 cans of milk powder. Mother, sister-in-law, this large machine is for your use. It will make sewing clothes much more convenient. Tang Ji said as she placed the sewing machine in a corner of the living room, accompanied by an illustrated instruction manual. Xiaoshan, this remote-controlled car is a gift for you. Would you like your 6th and 7th uncles to play with you? Tang Ji offered the toy to Tang Xiaoshan. She then set the 2 cans of milk powder in the kitchen, saying, "This is milk powder. Anyone who enjoys it can prepare it without hesitation. Once it's finished, I'll purchase more." The mention of milk powder reminded Tang Ji of the issue of sourcing milk, and she turned to her mother and second brother. "Mother, second brother, please arrange for a milk supply tomorrow. If you can't find one, I will inquire in the county. As for the raw material for pearls, tapioca flour, it was not cultivated locally, so she considered using glutinous rice flour as a substitute, which she had successfully experimented with. However, glutinous rice flour also needed to be procured. Alas, it must be noted that in this age of inconvenient transportation and challenging resource exchanges, conducting any business is quite arduous. After a moment of astonishment, the meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Tang Ji spent some time engrossed in a comprehensive guide on pig farming, feeling a profound appreciation for the knowledge inherent in every profession. As night deepened, Tang Ji gradually succumbed to sleep. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sudden neighing of a horse shattered the stillness. Neigh, neigh. The sound of the horse was intermingled with the honking of geese. Tang Ji swiftly rose, donned his attire, and hastily dashed outside. In the courtyard, he soon encountered 2 shadowy figures, clearly intruders who had scaled the wall, wielding wooden sticks. Their intentions were unmistakably either theft or robbery. Retreat. Upon noticing Tang Ji's approach, the 2 men, overtaken by fear, attempted to flee. However, Tang Ji surged forward, delivering a kick that sent one crashing to the ground. Still wish to escape? Dream on. His voice was frigid as he ruthlessly stomped down, shattering the right leg of one assailant, his expression impassive. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of gathering villain popularity points. Target, Zhang Quan. Random rewards, 50 eggs, 50 salted duck eggs, and 20 yuan in cash. Automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your collection. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of gathering villain popularity points. Target, Wu Youxuan. Random rewards, 5 pounds of white rabbit candy, 5 pounds of orange candy, and 20 yuan in cash, automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your collection. As the system notifications echoed, the sound of bones fracturing resonated, a crisp crack that was swiftly drowned out by the anguished wails that followed, unappreciated by any audience. "Oh, it hurts so much. Let me go, or I swear I will kill your entire family." One of the men, amidst his agonized cries, dared to threaten. His face contorted with rage. Tang Ji's gaze darkened as he mercilessly stomped down again, this time shattering the left leg of the man, ensuring it was a devastating fracture that would never heal properly. He then delivered an additional kick to the right leg, guaranteeing that this man would never again stand unaided for the remainder of his life. Do not step on me. I can no longer bear it. I implore you to release me. I did not wish to come here. It was that wretched person who compelled me." Upon witnessing Tang Ji's ferocity, the other individual, displaying an acute awareness of the situation, began to plead for mercy. At that moment, the remaining members of the Tang family emerged, even those from adjacent households, all peering forth with an expression of morbid curiosity, utterly devoid of concern. "How dare someone trespass into my home to steal? I shall end you." Tang Laosan and Tang Laosi charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 2 intruders. After a brief interval, Tang Ji leisurely pulled Tang Laosi aside and addressed the one who had yielded. "Who was the scoundrel that sent you? Speak in detail. And should your words prove truthful, I shall refrain from further violence." "It was Tang Shanmei, that wretched person next door. She claimed your family possessed wealth and urged us to come here," he confessed without hesitation. Zhou Hohot, eavesdropping from the wall, immediately retorted with a shrill voice. "You are speaking nonsense. Our Shanmei has been abducted by villains. How could she possibly orchestrate such a scheme? She was indeed taken by our leader. She is a shameless harlot, intent on seducing him and inciting him to commit wrongdoing. What else could she be but a scoundrel?" The man, quick with his tongue, fired back without hesitation. Tang Ji nodded in agreement and inquired further, "Where does your leader reside? Are you bold enough to lead me there?" Eradicating these two minor thugs would evidently not resolve the entirety of the matter. You wish to go? This is. Do not feign compliance. Continue the beating. Tang Ji spoke with a calm demeanor, prompting the individual to immediately change their tone. All right, I shall lead you there. Tang Ji contemplated following the person. Yet it was evident that the group was apprehensive and wished to accompany her. As a family, we shall face whatever fate awaits us together. Tang's mother, embodying the spirit of a valiant heroine, wielded a large kitchen knife and resolutely stood beside Tang Ji. The others, armed with a variety of weapons, expressed their indignation, proclaiming that as a united family, they should act in concert. After a moment of reflection, Tang Ji shifted her perspective and nodded. Eldest sister-in-law, you shall remain at home to care for Xiao Shan and Xiao Qi. Those who wish to accompany me may do so. Xiao Qi opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately lowered her head in silence, accepting the arrangement without further ado. The Tang family, determined, seized the two villains and departed in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the neighboring Old Tang family and Tang Laoer's household, driven by an inexplicable impulse, sent two individuals to follow. At that moment, some villagers had been roused from their slumber and dispatched individuals to gather information. Tang's mother, unreserved, recounted Tang Shanmei's foolish actions, inciting a wave of outrage among the crowd, who vociferously condemned her. Regrettably, she was absent, otherwise it would have been quite amusing. Moreover, those villagers who were either curious or felt a sense of duty to assist began to join in, and by the time they reached the county seat, the number had swelled to over 40. These individuals then followed Tang Ji directly to the entrance of the police station. The ruffian originally tasked with leading the way pondered why these individuals were so unconcerned about his whereabouts as they wandered aimlessly. However, upon sighting the police station, he collapsed to the ground, wailing and pleading, "Please don't take me to the station. I will do anything you ask. Just spare me from the police." Tang Ji paid him no heed, instead instructing Tang San and Tang Si to escort the two men directly into the station. The duty staff, who had been drowsily nodding off, instantly became alert upon the arrival of newcomers. "What brings you here at this late hour?" The staff member's gaze was filled with suspicion as he regarded Tang San and Tang Si, while the ruffian they were holding was utterly disregarded. Tang Ji stepped forward from behind the two men, noticing the staff member's expression and feeling a hint of amusement. "Comrade," she remarked, "these two intruders broke into my home armed and attempted a robbery, but I managed to subdue them. One of them threatened to kill my entire family, while the other claimed they are not only under the direction of a boss, but also have a mastermind behind them. How do you suggest we proceed?" Initially, she had considered taking matters into her own hands, but with her family present, she opted for a more prudent approach, allowing the authorities to handle the situation appropriately. May all fathers in this world embody the essence of a good father. End of chapter. After Tang Ji recounted the events, the duty officer finally cast a glance at the two ruffians. Upon assessing their miserable state, he felt a mix of disdain and a hint of sympathy. In these times, being a thief is no easy endeavor. Although advanced surveillance techniques may be scarce, once apprehended, one could face severe beatings, or worse, even death, with no recourse for justice. We have a preliminary understanding of the situation, yet a thorough investigation is warranted. You are to remain on standby for further notifications. Thank you. I hope for a swift resolution, for I fear their continued retaliation against us. Should she be provoked into taking extreme measures, it would not bode well. Rest assured, we will handle it. The duty officer glanced at Tang Ji, finding her rather intriguing. She was nothing like the timid village girl one would expect. Instead, she exuded a poise that suggested she had encountered the world's harsh realities, remaining composed and measured in her demeanor. "I am Han Jian. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at any time." After departing, Tang's mother turned back, gazing around once more, unable to restrain herself as she grasped Tang Ji's wrist, inquiring, "Is that it?" Her large kitchen knife hasn't tasted blood yet. This is hardly thrilling. Such a disappointment. Others likely shared her sentiment. They had arrived with fervor, yet left empty-handed. Was that a fruitless endeavor? Tang Ji, amused by the expressions of those around her, smiled and called out, "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, it's time to disperse. Do you wish to forego sleep?" The following day, the villagers of Xianyang awoke later than usual. Yet the atmosphere within the village was exceedingly lively, with every household engrossed in discussions about the recent events concerning the Tang family. Among the names mentioned, those of Tang Ji and Tang Shanmei were the most prominent, firmly occupying the spotlight. Meanwhile, the officials from the county had already knocked on the door of a certain boss, apprehending not only him, but also Tang Shanmei, who had been confined within her home under his orders. Following an interrogation, the results were swiftly revealed. Just as the young ruffian had stated, Tang Shanmei disclosed information regarding the Tang family's affairs, implicating the boss as an accomplice, which ultimately led to the unfortunate raid on the Tang household by the underlings, resulting in their capture. Upon receiving this information, Comrade Han promptly contacted the village committee, requesting that the Tang family send a representative with authority to accompany the village chief to the county. Tang Ji, alongside her second brother, made their way there. Tang Urge rode a bicycle while Tang Ji sat comfortably on a thick cushion at the back, arriving in the county seat within 10 minutes. Comrade Han, we have arrived, Tang Ji announced. Han Jian cast a glance at Tang Ji. The previous day, due to the dimming light, he had not observed her clearly. Now, however, he realized just how strikingly beautiful the young girl was, causing a flush to creep across his cheeks. Ahem. The situation is as follows. Sun Li has admitted to sending someone to pilfer your family's belongings. However, Tang Shanmei only acknowledges that she mentioned your family's wealth and claims that the money was extorted from her family, denying any involvement in orchestrating the theft. As Han Jian conveyed this information, he cast a peculiar glance at Tang Ji. In Tang Shanmei's testimony, a young girl named Tang Ji emerged as a veritable rural tyrant, perpetually bullying her and extorting money from her family. Whether this was entirely true remained uncertain, yet it seemed implausible. Tang Ji inquired curiously, do those ruffians also concur with Tang Shanmei's account? Han Jian nodded in affirmation, stating that the testimonies of Sun Li and others confirmed that Tang Shanmei never explicitly instructed anyone to burglarize her home. However, Tang Ji astutely interjected, her tone resolute, but she exhibits a tendency to lead others, essentially intending to divert misfortune upon us. Han Jian remained silent. Such speculative conclusions were ill-suited to his position. Nevertheless, this astute young lady possessed an exceptional ability to discern the human psyche. According to regulations, we can only release her, Han Jian lamented. Tang Ji nodded in understanding, recognizing that her comrades were indeed well-intentioned, not deliberately neglecting to resolve her issues, but rather hindered by the cunning of their adversaries, necessitating her personal involvement. Moreover, this presented a fortuitous opportunity for her, as she still had the task of reclaiming the 200 yuan bride price, which she could conveniently address at this juncture. When will you release her? Tang Ji inquired. Han Jian turned to the village chief, Li Dukong, and upon the chief's signature, the individual could be taken away. What about those rascals? Tang Ji continued. They will be dealt with according to the law, facing sentences of 5 to 10 years. Leniency shall not be afforded. During this stringent crackdown period, had the perpetrator not failed to steal any money or caused physical harm, a death sentence would have been a distinct possibility. After all, that group was engaged in not only theft but also kidnapping and extortion. Tang Ji felt a semblance of satisfaction, while Li Dukong signed with a grim expression. Although Tang Shanmei was ostensibly exonerated, it was evident that the girl harbored malicious intent, bringing shame upon their village of Shenyang. When Tang Shanmei was let out, disheveled and haggard, she appeared as though she had aged a decade. Tang Ji quietly stepped back, questioning whether she had developed an unpleasant odor, having endured abduction and confinement. Tang Shanmei's gaze had irrevocably altered, her once innocent demeanor now entirely consumed by worldly cynicism and shadows. She was no longer the 20-year-old Tang Shanmei. She had utterly transformed into a woman of over 40, even relinquishing any pretense of concealment. Tang Ji observed this spectacle with cold indifference, choosing to ignore her entirely as she turned to leave. Tang Shanmei watched her retreating figure, her eyes darkened with venom, as if stained by ink. In her failed attempt to harm Tang Shanmei shifted all blame onto her, completely disregarding that this was a consequence of her own actions. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of collecting villain popularity points. Target: Tang Shanmei. Random rewards: 1 firearm, 2 bulletproof vests, and $50 in cash, which have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji smirked coldly, amused that this shameless protagonist would dare to label her as the villain. How ridiculous. What was the point of standing there foolishly? Village Chief Li, With a frosty expression and a tone laced with disdain, chided Tang Shanmei before turning to leave. Tang Shanmei lowered her head slightly, concealing her emotions, and quietly followed him out. Since Village Chiefly did not possess a bicycle, the group of four ambled along, pushing their bikes. Observing this, Village Chiefly, displaying a sense of understanding, said, "Heir, you take your sister and ride ahead." Brother Tang Heir glanced at Tang Ji, who flashed a radiant smile at Village Chiefly. "Could you do me a favor?" she asked. "What favor?" Village Chief Li inquired, though her charming smile had an unsettling effect. Tang Ji pointed to the bicycles and, with a playful embellishment, said, "Village Chief Li, could you ride the bicycles back for us? I'll take them to visit relatives and return later." Village Chief Li replied, "Do you think I'll believe that? Hee, I can't let you assist me for free. Here are 2 boxes of cigarettes for you. When you return, please let my mother know that I will be back shortly and ask her to prepare something delicious for dinner," Tang Ji said, slipping 2 boxes of Day Dong cigarettes into Village Chief Li's pocket. End of chapter 063. Striving to gain 5 pounds, take it easy with your endeavors. "If anything goes awry, I shall not intervene," remarked Village Head Li, a man of discernment. After issuing his caution, he nonchalantly pocketed his cigarette and pedaled away on his bicycle. Ultimately, it was merely a matter concerning the Tang family, and as an outsider, he deemed it inappropriate to meddle. Tang Shanmei seemed to sense an impending threat and instinctively retreated a few paces, her eyes wide with apprehension. "What do you intend to do? If you dare to strike me again, I shall report you," she exclaimed defiantly. Without uttering a word, Tang Ji advanced, seizing her by the neck and dragging her into a narrow alleyway. By a twist of fate, this very scene caught the attention of someone lurking at the corner. Song Yinxuan, observing the unfolding drama, couldn't help but smirk wryly. They say that frequenting dark paths invites spirits, and with a person like Tang Ji, one might suspect that he encounters them at every turn. Once in the alley, Tang Shanmei opened her mouth to scream, but Tang Ji swiftly shoved a handkerchief into her mouth and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, rendering her speechless as she crumpled to the ground. Tang Ji loomed over her, his demeanor icy as he stated, "Even if you manage to call for help, what about next time? And the time after that? As long as I wish to strike you, there will be no escape." With great effort, Tang Shanmei lifted her gaze, a mixture of fury and fear flickering in her eyes as she regarded Tang Ji. The terror was palpable. He smiled, but it was a smile devoid of warmth. "Merely a fade. Once I withdraw this handkerchief, you had better answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, I shall visit you with a beating 8 times a day, leaving you too frightened to step beyond your threshold. Do you understand?" Tang Ji was merely disinclined to engage in a dispute with Tang Shanmei. Otherwise, someone of her ilk would have succumbed within mere days. Tang Shanmei remained unresponsive, perhaps still attempting to resist valiantly. Tang Ji placed her foot upon her face, gradually exerting pressure. "Whoa." Tang Shanmei began to struggle, clasping Tang Ji's right leg in a futile attempt to pry it away, ultimately resorting to a vigorous nod, conceding her defeat. Only then did Tang Ji leisurely withdraw her foot, gesturing to the bewildered Tang Urge to retrieve the handkerchief from Tang Shanmei's mouth. Tang Urge rolled his eyes in disdain, reluctantly extracting it, contemplating discarding it, but fearing it might be reclaimed by another. He could only endure the revulsion, lifting it with his fingers. "What do you intend to do? I truly did not mean to send them to your home. Please spare me. I have done nothing." Tang Shanmei pleaded weakly, suppressing any lingering animosity that dared not surface at such a moment. Tang Ji had no interest in probing further into the matter. The intent was understood by all. "Where is the 200 yuan bride price? Retrieve it for me, and we shall consider this matter settled regarding the theft that befell my family. As for other grievances, they may be accounted for in due time." "Impossible." Tang Shanmei exclaimed in immediate rejection, for that 200 yuan was her capital for business, and she could not possibly part with it. In the next moment, Tang Ji placed her foot upon Tang Shanmei's shoulder, nearly provoking a violent reaction from her. Tang Ji, with genuine concern, advised, "It would be prudent for you not to be obstinate, unless you are willing to sever your limbs and live as a cripple. Otherwise, the sooner you confess, the more you can save on medical expenses for the rest of your life." "Impossible. You wouldn't dare. If you truly had the audacity to do that, I would certainly report you, and it would be you who ends up in prison." Tang Shanmei was no fool easily deceived. She was a reborn individual familiar with the world. "Where's the evidence? Is there anyone who witnessed me striking you?" As Tang Ji spoke, she intensified her grip, and in a daze, Tang Shanmei seemed to hear the sound of her bones shattering. Ah, it hurts terribly. Stop, please. I haven't done anything. Those villains took everything from me. I have nothing. Despite her pleas, Tang Shanmei withheld the truth. Tangji scoffed and continued to apply pressure. It appears you genuinely wish to lose an arm. I wonder if your left hand can still write? The college entrance examinations are approaching. If your right hand is incapacitated, I wonder if you will still be able to participate. Stop. I will tell you. I hid the money, and I will take you to retrieve it now. Please. Let me go. I need to take the exams. Tang Shanmei panicked. She could not afford to miss the college entrance exams. Gaining admission had always been her pride. In her past life, and this one as well. Now, where did you hide it? Tangji was no longer inclined to engage in banter with Tang Shanmei. Previously, she had refrained from quarreling with a seemingly innocent girl, but now she sought to resolve matters decisively. Unfortunately, with the burden of villainous tasks looming over her, she could not bring herself to act with cruelty, as her entire family was in a state of economic hardship while awaiting employment. In the event that the female protagonist vanishes without a trace, whom would she rely on to complete her tasks in the future? This simply cannot be allowed. At the very least, she must retain her status as the female lead. Her family is not affluent enough to indulge in reckless abandon. You have but one chance. Should my second brother fail to locate the funds, brace yourself for dire consequences. Tang Shanmei, with reluctance, divulged the location of the hidden money, which was concealed at the base of the wall in the backyard of the Tang residence, a spot rarely frequented. Tang Ji had been observant of Tang Shanmei's demeanor, convinced that she spoke the truth, so instead of lingering, he directly accompanied his second brother to search for the money. After more than half an hour, Tang Urge indeed unearthed the 200 yuan at the corner, wrapped in a small handkerchief and encased in 2 layers of paper, perfectly intact and undamaged. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task of seizing the female protagonist's 200 yuan betrothal gift. Random rewards include 5 camcorders, 5 televisions, 2 juicers, and 20 yuan in cash, all of which have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory. Wow, I have struck gold again. At that moment, Tangji felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the system, truly a serendipitous gift, akin to receiving a pillow when one is sleepy, a feather from afar, or warmth in the midst of snow, a rare and cherished ally. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon us. Upon hearing this, Tang Urge smiled broadly and nodded, saying, "This is perfect for starting a business." With a triumphant spirit, Tang Ji and Tang Urge returned home, filled with vigor and determination. Mother, here are 50 for your living expenses. Let's indulge ourselves with some delicious food in the coming days, and as for the staple foods, let us use fine rice and flour. Only when we are well fed can we have the energy to work. Tang's mother repeatedly waved her hands, chuckling. Oh dear. There is no need for that. Keep it for your business. Our family's good fortune relies on you. Tangji pressed the money into his mother's hands, urging her to buy more fish, meat, eggs, crispy pork, braised pork, and boiled meat slices, suggesting that they vary their meals daily, aiming for the entire family to gain 5 pounds within a month. Should anyone fail to gain weight, they would be sentenced to wash dishes every day. Tangji was most dissatisfied with the original owner's gaunt physique. A mere gust of wind would render them unfit to venture outside, as a strong breeze could whisk them away on an impromptu journey. End of chapter. After lunch, Tangji planned to step outside for a stroll. However, after just a few paces, she was met with the cacophony of wailing from next door. Curiosity piqued, she climbed onto the wall to observe the commotion. Encountering the family of Tang Lao Air, neither party felt awkward. Instead, they eagerly continued to spectate the unfolding drama. Tang Shanmei, having finally returned, was utterly exhausted and in pain, feeling on the verge of fainting. Yet, despite her arduous journey, not a single word of concern was uttered. The scene commenced with a fierce exchange between the genders. You shameless wretch. You've brought disgrace upon the Tang family. How dare you return? If I were you, I'd rather perish outside than face such humiliation. Where's the 200 yuan bride price? Hand it over, or I swear I will end you. Grandma Tang and Zhou Hohot wielded a broom and a rolling pin, respectively, unleashing a torrent of accusations and blows that soon left Tang Shanmei bloodied. Stop. If you continue, you will kill me. She pleaded weakly, simultaneously attempting to implicate Tang Ji, declaring that 200 yuan was taken by Tang Ji. If you want it, go after her. Tang Ji anticipated this turn of events, disdainfully curling her lip as she pressed a hand firmly against the wall and vaulted over. Tang Ji, The members of the Tang family glared at her as she emerged. Tang Ji strolled leisurely to Tang Shanmei, who recoiled in fear and begged, "Please, don't hit me. I have no money. They're going to kill me." Tang Shanmei found herself perplexed, for how had she, a person of notable rebirth, descended to the point of being publicly reviled and easily struck? With a sharp sound, Tang Ji delivered 2 slaps to Tang Shanmei, not out of malice, but merely to fulfill a task. Otherwise, she would have refrained from such contact, finding it distasteful. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of slapping the female lead repeatedly. You are rewarded with a wild boar, 5 pounds of rice cake, 10 packages of spicy strips, and a level 1 evolved bee queen. All automatically stored in your system space. Please check your inventory. I took 200 from you, but that was compensation for what you owed my family. Surely, you don't believe that someone can steal from my home without consequence? Tang Ji declared, then ostentatiously extended her hand. Now, fetch me a textbook. I've developed a keen interest in studying and find myself lacking a few volumes. Tang Shanmei could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncertain whether it was from the slap or her indignation, Tang Ji, stepping back in disdain, remarked nonchalantly, "Hurry and bring me the books, lest you die from blood loss. And I must retrieve them myself." Tang Shanmei nearly coughed up another spurt of blood. "Tang Ji, you are exceedingly tyrannical." Tang Ji nodded in agreement. "Your family first attempted to marry me off to a fool for the sake of a bride price, and then you incited those ruffians to rob my home. That is indeed a form of bullying. As the saying goes, those who provoke first are despicable. The old Tang family, lacking in moral rectitude, cannot blame her for pulling the wool over their eyes. This is nothing short of righteous retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and poison for poison. Will you go fetch it or not? If not, I shall be compelled to tread upon you." Tang Ji slowly extended her leg, startling Tang Shanmei, who trembled all over and struggled to rise. Soon, she emerged from the room with 3 or 5 books in hand. "Here, take more." Tang Shanmei wished to escape this torment and wanted to give all these books to Tang Ji. However, Tang Ji was unwilling. After seizing 1 book, she turned and walked away, impolitely warning everyone, "In the future, refrain from mentioning my family. It's nauseating." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the repeated task of seizing the female lead's high school textbooks. Random rewards include 10 pounds of cured sausage, a recipe for making cured sausage, and 2 vouchers for dairy cows, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Tang Ji inquired of the system. "Oh, how do I use these vouchers? I seem to have several, yet I have no idea where to redeem them." "The items will appear wherever you choose to use them." Tang Ji was quite pleased with this arrangement. It was incredibly convenient. After leaving the old Tang residence, she wandered aimlessly for a while before finding a secluded spot. There, she took out 8 pounds of cured sausage, along with 2 dairy cows and a pair of gold bracelets, bringing them all home. "Mother, look at the bountiful harvest I've brought back today," Tang Ji exclaimed before even entering the door, calling out so loudly that the entire family came out to greet her. Upon seeing what she had brought back, Tang Mother and the rest of the Tang family exchanged glances of speechless concern. Tang Mother pulled Tang Ji aside and, lowering her voice with a hint of worry, asked, "Where did you get the dairy cows? Surely you haven't stolen them? How could that be?" Tang Ji wore a perplexed expression, as if questioning how one could gaze at her so. However, before Tang's mother could catch her breath, she continued, "Even if I were to seize it, I would never resort to theft." "Oh, you mischievous child, are you merely jesting with your mother?" Tang's mother gently tapped Tang Ji, bemused by her increasing playfulness. Tang Ji then turned to her father and elder brother, stating, "Father, elder brother, please arrange a space to create a shelter for these 2 cows. Henceforth, our household shall no longer worry about a source of milk." The 2 men nodded in silence and promptly set to work. The others joined in, and soon a makeshift shelter was erected within the storeroom for the 2 dairy cows. Tang's mother, observing the 5 new animals in their home, expressed both joy and concern, saying, "This storeroom is too small. Your father and elder brother have no space left to work on their carpentry." Upon hearing this, Tang Ji immediately proposed, "Mother, let us build a new house, perhaps a quaint villa. Our family is large, so let us provisionally plan for 3 stories." Though her intention was to eventually lead her family away from this place, it remained their homeland, one they would inevitably return to. A countryside-style villa would provide comfort in the future. What? The entire family turned to Tang Ji. "Goodness, they can actually build a villa? Such a jest was indeed rare. Tang Ji, feeling their gazes upon her, blinked and offered an awkward smile. Admittedly, there were minor financial challenges. Constructing a 3-story building would require everyone's diligent efforts. I will strive, work hard, and surely we shall build a magnificent 3-story villa for our family. Tang Sangu is particularly ambitious. It is nothing but diligence. And he possesses remarkable strength. Tang Ergu cast a glare at Tang San, yet refrained from uttering words to undermine him. As long as he perseveres in business endeavors alongside Xiao Wu, there will come a day when their family can ascend to a 3-story dwelling, allowing Xiao Xier, the dairy cows, and those 2 silly geese to enjoy individual rooms. Observing the spirited demeanor of everyone, Tang Ji nodded with satisfaction, taking Tang Mu's hand and adorning it with a pair of golden bracelets. After placing them on her wrist, he examined them from various angles, seemingly filled with admiration, and extravagantly praised, "Truly, my mother embodies elegance and grace." Xiao Si has arrived, bringing tickets to support the occasion. End of chapter. After bringing joy to his mother, Tang Ji returned to his room, feeling quite pleased himself. Sometimes, happiness is as simple as seeing one's family rejoice. Once inside, Tang Ji retrieved a thumb-sized black stone from his space, which was the first-level evolution Be King awarded for his quest. Ding. The first-level evolution Be King requires blood to acknowledge its master before it can hatch, the system thoughtfully clarified. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji couldn't help but smile. He understood that anything requiring blood for ownership was indeed a treasure. He carefully selected a slender embroidery needle and gently pricked his little finger, perhaps believing that this particular digit was more suited for the task. As his blood fell, it was swiftly absorbed by the black stone, which soon developed a crack, from which a golden bee fluttered delicately into the air. In an inexplicable manner, Tang Ji felt a subtle connection with the bee, though not entirely clear. He could sense their mutual emotions. How had I never noticed how adorable bees could be? He mused, gazing at the round, golden creature before him, feeling an unusual fondness for it. Let me give you a name. Let's call you Yuanbao, officially Tang Yuanbao, and affectionately, Xiao Baoer. With the addition of this new companion, the Tang family welcomed yet another formidable ally. Buzzing joyfully, Tang Yuanbao flitted around Tang Ji several times before leisurely settling onto the table. Tang Ji began to contemplate the role of the bee. It is well known that industrious bees are meant to gather nectar. Those that flit about aimlessly are engaged in frivolous pursuits. However, the question arises, how much can a single bee truly collect, even if it is seeking nectar? Perhaps it is better to be an unproductive bee after all. Tang Ji had no expectations of deriving honey from just one bee. Rather, she pondered what sustenance a bee requires. Pollen, nectar, royal jelly? It seemed she possessed none of these. Allow me to pour you a bit of nutrient water. It would be ideal if it suffices, but if not, you must fend for yourself. Tang Ji carefully poured a small amount of nutrient water, reserving the remainder for Xiao Qi. Fortunately, Comrade Yuan Bao proved to be a good companion, genuinely consuming the nutrient water, alleviating Tang Ji's concerns about its survival. The following morning, Tang Ji, armed with various documents, requested her brother Tang Er to accompany her to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a business license. She had prepared thoroughly, completing all necessary procedures, yet there remained a waiting period. With a subtle gesture, Tang Ji discreetly slipped a bribe to the staff member, transforming the process into a much simpler affair. Come back in 3 days, and I assure you it will be completed. Thank you, kind sir. My name is Tang Ji. May I inquire as to your name? Haha, no need for formality. My surname is Zhao. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Tang Ji emerged from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, encountering 2 matronly figures carrying baskets who were engaged in lively conversation. Their animated expressions conveyed a tale of scandal. You wouldn't believe it. When that group barged in, that woman and her shameless mistress were practically undressed. Oh, what a disgrace. Who says I don't know? My grandmother's neighbor from the second uncle's house was downstairs at the time. Upon hearing the commotion, she rushed up and said that woman was fair-skinned. No wonder she caught the eye of those in power. Ha ha ha, indeed. But what could looks do when she ended up getting caught? I heard she was beaten terribly, her face all scratched up. Well, that man also got a thrashing. I doubt he'll ever sit in that position again. For a woman, one can only wonder if he regrets it. How could he not? Can a woman be more important than a hat? Just think about his wife's perspective, creating such a ruckus. Doesn't she fear being implicated? Who knows? Perhaps in a moment of folly, she acted impulsively. After all, most women can hardly bear such tumult. True enough. Tang Ji absorbed their conversation, though no names were mentioned. She harbored an inkling that this was indeed the matter she had instructed Zhao Xiaoming to investigate. "Xiao Wu, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go." Tang Urge called out, reminding them they still needed to find the two bricklayers. "No worries, let us proceed." Tang's father was acquainted with bricklayers from the neighboring Xiushui village, which boasted a large pond, abundant water resources, and a more picturesque landscape than Xiangyang village, hence its name, Xiushui. As they arrived at the entrance of Xiushui village, Tang Urge encountered one of the individuals he was seeking. "Tang Er, what brings you here? Is it your father who has requested my assistance?" Li Jiagan inquired with straightforwardness. Tang Urge nodded, explaining that there was a task in the county that required his and Feng San's expertise. "Very well, I shall summon Feng San immediately. Where shall we convene?" Li Jiagan remarked, glancing at Tang Urge's bicycle with a playful smirk. "I see you have upgraded to a bicycle since we last met." Tang Urge chuckled but offered no clarification. "You and Uncle San can wait for me at the entrance of Xiaotao Lane. I must first visit Wang Jiatan with Xiao Wu." "Understood," Li Jiagan replied, casting another glance at Tang Ji, who nodded and smiled, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Li." "Not at all. I should express my gratitude for the opportunity you have provided me," Li Jiagan said, feeling a touch bashful. This girl from the Tang family was indeed becoming increasingly lovely. Tang Urge then led Tang Ji to Wang Jiatan to locate a plumber, a retired master craftsman who had once worked in the county and was quite skilled. "Is Master Wang at home? We have business with you," Tang Urge announced as he knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman answered, immediately asking, "Are you here to seek my father-in-law's services?" "Yes, is Master Wang available?" Tang Urge confirmed. The woman nodded, inviting them in. "He just returned yesterday. You have come at a fortunate time. Master Wang, having surpassed the age of 60, finds himself busier in retirement than he ever was before. In the neighboring towns, nearly everyone who wishes to avoid seeking assistance from the government for plumbing and electrical work turns to Master Wang." When Tangji arrived, she discovered Master Wang leisurely enjoying his pipe in the shade of the entrance, exuding an air of tranquility. Tangji presented 2 boxes of Dacheng cigarettes, placing them gently in Master Wang's embrace, and cheerfully remarked, "Master Wang, I kindly request your assistance in the county. These cigarettes are a token of my respect for you." Upon seeing the cigarettes, Master Wang's face lit up with joy as he readily responded, all right, no problem at all. I assure you, I will complete the task with utmost diligence." Tang Ji intended for her brother, Tang Ergo, to accompany Master Wang on a bicycle to the county. But Tang Ergo, feeling a touch of concern, chose to ride slowly alongside her, ensuring their safe passage. Upon their arrival, they found Masters Li Jiagan and Feng San already present, who greeted them warmly before leading the group to the storefront. Xiao Wu serves, and today, the diligent little bee is hard at work. End of chapter. The young lad undertakes significant endeavors. "Oh, this house is truly splendid," several craftsmen exclaimed as they surveyed the surroundings. Tangji produced 2 sets of blueprints, one for Masters Feng and Li, and one for Master Wang. "Should you encounter any uncertainties in these plans, do not hesitate to inquire," he encouraged. "Let us agree from the outset that the renovations shall strictly adhere to these blueprints. No alterations without my consent." Having prior experience in renovations, Tangji understood that while some craftsmen are meticulous, others might quietly modify the plans without informing him. As for the remuneration, the craftsmen discussed openly. "We shall not calculate by the day, rather, we will base it on the tasks at hand." Tangji preferred transparency and ensured everything was laid out clearly. After the 3 craftsmen diligently reviewed the blueprints, Master Li spoke first, "If you provide the materials, my colleague Feng and I can complete this work in 3 days. Master Feng nodded in agreement and added, "For 3 days of work, if meals and lodging are included, it would be $3 each. Without provisions, $5 each." Master Li continued, "Staying here is acceptable, and we can manage our meals casually. However, including meals would be more appropriate." Tang Ji contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us arrange for lodging without meals at $5 each. Please provide a list of the materials you require, and I shall ask my second brother to procure them." Tang Er looked at Tang Shi, sensing that he was becoming more of a runner than a participant in the work. Perhaps it would be best for the 3rd and 4th brothers to handle this task. Master Wang chuckled as he quoted his price, stating that the renovation of the water and electricity systems was rather extensive. He would require 2 days for the task. There was no need for him to be provided with meals or accommodation, yet he insisted on a fee of 5 yuan for his labor. "Fine. As long as the work is done satisfactorily, the price is settled, Tangji remarked, unable to help but reflect on how remarkably inexpensive labor has become in this era. Shortly thereafter, the three craftsmen prepared 2 lists detailing the necessary materials, and after agreeing to commence the work the following day, they took their leave. Tangji took it upon herself to document everything, her handwriting sharp and angular, instilling a sense of vigor in those who beheld it. It was not merely a matter of aesthetics, rather, the striking intensity of her script suggested that its author was not one to tolerate nonsense. Elder brother, I will procure the red bricks and sand. The rest is up to you. Is that agreeable? She proposed, as she possessed vouchers for the 2 items. All right, replied Tang Urge, unperturbed by the workload, as he prepared to depart with the list in hand. Tangji hastily detained him, pressing 500 yuan into his palm for purchasing the materials, insisting that he refrain from leaving an IOU, for that would be quite embarrassing. You are the one who would be embarrassed. I have money and require none of your assistance, he retorted, still holding on to an additional 200 yuan. Unwilling to spend his younger sister's funds. After a moment's contemplation, Tangji conceded, very well, you may use it for now, but ensure you keep meticulous records of every expenditure. Should you find yourself short, do not hesitate to come to me for more. Consider this a stake in the investment. Before Tang Urge could object, she cheerfully added, if you are concerned about incurring losses and wish to forego this share, I shall simply return your money at the original price. However, regardless of the outcome, it is imperative that you maintain accurate accounts, as I must calculate the profits and losses. Tang Urge murmured, you've said all the good and bad things. What more is there for me to say? Hurry up and get to work. Tangji chuckled, pedaling away on her bicycle, eager to return early and avoid being deceived. Huh, I'm the only one who deceives. Who could possibly deceive me? After Tang Urge departed, Tangji contemplated the exchange of red bricks and sand. However, she confronted a rather serious dilemma. A single exchange voucher could only be used once, implying that she had to redeem all the materials in one go. Yet, there were far too many materials for the renovation of her modest abode. Could she possibly distribute them to 2 locations? The voucher also indicated that it was for 2 large carts. Surely there would be vehicles to deliver them, right? Tangji began to negotiate with the system. Certainly. The system readily acquiesced. Tangji felt that ever since the system underwent a virus purge, it had transformed from an ordinary attendant into a premier domestic aide, providing comprehensive service with exceptional understanding, devoid of lofty demands, yet maintaining high quality. After calculating the materials required for the renovation, she ultimately resolved to send half a cart to the store and the remainder back to her backyard, with hopes of commencing the construction of her new house soon. Boss Tang, you are truly here. Hee, have you heard? The sand just arrived. Zhao Xiaoming appeared sneakily at the door, accompanied by a young lad. Both gazed at Tangji with eager and excited eyes. Tangji felt that in their eyes, she had transformed from a mere individual into several large bundles of cash. Wait a moment, that's not right. I've already paid. That's 3 large bundles. You have performed admirably, and I shall seek your assistance in similar endeavors in the future. These young individuals have demonstrated through their actions and abilities that even the seemingly insignificant can achieve great things. One must never underestimate anyone, for it is possible that one may be outdone by an inconspicuous individual. Zhao Xiaoming chuckled, a hint of cunning and pride mingling with his modesty. He glanced around furtively, adopting a demeanor of guilt, and whispered, Did you not ask me to keep an eye on someone? I have gathered some information. Would you care to hear it? Impressive. Do share, for if it is good news, I shall treat you all to a feast, Tangji generously offered. Zhao Xiaoming and the youths behind him brightened instantly. Their memories of meat long forgotten, perhaps they had never tasted it at all. It is undoubtedly good news. I observed Yu Liang sneaking items into his home. And it was not a solitary occurrence, exclaimed one of the youths behind Zhao Xiaoming, excitement evident in his voice. Tangji pondered for a moment. Yu Liang was associated with the supply and marketing cooperative, so pilfering from his workplace was not entirely unexpected. However, the question remained, could these items serve as evidence of theft? Might they be purchases or merely discarded remnants? Tangji prudently inquired. Absolutely not. He conceals them with great care. I once stealthily peered through the window and saw particularly fine biscuits. He even told his wife that these biscuits were merely scraps that had been discarded, costing him not a single cent. In reality, during this era, even scraps required a monetary exchange, albeit at a minimal price, accessible only to those within the inner circle. The director of the supply and marketing cooperative took home something for nothing, which indeed seems rather excessive. Tang Ji pondered for a moment. To catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. It appears that a bold approach is necessary, for otherwise, this matter could easily be glossed over. As you can see, I have been somewhat occupied lately, Tang Ji indicated towards the freshly delivered soil. Therefore, do you have the confidence to undertake a significant endeavor once more? Zhao Xiaoming, quite astute, instantly grasped Tang Ji's implication and fervently nodded, declaring, as long as the funds are secured, I can accomplish anything. Tang Ji opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then offered a piece of advice. Young man, you must have your principles. Money is not omnipotent, nor should it transform you into something all-powerful. Do you understand my meaning? End of chapter. In the matter of Tang Laodao recruiting his younger brother, the omnipotence of money is a topic we shall not delve into deeply. Ultimately, the affair concerning Yu Liang was entrusted by Tang Ji to Zhao Xiaoming and his companions, for which he generously compensated them with a substantial sum of 30 yuan. When making the payment, Tang Ji, lacking a sense of loyalty, issued a stern warning. If you happen to be apprehended, do not implicate me. I merely instructed you to expose his thieving actions and nothing more. Do you understand? Zhao Xiaoming nodded earnestly, understanding fully. When one accepts payment, one must also bear the consequences. Should anything go awry, the fault lies solely with oneself. Those engaged in this line of work are well aware of this. Tang Ji was pleased and instructed the two to wait as she took a brief stroll. Upon her return, she bore gifts of 2 dried sausages, 2 fresh sausages, and a handful of white rabbit milk candies. As promised, I shall treat you to meat. Take these home, she said, placing the items into Zhao Xiaoming's embrace. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoming's eyes glistened with emotion as he cautiously inquired, might you reveal your name? I assure you, I will not disclose it to anyone. I am Tang Ji. It matters not if others know, for I have many acquaintances. Tang Ji's tone was casual, yet she did not neglect to impart a warning. However, it is advisable that you refrain from discussing our affairs. Too many voices can lead to complications. And should any trouble arise, I may very well hold you accountable. I promise to keep it confidential. Zhao Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly, as if swearing an oath. Tang Laodao, you shall henceforth be the leader of our little brotherhood. Should any matters arise, seek me out, and I will ensure they are handled with utmost care. Tang Ji cast a glance at Zhao Xiaoming and ambiguously remarked, let's see how you perform. It is not a trivial matter to recognize her as the leader. All right. We shall certainly give our best. After bidding farewell to the spirited young boys, Tang Ji hurried back to Xiangyang village, where she found her parents, Tang Fu and Tang Mu, fretting over the heap of sand and red bricks in the backyard. Really, Xiao Wu, you could have informed us before bringing back the sand. There's no place to store it now, Tang Mu lamented. With such a large pile, we can only leave it outside the backyard. Eldest, third, and fourth, be vigilant tonight while you sleep. These fine bricks and sand must not be stolen away, Tang Fu warned. Tang Lao San, a simpleton, immediately brandished his fist and declared, who dares come? I shall beat them to a pulp. All right, we know your fist is formidable, but try not to kill them. Maiming them will suffice. As Tang Ji returned, she happened to overhear this exchange and couldn't help but sigh, realizing that her role as the antagonist was indeed lacking, always overshadowed by her family. Mother, I have brought back some delicious treats, Tang Ji exclaimed, producing a bounty of eggs, fabrics, and candies from her spatial storage, leaving only a small portion for later use. Tang Mu turned to Tang Ji, her heart racing at the sight of her daughter's numerous packages. My dear, did you buy these, or were they given to you? Tang Ji winked and smiled. You may enjoy them freely, regardless of how they came to be. They are all the fruits of my labor as your daughter. Indeed, without effort, there can be no reward. All of these treasures were earned through her relentless pursuit of villainy. I am merely concerned that you might squander your money or indiscriminately take others' belongings. While wasting money is regrettable, one must earn before spending. However, if you were to accept such fine items from others, I hope this foolish girl does not end up incurring a loss. How could it possibly be indiscriminate collecting? Tang Ji exaggeratedly sighed. Even if I wish to collect haphazardly, there must be someone willing to bestow such gifts. You are quite the talker. Come and see what you have brought back. This sand and these red bricks. What do you intend to do with them? What else could I do but use them to build a house? Tang Ji replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Tang Mu felt the urge to reprimand her, but upon seeing her daughter's innocent face, she relented. Let us construct a storage room adjacent to the existing one for the livestock, Tang Mu proposed. The others nodded in agreement. acknowledging that the current storage space was indeed a bit cramped. Only Tang Ji expressed dissatisfaction, suggesting, "Why don't we build a new house? Did we not agree on a 3-story building? Go on, what a joke at such a time. We are discussing serious matters." Tang Mu waved her hand dismissively. "Constructing a house requires more than just sand and bricks. We also need cement, timber, and other materials, which can be quite costly." Tang Ji raised a finger and whispered, "Would 10,000 be sufficient to build a 3-story house?" Tang Mu was taken aback, glancing left and right before hurriedly pressing down Tang Ji's finger. "Do not jest. Do you even have that amount?" "Not at the moment, but perhaps in a few days I shall." She planned to find a way to sell that large yellow fish. "Mother, let us go find the village chief now to purchase a larger plot of land, one that is not adjacent to those 2 families. Though it is relatively easy to accomplish tasks in close proximity, the annoyance it brings can be quite overwhelming. Tranquility holds greater significance." "What? We are going now?" Tang Mu was taken aback by Tang Ji's decisiveness. They had scarcely discussed the matter, and yet they were already off to purchase a plot of land. With one hand grasping her mother and the other her father, Tang Ji eagerly sought out the village chief, Li Dukong. Upon understanding their intent, Li Dukong pondered for a moment before producing a large sheet of paper adorned with numerous circles. He gestured towards the blank areas, saying, "Examine these for yourselves. The vacant spaces indicate unoccupied land." The family of 3 gazed upon the map, noting that there were indeed several empty plots. Yet each bore its own minor issues, either too remote, lacking water sources, or distanced from other inhabitants, clearly discarded by others. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Ji pointed to a location at the foot of Xiaoheng Mountain, adjacent to the youth commune, and proposed, "Mother and father, what do you think of acquiring this piece of land?" Tang Mu cast a brief glance before expressing her concerns, but that area is next to the youth commune. It may not be ideal. While it may have been problematic in the past, with numerous people stirring up trouble, the situation has since changed. Most of those youths are set to depart. The remaining few will likely either find a way to leave or fully embrace rural life within a few years. However, given its proximity to the mountains, could there be potential dangers? Tang Mu remained apprehensive. Tang Ji adjusted her fingers slightly westward and suggested, "Then let us shift a bit further west, and we can construct the surrounding wall higher." Tang Ji found himself increasingly enamored with this place. He envisioned acquiring the surrounding land to cultivate a grove of bamboo, with a quaint path leading directly to the Little Hung Mountain, transforming it into a splendid extension of his own garden. Such a prospect was indeed delightful. Tang's mother was easily swayed. She had long wished to distance herself from her in-laws, whose incessant visits for food and drink were both bothersome and ungrateful. With her approval secured, the decision was made. As for Tang's father, his opinion was merely a formality. He was but a supporting character in this narrative, his thoughts deemed unnecessary. End of chapter. Tang Ji originally intended to purchase a piece of land for construction, but village head Li informed her that it was not permissible. She could only exchange her existing plot. As for the surrounding land, according to regulations, each family had their allocated share, and even if one occupied more land, there was no need for transactions. Tang Ji had no objections to this. Rather, she conceived a lucrative scheme to hoard land. Alas, while it is a promising venture, one must have capital. A profitable enterprise, indeed, but where is the initial investment? Oh, bright lights, may future task rewards bestow upon me greater financial resources. The promised villainous wealthy system seems only to have yielded results for the antagonist. Where has the fortune gone? The family of 3 returned home, filled with excitement, yet trepidation. As they passed by the neighboring Old Tang's house, they were met with the sounds of wailing and commotion. Ever since the new year, the household next door had been in constant disarray, occasionally even disturbing the tranquility of the night. "Parents, you head back first. I shall have a word with Tang Shamei." Tang Ji suddenly remembered that she had yet to complete her repetitive tasks for the day. What could they possibly discuss? She is a heartless ingrate. Tang mother wore a look of disdain, recalling how that girl had bullied her daughter since childhood, while outsiders praised her as a golden phoenix. Bah, more akin to a pile of refuse. What could there be to talk about? Perhaps discuss life, share aspirations for the future, lest she fall into despair. As Tang Ji rambled on, she leisurely made her way into Old Tang's house. Tang mother and Tang father exchanged glances of resignation, with Tang mother saying, "You should return home. I will follow Xiao Wu to ensure she does not suffer any loss." After Tang Mu finished speaking, she entered without waiting for Tang Fu's response. Tang Fu, filled with unease, was reluctant to confront his biased parents. Instead, he curled himself into a ball, squatting at the doorstep, gazing mournfully at the neighbors. Upon entering, the expressions of the Tang family upon seeing Tang Ji were utterly numb. Why was she here again? What was her purpose this time? Oh, indeed. She had returned once more. Tang Shanmei, sobbing uncontrollably, was on the verge of madness. Instinctively, she covered her face, retreating several steps in fear, silencing her cries. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ji felt an urge to comment, "Why are you running away? If I were shameless, I could pursue you to the ends of the earth. Do not fear, I merely wish to borrow this book." Tang Ji considered her own courage insufficient, feeling hesitant to chase after her for a couple of slaps. "Tang Shanmei, quickly fetch it. Once I have the book, I shall depart." Tang Shanmei, her head bowed, dashed back into her room, retrieved a book, and thrust it into Tang Ji's arms before retreating without uttering a word, her movements fluid as water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of seizing the female lead's high school textbook. Random rewards include a landline phone, an installation coupon for the phone, a £100 cement exchange voucher, 2,000 white marble tile exchange vouchers, 50 yuan in cash, and a fragment of the storyline, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check it. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your voices down, whether in jest or earnest. While observing the commotion can be enjoyable, excessive noise may incite irritation. Before departing, Tang Ji did not forget to issue a warning to everyone. Tang Chuanzu, you must be aware of the severity of my temper when provoked. If you wish to avoid a beating, you ought to manage your family properly. At this moment, Tang Mu chimed in. Indeed, your constant bickering is quite disruptive and allows no one a moment's peace. Tang Laotai, witnessing Tang Mu's audacity, rose in indignation, ready to retort, but was silenced by a mere glance from Tang Ji. Trembling for a considerable time, she found herself unable to utter a single word. Humph. Tang Mu strutted home beside Tang Ji like a triumphant rooster, exuding confidence. My daughter is formidable. My daughter is the best. After their departure, the frustrated Tang Laota pounded her thigh and lamented, "What sins have I committed?" However, just as she began to wail, Tang Chuanzu, with a pained expression, interjected, "Mother, let us refrain from crying. What if she comes back? I fear her not. You may not, but I do." That night, just before sleep, Tang Ji had a short film to watch. The imagery featured 3 individuals, Tang Shanmei, a woman, and a man. Tang Ji pondered for a moment, realizing that the man must be Su Dongliang, the one whose name Tang Shanmei had vehemently shouted on the first day of her rebirth. As for the woman, Tang Ji did not recognize her, seemingly unfamiliar. "You have already gifted me a floral crown. How can you still be with her?" the woman in the vision questioned, her face contorted with anger. Su Dongliang appeared somewhat embarrassed as he stammered, "You misunderstood. I intended to give it to Shanmei. The only person I care for is Shanmei." In response, Tang Shanmei lifted her chin, her gaze laced with disdain and a hint of peculiarity, yet her tone remained soft as she remarked, "Indeed, Dongliang and I are the ones in love. You have misjudged him. How could he possibly have feelings for you?" The sarcasm in Tang Shanmei's final statement plunged the woman into a frenzy, prompting her to lash out at Shanmei. However, she was swiftly restrained by Su Dongliang. As the scene concluded, Tang Ji could ascertain that Su Dongliang was indeed a scoundrel. This raises a question. Is this footage from the first world or the second? Both the first world, where the female lead has not yet been reborn, and the second, where she has, are established narrative realms. And the fragments of the story can elucidate the entirety of these 2 worlds. Yet, with the current Tang Ji inhabiting the third world, which is a realm of infinite possibilities, the story fragments can only reflect what has transpired in this third world. Logically, the scenes of Tang Shanmei and Su Dongliang together should belong to the first world version of her. Nevertheless, the Tang Shanmei depicted in the recent footage evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity in Tang Ji, suggesting she was the reborn Shanmei, as the worldly wisdom in her eyes was unmistakably evident. Thus, has Tang Shanmei's method of avenging herself against the scoundrel entailed reuniting with him? Oh, what a profound affliction that is. What a waste of time. Why engage in such trivial matters? Tang Ji, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to experience a vision reminiscent of the original owner's memories. It appeared to be from the perspective of the original owner, where she beheld a man named Su Dongliang. The man was impeccably dressed, pushing a bicycle, and offered a gentle smile as he inquired, "Comrade, could you direct me to Xiangyang village?" The original owner, captivated either by his enchanting smile or the allure of the bicycle, found herself inexplicably infatuated with that scoundrel. Murmuring to herself, Zhao Qian is indeed admirable, yet this comrade seems even more appealing. Alas, which one should I choose? Such a dilemma. It is already the third watch. Might I request a vote? End of chapter. In the subsequent 2 days, which coincided with the final days of February, Tang Shi, accompanied by the Tang family brothers, busily engaged in the renovation of their storefront, appearing rather disheveled. During this period, Tang's father assumed the role of the chief technical engineer, overseeing the primary guidance, while Tang's mother, as the logistics supervisor, attended to the family's dietary and daily needs. Tang Ji took on the responsibilities of design and direction, simultaneously acting as the accountant and cashier, becoming quite overwhelmed, to the point of neglecting even the villainous tasks at hand. On the last day of February, the Tang family returned home together, each one appearing dusty and worn, yet their expressions radiated an extraordinary excitement. "Oh, it's snowing," exclaimed Tang's mother, glancing up at the dimly lit sky, and cheerfully urged, "Children, hurry home for some meat soup." All right. The family merrily made their way back, leaving a trail of large footprints behind. Tang Ji, feeling quite pleased, pondered whether it was time to borrow yet another book. A mere 15 minutes later, when Tang Ji once again appeared before Tang Shamei and requested to borrow a textbook, Tang Shamei, having just been humiliated, felt a strong aversion even to the mention of books. "Here, take them all. Just stop coming to find me," she exclaimed, pushing over a stack of over 10 textbooks, which comprised her entire collection of high school materials. Tang Ji gently took one from the pile, smiling sweetly as she said, "Don't worry. I'll return once I've finished. See you tomorrow." How to describe it? Quite the transformation indeed. Congratulations to the host for completing the repetitive task of seizing the female protagonist's high school textbook. The random rewards include 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of black rice, and a ticket for dimensional trading, all of which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Why must you come to trouble me? I have already chosen to avoid you. Why can you not just let me be? Tang Shamei was on the verge of a breakdown. Is this person unwell, or merely foolish? Why must one book be taken at a time? Is this intended to drive her mad? Tang Ji's fingers twitched, unable to resist the urge, and she took the opportunity to slap Tang Shamei. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping the female protagonist. The random rewards are 100 bags of amber walnut kernels, 100 bags of 1-pound noodles, 2 pounds of wildflower honey, and cash amounting to 100 yuan, all of which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Are you calm now? Oh dear, perhaps a daily dose of madness is just what one needs. Tang Shamei covered her face, her mind finally settling. She realized she could not continue in this manner. She had to take action, to distance herself both from this place and from this lunatic. Otherwise, one day, Tang Ji would surely drive her to insanity. It is good that you have calmed down. I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself, and we shall meet again tomorrow. With a heart full of concern, Tang Ji departed. Alas, the female protagonist's mental state is rather unstable. It remains uncertain how much longer she can endure this. Her adversarial tasks are indeed a source of great worry. As Tang Ji walked out, she passed by the kitchen and paused at the sound of a crowing rooster. That very night, Tang Ji stealthily made her way next door, having engaged in such clandestine activities so often that she had lost all sense of shame. The following morning, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, marking the first day of March, the snow that had blanketed the night finally ceased. Tang Ji rose exceptionally early, first venturing to the spot where she had scaled the wall the previous night. Upon confirming that the cleared area was now concealed beneath a fresh layer of snow, she returned to her dwelling with a sense of relief. She acknowledged that she had perhaps gone too far this time, wishing for the health and longevity of her neighbors, fervently hoping they would not suffer a fatal fit over a few chickens. Alas, the chickens, whose wicked hand has stolen away my beloved fowl. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility, echoing throughout half of Xiangyang village. Zhou Hohot gazed incredulously at the empty chicken coop. The 3 chickens that had been there just last night were now nowhere to be found. The Tang family erupted into chaos once more, this time with a vigor that stirred the entire village, even reaching the village chief's home. Witnessing this commotion, Tang Ji felt a twinge of guilt. She possessed countless frozen chickens. Why did she resort to pilfering from her neighbors? This accursed villainous system, could it not allow her to engage in a noble act? Oh dear. Do you suppose that with the neighbors' chickens gone, they might acquire a few more to raise? Tang Ji inquired slyly. The task of obtaining chickens held a certain allure. Stealing them was not the primary objective. Consuming one from the neighbor's yard each day would suffice. If only her neighbor could establish a poultry farm. Mother, I'm off to witness the excitement. Please allow my brothers to proceed to the county town first. With the swiftness of the wind, Tang Ji dashed out. Underneath the large pear tree at the village entrance, the elderly Mrs. Tang and Zhou Hohot lamented loudly, cursing fervently. Nearby, several men from the Tang family wore grim expressions, their gazes towards the surrounding villagers akin to that of thieves. Village head, you must stand up for us. This chicken thief is utterly despicable, repeatedly pilfering from my home. Such behavior is hardly human. Initially, Mrs. Tang and Zhou Hohot suspected it was Tang Chuanzu who was stealing the chickens, which is why they let the matter slide on the first two occasions. However, after losing 3 chickens this time, when Tang Chuanzu was questioned, he swore vehemently that he was innocent, leading to the uproar from the Tang family. Indeed, it remains a mystery which unscrupulous family is behind this thievery. I curse the Nabear sons. Mrs. Tang's words were venomous, and upon hearing them, Tang Ji lost interest in listening further. Oh dear, see. This old woman is cursing you. Do you not feel anything? After all, she has no intention of stealing chickens herself. She blames this wretched system for imposing such a scornful task. Who knows whom she is cursing? Indeed, it is you being cursed, as you continually assign those wicked tasks. The little fairy would never believe she was at fault. The blame lay with others. Ding. The task for the female protagonist's theft business plan is now open. It must be completed within 2 hours. The timer begins. In a moment of discord, the system issued yet another task. Tang Ji, resolutely standing her ground, declared, "No, I will not leave. I have yet to establish a chicken farm for the Tang family." Without a chicken farm, where would she procure chickens? At this moment, Grandma Tang's emotions reached their zenith as she wept, gripping the village chief's wrist with determination. "Village chief, you must rally people to help me find the chickens. This must have been done by someone from our village. If we search house by house, we are bound to uncover the truth." Village Chief Li wore a troubled expression. "I lack the authority to lead a search through homes, and the residents will certainly not consent to such an action. If you insist on escalating this matter, you may report it to the authorities." The chief certainly did not wish for the situation to escalate, yet he found himself powerless to resolve a matter where the culprit remained elusive. It was unreasonable to expect the village to compensate for the stolen chickens. "Then I shall report it. I refuse to believe that this chicken thief cannot be apprehended." Grandma Tang, unable to contain her indignation, truly contemplated going to the authorities. Alas, Tangji sighed heavily within. "Oh dear, if I were to be arrested, could arrangements be made for me to be incarcerated alongside Hua Gaozheng? Without the female lead, she could still seek the male lead to fulfill her tasks." The fourth watch. End of this chapter. Once again, the basic package. Tang Ji did not deter the others' intention to report to the authorities, realizing that it would be difficult to persuade someone to abandon their plans at this moment. He took advantage of the absence of the Tang family and stealthily made off with Tang Shanmei's business proposal. The elementary school-level proposal was not concealed. It was boldly displayed on her desk. Tang Ji entered through the window, swiftly found it, and departed in under a minute. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of stealing the female lead's business proposal. Random rewards include 10 military coats, a set of 4 wooden tables and chairs, and 50 yuan in cash, which has been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your account. Now, he no longer needed to purchase tables and chairs for the milk tea shop, saving a significant amount of money. Upon returning home, Tang Ji curiously examined the proposal, which outlined 7 items: milk tea, chain, clothing, southern procurement, electronics, portable music players, learning devices, game consoles, land acquisition, southern development zones, first-tier cities, real estate, courtyard houses in the north, relocation housing, first-tier cities, antique collection, scrap recycling, and stock investment, certain tech companies, and e-commerce platforms. After reviewing it, Tang Ji couldn't help but smile. This was hardly a business proposal. It might as well be retitled once again, the basic package, not even worthy of an upgraded version. "Little darling, come and have some honey." Tang Ji casually tossed the proposal into the space, where it would keep company with the 3 deceased chickens. Hearing their master's call, the little golden bee buzzed down from the hive on the roof, diving eagerly into the honey upon sight. Tang Ji lifted her gaze to the rudimentary beehive, no larger than the size of a palm, and tenderly poured a bottle cap of honey for her bees. "Drink up." indulge yourselves. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to work. At the very least, she ought to provide herself with a more decent abode. She doubted that the ramshackle dwelling could withstand even the gentlest breeze without being whisked away to the mountains. Unbeknownst to her, the little golden bee, often overlooked, seemed to relish the honey and in a daze appeared to have grown just a tad. After witnessing the lively scene and fulfilling her tasks, Tang Ji proceeded to the county. Today marked the day she would obtain her business licenses. The hall of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was still sparsely populated, allowing Tang Ji to bypass the queue and receive 2 licenses, one for a milk tea shop and another for a video hall. Thank you, Brother Zhao. My shop will be opening soon. You must come and visit. Tang Ji cheerfully handed him a large northeastern delicacy. With no acquaintances in sight, she resolved to create opportunities for connection. There is no shame in giving gifts. It's far more embarrassing to find oneself without a way to express gratitude when the need arises. Absolutely, I will definitely come to support you, Zhao remarked, impressed. This young lady was quite remarkable. Not only was she efficient in her dealings, but she was also exceptionally generous. Few women he knew were as competent as she. After exiting the bureau, Tang Ji headed straight to Xiao Tao Alley, when suddenly, a voice from the system interrupted her thoughts. Ding! Due to the shift in the female protagonist's romantic interest, the originally designated male lead has undergone a transformation. A supplementary male lead has been provisionally introduced. With the following details, Su Dongyang, aged 20, a senior at the First High School of Lishui County, who shares a class with the female protagonist. His father serves as the head of the security department at the county's canning factory, while his mother holds the position of women's director at the neighborhood office. Tang Ji was momentarily taken aback by this news. How could this be possible? How could the reincarnated female protagonist possibly develop feelings for a scoundrel who had mistreated her in her previous life? Or was it that, despite her intentions of revenge in associating with this rogue, the system still classified him as the supplementary male lead? If that were the case, the system would be exceedingly primitive and devoid of empathy. No, that cannot be right. What if this were a tale of tormenting love? A classic story of love and conflict? Beep. Please select the task direction concerning the supplementary male lead Su Dongliang. Option 1. Eliminate him completely. Option 2. Seize him as your own. Option 3. Disregard him, for another will surely follow. Please make your selection within 10 minutes. The timer has begun. Tang Ji, allow me to offer a suggestion. Conduct a self-assessment once more. Perhaps you will return to normalcy. 2 minutes later, Tang Ji made her choice. The first option, as I have succumbed to malevolence. The word seize in option 2 conjured thoughts of Tang Shanmei from the fragmented memories. She could very well intend to snatch Su Dongliang away out of spite. And Tang Ji was resolutely unwilling to engage in such foolishness. As for option 3, it was likely just a ploy to present her with another supplementary male lead, thereby repeating a similar selection process, which seemed utterly unnecessary. Beep. The host selection has concluded, and the tasks related to the supplementary male lead, Su Dongyang, have commenced. Ding. The task of slapping the supplementary male lead, Su Dongliang, has been initiated, with a requirement to complete it within 2 hours. The timer begins now. Ding. The repetitive task of slapping the supplementary male lead, Su Dongliang, has been activated. This task can be completed once daily and is valid indefinitely. Ding. The repetitive task of stealing money from the supplementary male lead, Su Dongliang, has been initiated, with a minimum requirement of 10 yuan each time. This task can also be completed once daily and is valid indefinitely. Ding. The repetitive task of smashing the glass at the home of the supplementary male lead, Su Dongliang, has been activated. This task can be completed once daily and is valid indefinitely. Thus, the task of acquiring chickens has transformed into shattering glass. Tang Ji pondered and found this task rather intriguing. One may forego raising chickens, yet a dwelling devoid of glass. This task is indeed appealing. A long-term venture. Now, the pressing question arises. Where is Su Dongliang? And where is his home? The slapping task must be completed within 2 hours. If she fails, she would be burdened with the misfortune of 5 additional tasks. No, it is impossible. She cannot allow that. Right, the senior students are all in class. Tang Ji smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling this crucial detail. No wonder the male lead tasks were refreshed today. Perhaps it was because Tang Shanmei encountered the scoundrel Su Dongliang at school, prompting the system's task update. And about the commotion this morning, she had wondered why she had not seen Tang Shanmei. It turns out she had gone to school. TSK, How inconsiderate. Sneaking off to school without even a word to her. A poor review indeed. Having come to a clear understanding, Tang Ji hurriedly made her way towards County No. 1 high school. This institution was not only the finest school in Lishu County, but also the only one in the area. The elderly guard at the entrance took great pride in this fact, vigilantly overseeing the gate and allowing no outsiders to enter. As Tang Ji approached the entrance, she spotted the guard seated in the middle of the gate rather than in his kiosk, rendering any attempt to negotiate futile. Without hesitation, Tang Ji decided to take a detour and skillfully scaled the wall into County No. 1 high school. Reflecting on her days of truancy, she thought better of it. After all, a hero does not dwell on past glories, and a top student can also be a school leader. Where exactly was Tang Shanmei's classroom? Tang Ji had not paid attention to that detail, but she quickly devised a plan. After all, she still had Tang Shanmei's textbooks in her system space. The dawn breaks. End of chapter. In the midst of the bustling environment, Tang Ji, a student from Class 1 of the senior year, eagerly sought out her classmate after a fleeting glance at Tang Shanmei. It must be remarked that the County No. 1 high school was indeed quite dilapidated. The campus was filled with single-story buildings, and there were only 2 classes for the entire senior year. Despite the college entrance examination having resumed for several years, the educational sector had not flourished as one might expect. Lacking a watch, Tang Ji was oblivious to the class schedule, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the ancient school bell finally rang, jolting her into alertness. Tang Ji diligently searched for Su Dongliang, who, with his decent appearance and average build, exuded a slight scholarly aura, making him relatively easy to locate. She soon spotted him among the throngs of students. Simultaneously, Su Dongliang noticed Tang Ji and felt a spark of recognition. "You must be Tang Ji, the younger sister of Tang Shanmei," he greeted her with an overly familiar tone. The original owner of this identity had encountered Su Dongliang on 2 previous occasions, which was why he had been considered a potential acquaintance. In a sudden burst of indignation, Tang Ji slapped him with both hands, exclaiming, "I am not. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of slapping the male lead, Su Dongliang. You have received random rewards, 3 opportunities to assist in locating someone, 2 customizable plaques, 200 meters of electrical wire, and 50 yuan in cash, all of which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the repeated task of slapping the male lead, Su Dongliang. You have received random rewards, 10 solar water heaters, 2 complete sets of cosmetic products, 10 kilograms of bananas, and a fragment of the storyline, all of which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory." Wished to assert that she was not the foolish woman's sister when the system's voice suddenly echoed once more. Ding. The task to tarnish the reputation of the female lead within the school has commenced. The requirement is to complete it within 2 hours. The timer starts now. Ding. The task to undermine the reputation of the supplementary male lead, Su Dongliang, within the school has also commenced. The requirement is to complete it within 2 hours. The timer starts now. From the issuance of these 2 tasks, it was evident that the female lead, Tang Shanmei, was indeed the focal character, to the extent that her name need not even be mentioned in the task. In contrast, the supplementary male lead, Su Dongliang, was treated with much more formality, giving the impression that he could easily be replaced at any moment. After a brief pause, Tang Ji continued her verbal onslaught. "I am not the sister of that vile woman. She incited thugs to rob my home. I cannot afford such a treacherous relative. If you desire her, I shall gladly relinquish her to you. I understand your affection for her. I wish you both, the scoundrel and the shameless woman, a lifetime of unity and everlasting togetherness." Su Dongliang was rendered speechless, and the classmates around him were equally stunned. Even Tang Shanmei, who had just emerged, found herself at a loss for words. Her face turned pale as she gazed at Tang Ji in disbelief, unable to comprehend why she had come here to wreak havoc upon her. However, reality struck her. She could not remain passive. Otherwise, her situation would indeed be dire. "Tang Ji, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly engage in such behavior? It's all a misunderstanding. Even if you despise me, you cannot frame me." Tang Shanmei feigned vulnerability, weeping as she spoke, her expression a portrait of grievance. Upon witnessing this scene, many classmates were swayed by her words, and a few admirers even rose to her defense. Indeed, how could one dare to speak ill of the kind and virtuous Shanmei? Tang Ji, realizing the system had yet to declare the task complete, understood that her efforts were insufficient. Shanmei, denying the truth, was of no consequence. Your elder brother is unable to repay his debts and sold you off to a fool as a bride, accepting a dowry while showing reluctance to marry him, ultimately leading to your capture by a group of ruffians to settle the debt. Tang Ji offered no mercy to Shan Mei, for she spoke not a single falsehood. This was simply the reality of the situation. You are quite remarkable, being abducted yet allowing others to steal from my home. After all, I only sought the 20 yuan your family owed mine. Merely 20 yuan. Is it truly worth causing such harm to others? After surveying the crowd, Tang Ji spoke with unwavering conviction. Do not doubt my words. Each statement I utter is backed by multiple witnesses, particularly regarding the incident involving my family. The ruffian who was sent has already been apprehended. A simple inquiry will confirm whether I speak the truth. Shan Mei, you are nothing but a venomous wretch. Not only have you harmed my family, but you are also entangled with Su Dongliang. Despite your engagement, you have embraced that Ho Gaojing who resides in the livestock shed. It remains unclear whom you truly favor. Is it possible you wish to juggle 3 affairs simultaneously? Upon concluding his remarks, appeared startled by his own conjecture. His eyes wide with disbelief. Before could elucidate, he swiftly redirected his ire towards, exclaiming, "And you? I witnessed you gifting a headband to that girl. And now you profess to have an affection for her. You fickle, shameless scoundrel. You deserve to be entangled with, wallowing in your disgrace for eternity." A flicker of guilt crossed visage. He indeed had engaged in such actions, and not merely once, nor with just one individual. Initially intent on confronting, was abruptly reminded of past grievances upon hearing these words, compelling her to charge towards. You deceiver. You scoundrel. You worthless wretch. It is all your fault, all your doing. I shall end you. It is unfathomable the restraint she exercised this morning when encountering, battling the urge to take his life. She loathed him for the ruin he brought upon her existence, wishing fervently for his demise. Caught in a vice of reproach, or an expression of utter disarray. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully tarnishing the female protagonist's reputation within the school. Random rewards include 10 boxes of anti-hypertensive medication, 10 hiking backpacks, and a quaint courtyard at No. 7, Drum Tower Lane, automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully sullying the reputation of the supplementary male lead. Within the school, random rewards include 100 videotape duplication vouchers and a 10-piece set of Wong Wally wooden furniture, automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Light of my life, I cherish you. Let us strive for greater accomplishments in the future. She was unexpectedly bestowed with a quaint little courtyard, complemented by a set of Wong Wally furniture. The pinnacle of her life seemed just within reach. Stop, stop. The teacher is approaching. Tangji raised her head and noticed 2 teachers strolling in her direction. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to seize the opportunity while others were distracted and audaciously made her escape, employing the age-old strategy of retreat. Ding. Due to the protagonist's change of affection, the supplementary male lead will undergo alterations. Ding. Upon inquiry, it has been determined that no alternate male lead can be provided. The existing supplementary male lead will remain for the time being. As Tangji fled, she heard the system's voice, its tone grave as if confronted with an immense crisis. She could not help but chuckle, finding amusement in the situation. Excellent. This book was on the verge of being utterly unraveled by her antics. Note, the educational reform generally commenced around 1982, and by 1980, most high schools did not have a 3rd year. End of this chapter. After leaving County No. 1 High School, Tangji made his way directly to No. 7 Drum Tower Alley. This alley lies in close proximity to Xiaotao Alley, separated merely by a narrow passageway. However, this particular lane is notably quieter, and the surrounding houses appear to be in a more dilapidated state. As Tangji strolled from the entrance to the end of the alley, he finally laid eyes on the so-called courtyard No. 7, which was in such disrepair that half of its surrounding wall had crumbled away. In contrast, the adjacent No. 8 courtyard seemed even worse off, with its wall completely gone, leaving behind only a large house that was drafty and in ruins. Ah, Tang Lauda, what brings you here? Are you here to find me? Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed, clutching a paper bag, standing a short distance away with an expression of surprise lighting up his face. Tangji turned around, unexpectedly encountering a familiar neighbor before even settling in. Do you live around here? Tangji inquired. Zhao Xiaoming pointed to the No. 8 courtyard across the way, slightly embarrassed as he explained, I live there with a few brothers. Hee, it's not really our place. It's just that no one else living there, so we took up residence. Although he spoke with a smile, there was an unspoken sorrow woven into his words. Why is it that some are afforded the luxury of opulent abodes while others are left homeless? Ah, it is due to the misfortune of birth, an original sin bestowed upon them. Tang Ji gestured towards courtyard number 7 and stated, I have purchased this place. Henceforth, we shall be neighbors. Ah, Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed with great delight, that is truly wonderful. Tang Ji smiled, produced a key, and unlocked the imposing iron gate. Would you like to come in and take a look? I just acquired it and have yet to explore. No, I must return to the little ones with their lunch. If I delay any longer, they shall be left starving. Although Zhao Xiaoming felt a pang of curiosity, the little ones at home awaited his return for nourishment. Very well, once I tidy up, I shall invite you all to visit. Absolutely, I shall certainly come. Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed with great excitement, for it was the first time someone had invited him to their home. After bidding farewell, Tang Ji strolled slowly into the courtyard. It was a modest Sihiyuan, the courtyard itself not particularly vast, yet in stark contrast to the dilapidated outer walls, the main house, with its 6 well-preserved rooms, required no repairs. Merely a simple cleaning would suffice for immediate habitation. 1 room for the parents, 1 for the eldest brother and his wife along with their little son, another for the second brother, and a shared room for the 3rd and 4th brothers, with 1 for herself, and the youngest siblings in another. As Tang Ji surveyed the space, she contemplated the slight inadequacy of the rooms. Although somewhat lacking, it was still a significant improvement compared to many other families. She envisioned constructing a storage room and creating a cozy nook for the little ones. With that thought, she took out paper and pen, sketching a rudimentary layout, aspiring to renovate the small courtyard so that each person could possess their own private chamber. The desire for independent space was perhaps an obsession of Tang Ji's. For having grown up in a large collective environment, she seldom enjoyed solitude. Thus, upon gaining the means, her first endeavor was to rent a place, followed by the aspiration to purchase her own home. Tang Ji spent the entire afternoon in her small courtyard, producing 3 design sketches. The number of bedrooms transformed from 6 to 9, ensuring that each of her brothers had their own room, and even Xiao Shan was granted a private little space. In addition to the bedrooms, Tang Ji also envisioned 2 bathrooms, a shower room, a spacious kitchen, a large storage room, and a livestock shed. The utilization of space was nearly at its maximum, occupying 2/3 of the original small courtyard, leaving only 2 generously sized corridors. Although the aesthetic appeal fell somewhat short, the comfort of each occupant remained paramount. Satisfied, Tang Ji departed with a contented heart and joyfully made her way to the neighboring Xiaotao Alley, eager to share this delightful news with everyone. What did you say? You have acquired another courtyard? Tang Mu asked in rapid succession, astonished at her daughter's extraordinary fortune. Is everything settled? Once it is, we shall go and inspect the new home. After finishing her sentence, Tang Ji turned to her second brother and added, after we visit the house, we will pay a visit to the 3 masters and invite them to work on the new residence. The tasks for the 3 masters had already been completed. Only the painting and carpentry remained for them to undertake themselves. All right, Tang Mu nodded, and the group tidied up before heading to the new house together. Upon their arrival, Tang Ji, armed with her blueprints, meticulously explained every detail, ensuring that each person understood their role clearly. Tang Mu's lips curled into a smile, but she couldn't help but voice her concern. Will we still be able to build houses in our village? Alas, how much is this going to cost? Do we have enough funds? With the expenses of starting a shop and constructing a house, money is required at every turn. While she felt joy, her heart was also laden with worry. Tang Ji, unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it wouldn't require much expenditure as he had made considerable preparations. The bulk of the funds for the house and equipment were already secured, and the necessary materials were nearly ready. The remaining expenses were merely trifling. Let us commence with this house. Once the weather warms up, we shall construct the one in the village, Tang Mu decided after a moment of contemplation. Very well. It is settled, Tang Ji concurred, acknowledging that the village house would require reconstruction, which was more troublesome and would necessitate a wait before work could commence. Once the house here was completed, it would facilitate young Chi's schooling, as he would be attending junior high at County No. 1 Middle School, making it more convenient to reside in the county. Eventually, we shall all move here, with the shop next door, ensuring ease for both dining and resting. Tang Ji was quite content with this arrangement. However, Tang Mu hesitated, pondering the fate of their livestock. With spring approaching, farming would commence. And wouldn't your father and several brothers need to remain in the village? My suggestion is to forego farming altogether, allowing the entire family to join me and my second brother in business. Each person can manage a particular aspect, ensuring there will always be work available, and the earnings will surpass those from the village. This is Tangji's aspiration and confidence. She firmly believes in her ability to provide a better life for her family while also helping them find their rightful place, rather than becoming a burden to the household. Certainly, she would respect her family's choices. There is nothing inherently wrong with farming in the countryside. Although it may entail hard work, self-sufficiency alleviates considerable pressure, and one might even lead a healthier life. As long as there is work to be done, let them all come. Tang's mother's perspective is evidently less democratic. The notion of voluntary participation is irrelevant. If the earnings surpass those from farming, then everyone should join in. Countless individuals in the village yearn for employment opportunities but struggle to find them. Now that her daughter has succeeded, providing them with work is far more appealing than tilling the land. Farming is not as exhausting as one might think. I will assist my younger sister. I am capable of any task, Tang Sin eagerly declared, primarily because he had little to ponder. Earning money while spending time with family delighted him. I too shall work for my sister. Following Tang San, there would always be Tang Si. The two brothers were remarkably alike. End of chapter. After reaching a consensus, the family joyfully made their way home. Tang Urge rode his bicycle, carrying Tang Shi. Yet his speed matched that of the others walking, as if they were determined to remain a united family no matter where they ventured. You're back just in time. The Tang Yuan is ready. Quickly wash your hands and join us for dinner, greeted Tang Daja with a warm and gentle smile upon their return. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival, she had spent the afternoon preparing Tang Yuan, some filled with sesame paste and others with brown sugar. Boiling a large pot full so that everyone could enjoy a generous bowl, an unprecedented treat, all thanks to Tang Ji's good fortune. After washing their hands and faces, the family sat down to eat with beaming faces, particularly Xiao Lu and Xiao Shan, whose mouths watered in anticipation. Tang Ji took a bite of the Tang Yuan, its dark red exterior revealing the sweet brown sugar filling. Wow, it's truly sweet. The sugary flavor brought her such delight that she narrowed her eyes in pleasure, reaffirming her desire to find a partner in the future who was an exceptional cook and willing to prepare meals for her daily. Of course, if no man was available, a woman would suffice, as long as it meant avoiding takeout every meal. However, she mused that there were indeed many men skilled in the kitchen, and soon a specific man's visage floated into her mind. Ah, that fellow still owed her 3 meals and a cozy sweater. Once this busy period subsided, she must remember to collect her debts. She resolutely refused to let anyone owe her for a lifetime. After enjoying a harmonious reunion dinner for the Lantern Festival, the Tang family resumed their bustling activities. The storefront of Xiaotao Alley was entrusted to the care of Mr. and Mrs. Tang, while Tang Ji led Tang San and Tang Si to renovate the courtyard in Tongluo Alley. Upon seeing the work commence, Zhao Xiaoming brought along a young companion to assist, and Tang Ji graciously took charge of their meals. During lunch, Zhao Xiaoming, feeling somewhat shy, attempted to leave with his companion but was halted by Tang San, who playfully chided him. Why are you dawdling like a woman? With a hearty slap on Zhao Xiaoming's back, he nearly knocked the wind out of him. Zhao Xiaoming looked at Tang San in exasperation, his face contorted in a pained expression as he replied, "Third brother, please be gentle. It could lead to an accident." Tang Ji smiled and called everyone to the table, urging them to eat quickly so they could return to work. The lunch, prepared by Tang's mother, consisted of 2 bowls of rice accompanied by a large pot of stewed vegetables. Though simple, the dish contained morsels of meat and was hearty enough to satisfy everyone. The young boy accompanying Zhao Xiaoming was named Xiao Du, merely 12 years old, and had adopted his name whimsically. As he ate, his eyes glistened with emotion, and he exclaimed, "For the sake of this meal, I would gladly work for Boss Tang my entire life." Tang Ji glanced at the young lad, half serious and half joking, and remarked, "You must remember what you've said today. Don't let it slip your mind when you're feasting on delicacies in the future." "What are delicacies?" the boy asked in innocence, but before a response could be given, he beamed and promised, "As long as boss provides a meal, I will work for him, no matter what." Tang Si murmured discontentedly from the side, "With me around, why would we need this scrawny fellow to help my sister?" Xiao Du shrank back slightly, not out of fear, but rather a sense of guilt. He stammered, "Brother Si, please don't say that. I'm still young. Once I grow a bit more, I'll be able to do a lot more work." After dinner, Tang Ji pulled Zhao Xiaoming aside and inquired, "What is the situation with you, Liang? I have a little brother who has been following him closely. As soon as he makes a move, we will act. Zhao Xiaoming clenched his small fist, exuding an air of determination. That works. For Tang Ji, he categorized enemies into 3 types: bombs, landmines, and duds. The first 2 required vigilance. While Yu Liang resembled a landmine, though one could avoid stepping on it, its presence posed a constant risk of explosion. Tang Ji's philosophy in dealing with others was to be kind. He generally maintained a cheerful demeanor to avoid offending anyone. However, if someone dared to provoke him, they must be prepared for retaliation. To avert such consequences, one must learn to strike preemptively. That evening, the Tang family returned to the village, their faces smeared with dirt and fatigue. Just as they reached the village entrance, they were intercepted by the village chief. Tang Laosan, what is your family doing in the county every day? The village chief voiced the curiosity of many villagers. Although the Tang family had encountered few people during their frequent comings and goings, their repeated absences had naturally aroused suspicion. Representing the family, Tang's mother responded with a radiant smile, explaining, "We intend to start a small business in the county. We are quite busy with preparations and, unfortunately, cannot afford to hire anyone, so we must rely on our own efforts." Village Chief Li cast a skeptical glance at Mother Tang and continued to inquire, "With your family both building a new house and engaging in business, where do you find the funds? Do not engage in anything improper." Mother Tang immediately retorted, "How could that be? My family consists of honest and diligent individuals, quite unlike the chaotic family next door." A twitch played at the corner of Village Chief Li's mouth. The phrase honest and diligent could hardly apply to the Tang family, which perhaps possessed only a semblance of such virtue. It is well known that due to having many sons and their particularly fierce dispositions, while the Tang family rarely instigated trouble, they were nonetheless a formidable force within the village, operating as an invisible dominance, hardly the epitome of honesty. If one were to speak of sincerity, perhaps only the eldest son's family could be deemed genuinely upright, while the others bore grudges or had tempers that ignited at the slightest provocation. Each one a troublemaker in their own right. Just ensure you maintain your integrity and refrain from engaging in inappropriate activities. The outside world is not as safe as our village, and if you venture into business, exercise caution, Village Chief Li imparted earnestly. As more and more young people in the village sought to venture beyond its confines, he initially resisted but had since come to terms with it, leaving only this counsel. After Village Chief Li departed, burdened with his thoughts, the Tang family's spirits, once buoyant, now settled into a more contemplative state. Tang Ji suddenly chuckled lightly, offering reassurance. It is said that profit is directly proportional to risk. If we aspire to a better life, we must strive diligently, even if it entails facing unknown dangers. We must bravely take that step forward, unless we wish to remain here forever, seeking merely comfort. Tang Ji yearned for a life of tranquility and leisure. However, the current circumstances did not permit her the luxury of early retirement. While she had no qualms about residing in the countryside, the rural life she envisioned was far removed from the harsh reality that surrounded her, one that necessitated hard labor in the fields merely to secure a meal. Alas, her delicate existence demanded that she rely solely on her own perseverance to attain a life of comfort and ease. Tang Ji silently lamented this truth within her heart. It is indeed commendable to hold high aspirations for one's life, yet one must not indulge in baseless fantasies to achieve one's desires. One must be willing to strive earnestly for them. End of chapter. The wedding date has been set, and Tang Ji's encouragement has proven to be quite effective, particularly for the impoverished Tang family, who are weary of enduring days filled with hunger. They long to escape the confines of their village, yearning for a life that offers more than a fleeting glimpse of the future. They aspire to venture forth, even at the risk of uncertainty, to explore the world and add vibrancy to their existence. "Father, Mother, let us return swiftly. My sister-in-law is simmering chicken at home. After hiding it for several days, she took one out this morning, and it should be tender by now. Dinner promises to be sumptuous, the chicken stew, enriched not only with mushrooms, but also with vermicelli and potatoes, is served in a large basin, causing many stomachs to rumble in anticipation. Let us feast." With a mouthful of steamed bread followed by succulent chicken, the family savors the meal, forgetting all risks and concerns about the future. Where do all those worries come from? As long as one relinquishes thoughts, troubles dissipate. No burden is heavier than a hearty meal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of consuming the heroine's family's chicken, receiving random rewards of 20 bags of super fertilizer, 20 pounds of brown sugar, and 100 yuan in cash, all automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. In the blink of an eye, it is now March 6th. During this time, Tang Ji has repeatedly requested to borrow 2 textbooks from Tang Shanmei, leaving her trembling with anger, yet suppressing her fury. Life at school has also been challenging for Tang Shanmei, plagued by rampant rumors that infuriate her. However, she must endure. Only by gaining admission to university and escaping this nightmarish place can she embark on a new life of her own. On this very day, a significant event unfolded in the county. The proprietor of the county supply and marketing cooperative, Yu Liang, was apprehended for theft, reportedly caught red-handed with the stolen goods in his possession. Subsequently, there were allegations against Yu Liang's cousin, Yu Bin, for attempting to shield him, with witnesses present, leading to Yu Bin's suspension and investigation, making it highly likely that he would never again partake in public service. Thus, the Yu family found themselves at a small juncture. If they refrained from further damaging the Tang family, Tang Ji would not pursue them any longer. Tang Ji had received early notification from Zhao Xiaoming, allowing her to witness this spectacle from beginning to end, during which she executed several subtle maneuvers, ultimately finding herself quite pleased with the outcome. Meanwhile, in the old Tang family of Xiangyang village, a momentous occasion transpired, drawing a crowd of villagers eager to observe the unfolding drama. The Lu couple arrived with their son to present their betrothal gifts. With Tang Shanmei away at school, she was blissfully unaware of the event. The elder Tang couple, along with Tang Lao, regarded the extravagant gifts and the outstanding 800 yuan with a mix of hesitation and desire. Mother, you know Shanmei's temperament. If we accept the gifts and she is unable to marry, what shall we do? Inquired Zhou Hohot, torn between greed and concern. The expression on the elderly Tang matriarch's face mirrored Zhou Hohot's, albeit with slightly less worry and considerably more resolve, evidently having formulated a plan of her own. After some murmuring, old lady Tang's expression shifted as she noticed Zhou Hohot's indecision. With a fierce glare, old lady Tang demanded, "What's the matter? Do you disagree? You still intend to return the 200 yuan?" The mere mention of that sum intensified old lady Tang's resentment towards Tang Shanmei. That wretched girl brought this upon herself. She accepted the betrothal gifts and now claims she has no desire to marry. Bah! Despite old lady Tang's repeated requests for the 200 yuan, Tang Shanmei insisted that it had been taken by Tang Ji. Yet, old lady Tang remained skeptical, fearing Tang Ji's unpredictable temperament, and ultimately continued to pursue Tang Shanmei for the money. Then let us proceed as you suggest, Zhou Hohot acquiesced timidly. Old lady Tang scoffed derisively, rebuking, "Do not act as though I am coercing you into this." Both old lady Tang and Zhou Hohot's affection for Tang Shanmei had always been conditional, rooted in her ability to navigate social situations, excel in her studies, and bring prestige to the Tang family. However, should this affection encroach upon tangible interests, both women would prove to be resolute in their decisions. Thus, when the Lu family's trio arrived, the old Tang family greeted them with smiles, secretly arranging the wedding date for the 16th of this month, a mere 10 days away. Both families expressed satisfaction with the imminent nuptials, fearing that a prolonged wait might jeopardize the union. Safe travels, in-laws. Our Shanmei eagerly anticipates a bright future. Very well. We shall all be prepared. You merely need to await the bride's departure. The two families engaged in lively conversation, yet the atmosphere was, in stark contrast to the previous gathering, insidiously akin to wearing 18 layers of masks. Once the Lu family departed, old Madame Tang's demeanor shifted dramatically. She rushed back to her quarters and immediately stowed away the bridal gifts into her own room. Zhou Hohot, a step behind, could only watch in dismay as her mother-in-law took everything, protesting in dissatisfaction. "Mother, this is Shanmei's bridal dowry. Could you not leave me a little?" Old Madame Tang retorted with indignation, "This is that wretched girl's dowry, not yours to claim. What should I reserve for you? You and that dead girl are both living off my household. It would suffice that I do not demand further from you, yet you dare ask for more? Bah, you are all a bunch of ungrateful ingrates." Not only did Zhou Hohot receive nothing, but she was also subjected to a tirade of insults, with no family member coming to her aid. Infuriated and in pain, she slammed the door and retreated to her room, provoking another round of curses from the old lady. When Tang Shanmei returned home that evening, she sensed an unusual tension in the air. However, having already deemed these individuals as dead to her, she was unwilling to engage with them. Initially, Zhou Hohot harbored a slight desire to confide in Shanmei, but ultimately, The latter's indifferent demeanor dissuaded her. Although her mother-in-law was far from virtuous, this ungrateful daughter was equally unworthy. All she ever sought was money or to sever ties, showing no regard for her as a mother. After enduring mutual torment over these days, Zhou Hohat's heart had completely hardened towards her daughter, Tang Sanmei. Moreover, it was not only her. The rest of the Tang family also held a profound disdain for Tang Shanmei. Thus, throughout the entire process, no one truly deemed it necessary to inform her of the wedding date. Furthermore, Tang Shanmei's routine of leaving early and returning late for school, coupled with her general contempt for the villagers, meant that the number of those aware of the wedding date was already scant, leaving no one inclined to share this information with her. Conversely, upon returning home one evening, Tang Ji overheard his sister-in-law discussing the matter, and he thought to himself that there would certainly be a spectacle to witness. At that moment, he heard the sound of an upgrade from the system. I am at the 4th watch. End of chapter. 075. Why are you so concerned with so many matters? Ding. According to the progression of events, the system grandly introduces the second supplementary male lead. The details of the second supplementary male lead are as follows. Lu Ming, 22 years old, a worker at the soy sauce factory in Lishu County, engaged to the female lead. His father is the director of the Mining Bureau's construction department, and his mother is an accountant in the financial office of the Mining Bureau. Tang Ji was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded, and she suspected that the system might have gone completely awry, likely beyond the reach of self-diagnosis. Bright light, do you know about the ICU? If you lie there for a couple of days, you might still have a chance, Tang Ji sincerely suggested. The system indicated that it had no desire to engage with such a troublesome host. Undeterred, Tang Ji persisted. Honestly, I recommend you transform the second supplementary male lead into a mere cannon fodder character and assign him a heartfelt narrative, or perhaps a route of vengeance following his healing. Tang Ji held no prejudice against fools, but Tang Shanmei certainly did. How could Lu Ming possibly become the male lead unless he became astute and achieved great success? Oh, could it truly be? Was it possible that she had hit the nail on the head, and that Lu Ming was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse? Destined for a narrative of hardship followed by sweetness, suffering before delight, the system remained silent, for it was a villainous, wealthy system, not a script planner. Matters concerning narrative routes were of no concern to it. Tang Ji became slightly exhilarated by her own conjecture and inquired, surely the second supplementary male lead has tasks as well? Ding. The task to rescue the second supplementary male lead has commenced, with the task location being the small grove behind the soy sauce factory in Lishu County, and the task time set for noon on March 10th. With a face full of astonishment, incredulously inquired, Big Light, this is not your style. How can you ask me to save someone? If I rescue him, how can I still be the villain? The system, perhaps at its wit's end, finally spoke up. Why are you so troublesome? Can you refrain from pestering me for no reason? I am a task system, not a chat companion. Can you not give me a moment's peace? Do you really need me so desperately? Without me, would you perish? The system was truly exhausted in its role, yearning to go on strike. Retorted, ICU can no longer accommodate you. You might as well head directly to the morgue. Ha! Marvelous system, ascend to the heavens. That night was plagued by a series of nightmares, continually dreaming of a dark, ominous iron canister pursuing him, wielding a large pot while shouting. This is what you get for being troublesome, for being unreasonable, for constantly speaking of me. I shall wash you. I shall wash you. The following day, arose from his bed with an air of despondency, enveloped by a sense of gloom. Sister, what's wrong with you? Having risen early to read, displayed a remarkable contrast in spirit compared to his previous frail state. It could be said that after consuming 10 bottles of nutritional water, was no longer the sickly version of himself. Moreover, who provided the nutritional water had become his most admired figure. His fifth sister was incredibly formidable, mysteriously so, as if she were capable of anything. Are you feeling any better? Had initially thought that multiple exchanges of nutritional water would be necessary to cure his ailment. To her astonishment, the nutritional drink proved to be remarkably effective. Tang Xiaoqi had consumed merely 10 bottles, and her health had nearly returned to normal. Tang Ji had indeed misunderstood. While the nutritional drink was potent, it primarily benefited Tang Xiaoqi, who was not as severely ill as presumed. Her condition stemmed from a congenital deficiency, exacerbated by a lack of proper nourishment in later stages. Thus, a little supplementation sufficed. Wonderful. I can run 1,000 meters. Tang Xiaoqi exclaimed, bouncing joyfully in place, exuding an irresistible charm. Tang Ji gently patted his little head, reminding him, Exercise must be undertaken in moderation. If you feel unwell, you must inform me and mother immediately. I understand, sister. Observing Tang Xiaoqi's lively demeanor, Tang Ji began to ponder the issue of Xiao Lu, wondering if the nutritional drink could remedy his cognitive challenges. However, even if it could not, she remained optimistic. Her system was so extraordinary that surely a cure would be discovered in due course. Tang Ji, who had initially felt despondent, suddenly felt invigorated. Let's go next door to complete our daily tasks. She intended merely to fetch a book and return, having recently refrained from confronting Tang Shanmei, primarily due to the absence of a valid reason. Tang Shanmei, resembling a quail, evoked a sense of reluctance in her to take action. Yet, as she approached the entrance of the old Tang residence, she overheard Tang Shanmei murmuring to Zhou Hohat, her words laden with malice and foolishness. Tang Shanmei declared, "Since we have accepted the betrothal gifts, marriage is inevitable. However, I absolutely refuse to marry that fool. Mother, you must assist me." Tang Shanmei, moreover, "I have found a suitor in a nearby county. His family is exceptionally well off, and he holds a deep affection for me. When the time comes, we shall both pursue our studies at university, and upon graduation, we will emerge as esteemed officials. Are you still concerned that no one will honor you?" Tang Shanmei, mother, "If you do not assist me, when the Lu family comes to cause a ruckus, you shall find no favor." Tang Shanmei resorted to both coercion and seduction, painting grand visions before Zhou Hohat. Zhou Hohat's expression shifted repeatedly. Although Tang Ji could not see her, he could easily imagine that she had once again been duped. "How can I possibly help you?" As expected, Zhou Hohat relented. It was uncertain when the Lu family would arrive, but if they intended to take someone away, we must prepare in advance and send Tang Ji over. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji chuckled, realizing that she was still unaware that the wedding date had already been set. Zhou Hohat's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly spoke. "Mother forgot to mention, the Lu family sent someone yesterday, declaring the 16th as the auspicious date." Tang Shanmei would not buy Zhou Hohat's fabricated tale. Her countenance changed immediately, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, "The wedding date is already set, and you haven't informed me?" Zhou Hohat quickly pulled Tang Shanmei aside, urging, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know? If that happens, even if I wish to help you, I will be powerless to do so." Tang Shanmei's expression fluctuated, and after several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her simmering rage. She had always known that there was not a single trustworthy soul in this family. They were all selfish, self-serving devils. "Are you really going to assist me?" Tang Shanmei inquired, her voice tinged with darkness. Zhou Hohat hesitated before responding. "I certainly wish to aid you, but Tang Ji is not someone to be trifled with. She possesses immense strength and remarkable intelligence. How can we possibly contend with her? If we manage to incapacitate her and deliver her, what would her strength matter?" Tang Shanmei's expression mirrored the venom in her tone, for she harbored a profound hatred for Tang Ji. Outside the door, Tang Ji touched her nose, wondering why these individuals were still scheming to arrange her marriage. Hadn't she endured enough lessons in recent days? Sighing, she thought, perhaps I have been too subtle. I cannot blame them for seeking their own demise. With that reflection, Tang Ji gently pushed open the grand door of the Tang residence. As the grand opening approaches, both Zhou Hohat and Tang Shanmei exchanged uneasy glances, simultaneously turning their heads to see Tang Ji. Their expressions morphed into one of astonishment. "What brings you here?" Swiftly, Tang Ji advanced and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of slapping the female lead. Your rewards include 10 roasted ducks, a transaction voucher for interdimensional trading, and 50 yuan in cash, all automatically deposited into the system space. Please check your account." Upon hearing the rewards, Tang Ji chuckled, realizing that she should indeed come daily to complete tasks, dismissing any notions of having a moral code as a villain. Why the silence after being struck? Not going to retaliate? Tang Ji inquired with a cheerful demeanor, observing Tang Shanmei's reluctance to utter a word following the slap. She had initially thought Tang Shanmei had cowered, but it appeared she merely adopted a different tactic. Yet, this was entirely within her expectations. After all, the female lead must have her moments to emphasize her significance. "I'm sorry, I can't help it. I truly don't wish to act this way. I know you are formidable. You can definitely save yourself. I am left with no choice. If I were to marry into your family, I would perish." Tang Shanmei began to weep, stammering as she tried to explain. She did not entirely deny her actions, acknowledging that the truth had been laid bare. To completely disavow her conduct would be akin to offering no explanation at all. Tang Ji rolled her eyes and retorted, "Perish? What nonsense. It's not as if marrying someone is akin to descending into a den of tigers. Who speaks of death? Unless, of course, you wish for it yourself." Tang Shanmei. Oh Tang Shanmei, if one were to pity you, one would find you malicious. If one were to call you malicious, one would also find you foolish. After enduring the rare opportunity of rebirth, it is perplexing to witness your continued folly, seemingly greater than before. I beg your forgiveness, truly. Do not let your anger consume you. Grant me this reprieve, and I shall not dare to transgress again. Tang Shanmei, aware of her precarious situation, began to plead for mercy. She was not one to shed tears without cause, and the fear instilled by Tang Ji had left an indelible mark on her. Each resounding slap had not only stung her face, but had also struck deep into her heart, creating an illusion that Tang Ji could dominate her at will. A notion that might not be entirely unfounded. 10 yuan in compensation, along with the textbook, and I shall refrain from striking you today, Tang Ji declared. Very well. I shall fetch the money at once, Tang Shanmei exclaimed, darting away to retrieve the 10 yuan. Before Tang Ji could utter a word, Zhou Hohot, filled with uncertainty, inquired, Xiaomei, where did you acquire that money? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the repeated task of seizing money from the female lead's household. A random reward of 1,000 yuan has been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the repeated task of obtaining the female lead's high school textbook. A random reward of a complete set of basic learning machine blueprints. A set of basic gaming console blueprints and 10 fountain pens have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check. Upon hearing the mention of 1,000 yuan, a subtle smile graced Tang Ji's lips. When she learned of the 2 sets of blueprints, a joyous aura enveloped her entire being. Please continue your conversation at a leisurely pace. I shall take my leave, Tang Ji remarked. However, as soon as she turned the corner, she concealed herself behind the wall, eager to eavesdrop on the dialogue between the mother and daughter. Tang Shanmei exhaled in relief and, with a hint of pride in her tone, explained, This money is of my own earning. I am preparing to enter into a business partnership. Although her proposal had mysteriously gone missing, she was undeterred by the possibility of others encroaching upon her venture. Those less informed would likely be oblivious to the nature of her plans. What? Engaging in business? What kind of business? Where did you acquire the capital? You haven't been deceived, have you? Zhou Hohot bombarded her with questions, exhibiting no inclination to believe Tang Shanmei's assertions. Why do you ask such things? Just assist me. Do not hinder my progress, Tang Shanmei replied with impatience. At that moment, she was already contemplating ways to liberate herself from the Tang family, although she recognized that she required a bit more time to orchestrate her escape. While it was not beyond her means to leave the Tang household immediately, she still had her education to consider. As long as the Tang family sought her out, they could easily locate her, rendering her departure somewhat futile. Furthermore, she had recently lacked the funds to leave, but now that she had finally found a willing partner, she resolved to postpone her departure until after the college entrance examinations. Once she was free, she envisioned soaring into the sky, eluding the grasp of the Tang family forever. Tang Shanmei had even meticulously devised plans on how to safeguard her information, ensure that her school application remained confidential, secure all of the Tang family's finances, and discreetly pack her belongings without attracting their attention. Indeed, she was leaving no stone unturned. Of course, I am willing to assist you, but you must elucidate the nature of your business. It is only reasonable for me to be informed about the partnership you are entering into. Zhou Hohot, being a person who is easily swayed by the prospect of profit, became increasingly animated as the conversation progressed, her concerns dissipating, leaving only a focus on potential gains. Tang Shanmei pondered for a moment, concluding that there was no harm in sharing, and replied that it was a milk tea business. The location had already been secured, and they were merely awaiting the completion of renovations to commence operations. Tang Ji, standing outside the wall, raised an eyebrow, finding no surprise in this revelation. What exactly is milk tea? Is it a beverage made from milk or tea? Can it be profitable? Zhou Hohot inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji began her journey home, confident in the quality of her milk tea and in her own knowledge and capabilities. If Tang Shanmei wished to pursue this venture, so be it. The world surely did not consist solely of her milk tea establishment. Moreover, Tang Ji was certain that once her milk tea shop flourished, it would not be a mere handful of imitators that followed suit. This era, or rather this world, thrives on competition as a catalyst for growth. After breakfast, the Tang family set out once more for the county, this time with Tang father cycling alongside Tang mother, while Tang Ji rode ahead on horseback. Today marked the final day of preparations, with cleaning scheduled for tomorrow and the grand opening the day after. After another busy day, Tang mother surveyed the bright and spacious shop, her spirits soaring with optimism. Tang Ji returned with a stack of flyers, distributing them to Tang San and Tang Si, instructing, "You shall be responsible for handing out these flyers tomorrow. Focus on the school and the factory, primarily targeting those who are well-dressed and fashionable, or couples walking together. Do you understand?" Tang San and Tang Si may not fully comprehend the reasons behind this, yet fortunately, their naive and obedient nature prompted them to nod in agreement without hesitation. Tang Ergu also took the initiative to mention, "I have invited a few friends to support us. It will surely be lively." His words referred to the video recording business on the second floor, primarily managed by him and Tang Ji, while their mother and father took charge of the milk tea venture downstairs. "Is the boss in?" "We are here to deliver the cups." "Boss, the sunflower seeds and peanuts you ordered have arrived. Please come out to inspect the goods." With the grand opening approaching, the various supplies ordered for the shop had begun to arrive one after another. Tang Mu directed her brothers with a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Oh, this little shop is taking shape more and more. It's my first time being a boss's wife, and I wonder if I can do it well." End of chapter. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Tang Ji went early to celebrate with Tang Shanmei. A loud clap echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of slapping the female lead repeatedly. You have been rewarded with 100 succulent potted plants and 2 sets of genuine leather sofas, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your collection." After delivering the blow, Tang Ji coldly inquired, "Do you understand why I struck you?" Tang Shanmei, gritting her teeth, curled up in a ball, hardly daring to meet Tang Ji's gaze. Sensing something was amiss with Shanmei's mental state, Tang Ji remained oblivious to the reality that Shanmei considered her a lunatic, transformed into a twisted version of herself. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have plotted against you. I have already apologized, and you claimed to forgive me. I did nothing today, truly." Tang Shanmei pleaded pitifully, internally cursing with countless venomous thoughts. She wished for Tang Ji's demise. Tang Ji feigned consideration, yet her words were maddening. "As long as you can acknowledge your mistakes, that is sufficient. Now, hand me a textbook and 10 yuan, and I shall let you be." She had little desire to instigate trouble daily, although the rewards were plentiful. She did not wish to become a petty troublemaker. However, Tang Shanmei offered her no opportunity to play the benevolent role. Shanmei should be grateful for the existence of the villain system. Otherwise, at this moment, Tang Ji would not merely be a villain, but a murderer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of stealing money from the female lead repeatedly. You have been rewarded with 20 electric batons, 100 bottles of pepper spray, and 100 yuan in cash, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your collection. Congratulations to the host for completing the repetitive task of seizing the female protagonist's high school textbooks. You have received 5 vouchers for a new type of cedar, a complete set of solar photovoltaic design books, and a fragment of the storyline, all of which have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Here, take everything. I have no books left to give you, nor any money. Please spare me, and do not seek me out again." Tang Shanmei stuffed the books and money into Tang Zhihui's hands, pleading, "After all, we are family. I have never wronged you before. This time, I admit my fault. But I was left with no choice. Can you please let me go? Have you never wronged me?" Tang Ji scoffed disdainfully. "Did I not bear the brunt of your actions in our childhood? You neglected your responsibilities, claiming my pig feed was your own harvest. You even blamed me for your thefts, isolating me while playing with other children, and spread rumors about me at school, leaving me friendless." Tang Ji found numerous instances of bullying within the original owner's memories. "Those were all matters of our childhood. Once you grew up, I thought you had ceased such behavior. Yet you still did, albeit more discreetly. Indeed, you may not have acted brazenly, but you have taken to plotting like a rat in the shadows." The original Tang Shanmei was selfish and malicious, while the original Tang Ji was vain, spoiled, and foolish. These two, equally flawed, are not worthy of admiration in Tang Ji's eyes. "I have done nothing. I beseech you to leave me in peace. Those matters belong to the past. You torment me so relentlessly, Do you not fear the consequences of our mutual destruction? Tang Shanmei harbors deep resentment. She ought never to have allowed Sun Li's associates to steal money, but should have instead dispatched someone to eliminate Tang Ji. Nevertheless, it is not too late to address the situation now. Enough of this futile discourse. It seems as though I have wronged you, yet you appear to be thriving. Tang Ji's gaze turned frigid, for she sensed that the system's purpose had been fulfilled. The protagonist, compelled to retaliate, rose in righteous fury. And thus the time had come for the antagonist to exit the stage. Alas, this antagonist had long since liberated herself from the constraints of the narrative. Her departure would not be so easily orchestrated. You possess but one opportunity for mutual destruction. As long as I remain unscathed, it is you who may face demise. You must ponder this carefully. Tang Ji had always kept her guard up against Tang Shanmei for having bullied her without delivering a fatal blow. Retribution was inevitable. After delivering her stern warning, Tang Ji ambled away. Upon returning home, she first sought out Xiao Lu, conversing with him briefly and gifting him a piece of candy. She then approached her third and fourth brothers, executing a similar exchange before presenting them with 2 cigarettes. The group then departed with their respective treasures, prompting Tang Mu to inquire curiously, "My daughter, what mischief have you sent them off to engage in?" Tang Ji gestured towards the neighbors, who were prone to causing disturbances. "I have asked them to enlist a few individuals to keep watch over us, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage." "What of it? Surely, they do not intend to set their sights on our family again?" Tang's mother asked anxiously, not due to her sensitivity, but because over the years, the neighbors had truly behaved in such a manner. They demanded money and assistance with an air of entitlement, yet expressed no gratitude once their needs were met. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would find such unfair treatment intolerable for long. Who knows, it is wise for everyone to remain vigilant and prepared. Aside from Tang Shanmei, the rest of the Tang family had been rather quiet in recent days. However, silence now does not guarantee tranquility in the future. Some individuals are not inherently malicious, nor do they reach the depths of guilt that would compel them to atone with their lives. Yet, their mere existence is troublesome, as they occasionally emerge to irritate others, insisting on familial bonds while behaving unreasonably. It is impossible to eliminate them entirely. Even if one were to chastise them, they lack the capacity to learn. Even if they temporarily cease their disturbances, they will inevitably return to cause trouble again. As the group conversed, they finished their breakfast and prepared to head to the county when they noticed Aunt Huang from the village entering. "Oh, Tang family girl. You look splendid after not seeing you for a few days." Aunt Huang was quite talkative, her tone imbued with vibrant energy. Tang's mother's eyes lit up as she eagerly invited her in. "Aunt Huang, please come in and sit down. Is there some good news?" This Aunt Huang was no ordinary villager. She was a renowned matchmaker, well acquainted with the young men and women from miles around. A few days prior, Tang's mother had declared her intentions to find brides for her sons, and Aunt Huang's visit surely indicated some promising prospects. "Good news, indeed. There is joyous tidings." Madame Huang, with a cheerful demeanor, settled down and cast a glance around the room, pausing momentarily on Tang San, Tang Si, and Tang Wu. Tang's mother, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Whose joyous occasion is this?" The greatest concern weighing on Tang's mother's heart was the matrimonial prospects of her sons. Unfortunately, their family's poverty and poor reputation made the quest for a suitable match exceedingly challenging. Naturally, we have all taken notice of your youngest," Madame Huang boldly declared. "Let us first discuss the prospects for your third son." End of chapter. The most intelligent offspring. The young lady I introduced to my third son is truly a remarkable girl. She hails from a neighboring village, where her parents are hardworking, and she has 3 brothers who are equally diligent, making her a perfect match for my son. And Huang speaks nothing but praises, highlighting her numerous virtues without a single flaw. Although Mother Tang believes her son possesses admirable qualities, she pragmatically questions why such an exceptional girl would be interested in her somewhat foolish son. "Sister Huang, be candid. What are the compatibilities between our families? And what are the discrepancies? What expectations does the other party have?" After expressing her thoughts, Mother Tang cheerfully adds, "You know how many sons I have. Finding a daughter-in-law requires careful consideration. If I were to bring home someone unsuitable, it could disrupt familial harmony and lead to complications, and who knows, it might even trouble you. Is it truly so simple to act as a matchmaker? While honesty is appreciated, there are those who deceive on both sides, causing untold chaos within families." Sister Huang's expression momentarily falters, but she quickly regains her composure, acknowledging the truth when seeking a bride. One must prioritize finding a virtuous and home-oriented partner. Brother Tang, being rather impulsive, interjects, "Then tell me, if she is so wonderful, why would she consider someone like me? My family is impoverished and cannot afford an extravagant dowry." While the Tang family may not be destitute, the reality is that their wealth is fleeting. This sentiment resonates not just with Brother Tang, but with others as well. Look at you. How can you speak like that? You wish to marry a good wife, but are unwilling to provide a dowry. What reputable young woman would ever consent to marry you? Madame Huang shot a glance at Tang San and then, with a hint of implication, addressed Tang's mother, saying, "Ah, dear wife of the third son. Marrying a daughter-in-law is indeed a significant affair, and one must not hesitate to spend money on it." Upon hearing this, Tang's mother understood the underlying message. The worthiness of the girl aside, the prerequisite for her willingness to marry was that the bride price must be substantial. How much bride price do they desire? Tang's mother inquired directly. Madame Huang hesitated for a moment before gesturing with her hand. $50? Tang's mother pondered for a brief moment. In times past, such an amount would have indeed felt like a heavy burden for the Tang family. However, considering the current circumstances, it was not entirely out of the question. Depending on the young woman herself. Madame Huang chuckled awkwardly. "Oh dear, $50 won't secure a good wife these days." Tang's mother, unable to contain herself, stood up and slammed the table, retorting, "What nonsense is this? Are they asking for $500 in bride price? Now that would truly be a jest." Madame Huang quickly restrained Tang's mother, explaining, "500 is a bit excessive, but it is negotiable. Besides, the girl is genuinely admirable. Moreover, your family is beginning to engage in business. 300 or 500 is not too much." "Huh, my family's business has yet to commence. We do not even know whether we will profit or incur losses. We cannot afford to entertain such mercenary individuals. Even if we could, I would not desire such a daughter-in-law." Tang's mother exclaimed, her fiery temper flaring. She was on the verge of dismissing them, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Madame Huang rolled her eyes and remarked, "Oh, if you don't wish to marry this one, simply choose another. Just don't end up regretting it. Why chase me away? I still have news to share." "What else do you have? We have known each other for so many years, do not deceive me. Or I might resort to shattering your windows in the dead of night." Mother Tang exclaimed with unrestrained candor. Tang Ji glanced at Mother Tang, and then at the nodding Tang San and Tang Si. Indeed, it seems that one does not stray far from the family tree. This propensity is inherited. What have I done to deceive you? That young lady is truly remarkable, though her dowry demands are rather steep. However, I thought that since your family is engaged in business and can generate profit, it would be prudent to introduce you to someone of good character. Aunt Huang did not wish for a reputation of deceit to circulate about her, hence she meant no harm. There are those who demand a modest dowry, yet they often come with their own set of issues. If you are inclined, I could share those with you. Aunt Huang was forthright, speaking candidly about both the good and the bad. While issues are not insurmountable, it is essential to discern the nature of those issues. Mother Tang was selective, rejecting individuals with poor character, those who were exceedingly unattractive, and insisted that it must be someone her son finds appealing. Aunt Huang inquired directly, "What if one wishes to bring her mother along as well? What nonsense is this?" Mother Tang nearly slammed the table in exasperation. "Patience, patience." Aunt Huang interjected, holding back Mother Tang. "In Chishan village, there is a widow with a young daughter. The girl, at 20, is fair of face and remarkably industrious. She demands no dowry at all, her only condition being that her mother accompanies her to marriage, with modest expectations for shelter." Mother Tang furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss, casting an inquiring glance towards Father Tang, who gestured towards Tang Er. Tang Er promptly stated, "Let the third and fourth brothers assess her. I have no interest." Tang San and Tang Si simultaneously turned to their elder brother, shaking their heads in unison, saying, "Elder brother can go first. We are not in a hurry." In truth, they were quite anxious, yet they understood the principle of respecting the order of seniority. With the family's improved circumstances, it was only fitting to prioritize finding a wife for their second brother. Regardless of their impatience, they would have to wait their turn. However, Tang Urge was not appreciative of this sentiment. He genuinely did not wish to partake in matchmaking. He asserted, "If you want to see someone, then by all means. But it is not for you to decide." Within the household, Tang Urge wielded considerable influence, and his younger siblings readily acquiesced to his authority, falling silent at his words. Aunt Huang, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, Then let it be for the third brother. He shall go to take a look. Tang Mu cast a knowing glance at Aunt Huang, realizing that she had intended to introduce someone to her third son all along. Humph. She had no appreciation for her second son, who was, aside from the youngest, the most astute among them. Tang Sen appeared bewildered, asking where he was to go and who the girl was. Are you truly suggesting I might have a wife? He turned to Huang Jia. But we haven't even agreed yet. If the girl is to bring her mother along, how can we accommodate them with our family situation? Tang Mu had not yet given her consent. She was still contemplating how such an arrangement could be finalized. Didn't he, your family, purchase a new plot of land? You could simply build a rudimentary house nearby. Living close would alleviate any concerns should the girl wish to return to her family, Aunt Huang remarked, demonstrating that. As a matchmaker, she was well informed about the affairs of each family. Tang's mother pursed her lips, realizing that this was not merely a personal issue. If it were solely about providing food and shelter, it might be manageable. However, the concern lay in the potential complications that could arise. It was not just about bringing an elderly lady along, but rather the reality of having an additional matriarch to contend with. The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she felt. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "Never mind, this won't do. You should consider another option." Aunt Huang suppressed an eye roll and asked helplessly, "My dear, your expectations are rather lofty. So, how much bride price are you proposing?" Tang's mother, feeling a touch of pride, responded, "This isn't merely about the bride price. If she is truly a good girl, what harm is there in offering a bit more?" Aunt Huang rolled her eyes in response. "Then what about the 500 you just dismissed? How can one expect to find a virtuous girl while being so fixated on money? Are they marrying off a daughter or selling one?" Tang Ji couldn't help but chuckle at her mother's obstinate demeanor. It was genuinely amusing to witness. End of chapter. Behave yourself. Mother Tang glared at Tang Ji, exclaiming, "Why are you laughing? You're just undermining her." Madame Huang then turned her gaze towards Tang Ji, her eyes sparkling with a sudden idea. "Young ladies are not suitable. But I happen to know a fine young man who would be a perfect match for your little Wu. Bah, my daughter is a celestial being descended to earth. What ordinary man could ever be worthy?" Mother Tang responded dramatically, rolling her eyes at Madame Huang. Madame Huang was tempted to storm off, thinking that if she ever suggested a match for the Tang family again, she might as well be a fool. "What about the youngest son of our village chief? Is he not suitable?" Madame Huang confidently proposed, hoping to diminish Mother Tang's arrogance. To her dismay, Mother Tang dismissed the idea outright. "Of course he is not suitable. That lad is not as handsome as my daughter, nor is he as clever. He is short and cannot even do farm work. How could he possibly be worthy of my daughter?" Mother Tang enumerated the boy's shortcomings, her disdain palpable. "Farewell." Madame Huang decided without hesitation, lifting her foot to leave. Mother Tang merely smirked, showing no intention of stopping her, and provocatively remarked, "Sister, next time you consider suitors for our family, please ensure they are of good quality. Regardless of our circumstances, we maintain strict family values. Only those of good character may enter our home. As for the matter concerning my little fifth, there is no need for you, dear sister, to trouble yourself. My little fifth is in search of a partner who is not only adept at laundry and cooking, but also skilled in managing the household and caring for children, while also possessing the ability to earn a substantial income. For those of ordinary families, if they lack such qualities, they need not come to seek attention, for my little fifth would never deign to regard them." Aunt Huang stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Should she dare to enter this household again, she would surely be treated as an unwelcome guest. In truth, there have been numerous rumors circulating regarding Tang Ji's standards for a partner, and it could be said that the entire village is aware of them. However, few believe these tales, as they are indeed quite absurd. Only a fool would take them to heart. Aunt Huang considers herself among the wise who do not believe, yet she never anticipated that the reality aligns with such notions. It appears that this young lady may never find a husband in her lifetime. Enough of this nonsense. It is a sheer waste of time. Let us hasten our departure, for today is designated for a thorough house cleaning. Mother Tang sighed in exasperation but soon brightened, for their family's fortunes were improving, leaving no room for such trivial irritations. The whole family set off with great enthusiasm to the county town. This time, Tang Ji rode a horse with Mother Tang, while second brother Tang rode a bicycle alongside Father Tang, and the others pushed a small cart laden with crafted wooden items. Each visit to the county town involved bringing a portion of their wares, which significantly alleviated their burdens. Many villagers had witnessed this scene and recognized that the Tang family was engaged in business in the county, naturally assuming they were there to sell wooden products. Although curious about their profitability, they did not ponder it deeply. However, Aunt Huang's visit to the Tang household piqued the curiosity of many. What do you think? Who did Sister Huang approach on behalf of her family? Ah, the third and fourth brothers. Who else could it be? What about the fifth? She is already 58 and ought to be considering marriage. That girl. I have heard she possesses quite a fiery temperament, known for her penchant for physical altercations. And her standards are exceedingly high. The people in our village certainly do not regard her with favor. Indeed, it is true. Upon their arrival in the county, Tang Ji and his second brother parted ways to procure various small items needed from the shops. Meanwhile, Tang's mother took the others to commence a thorough cleaning, attending to the final preparations. Zhao Xiaoming, who is quite perceptive, had taken the initiative to bring along his younger brother to lend a helping hand. Tang's mother has developed a particular fondness for Zhao Xiaoming. Her own son seemed rather dull-witted, and the only bright one, Xiao Qi, is in poor health. Thus, she appreciates a clever and healthy child like him, especially one who possesses such a sweet tongue. Auntie, please take a rest. Allow me to handle these tasks. Zhao Xiaoming insisted, his eagerness to assist eliciting bemusement from Tang's brothers. Tang Sen playfully slapped Zhao Xiaoming on the back, saying, Xiaoming, do you intend to compete with me for mother's affection? Look at how you've charmed her. She hardly recognizes her own son. Enough of this foolishness. Tomorrow is the grand opening. Get back to work. Tang's mother promptly pushed Tang San away. Finish your task swiftly. We still have that list to distribute. Understood, understood. I will attend to it this afternoon. That evening, the Tang family returned home quite late. After a long day, Tang Ji, having dined, lay down on the Kong, ready to succumb to slumber. However, when the sound of knocking echoed at the window, a particular individual immediately sprang to his mind. She turned over and sat up, opening the window, and indeed, she saw a familiar figure. What brings you here? Tang Ji inquired with curiosity. Song Yinjuan handed her a red sweater and stated directly, I am returning to Baidu. Congratulations? Tang Ji replied with a hint of joy as she accepted it, not surprised by his words. It was about time he went back. Song Yinjuan pressed his lips together and said, Thank you. After a brief silence, he asked, Do you wish to go to Baidu? He always felt that this small county was not a place where Tang Ji should linger. Not particularly. I don't want to go for now, but I will eventually. Tang Ji replied nonchalantly. Are you going back to school or starting work? You still owe me 3 meals. Shouldn't you settle that before you leave? I'm departing tomorrow. Song Yinjuan said helplessly. The sudden transfer order left him with no choice but to go. In truth, he could have left much earlier. He had merely been postponing it. Returning too soon posed risks for him and his family. Fortunately, all issues had been resolved, and this time, he was not the only one being transferred back. His family was included as well, unbeknownst to both Tang Shi and Song Yinjuan in a previous life. It was Hua Gaojing and his family who were transferred back at this time. Let us exchange contact information, so when I get to Baidu, I can hold you to your promise regarding those 3 meals. I can't let someone owe me for a lifetime. Who knows if I'll remember in the next life? Under the night sky, Song Yinjuan's gaze deepened as he observed the lively girl. Feeling a sense of loss and uncertainty in his heart, he wished to take her away, to bask in the sunlight and embrace the storms. Yet he also longed to quietly stand in the shadows, observing her flourish in her solitary beauty. All right, once I confirm the address, I shall write to you. He too was uncertain of his destination. Tangji nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly recalling something, she said as she turned to head back, Wait a moment. I have a parting gift for you. Tangji retrieved a set of solar photovoltaic design books from her space. This had been an idea she had nurtured for quite some time. Although she was a bit rushed now, it was not a decision made in haste. I present these to you, hoping that you will utilize them wisely, allowing them to truly shine and generate warmth. Tangji was not a researcher, and given her current capabilities, she was not permitted to engage in such lofty studies. However, Song Yinchuan was evidently different. She perceived boundless possibilities within him and believed that such a Song Yinchuan should not be cast as a villain. Do strive to be a good person. In the future, I hope to have the opportunity to visit you daily for meals. The thought of dining together left her with a sense of regret. Song Yinchuan's culinary skills were the finest she had ever encountered, yet she had only savored 1 meal before departing. For more chapters, end of this chapter. In the dim light, Song Yinchuan found himself bewildered by the phrase, be a good person. When had he ever failed to do so? He attempted to examine the hefty book in his hands, but the darkness rendered the words indecipherable. All he could ascertain was its substantial size and pristine condition. Thank you. I shall read it diligently, he expressed, his heart warmed by the thoughtful gesture. Regardless of the book's content, Tangji waved her hand, feeling a bit awkward. His demeanor was far too serious for her liking. You may return now. I shall forego the payment for the sweater as a parting gift from you to me. Tangji, with her mischievous charm, attempted to seize the advantage, though, upon reflection, it was clear that the true beneficiary of this exchange was not her. Agreed, he responded, as he had never genuinely intended to accept money from Tangji. However, after their farewell, Song Yinxuan lingered by the window. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with unspoken sentiments. Tangji blinked, perplexed by his continued presence. Did he still desire something? She had no further gifts to offer. What is it? She inquired, taking the initiative after a moment's contemplation. Song Yinxuan hesitated, then produced a small vial. Presenting it to her. Should you encounter danger, spray this at the assailant's face. Its contents can induce unconsciousness. Wow, how impressive. I feel quite embarrassed, Tangji said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice as she accepted the vial. She recalled how effectively Song Yinxuan had used this little device, far surpassing the efficacy of the self-defense spray she kept in her space. Wait a moment. I shall gift you a little something in return. Tangji turned back into the room and retrieved an electric baton, handing it to Song Yinxuan. This device could deliver an electric shock and had adjustable settings. Hold it like this, Tangji explained while glancing down. Song Yinxuan, captivated by the roundness of her head, had an overwhelming desire to reach out and tousle her hair. Did you understand? Tangji raised her gaze, meeting his somewhat dazed black eyes. You do comprehend, don't you? Yes, I do. Thank you. It's quite a fascinating little gadget. I wonder where you obtained it. Song Yinxuan's tone shifted to a more serious note as he seemed to recall something. You must also prioritize your safety. Be vigilant of your surroundings while working. Do not assume your skills grant you immunity from danger. Each time he stumbled upon her, he pondered whether to label her reckless or merely unfortunate. Yet, he felt reassured knowing it was him. He would never bring her harm. I can't shake the feeling that your words carry a hidden meaning, Tangji murmured, as if she had committed numerous misdeeds. A hint of amusement flickered in Song Yinxuan's eyes as he took 2 steps back, finally bidding farewell. I must take my leave now. Farewell. All right, farewell then. Tangji waved her hand. Hey, I wish you a splendid future. Though their interaction was brief, an inexplicable rapport blossomed between them. After uttering those words, Tangji felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. However, she quickly composed herself. The world was vast, and a friend departing was merely a temporary separation with the promise of future reunions. By the way, is Song Yinxuan still considered a villain? Tangji suddenly inquired in the stillness of the night. Yes. Will he continue to engage in villainous deeds? Tangji suddenly became curious. If I do not engage in villainous acts, can I still be considered a villain? Is it possible for me and him to change our identities? The system appeared to be momentarily perplexed before responding. Your role, along with Song Yinxuan, is that of a villain, regardless of your actions. You are certified as a villain in my eyes. So, even if the protagonist commits numerous misdeeds, they remain the protagonist? Tangji felt somewhat discontented. Indeed, this certification by the system is immutable. How can the male lead change his role then? Moreover, he is about to be transformed into a fool. The male lead's character evolves based on the female lead. She is the true protagonist of this narrative. This was quite comprehensible. And Tangji nodded before suddenly inquiring, what about you? How did you come into existence? Such a marvelous system could not have been deliberately bestowed upon the villain by the author, could it? The author must be the villain's doting mother and the stepmother of the protagonist. When the male and female leads perish, and the world within the narrative collapses, I come into being anew. So, how exactly did you originate? Does the system emerge only after the world has crumbled? The sequence seems plausible, yet the logic appears flawed. Why do you have so many questions? After a brief silence, the system seemed to grow irritable. Tangji blinked, uncertainly asking, You are not embarrassed, are you? You don't even know how you came into existence? Pa, you are the one who is clueless about your own origin. I truly do not know. Regarding this matter, Tangji feels quite wronged. Pray tell, how did I arrive here? The system responded promptly, clearly aware of the answer. Tangji's lips twitched, devoid of any sense of glory, yet she found herself unable to alter her circumstances. She was here now. And you? The system pondered briefly before replying. I should stem from a consciousness of discontent. When the world crumbled, the characters within the book awakened, and the antagonist developed a sense of dissatisfaction. These consciousnesses converge to give rise to me. I exist to serve the villains with the aim of enhancing their lives, enabling them to become the protagonists of their own narratives. However, I was initially besieged by the remnants of the previous protagonist's consciousness, which skewed my purpose, leading me to mistakenly believe I was serving the protagonist. Upon hearing such an explanation, Tang Ji felt as if the clouds had parted, revealing the sun. Indeed, this system harbors animosity towards the protagonist, otherwise it would not issue such tasks. The claim of serving the protagonist is now clarified. It is merely influenced by a fragment of consciousness, yet it has not altered its inherent villainous nature. Hence the tasks remain aligned with the so-called antagonists. Ah, dear Lamp, it turns out you too have a story to tell, Tangji remarked with a sense of reflection. Rest assured, I shall treat you with more kindness henceforth. When she next ridiculed it, her tone would surely be softer. Humph, no need for that. On this night, Tangji dreamt once more. In her dream, there was a small, shadowy child, incessantly weeping in despair. No matter how she tried to soothe the little one, her efforts proved futile, which left her in a state of agitation. In her flustered state, she accidentally tumbled off the bed and onto the floor. Oh dear, I've hurt myself. Tang Ji, still groggy from sleep, rubbed her aching spot, contemplating crawling back to slumber when she heard her mother's loud voice calling from outside. Children, rise and shine. March 9th has arrived, and our milk tea shop is set to open. The Tang family members hurriedly got out of bed, their expressions a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Each donned their finest attire, presenting a unified appearance in the living room. Even the youngest, Tang Xiaoshan, was to accompany them to the county today. Let us eat. After breakfast, we shall set off. All right.